Day 3 of the Krui Pro in South Sumatra. Chris Binns in the booth alongside Billy Hangham. That's Lennox Shell on the screen. That's us now on the screen. As you can see out the back, there is still plenty of swell. I'm going to go so far as to say best waves we've seen so far in the window.
I agree with you, Chris. Good morning. Good morning, everyone around the world, wherever you're watching. Yeah, this is a much more user-friendly size for the Krui break. Bachur, trying to get that pronunciation right.
The leaking edge.
Yes, and yeah, much more manageable, and it's going to see some great surfing. This who we got in the water today?
Okay, so we are into heat 3. We got called off. There was a fair bit of thunder and lightning that stopped play a little bit abruptly last night. But right now, the guys who were about to paddle out yesterday are on screen now. Kajiro Nishi is in red, Takuto Ota is in blue, Rafael Castro is the American in white, and Kobe Clements is the surfer in the green jersey. And it's pretty rippable out there. The swells dropped enough that there aren't the big wash-throughs, but it's still holding enough size that the waves are really running down the reef.
Yeah, Chris, it's always moved up as well, the takeoff spot. So, you know, this was kind of out of control when the big swell was here, but now it seems to be hugging that reef, and it's going to provide some really high performance surfing this morning. I can't wait. We've got the likes of Billy Steadman coming up, Bronson 80. It's going to be electrifying viewing this morning.
Yep, so this is the men's round of 64. We've still got 14 heats to run in that, and then we're going to run the first 11 heats of the women's round of 64. So we've got another 25 heat day scheduled. The first day we had an opening ceremony that robbed us of a couple of hours. Yesterday we had a couple of weather breaks, a lot of thunder and lightning, tropical storms, as are common in this part of the world. Here goes Rafael Castro kicking things off right as the hooter sounds, and the American going to work on his backhand, going down on that wave.
Yeah, good day yesterday. Really enjoyed the action, really enjoyed the women's round. Charlie Haitley, a standout for me. Never seen a paddle or surfboard before, and she really stood up and delivered. Big 8-point ride, first heat of the women's round. Mega Atana, I was super impressed with his surfing yesterday. And as we watch Rafa making his way down, it's like a little inside corner at Uluwatu. He's already got 2 waves under his belt, and the heat is not a minute old.
Yeah, so 2 scores. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, also impressed with Mega Atana yesterday, Chris. Really savvy competition surfing. Stole a couple under priority to make it through his heat. Actually win it. So
we can hear the beach commentators right now screaming at all the free surfers to come in. It was pretty hectic scenes out there this morning. All of the competitors trying to get in their reps. And this is Kajiro Nishi, the goofy footer from Japan, who's our top seed in the red jersey. This was his opening wave. We must have missed it earlier.
Ooh.
He would like to have finished that, wasn't to be. And this is Rafael Castro in the white. He's an American, so I'm guessing he was in Indonesia and decided the chance to come over and surf some uncrowded waves in some heats. It was pretty appealing.
Yeah, Rafa has been hanging in Uluwatu for quite a while.
Oh, great turn from Kajiro. Yeah. Didn't come out of it as fluently as he went into it. He's got some downtime to deal with right now. He's working his way through the turns. That was pretty ugly, and he will get out of there. This is the replay of Kajiro's last wave. That first turn was good. Then he got a little bit stuck. This doesn't account for much. This had that was just a little bit of a setup turn. This turn had potential, and he got very, very bogged. Managed to come out fluently into the end section clip, but that'll be just another lower end of the spectrum score. So this is heat 3. Up next in heat 4, this is going to be a fantastic one. Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast, Dakota Walters from Angari, Jack Thomas from Yallingup. So 3 Aussies and Rio Inaba, the sole Japanese, in action in that one.
Wow, that will be a cracker. So a bunch of waves ridden. This heat not even 5 minutes old.
So as we work our way through the round of 64, 2 of the surfers will be seeds who we're seeing for the first time. And generally going to be an Aussie, the occasional Kiwi for one of the seeds, and one of the seeds will be an Asian surfer, with this being the co-produced event between Asia and the Oceania region. And the Asian League is mainly comprised of Japanese and Indonesian surfers.
Yeah, we did see a lot of Filipinos here last year, Chris, but because those ISA games were on right before it, they found it a bit difficult to get here. Strong team, the Filipinos. Here goes Kobe Clements. His first wave of the day, takes that nice high line speed pump. Super good surfer, and really coming to the fore the last couple of years is Kobe.
Yeah, had a big last wave final heat of the first day to go into the lead right at the end of his heat with Jack Thomas. Massive big backhand 2-turn combination. All right, and this is Takuto Ota on his backhand. Strong first turn. Oh, that was a nice number as well. So just 2 turns before the wave races off without him, but the second one, best turn we've seen so far this morning.
Yeah, Mr. Ota really going at it. First wave of the morning for him. And really watch him put this back foot into this Chris. Nice setup bottom turn. Bread and butter top turn, but this one I really like the little free fall afterwards.
So the judges, as they do in the first heat of the day, will be taking their sweet time. They'll be looking at a whole bunch of different scores, trying to figure out the scale for the day. Of course, the scale can change from heat to heat, but it is generally more or less consistent across the day. You want the competitors in the next heats to know what they're looking for and what's being scored highly or what's not being appreciated.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the easiest places to judge, you would think. Indonesia, the waves are pretty much the same as they come through. You just got to worry about that tide. It does make the playing field a little bit different then, but hey, that's the view they've got. The judging tower is just behind them. They're looking out at that reef that's perfect waves running down it. So you're right, Chris, they will take their time and set the scale and show surfers what they need to do. Rafa now. He's not waiting around to find out. He's attacking that lip. A good looking second turn. A bigger wave now for Rafa as he continues to rattle off down. I like that sort of business. A lot of energy in this guy's surfing. A lot of energy when he's on land. The California, Brazilian, kind of Indonesian. Loving it.
What's he doing here?
I'm not too sure. It looks like he's turned around and got a little bit of a
Is that a board change?
spread a wave or something. Don't know. But check this out, Chris. What do you like about the second turn?
I like the first turn the best, and then this one was. I like the rebound. A little bit of zing through the middle of it. Yeah, the opening turn for me was the one. And he's a long way down the reef, so I'm thinking maybe he's even decided on a run around with that little wave we just saw him taking off on before we went to the replay.
It's going to be interesting.
That is a long lap to do, though.
3 surfers on the screen right now. Looking what the white jersey is up to. Heat total amassing a 5.33 at the moment for Rafael Castro.
Yeah, so we're still waiting on numbers to come in. So at the moment, Rafael Castro is in the lead with a 5.33 two-wave total. It's a 3.4 and a 1.93. I would imagine his last wave is still to come. Kobe Clements has a 2.63. Kajiro Nishi has a 2.5. Takuta Ota has a score to come as well. 16.5 minutes to run, so about a third of the way through this one. As is usually the way, the flurry of activity in the free surf. I mean, of course, there's probably 50 people in the water catching every little lump that moves, and things. You do get excited. You're like, oh, it's pumping! Look at this guy in that wave. He's over there. She's ripping on this thing.
And then you get 4 people out there.
You get 4 people out there who are a little bit selective, playing priority games. Okay, here goes Kajiro Nishi. He has priority. He's going to cash it in on this wave. Good looking wall stretching out in front of him. First turn, he got a little bit caught up along the way. Second turn wasn't exactly clean either. That was a nice karate chop, and he is out of there. So 3 turns. The last one was probably the one that he timed the sweetest. But the first and second were a little bit bigger. Talk us through it, Billy.
That is a fantastic opening turn. Really, I hate to use the word rehearsed, but really polished performance. I like that little kick of the tail there. That's a bit of instinctive surfing that I'd love to see from our Japanese surfers. Always super polished, super well drilled in their coaching, I would imagine. And it's really shining through for Kajiro Nishi. Japanese looking strong. You would think in a few seasons' time, maybe 5 mango seasons, that the Japanese are going to make a big push into the CT.
Yeah, the weight of numbers would suggest that. There's just such a strong contingent of Japanese surfers on the QS and pushing into the challenges these days. All right, scores are in. Raf Castro, a 4.83 for his last wave. That was the long runner, but it is Takuta Ota, a 7.33 for his opening wave. Easily the best wave we've seen so far. Kajiro Nishi, a 3.23 and a 2.5. Kobe Clements, a 2.63.
Yeah, Kobe does have priority though. Still 14 minutes. That's a heap of time to get a couple more waves. And as Rafa has shown us, you can probably get another 6 waves in that minute.
He's finally made it back to the line.
Yeah, I don't know what. Maybe he had a board change or something, mate. I think you're onto it there. But he's joining the fray. Look at that, straight to the inside. Yeah, had a good couple of chats with him, mate, in the first round. Born in Cali, of Brazilian blood, and now spending a lot of time in Indonesia.
Okay, 13 minutes to come. Up next, heat 4, Alistair Reginato, Dakota Walters, Jack Thomas and Rio Inaba.
Yeah, Jackie Thomas put in a good effort a couple of days ago. Seems like we're going for a week already. But he was 4th going into maybe the last 3 minutes. He had 4th priority. He stayed really busy and got a couple of small to medium-sized ones on the inside. But they grew, and he delivered, and he actually took out that heat. So Jackie Thomas has got the bit between the teeth at the moment. Can't wait to see him in action coming up in the next heat. That is heat 4. He'll have his hands full, though.
Yeah, that's a stacked affair, isn't it? Alistair Reginato, incredible surfer from the Sunshine Coast. Dakota Walters, very talented as well. And Rio Inaba, no slouch. So we are now past the halfway mark. Kajiro Nishi's last wave comes in at a 5.27. So that gives him the lead, but it is Takuro Ota in the box seat Takuto Oto with a 7.33, best wave of the day so far.
Yeah, he'll be feeling comfortable there. Second priority, a 7.33. That's a very minor score to take out second. And, wow, what are we looking at? Just over a point and a bit to take out the lead.
We can see everyone moving down the point a little bit, so slight readjustment, trying to figure out where to go. So the staff WhatsApp popping off this morning, world's longest coffee order.
I don't know what Alex, I don't think he knew what he's getting himself into.
How long do you think it's going to take? Or will it?
I counted like I was getting towards the 20 mark. Who wants a coffee? I've never seen that many people reply so quickly.
And such variety.
Yeah.
20 different orders for 20 different coffees. Varieties of milk.
I can't wait to get it about lunchtime.
Yeah. Right before bed.
All right, a big shout out to my good friend in Singapore, Michael Sarong. He's watching. People all over the world watching this broadcast. He's giving me a little bit of feedback. I was a little bit quiet. Maybe just in the shadows of the great Mr. Chris Benz. But wherever you're watching around the world, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It should be a great day of action here from the south of Sumatra. This is the 5th year that the ASC have been coming here. Ujung Bachur. This is the name of the reef that they're surfing over, the Leaking Edge, which suggests there's like a freshwater spring or something there. We're in the region of Pesisir Barat and the province of Lampung. If you're keen to come down and have a look, get amongst it. It's a bit of a hop and a skip from Bali. It's the skip being the long bit, and but it's worth the wait. It's a big stretch of coastline, and one would imagine if you had the inclination to get on your motorbike and really go exploring and forego the air conditioning and the cold binnies, you'd find some uncrowded waves.
Yeah, if you're an enthusiast for Indonesian road transport, this is the event for you.
Do you remember the Great Brad Masters? He would just go for days and days looking for uncrowded waves. That's the spirit of adventure that pays off in the end.
Yeah, it's amazing who you cross paths with out here as well. All manner of characters getting around on bikes. So, where have you come from? Oh, I rode from Roti.
Yeah. Or Jim Banks' daughter getting around. Krui last night. One of the pioneers of Indonesian surf travel. Saying he first came down this way in about 82.
Far out.
Imagine that.
Just on a tip-off on Magic Seaweed. Thought it looked good.
Yeah, he would have been looking at some sort of line forecasting model. Yeah, no cams back then, Chris.
That's the thing about the early exploration. You could check these beaches and it's not their day, and you just go past. You know, well, no waves there.
That's right.
Don't think much of this HT's joint. We'll just keep sailing. Macaronis, whatever.
What a dud.
Seven and a half minutes, so not a whole lot of action. Kajiro Nishi with the 5.27, Takuto Oto with the 7.33, the really significant waves at this point. Kobe Clements yet to fire a shot. Rafael Castro a 4.83 at this stage. That's looking like a keeper. And here goes Rafael Castro the one competitor in this heat who stayed very busy. I think this would be probably about his 5th wave.
Yeah. Does have a lot of energy, doesn't he?
All right, this is Kobe Clements. He's looking to get his campaign really started. That was a strong turn. Vertically up into the lip. That was nicely done as well. So stringing together a bunch of turns here. He's not done yet. Big finish coming up.
Yes.
And stands tall out of that one. So nicely done by Kobe Clements. And that's going to well and truly put him in the picture. Here goes Takuta Ota, who is in the box seat. He's already got a 7.33 for those 2 massive turns that were seamlessly stitched together. And this will just be his backup score, but that should be enough to put him into the lead. Now, Kajiro Nishi defending first. He's looking to get rid of his 3.23. That was crisp over the lip. Wave's not cooperating with him, so he gets out of there. So I think Kajiro Nishi, his 5.27 before, he probably turned a 7 into that. He had the 2 kind of little bogs through his turns that if those had come out a little bit cleaner,
could have slammed the door shut.
He could have been up another, point and a half. Up the top of the reef, Rafael Castro all by himself. Why wouldn't you take off on this long wall? He's going to surf past all 3 of his competitors. Or have I jinxed him? No, finds the open face, but instead it's the wave that wins the war and says, get out of here. And shuts down on him. So, bunch of numbers. All 4 surfers, hands leaving the rails just then. So, we'll wait for those numbers to drop in, and we're going to have pretty interesting... the table is set for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a familiar pattern, but it's the one I love. It gets really exciting. I like this from Kobe. This is what we know he's capable of. Medium-sized wave, but he found the lip a couple of times, swinging it around there, opening up the wings. I love that style, this finishing one. He really gets the Mark Richards seagulls out, doesn't he? So caddy corner over there, and Federico, our photographer, tireless effort through the day.
This is Kajiro Nishi, current heat leader. First turn was really strong, just opened the shoulders. Second turn was spicy as well. So he's going to extend his lead off the back of this one. Great looking wave. Not much beyond that. So yeah, 2 big turns, the high points there. And that was your man Rafael. Talk us through it, Billy.
Yeah, smaller one. He stayed busy, but he hasn't really connected with the set, so quick in and out. And then we saw him go on that big one when he had top priority, and it really didn't deliver for him. So things not going all his way, but really strong performances from our Japanese surfers in Takuto and Kajiro.
Yeah, well, this is Takuta Ota, who has the high-scoring 7.33.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, and those 2 turns are going to put him in the mix for the lead, I would suggest.
Yep.
Big strong lad. And the is that a tie-dye kind of spray that he's running there?
I don't know. They've kind of made a comeback, the tie-dye sprays. I don't like it.
There you have it, everyone.
Yep.
Billy Hangen, not a fan.
Go repaint your boards.
I went to Sri Lanka with Asher Pacey once, and he was buying local sarongs.
Yep.
And he was riding DHDs at the time, and he would give his sarongs to Mr. Handley, or the crew in the office, and they would put them on the decks of the boards. Glass over them. Gave it a jazzy little local flavour spray. Also added an extra layer of strength. He'd say.
Oh, there goes Rafa going down on his second turn. So things not going his way, but picking up the tail end of this wave is Mr. Ota, but in and out.
I'm not sure why Takuto would have felt the need to go on that.
No.
A bit of a scrappy leftover second serving a long, long way down the line. You know, the way he's going to be situated, he only wants to catch good waves at this point because he'll have 2 decent numbers.
That's a good way to start off. Just picking the nose on the way down there.
That's a weird call. Unless Takuto's just decided, you know what, I've won this.
Yep.
Billy's told me my spray's not cool. I'm getting to the beach and I'm sorting this out ASAP. All right, Kobe Clements on his backhand.
Yeah.
That was a nice turn. He's got some work to do. He does have a number to come. The drift out of the tail was sick. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it. That would have been a really big number. Here goes your man, Rafael Castro again, Billy.
Yeah, come on, fella. Sticks it through the lip there. This is his best wave so far. It's nice and big. A really functional highline floater there over the roof. Can he finish it off? He does. And I'm not sure about that claim. I think it was the love heart.
It was a love heart. I don't know if it was a claim. Maybe he was just sharing the love.
Yeah, okay. There might be a meaning in that. Might ask him in the post-heat interview as he walks past. But, yeah, maybe other things on his mind.
Maybe he's just got a lot of love to give.
Yeah. 1 minute 14 remaining.
He's a good-looking man. Here's Federico getting the portrait, the paddle pass.
Yeah, speaking of good-looking men.
There's some spicy Latino connection going on there. 1 minute remaining. Score in for Kobe Clements, a 6-1-3. I don't think that was for the last wave. I think that was for the previous wave, but puts him into the lead. This is the replay of Kobe's last wave. He would love to have ridden out of that. Half the board, the tail just drifting over the top of the coping. That looked so sick, but could not ride out of it.
Enduro now, look at that. Really seamless surfing. Coming a little unstuck on the last thing, but
found a seam.
Looking dangerous.
So, Takudo Ota, a 7.33 and a 6.3 puts him into the lead. Kobe Clements is up into second. Kajiro Nishi third. This man, Rafael Castro, is sitting down in fourth. First turn was good. Second turn was a bit of a setup. Floater wasn't bad. Very fluent from start to finish. Not much verticality to it. Quite flat, but gives it some love.
Kobe keeping busy. Drifts the tail that time on a smaller wave and nails it. He needs he's second, but there are a lot of scores to drop. So no doubt we'll be on hold, Chris, as they get those scores onto the scoreboard.
Yeah, I can't imagine this will go into Kobe's top two, but you never know. That was pretty jazzy.
Smaller wave, nothing too critical or dangerous about it, was there? Good surfing.
Oh, so Takudo Ota has dropped a 7.33 and a 6.3 to move into the lead. All right, I think we're going to come back from this ad break to unpack all the numbers. Don't go anywhere. Next heat is in the water at the Krui Pro. We'll be back after this quick break. To the Krui Pro. This is the second heat of the day, the fourth heat of the round, and that is the round of 64. In the water right now, Alistair Reginato is the surfer in red, Dakota Walters is in blue, Jack Thomas is in white, and Rio Inaba is the surfer in green. So 3 Aussies and 1 Japanese surfer. I'm Chris Binns, alongside me in the booth for the first time today. G'day, Giada Legati.
Good morning, Chris. Wow, that was an interesting end to that last heat.
Yeah, haven't quite caught up on the numbers. Scores aren't actually live. Oh, here we go. They've all just dropped in. So Just unpacking what went down right at the end of that last heat. Takuto Ota has taken it out with a 7.33 and a 6.3. Kajiro Nishi, he dropped a pair of 5s for his third and second last wave respectively to go through in second. Kobe Clements was briefly up into the lead. A 6.13 was his highest scoring wave. His last wave, just that small one. He couldn't have done much more with it, but I think the size of the wave must have cost him. And it was a 4.03. Rafael Castro, he stayed very active, caught 8 waves across the span of the heat. A 4.83 and a 5.3, the best of the bunch. But unfortunately for Kobe Clements, he bows out by half a point. And the 2 Japanese surfers, Takuto Ota and Kajiro Nishi, go through. And yeah, it was Takuto Ota who really grabbed that one by the scruff of the neck. Pretty even affair between Kajiro and Kobe. Kajiro's 2 5s beating Kobe's 6 and a 4, so that one just sort of came down to some fractions. Okay, this is my man Jack Thomas from Yallingup, Western Australia. Strong surfer, as you can see by that first turn. Second one wasn't bad either. Working his way down the line, and he's found himself a little gem to kick off this heat. Couple of minutes off the clock, and Jack is just working his way through the turns, start to finish. He's got a sharp eye underfoot. And that is going to be a decent number from Jack. He's not done yet either. And he'll kick out in the channel. That is a great opening wave. That is really something to build on. If Jack's not holding on to that wave in 22.5 minutes time, you know that he's in a really strong position, because that is a great baseline to open your account.
Yeah, that was a great wave, and I like how you mentioned the sharp eye. That board is looking really good under his feet. It was super fast. He threw water. Wow, I was very impressed by that first wave. He must be feeling good.
Yeah, and for Jack, that's definitely a warm-up wave. Like, there were no massive turns. There was nothing, you know, too big about it. He didn't get that one section that he could really lay into, but just fluent from start to finish. Rattle fired off a string of turns and took us through the replay.
Yeah, here's the replay. A beautiful first opening carve, and does the same for a second, waiting for the section to give him a little bit more wall, as we see him really working his way down the line. He's wasting no time in between any of the turns. I think this was probably the best turn out of this entire wave. Wow, this is such a long wave. By the time you get to the end, your legs must be aching.
Well, the judges haven't wasted any time punching in a number. A 5.83, the opening score for Jack. So that is a great start and something to build on. He'll go down to 4th priority. And this was Dakota Walters, so this would have been around about the same time as Jack was in action. Dakota on his backhand, doing some work. This way, that wave not quite standing up and running with the same pace as Jack's, but that's going to be a solid first number for Dakota as well.
I'm guessing maybe, I thought the score for Jack was going to be a little higher, but maybe the size of the wave didn't really help out.
No, I think, you know, pretty on par with what we saw in the last heats. Could have been a bigger wave. There could have been some slightly, you know, more high point moments along the way. It was just a really consistent wave from start to finish. Here goes Rio Inaba, Japanese surfer. He'll be on his forehand. First turn through, plenty of spray. He's got to put the foot down now. This wave's not cooperating with him so far, so it's just going to be a second closeout bash, and he is out of there. So Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast, the first, now moves into first priority, yet to catch a wave. Here goes Jack Thomas once again. And he is streaking across this Cobalt Indian Ocean wall. Vertical first turn, open face carve. This one as well has got great pace to it, so Jack just keeps working through the turns. And little rock and roll foam climb, he goes down on the end section. That's going to be a second score. I don't think, might be a little bit under, say, Dakota's last wave, but Jack will be looking at about a 10-point total with 19 minutes to run. And while all of our surfers try and rejoin Alistair Reginato out the back, we're going to throw down to Billy Hangen, who's having a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Yep, thanks very much. I am Takuto Ota. Congratulations. Put it there. Now, that was a very important, the first heat of the day. You had a very strong start and a very strong finish. Was this the plan?
Yeah, like the waves little bit slow out there, and I'm waiting like good one. So yeah, I can do that.
Well, your surfing was very strong. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where is your home beach in Japan? And describe the wave.
My home break is Sendai Shinko, like the North Japan, and the wave so like A-frame, and some barrel out there. So yeah, that's so good wave out there.
And can you talk us through your first high-scoring wave? It was very impressive this morning.
Yeah, so happy make that.
Lovely, thank you. Now, is there anyone in Japan you'd like to give a shout out to in Japanese? Right down that camera there.
次のラウンドも頑張ります。Okay.
Takuto, well done. Keep going through the draw. Winner of the first heat, folks. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty, thank you very much, Billy Hangen, having a chat with Takuto Ota. And I thought Takuto Ota, the way that he surfed was big. I was expecting a big hunk of a lad. And Billy towered over him. And there you go.
Yeah, that was the first thought that came through my mind as well with that surfing. So much water thrown out the back. And this was a replay of our surfing red, Alistair Reginato on his backhand. A beautiful first hack. He gets around this section, almost falls off. This is where we saw the live from. And he manages to just hit this one again. Not as many turns as maybe Jack Thomas has done, but there's some really solid surfing from Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, like interesting wave. There was sort of little bits and pieces, and then there was downtime, and then he'd get going again. Super strong. This is Coda on his backhand. Love hearing you say with the Italian that it's Alistair Reginato when us Aussies were like, yeah, go Reggie, you got this, mate, no worries.
I'm pretty sure he has an Italian last name.
Yeah, absolutely. We just would never even recognise that in Australia, and we call him Reggie.
Oh, Reggie, mate.
Alistair Reginato from North Shore Board Riders. They are a tiny little board riders club on the Sunshine Coast, but boy, oh boy, pound for pound, they pack a punch. They won the ABB a couple of years ago in Newcastle, which for the non-Aussies out there is the Australian Board Riders Battle. And it's a nationally televised event, runs all weekend in Newcastle. And you've got, I think, 2 opens, a masters, a female surfer, a junior surfer. You have your power surfer, and it's a tag team format, hour-long heats, and it is about as good as you'll ever see for a variety of surfing as a team sport. It's on national TV every weekend, and you see clubs like North Shore battling it out against the big dogs like the Snapper Board Riders. And yeah, off the back of Alistair Reginato's performance a few years ago, they took out the title in what would be the biggest highlight in their club's history. It was incredible. And there we see it, Reggie opening up with a 6.5. So his first wave, the best wave of the heat so far. Dakota Walters, he got a 5.43 for his last wave to move into the lead. Rio Naba, a 3.43, so he's got work to do. 15 minutes to run in this heat. Dakota Walters is out in front with a 5.43 and a 4.5. Pretty sure Dakota these days surfs in Byron Bay, but he's originally from Angari. His dad, Jeremy Walters, was an incredible surfer back in the day. Jack Thomas, 5.83 and a 3.8. He surfs for Yallingup Board Riders at the ABB. And Alistair Reginato, the pride of the North Shore Board Riders. Best wave of the heat so far, a 6.5. Rio Naba has a 3.43. to be sitting in fourth. That is the man on screen in the green jersey, and he has priority. So the pick of the waves when they come. 14 minutes to run.
Yeah, I was just in El Salvador, and Rio Inaba was there with the Japanese team. He had an amazing run throughout those 10 days of competition out in El Salvador. He took out some really big names, you know, CT surfers. He got away with an equal 8th, and with that helping the Japanese team get, I think, 4th place as a national team in the ISA.
Did Peru win?
Yes, Peru did win. The whole team, they were surfing amazing. They looked unstoppable. They had, you know, almost, I think both men and women had finalists. Or, sorry, not the women, but the men had 2 finalists. So
right, this is Dakota Walters scratching, but not scratching hard enough. So he will now flip from 3rd to 4th priority. Alistair Reginato had 4th priority, had a look at it, and that's probably what sold Dakota to go the paddle, and it's dropped him 1 rung down the priority ladder. He won't be stressed though, he's sitting top of the ladder that counts the most. That's the points table. He's in the lead at the halfway mark, but pretty even affair. Dakota and Jack, there's only 0.3 separating those two. Alistair has the best wave of the heat, so he's in the box seat with a 6.5. Rio Inaba with some work to do. 3 minutes 43 remaining. And who do we have up next? So this is another big heat, the first all-Aussie affair I think we've seen for the event. George Pittar is the top seed in red, Caius King is in blue, Zaina Sink is in white, and Saxon Reba is in green. And you would imagine some of those fellas are travelling with each other. Here goes Alistair Reginato, looking for a 4 would put him comfortably into the lead. None of these guys surf for 4s though. They're always looking to go up into the excellent range. 2 strong turns for Reggie, and he is out of there. You would imagine that's going to go close to threatening the lead. It's definitely going to be the 3-1-3. He needs to move up to 2nd, but Dakota Walters is sitting in the lead and replying right now. Loses his board. It does a cartwheel down the face as he goes for a little swim underwater. 11.5 minutes to go. That's not going to go into Dakota's top 2. Priority now with Rio Inaba in green. And Jack Thomas, 2nd priority. Yelling up surfer in white.
it's funny, I always thought Dakota Walters was more into the free surfing scene. I've never really seen him into this competition QS run.
Yeah, he, I think straight out of school, when you get to that sort of age where you're deciding which way you want to go, he decided just to take off and go surfing for a couple of years and work on his surfing. He is a very slender kid, could do with bulking up a little bit. He's about as skinny as they get, and he's just sort of growing into himself, and he's done some fantastic surfing. He and his brother and his dad are this incredible team that go surf together all over the place. And yeah, I mean, we've seen Dakota in action at World Juniors before, back in Taiwan a couple of years ago, and he was another one. He surfed incredibly for Byron Bay at the Australian Boardriders Battle this year. Alright, here's the last wave of Alistair Reginato. Nothing hurried, just patiently timing his run down the line. 2 big turns, little bit hung up on that one, but never mind. That will be his 2nd score, and there it is. A 5.4 puts him into the lead. So Alistair Reginato, a 6.5 and a 5.4. Basically the best 2 waves of the heat, only just shaded for the 2nd best wave by Dakota with the 5.43. He's got a 4.5 he wants to get rid of. Jack Thomas has a 5.83 that he is going to hold on to. He wants to ditch his 3.8. Rio Inaba at this stage probably wants to start again. A 6.5 to get up to 2nd, but it's not going to take much for Dakota or Jack to significantly increase their scores. 9.5 minutes to run.
Yeah, Rio and Naba being quite patient throughout this heat. Probably waiting for those bigger sets to come through, but they have been taking a while. It has dropped quite a bit since yesterday. The period is a lot slower, and the tide is still quite high. showing that this wave really does slow down. But the direction has definitely changed. You really see the wave hugging the reef a lot more, and it's linking up much better than yesterday. I don't know how it can get better than yesterday, but it did. So hopefully with that low tide, it doesn't section as much. But it's
surfers are sitting further up the point too, right?
Yeah. So when you're sitting at the athletes area looking out, the surfers are taking off a lot deeper than yesterday, but the wave is running down the reef a lot better. So there's more wall, even when you get down to that last section. Whereas yesterday, once you got to that last bit, it got quite a lot fatter than the first bit, giving more opportunity to make those higher scores. Alistair Reginato has really impressed me with that backhand surfing. We haven't seen him yet. This is the first round where we see some of the seated surfers. Even though it's only day 3, I feel like we've been here quite a bit.
Well, everyone's pretty surfed out. There's been so many waves, especially in the lead up. Here goes Reggie's 4th priority. So you always felt like someone was going to drop in on him, and it was Dakota Walters who said, "I'll grab this one, thank you very much." Goes for a wild backhand finner and can't ride out of that one with 7:45 to go. He was not holding back on that turn.
Yeah, Dakota, seeing he has 2 decent scores, you know, he's looking to get into that 6s range, the 7s, to create a little bit of distance between himself and Jack Thomas and Rio Naba. But, you know, Rio, we're reaching the 7.5 minute mark, and he still hasn't even caught a backup wave. So hopefully those nerves aren't going to start getting to him as he's sitting there, which you see happen sometimes when surfers sit too much in their heat. Once they catch the next wave, they tend to make some mistakes just because they're in their head too much. So we'll see how strong Rio Naba's mind is. But if it's anything as good as I saw in El Salvador, he's definitely not going to be struggling on his next wave.
Alright, 6:45 to go. Rio Inaba has priority. He needs to start moving though. A 3:43 is not helping him. He needs to get rid of that and get himself 2 waves at this point. Unless he can go up into the excellent range, he's in a bit of trouble. Jack Thomas, he's got a great base with the 5.83. Wants to get rid of his 3.8. Dakota Walters, he won't be happy with the sub 10 total at this point either. And Alistair Reginato, he'll be happy with where he's situated, but he'll be confident but not comfortable. He's got a 6.5. Would love to get rid of that 5.4. You know that the scores are out there. The conditions are pretty ideal this morning. 6 minutes to go. This one is very evenly poised at this time.
Yeah, we've seen many times in this event some people completely change their heat around in the last 5 minutes, as we saw yesterday afternoon with Sky Brown just before the storm came in. 5 minutes left, she got an 8, she got a 4, and she was in 4th place, and that shooted her straight to 1st. So, you know, it's still not over for Rio. The conditions are great, and I'm sure he's going to get another chance before this heat ends. Something I'm really impressed about is how, you know, the conditions in Japan are really different, but the Japanese surfers here have really showcased some amazing surfing, showing how well they've adapted.
Have you surfed in Japan?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot of beach breaks, and then you get typhoons, and it turns into river mouths and break walls and all these crazy points. It's kind of a bipolar situation because your day-to-day swells are generally smaller beach breaks, and then you get these typhoon swells that are out of control, crazy waves. So I guess there's got to be a little bit of adaptability that comes from surfing under those situations. It's funny, probably 90% of Japanese surfers, if you just consider the recreational surfers, guys and girls down in Chiba, the main island around Honshu, Tokyo is Honshu. I reckon 90% of Japanese surfing would take place in small beach breaks, and then guys like Rio and Aba would light up when you see the typhoon season starts to hit.
Yeah, I've been to Japan 3 times and I've never gotten a typhoon. It's all been like never past my waist. But it was a great time. I love Japan. The culture is amazing. I've never met such friendly people. Everyone always gets out of their way to help you. They don't mind, even if there's not a lot of communication as a bit of a language barrier, but they're always there, and such kind people.
An incredible trip there. God, I'm going to sound old here. In 2007 with surfers like Owen Wright, Julian Wilson, Matt Wilkinson. We got some incredible waves over on Miyazaki. Had a big typhoon swell. We also surfed the Ocean Dome, which was an indoor wave pool that's sadly shut these days, but that was incredible.
Wow, already in 2007 there was already wave pools?
Yeah, it had been around for years as well. There was a volcano that went off every time a set hit, and there were lifeguards in little red shorts paddling around on longboards who would tell us when the waves were going to spit out of the wall, and you could get tubed.
That's amazing.
Mitch Colborne even broke a board in there.
I've never heard of that. Never seen any footage as well. Now it seems like there's wave pools popping up all over the place.
Yeah, and that was just as fun as many of the other ones that I've surfed since then. 2.5 minutes to go. Alistair Reginato is in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.4. Dakota Walters in second, only just. He's got a 5.43 and a 4.5. He'd be a bit worried about Jack Thomas, who's breathing down his neck with a 5.83, so he has the better high score, just doesn't quite have a backup. Jack only needs a 4.1 to get up into the lead, and he needs about a 6 to get into first. Rio Inaba, he's got some work to do. 2 minutes remaining, and he needs to drop pretty much an excellent score if he's going to get through. A 6.5 would see him get up into second. He does have priority, but he'd have to know that Dakota or Jack can easily upgrade their score as well. Jack has second priority, so if there's a set, Rio gets his pick of it, Jack gets the second one. Dakota's sitting in fourth priority, so he'll be hoping that this next 90 seconds flies by, and Jack Thomas will be hoping that there's a 2-wave set.
Yeah.
With about 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, you can see Jack just going down the line, creating some distance, maybe from Rio, hoping that he can catch something on the inside. I'm guessing that's what his game plan is now, because it doesn't look like from the screen that there's much happening out the back. So he's probably gonna try catch something, anything that comes his way.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Jack because he did get that 5.83 straight out of the gate, so he would have been feeling comfortable from the start. The guy who had the best wave early with 45 seconds to go might be the guy who gets starved for opportunity at the end.
Yeah, you saw him there just shake his head slightly, look at his watch. I don't think Jack will be getting... Actually,
30 seconds.
Yeah.
There's some little lumps. We do know it's a very long stretch of reef. Jack knows that he can drop in on anyone other than Rio Inaba, but it's not looking like the ocean is cooperating for the Yelling Up lad. Everyone tuning in on the big screen at the board store in Dunsborough will be putting their head in their hands at this point. Can Jack scratch into this little lump? The only guy who can keep him off it is Rio, who's inside him, and unfortunately the hooter has gone. So this man in green, Rio Inaba, unfortunately bows out, and he takes Yelling Up's Jack Thomas with him. We're going to go to a quick ad break and come back with more action from the Krui Pro Heat 5 of the round of 64 right after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Krui Pro. In the booth with me, I have Mark Clift.
Good morning, Giada. And it is a fine-looking morning out there at the point, everybody. Check that out. The lineup is looking really good this morning, right from the free surfing, Giada. I saw some crew taking off so far up the point today and just flying down the line, going so fast. Now, enlighten me a little bit, because I was doing stuff and I didn't really watch closely those first 2 heats. Can you let me in on what happened last heat?
Yeah, so we saw, unfortunately, Rio Inaba only caught 1 wave throughout the whole heat. He sat with priority, but no sets came. It does look like the period has dropped quite a bit. We saw Alistair Reginato come take first place, and Dakota Walters second. Some beautiful backhand hacks from Alistair Reginato. As we see Saxon Reber, our surfing green, takes off a beautiful first hack, and straight into the second one, he hits it right in the pocket, throwing so much spray out the back. Let's see if he manages to get around the section and a nice open wave carve. That was a great start for our surfing.
Certainly was, and I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. Saxon Reber is a very good competitor. I noticed him throughout our Indo tour last year. He was at both these events. Here's the bird's eye view that the judges get to see, so let's have a look at it. The drone view, although it's great, can be a little misleading at times. So this is what the judges will be basing their numbers off. But yeah, Saxon, I really like the way he goes about it with the Rashi on. He's super consistent, got all the moves. This effectively, Giada, if you remember to yesterday, this should have been the last heat yesterday. We got a little bit rain affected, and stuff went awry. So, and I remember looking on paper at this heat 5, and I went, "Oh my God, that is a sick way to finish off a long day." And I'll just have a little look at it again. Yeah, George Pitter, Caius King, Zane Assink, and Saxon Reber. This is heat 5. Would have finished a really long day yesterday. The rain and the more so the lightning put a halt to proceedings.
Yeah, we did a stop because of the storm, and then when we started getting a big lightning hit, so rightfully so, we stopped the contest.
Yeah, you've got to, as a sporting event or an organisation, lightning is about the thing that really shuts down events. If you keep playing on and something goes wrong, insurance issues go out the window, and it's not a good look, and it's definitely something every event organiser has in the back of their mind, and that's what got us yesterday. We did get a restart. We were going to try and do 3 more heats yesterday. We got 2 more done late in the day, and then it started again, and it went all night. The lightning show was just non-stop all night.
Yeah, the sun went down. It got dark really early. I remember sitting out here, and I thought it was maybe around 8, but it just was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, wow, it's super dark. But yeah, the lightning kept going on all night, and I think it was the best call for sure.
Yep, had to be. Didn't stop a lot of free surfers from heading out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. As soon as I saw that, I was like, nah. I've seen it. I've seen storms and situations go really downhill in back at home in Canggu. You know, as soon as those first few lightning strikes,
I ordered a long black.
even though it seems like a really small percentage, things can hit the fan really quickly.
Yeah, and let's just have a little look. A bit of a sleepy start to this heat. 1 wave before 8-3. I just noticed something about the next heat, and I'll let you all in. It's Billy Stammen, last year's runner-up here. Also, just qualified for the Olympics for his 2nd time. So Billy Stammen is a huge name in any event, whether it's qualifier rounds. He's been a CT wildcard at times. I remember seeing him at Margaret River when he took down Kelly Slater in an event, in a heat. But big name coming up next, Billy Stammen. I'm sure all the Kiwis out there online will be tuning in for that one. He's an absolute favourite. And he's also up against another guy which I've really been taking note of this event. His name is Winter Vincent. He's had 2 amazing heats, only 18-year-old grommet, but he can seriously just non-stop, 6 to 12 o'clock on his backhand, real vertical approach. And those 2 names jump out at me from heat 6. all the seeded surfers, everyone that is in the draw will surf in this round. So there ain't no hiding anymore. Everybody gets to step up today, get the rashie on. I'm sure they're all champing at the bit. Some of these guys, this is day 3 and it's their first surf, their first Rash Fest appearance. So everybody pretty keen to impress early. Here we go now. So this is Zane Asink.
Yeah, this is our Sunny Coast surfer, Zane Asink. He had a great heat. Yeah, he had a great heat yesterday. He's been surfing amazing. I met Zane when he was maybe shoulder high, and then the last time I saw him, he grew so much. So it's great to see this next generations of surfer coming up and growing into themselves. You really see the change in their surfing as well once they reach, that after they pass that growth spurt. There's a big change in style and the amount of water they throw and how they handle themselves while they're surfing.
The good thing about young Krui Giada is they do improve over, rapidly over a short amount of time because they're grommets. They're young. They're learning quickly. They grow into their bodies like you were just suggesting. And all of a sudden, you just see, especially when you don't see them for like a year or half a year, you look at them next time, you go, wow, what happened to that guy or that girl or... and if you don't see them for a while, that's when you notice big differences, and it's the age bracket where they really get it together. Here goes Zane again, just on another wave, tidy little whip. Now, tiny inside wave, but it is offering him a couple of hits. Doesn't like what he sees, just trying to stay in rhythm.
Yeah, it seems as though the sets are not coming as frequently as maybe this morning or yesterday, so we're gonna see a lot of moments here where some surfers just can't maybe catch that back up, or if they sit for too long they won't get the scores they're needing. So I think maybe today keeping busy is actually not so bad of a strategy.
All right, well, you've seen the first couple of heats, and I was watching the free surfing, and man, there were some good waves coming through this morning. It really looked like the best morning. You'd see some people just going as fast as you can go on a surfboard, and they'd have to do that for 80 metres plus just to get to the first sort of slowdown section and jam a big move. It's really easy to get a little bit caught behind, but if you do get the right pace wave and you get in front on the clean green face, it's a 6 or 8 turn wave here this morning.
Yeah, I was telling Chris earlier that today it seems like the direction has changed slightly, so it's really linking up all the way, and the surfers can take off much deeper and actually get some of those bigger scores, even on that inside section where yesterday we saw it would taper off a lot, and today it's actually holding up much better as it hugs the reef a little tighter. The tide is still going down here today at Ujung Bochur. It's 7:47 in the morning. The dead low tide will be around 10:30 today. We're going to see a little bit of a shift in the waves maybe. Hopefully it doesn't stop linking up as it has this morning. Yesterday I did notice when the tide reached its lowest point, this wave does get a little bit more sectiony than when it has a little bit more water on the reef. So we'll see what happens today as it has dropped in size.
Thanks for the tide update. It's good of you to have a check through your phone and come up with that info. It does take a bit of a bearing on it. I reckon the best it got yesterday, Giada, when the women's were in the water. Remember when the wind just puffed offshore, that 5 knots, the sun was blazing, it was all looking pretty glamorous, and it was dead set barreling.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon when the women came out, I think for sure was the best moment of the day. It was at mid-tide, and this is George Pitter. His opening wave, a beautiful first turn, a little bit of a check turn to get around the section, and unfortunately doesn't make it around, but that was a great first wave. There was a little bit of whitewash on the face, so that does make it a little harder to handle, but he held control over that beautifully. What do you think?
Well, I reckon that releases some nerves for George. He sat there for 11 minutes waveless, so that'll leave Caius King now the only one without a score in the column. Although it was only 2 turns, he's now kind of in the rotation. It might even leave him in a good spot should a couple of wide things come through or someone doesn't make their way from up the point. Green's sort of sticking to that theory. Saxon's having a little sniff down here. Where's George? He might be there somewhere. Blue's going to drop into this. So this is Kai's King, his first opportunity. So let's see what the young fella's got here. Nice tidy grind. Boom. Hectic big crunch on his second move. Nice little grind just to stay with it. There goes a scoring opportunity. Helps himself. A fifth move up there. That looked pretty vertical. Again, 5 and 6 turns looked really nice. Just playing the game down the line here, hoping to finish with something. All right, now I haven't seen all the other waves on the first two heats, Giada, but for me, this would have to be a big score, surely.
That is by far the best wave I've seen since we started the contest today, but by a long shot.
Okay.
That
right.
That was an amazing wave that gave him so much opportunity. That's going to be a big score, I think. And we're just going to head over to a post-heat interview with
Chris
Binns.
Anyway, maybe not. George Pittar with a 4.13. There's definitely going to be a big number dropping for Kai's King, but we'll just hear from the winner of the last heat really quickly and we'll get back to those numbers. Take it away, Chris.
Okay, thank you, fellas, or Giada. And Alistair Reginato, that was a really slow heat. What happened out there?
Yeah, it was really slow. I don't know what happened. We started with a good set, and I kind of thought it was going to keep going like that and go wave for wave like the first heat, but yeah, it kind of just stopped halfway through, and I was lucky to get on a all right wave at the start. Felt a bit clumsy to start the heat, but managed to stay on my feet and get a little score and then get a little backup under priority. So yeah, pretty lucky to get a couple of little scores at the start and then just sat there the rest of the heat.
Yeah, the scores sort of didn't really move from about 20 minutes. You had a 6.5 and a 5 something. You would have felt confident but never kind of comfortable. Were you guys just hoping there was going to be a big flurry at the end or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. I was never comfortable, so I was definitely hoping for like a 4-wave set or something because we had probably like 5 waves at the start. Jack got that really nice one at the start, and then there was like 4 more. So I definitely thought there was going to be a couple more opportunities for all of us to get another score. So yeah, never comfortable in one of those heats with those guys out there.
We've just seen Kaius go absolutely ballistic. I think he's gone up to the 8.5 for that last one. Can you see those ones, or are you just paddling in and it's a bit of a lottery? Like, what are you looking for?
Yeah, you can definitely see the kind of line you want. They got like that long tapered wall, not super long because they can kind of run off on you. But yeah, that was like, you did probably like 8 vertical snaps and just like kept going. That was the dream wave out here, and he absolutely nailed it. You
boys all look like you're having a hell of a time here. Fantastic part of the world, waves everywhere. How hard is it to click in a contest mode once the Rashi's on?
Yeah, it's actually pretty hard, I reckon, in places like this. I was paddling out with Coops this morning, pretty relaxed, just having a laugh and cruising. But I guess everything's, as soon as the hooter goes, it's kind of different. It's like, you know where you are, you're in the water, you got a Rashi on, you know the time. It's just like, probably more the lead-up's a little bit more relaxing than most other comps because it's such a cool, amazing place. So yeah, it's just more when the hooter goes, knowing that you're ready. But yeah, it's pretty relaxing around here.
How hard is it to like sit on one of your mates or hassle one of your mates in the dying moments of a heat?
Yeah, that's the hardest thing about surfing. This heat, Kaius and Saxon and George and Zane, like that's such a gnarly heat. Like if it comes down to the wire, they're gonna have to sit on each other. But it's just part of the game, and it's what you got to do.
And you've been finding waves up and down the coast?
Yeah, we've had a pretty sick few days. There's been heaps of swell at the start, and yeah, we've just been surfing our brains out.
Any g'days to say to anyone back home?
Yeah, g'day to my family at home. My brother probably teaching, watching the comp at school with the Grommies. So yeah, say g'day to everyone.
Which school's that?
He's over at Dunwich at North Stratty.
There you go. All right, we'll back up to you guys in the box. Well done, mate.
Thanks, Binzi. Cheers.
You'll be ready.
Well, that was a lovely interview with Alistair Reginato and Chris Binns.
And meanwhile, that the 8.50 Kai's King. So you know, you called it. You said that's easily far and away the best wave I've seen ridden this morning.
Yeah.
Giada, you're right on cue. 8.50. It's probably the biggest score of the event on the men's side of the draw. I haven't seen anything go higher than an 8.5. I think 8.33
No, we definitely had yesterday an 8.67, if I'm not wrong. It
Alright.
was our surfer.
Wow, I'm just looking at this again going, yes, Kai's King just teeing off. Repetition doesn't matter. It's just the approach and the attack and the amount of bowly sections that way through it. And you can see all the caddies just watching him fly past them. So that's a really long wave. Kais will be burning on his way back out, but will be super relieved. He sat there for a long, long time waiting for that. Boy, oh boy, he made it count.
Yeah, that was exceptional surfing from Kai's King. You know, not only did the wave give him all those opportunities,
Here he
but
goes.
some great timing, and he takes off again on a smaller one on the inside, trying to back up the 8.5. 2 quick first turns to get this started.
Really good theory.
Yeah, he gets around this section and just pulls off.
You know, it'll only be a little score, but so what? That's really going to distance himself from the boys now. All those requirements, Asic needing only a 5, he's now going to need like an 8 or something, 8.5. So a little backup number. Good thinking there, Kai's King. Good competing.
Yeah, when you're paddling out and you have that 4th priority, you might as well just try back up that big score you got.
I reckon he was probably thinking, look, I've got this insane wave. There's no time to go out the back and sit there and pull up anchor and just sit.
Yeah.
You've got to sort of do something else. One really good thing is probably not enough to get you through these rounds. As Alistair Reginato said, he said, this heat's really gnarly. And we were alluding to that earlier, that on paper, effectively supposed to be the last heat yesterday. We always looked at this one and went, oh my God, these 4 guys, all Aussies, all absolute shredders, all good mates. Kais is, he knows how deadly this heat is, so just putting that extra little runs on the board. There it is, a mid-3. So as expected, Asic now needs a mid-8. So that is much better reading for Kais than the 5.01 previously needed by Asic. Reba and Pitar are right there in the mix, threatening Asic for that all-important 2nd position.
Yeah, that was very smart competitive surfing from Kai's King.
Good move. George Pitar. So winding up now, first scoring opportunity, pretty tidy. A small little reef runner here. It's starting to bowl out now for George. Yep, 3rd turn looked really good. His body language suggests he liked it. 3 quick blasts. Oh, he goes green as well.
This is green. Saxon Reber, one of your faves on this event. He beautiful first turn. A nice kind of a layback little hack just to keep it different, I'm guessing. A beautiful wave ridden by Saxon Reber. Great style, great form. Finishes it off really nicely and solid. So I think there's going to be a really great exchange out here.
Well, yep, that was a decent 2-wave exchange from Reber and Saxon. Here's the replays again. So Saxon, to me, looked like he really wanted to just finish this wave. He went down the line. The impact was not large. He got a little unusual. That was a nice move. I think this little 3rd maneuver here looked a little bit half move. I like the little slap in the face here he did to his mate. Look at that. Cop a bit of that, buddy. Always feels good when you do that to your mate.
Yeah, especially in contests, maybe.
Anytime. Contest, no contest, cop that. You know your mate would do it to you, so it feels good when you get one back. Anyway, I'd say Asic will be dropping squarely into 4th position once those 2 numbers drop.
Yeah, this is a replay of George Pitter's last wave. I think this is a
Really
beautiful
good.
wave.
Yep.
He has a really nice backhand hack, a nice one into the 2nd, and he wastes no time to get that 3rd one in.
No, his body language, he was hyping on that wave. He knew it was a short thing. He really kept his groove on and stayed well invested throughout the ride. And that's where he got his 3 big hits from. So this is another wave as well for George. So he's on the way out. He scooped up another little bonus wave. All right, Asic will drop into 4th spot.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing some pretty big scores come. Nothing major, but here we go. A 6.5 drop for George Pitter on that last wave. I think that was definitely the 3-turn wave.
Did half as much surfing as Kais King.
Yeah.
2 points shy of the mark for what Kai's got. But yeah, I liked it. Judges are loving the commitment, degree of difficulty, those sort of parts of the criteria, and George, tick those boxes. Perfect.
Yeah, I think one of the big major differences between Kais's wave and George's was maybe the size. Kais's wave had quite more, it was quite a bit bigger than George's and had more length to it, more opportunity. George was short but sweet.
Very impactful.
Yeah.
All right, Asink is playing catch up. We don't know what he needs, but it's going to be a substantial number to get off the bottom of the pack once Reba's number drops. Wave's gone a little flat. He'll be like, oh, give me a section. I need something. Flat, flat. He'll be sort of hating this. You can almost see him just mouth off some expletives as he kicks off. Caddy's in the background.
Yeah, that was definitely not what Zane was looking for.
All right, so Reba's last wave, a 5.17. So a 7.13 is what Asink needs. That's nowhere near it. Wave really let him down. Had to open with a big kind of flat cutback. Had to repeat the dose a few times. Right about now, he's going, oh, no.
Yeah, you can really tell what the wave's going to do by the time you get into that area of it. And
he'd be looking down past the caddies and seeing no line on that thing down there and going, oh, I've got a dud. There's the athlete area. Look at Elliot Parada looking all flexy. He's having a little tickle up there with Jack Thomas. You boys are crazy. The girls in the background going, what? If we did that, it'll be major fuss. But that's a cool addition to our site this year. It's a little nice relaxed area for the team. There goes a few of the local groms. There goes Mega Artana, I can see in the blue hat right there. Joko, our beach marshal, the big fella in the white t-shirt.
Best beach marshal in the world.
He's a funny dude, isn't he? He's classic. I don't know, Jerry Peru. We got Jerry Peru as our beach marshal over there in Surfing WA. Jerry, I reckon Joko is the second best beach marshal in the world. I'm going to throw it out there that Jerry Peru is the man.
I think it all just depends where you're from.
No, I know. I just had to give Jerry Boy a rev up and a shout out. I hope someone was listening who can pass that on.
Wow, this heat, we've already reached the 1 minute mark. That's we've had definitely more waves ridden in this one than the last one. I'm guessing it's going to be one of those days where some heats are just, with nothing, and others are just going to be action-packed.
Yeah, this has been a good heat. Real competitive effort. Looking at those numbers there, those totals, like whoever gets third here at this stage, it's looking like Reba.
Yeah.
Probably just needed to go a little harder on his last wave, and I mean, he did what the wave offered. He might still get another opportunity. He's got second priority. Kaius will probably be fairly selective. He's in the lead. Okay, here goes Kaius now. There's a wave behind this for Reba, and he just saw it. So we'll stay with Kaius King, but Reba on the outer picture is paddling for his life. With 30 seconds to go, there's still this wave behind. Here we go in the background.
Wow.
So we'll get a look at this in a minute, but Saxon Reba is going to surf for his life here in the Krui Pro. He's out the back, just spiking one big turn. Kaius is doing it right in front of the drone. Saxon's out the back, tags it a second time and a third. Saxon needs to hang on to this. He does. Down past the next heat, paddling out. Oh, Saxon.
Wow, Zane Asink managed to catch
right on cue.
Bomb out the back.
Runs over a couple of caddies.
Wow, you really see how wide this wave came by. Unfortunately, George Pitter also was out the back, and I'm guessing he was too deep. Zane, and I was wrong. He catches one in the back. A lot of whitewash on the face.
We don't even know whether this was included in the time, like when he stood up and all that. I'm not sure. Either way, that heat for me, there was a lot of good things to like about that. There was some really solid surfing. There was quite a few opportunities. Even Saxon got his opportunity at the end and needed a low 6. I think he had the wave. I'm not sure he gets the score.
Yeah, it's we're definitely gonna go on standby. I think the judges have some
the next heat will be on hold.
See, and
you'll probably, though, I'm confident you'll be having a chat with Kaius.
I'm sure I will be.
Okay, we are going to throw down to an ad break, and we'll get back shortly after that with Heat 6. Right, back to the live action. Here we are. They are our campaigners in Heat 6. Let me in on who they are, everybody. Billy Stammen in the red, last year's runner-up. Keep an eye on him. Monojo Yahagi is the surfer in the blue, Japanese surfer. Remember this name, Winter Vincent, the 18-year-old, is in white. It's been a total standout this week. And Rayan Fadul, the Brazilian, in green. So another really good matchup. We're probably going to be saying that all day as I look down the line and down the list. All the seeded surfers are here to play this morning. Billy Stammen is the biggest seed in this event for me, given the fact that last year's winner is not here. So him being the runner-up would give him potentially the gold jersey.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. Good to be back in the booth with you, and you are spot on. Billy Stedman, a solid performer, a standout performer, I should say, here at Krui last year.
His backhand is to die for, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really something to behold.
All right, so this is our Brazilian surfer, Rayan Fadul. Had a pretty good outing yesterday, found a couple of really long ripping waves. Was probably the reason that mainly got him into the round yesterday, out of the round yesterday to be here. His wave choice was spot on. How's the drone footage?
That, I was just going through my mind there, mate. That's world-class stuff from Ryan Williams, our drone operator. A lot of speed down the line there, mate. A few tic-tac-toes, but nothing really of consequence.
Did you see that last heat, Kai's King? 8.5?
I was in the athletes area, and I've got to say, mate, that every surfer stopped and had a look at that backhand attack of his, and I didn't know he was that good of a surfer, to be honest. So it's a bit ignorant of me, but that was world-class stuff.
Now you know.
I do, I know. I've been put in my place. It was enough to stop every athlete and stop all the jive talking that goes on there and look at that wave. It was good stuff.
And you know what else was more impressive about that ride, Billy? He sat there for 11 minutes before he got that opportunity, and so you've got to be thinking, to do what he did with sort of maybe some pent-up nerves inside, he definitely unleashed big time.
He took that heat out?
Yep.
That's we're just talking about the King brothers, Kais and Rasmus.
Okay.
His younger brother. They were the grommets. Let's have a look at this replay first. Yep. This is Billy Stedman. A smaller one. Yep. Easy as like banging out a couple of turns. Always looks comfortable, never rushed. But, he'll be looking to get out the back and get rid of that. Yeah, but those King grommets, they were the ones who were doing the surf checks in their big Cadillac around New South Wales with Metallica going full bore, and it went viral. It was like a couple of grommets just banging out to Metallica, checking for waves. Even the band got on board, thought it was absolutely epic. And so they've amassed a bit of fame through the internet and that sort of stuff, but I think that is all secondary to Caius's surfing ability, because wow, that really, if I had any hair, it would have been blown back.
If there's been a bit of hype. I've heard his name for a lot of years now, and he's been a prodigy for a number of years. I'm sure he's still aiming higher than what he's strung together in his surfing career. Could this be the event to really kickstart Caius King? That wave would suggest he's here to play. 8.50, I think, is just the second biggest number on the whole men's side of the draw. Mighty handy time to do it as well when you're in your first appearance, around a 64. That was the first surf for Caius.
Yeah, that's really going to, you wouldn't say rattle your opposition, but they're definitely going to take notice.
Oh,
well, I've got Caius in my next heat. I better be on point.
Rayan. So you were pretty right with his last score, Billy. A couple of tic-tacs you were suggesting it locked in at a 3.17, so he's going to have to get a bit more brutal. Nice little tail slide across the coping. Maybe a smidge of lost a little bit of flow, a little bit late on that layback thing. A little bit unusual, but he's got 2 scores. You can see Frederico out there with the big lens.
Yeah, one of the greats of Indonesian photographer is Federico. Liquid Barrel is his moniker, if you want to check it out. There's a lot of body talk in that first turn, Mark.
Yep, there's a little slide across the coping, a little bit of a stop moment before he restarts. A little bit of a funky next manoeuvre here. Watch this, Billy. Little
Yep,
made it, but at this level, it's not in the realms of the Caius King kind of energy. Now, we'll just see what happens here with this little set. Failing that, I'm just going to glance down the heat draw for the people online and I'll let you know who we got coming up. So really quickly, next heat, Marlon Harrison, Marzi, Bronson Mady, Mega Artana, Misha Margison,
Wow.
Michael Margison, Dylan Moffat right after that, Marto Joy, Alec Parada Reid, Morgan Siblick and Sheldon Simkus in heat 9. Can you believe that? How did that? They're up against Benny Spence and Nathan Cook. Ryuki Wider, X-Man Huxtable, Xavier, Lennox Smith, Danny Widianto, heat 10, Kian Martin, heat 11. All right, we'll get back to that because we are going to hear from Giada having a chat with Caius King. Go, Giada.
So I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Caius. You got that 8.5. I was in the booth. I was watching that heat, and by far it was the best wave that came by this morning. When you took off, what was going through your mind, and did you have any idea that it was going to be such good of a wave?
It was a really kind of strange start of the heat. We had like 10 minutes of just sitting there. So the heat before, I was watching, everyone was getting the good scores on the bigger, better waves that were running. So I just kind of had that as my game plan. I was sort of just going to wait the first little period until I actually got a good one, and luckily that one just held up and let me tee off the whole wave. So stoked.
We saw you on the way back quickly catch a second wave. Was that all part of the plan and your heat strategy, or did you just see that wave and went for it?
Yeah, it was for sure, because I realised how slow it was, and I didn't want to get caught with just an 8, and then, the boys still had 5s and 4s, so they could have easily, got a back up, and then I'd be waiting, and then, at least if I get myself in the double digits, it's a little bit better. I knew it was only going to be about a 3, so I thought if I could get that, I'm still got 4th priority. There was no sets coming, so then I'd wait again for another one, and luckily got that one at the end then too, because it could have been a gnarly little situation, but yeah, it's definitely handy having that 8.
Well, that was some really great heat plan. Being out there, I heard you commenting to your friend earlier that you were a little bit scared, you were nervous before you got that 8. What do you do or tell yourself to keep those nerves down and, kind of show what you got?
I've actually done that a lot kind of in the last sort of 2 years of competing, getting back on the QS. Kind of learnt how to just not get so caught up in my head, I feel like. So, yeah, even then I wasn't actually that nervous. It was just kind of, annoying for everyone because we all just want to catch waves, and when there's a 10-minute lull, you're kind of like, But, no, I mean, look where we are. We're in paradise. Can't get much better than this. Whether you win or lose, it's a win, really. So, yeah.
Is this your first time here in Krui?
No, I actually came over here, I think maybe 2017 or something for the Young Guns comp. They held a Young Guns over here, and we surfed all around here. So I kind of have my bearings a little bit. It's been a while though. So, but yeah, I love it here. It's epic.
Well, do you have anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, just g'day to everyone, and thanks for watching. G'day, Mum, Dad, and Ras, and. Yeah, I'm having a blast over here. It's real fun.
All right. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Good luck for your next heat.
Well, good words, wise stuff coming out of Caius King's mouth, and he just wants to surf, and he's in paradise.
Mate, have a go at him. He's got the mo. His old man will be super proud of that. He's got a cracker himself. He's a bit of a rock star, but...
Geez, we saw some good waves during that interview too, Billy.
Yeah, we did.
Saw one from Winter Vincent. Here's some replays. This fella here in the blue, Yahagi.
Yep.
We also saw Billy Stedman, some Olympic-style surfing out of Billy on that last wave.
Yeah, but Monoto Mahagi, look at that.
Yep, so there's
Yahagi.
3 really good scores to drop, actually. Winter Vincent went nuts and then fell, but Billy picked up a wide wave and kind of teed off.
Yeah, here we go. Here it is now, Mark. Look at it. We were watching this on when it was coming live, and we're making all sorts of funny expressions on our face because turns like that are what competition dreams are made of, and follows it up again. So this is Billy Stedman out of New Zealand, laying it down and showing the rest of the field, if you want to beat me, you better that.
Yep, that's what took him to a runner-up finish here last year. That backhand approach of Billy's is, just so reliable. It's so brutal. And you give that guy a backhand, look at a lip, and it's going to crush it every single time. Remember, there was a semi-final that he was in last year that he took down one of the big hitters. I can't remember who it was, but he got a wave, It might have been when he took down Rio wider in the semi. This is Winter Vincent, but he got a 9+ ride that everybody just jaws dropped. It was so sick. And it was the wave that Rio gave him. That's what it was.
Oh, right, yeah.
Rio gave it to him. Rio came and he was so disgusted with himself. He just picked up all his stuff and walked straight out of the area.
Straight onto the CT.
Straight onto the CT, pretty much. But, Rio, he took that to, a heavy loss for him because he gave Billy that wave. He had priority. He even looked at it, said, nah, and Billy took off on 9-4 or something later into the GF. Rio came in, grabbed his stuff dripping wet and just walked straight out. Not impressed with himself.
So 6.5 there for Mahonjo Yahagi. Mahonyo, I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that.
Billy's is probably up around the 8s,
horrible.
isn't it?
Yeah, you'd think so. Yep, we'll wait for that score to drop. It has. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to update.
Yeah, if we get everyone's 2 numbers, it'd be nice. Maybe Toto might be queuing that up for us.
817 it's come in at, mate. I've just recalculated the abacus. Yeah, 817 from Billy Steadman. Well into the excellent range. You pair that with his 3.53. It gets that heat total. So the requirements are mounting up for the rest of the field. Only a 5.21 for our Japanese surfer, Mr. Yahagi. Rayan Fadul needs a 3.34.
Yep.
And Winter just a little 1 or something like that to get through. So this is going to be a great heat.
It is. And those 3 of those surfers are off to a pretty good start, Billy. Looking at Stairman, obviously that's a huge number. We better write that down on our heat sheet here for our highlights reel later on. Yahagi's 6.5 is going to stand up as one of his best 2 at the end of the heat. And Winter Vincent's probably the first wave I've seen him not complete in his first 2 outings.
Yep.
But he did do some pretty good work. A 5.5, with a fall off out wide. Maybe a little costly, but for me, Rayan Fadul is going to have to step it up a little. The other 3 are really impressing the judges. Rayan is kind of doing a lot of surfing. Here he goes now, so he's got to do more quality surfing as opposed to quantity surfing. Here he goes. You can see the difference here at this level. And I hate to say this, Rayan, but it's kind of not as brutal as some of the other guys. The chook feathers don't fly around as much. This is a good section and lays in it now.
That's impressive.
See that little layback, and he does make it, but some people make those and ride straight out. So let's watch this as well, because the judges have been really favouring Winter.
Yeah, it's an impressive, mature style. We keep saying that. He's not too happy with that wave either, so he'll be looking to get it back and reload, just from his body language, throwing his head back. Yeah, I mean, Rayan, he had a great heat yesterday, and I'm not sure of the history of his surfing, but a great surfer, and this is such a good learning experience for all these surfers. But this guy, Winter Vincent, he has captured everybody's attention here at the Krui Pro. Look at that seamless transition between those turns. There's no triple pumping or anything on those bottom turns. It's a bit parko, rail to rail.
That was sick. That was so good. Okay, and then you square it off and compare it against something like what I was saying about what Rayan's doing.
Yeah, it's also the waves he's getting, mate. They're not that big, and that's half the size of the wave that Winter was on. So I'd love to see him on a set wave and really open up and show us what he's got.
Yeah, he's a great surfer by not riding him off too heavily here, but he compared to the surfing that some of the other boys are doing, Billy and Winter right there. Even Yahagi's one wave stacks up pretty good. So Rayan is locking in another 3, a high 3 that time. So the judges aren't really buying into that in comparison to what the other surfers are doing.
Yeah, well, I do like his approach. He's keeping busy.
He does. That's one of his tactics. That's what got him here.
Yep.
So he's sticking with that theory. Here comes a set pushing through now. You can see 3 big lumps approaching the lineup, sort of pushing a little wider. So somebody paddling out might drop into a little bit of joy. There's our worksite, Billy.
Yeah, look at all the flags. I'm loving it. There is the Korean flag. We've got one surfer who's competed from Korea in this contest. I'm going to have a word to her later on and maybe a little interview. It's a super interesting story.
All right.
The New Zealand flag. This is the Basque Country, I'm pretty sure.
He's coming up to our athletes area. It's where everyone hangs out while they're waiting for their heats. It's a really good inclusion. Nice big bit of space there. Our first camera tower is up next, right in the middle of your screen. Right behind that is the 2-story tower of the judges, thanks to Bobo Box. There's Timmy Hayne manning the camera, having a chat to Tippy.
Wow, I wonder what they're talking about.
I don't know.
Something
Definitely not the AFL.
All right, 10.5 minutes remaining in this one. It is Billy Steadman out to a pretty strong lead, but only via one wave, that 8.17. He won't like the look of the 3.53 at all. He'll be looking to torch that.
He'll get rid of that, trust me.
Yep. And Yahagi, also a very handy 6.50. He makes that his backup. That's pretty handy.
Yep, I reckon there's plenty of time on the clock to, these boys with those numbers. Even Winter, he'll have another good score. Winter will easily probably move up into second here. And he's paddling again, so the young Grom, we've got to remember this is his first QS event, everybody.
Yeah.
18 years of age, and I said, where have you been hiding? Oh, well, I was a little bit injured.
Oh, look at that turn, mate.
Blah, blah, blah. And he's here with Matt Cattle. His regular coach is Mick Kane, he says, so he's got a couple of wise heads giving him advice. And I reckon if that young boy keeps listening and improving, we're going to hear a lot more of Winter Vincent.
That's a bit of a meat and potatoes wave. But, it's going to come in, I don't know, you guess around the 5, a little bit more maybe.
He's still got a couple of scores to drop.
Yeah, and that wasn't
Billy.
a set wave. It didn't look like he was pushing the limits too much, so super impressive act. Here he goes again. Like, it's a medium sort of a wave. These turns tick all the boxes. He's not really pushing it. There's nothing, outside of his talent.
I'll tell you something else which is interesting. He told me during an interview. That's Griffin Colapinto's board that he rode when he won in El Salvador last year.
You're kidding me.
No, the exact board.
Wow. Good on you, Griff.
Yep, and good on you, Winter, for picking that up. He's making it look pretty damn good.
Caught up with Mike Marginson just in the last heat, mate. We're having a giggle that I interviewed him for his second place.
Well, that's all right. He'd be stoked as, I'm sure. And that's where you got to laugh off those things, Billy. It happened, and it was no one's fault. It was just a late decision coming through from the judges, looking at wave after wave. And by the time the beach interview went down, well, he was the winner at that point, but by the time the results dropped, he was second. But it's not every day you get interviewed for second place, but I reckon that was quite cool. I didn't mind it at all. Billy Bob.
Yeah, this is the Kiwi now, shoving it up through the lip. Doesn't look like falling off today.
Whoops.
Just one in and out. He's professional. He's a really good guy to have around the contest site. Everyone likes him. He brings a really good energy, and his surfing is something to behold. Big Billy Steadman fan sitting right here.
Yeah, me too, mate. All right, let's see what Fadul can do this time. The Brazilian, he's in third.
Oh, yeah.
He's living in the 3-point range at this stage, so he's got to be listening to those scores going, right, take the cue from the judges, mix it up. You've got to change something. You've got to get out of the threes. So still no numbers from Winter Vincent. He won't be. That's kind of a mismatch on the scoreboard right there, because he won't be in fourth.
No.
We haven't had any upgrades for a while. Okay, so to the lead, 7.67. He's got his backup 5.5. I think he still even has another number to drop, so... Effectively, to the lead, Billy Steadman won't like that one little bit. He's gone, hang on, I'm the big dog out here. I'm in the Olympics. There he is.
He's on the hoof, giving it a bit of a kick. I like that. When someone is paddling out the back and you're in a heat, look at it. It's paddling with intent. He's out there, and if you're the opposition, you're looking down there and you go, oh, here comes Steadman again. He just got a wave, and he's absolutely powering out to sit right next to me.
He's such an inspiration to anybody that wants to be a pro surfer. You grommets, take note of the professionalism from this guy. He's won more New Zealand national titles than any surfer for a reason. He's a deadly competitor. He does all the things right to help himself compete well, i.e. paddling out fast like you just saw.
Yep.
Down here every day, surf checks before heats, bantering with good friends, to try and get the tactics spot on. And he's just a deadly competitor. So, he will improve on that 3.83. Trust me, he needs a 5 to get back to Winter Vincent's top billing. But I first surfed with Billy a number of years ago at Lakey Peak when he was a Grom, and him and Ricardo came to town, and They were just so impressive. I went, these guys are that good. You know, surely we're going to hear more from them down the line. And they both ended up having cracks on the CT from time to time. Here he goes again. Take us through this, Bill.
Yeah, that is priority. He's used it. There's 6 minutes left, so he's probably thinking, I want 2 waves. But this one is going to run off right through the inside. He's already got a couple too. Gets a 2 for 1 on that little section there. That is the way to amass a whole lot of points on a medium to small wave. He's finding the lip every time he addresses it and continues down the line. Look at the caddy shack out the back. Everyone's watching this fella when he stands up on a wave. And just flares the tail a little bit. He's got it on a string this morning, Mark Clift.
Back to first.
Yep.
All right, and as I was alluding to, mate, he's like a veteran, you know. With a rashy on, he's surfed that many heats, this guy. He knows exactly what to do. Rarely does he mess up a heat. You've got to go out and beat somebody like Billy fair and square. So he needed a 5. For sure he's going to get it. You see the caddies look over their shoulder as he gets down to that corner of the reef. But lots of quality again for Billy. He knows the theory. Keep banging away, top to bottom. Show your power, show your flair.
Yeah, and he gets a really good read on the wave.
Look at all the caddies.
As you get older, as you know, Mark, you seem to read the wave a whole lot better, and you can see where you should go. It's just, you know, as you get really old, the body kind of...
You need your glasses to see where you're going.
it's not keeping up to where the mind wants to go. Let's have a look at Ryan now. Come on, mate. Stick it to us. Shove it through the lip. That's a better turn, but just coming unstuck in the flats. Fadul having a good old crack.
Billy, 607.
Lovely.
Stringing together just the sort of heat we would have expected from Billy. Yahagi doesn't do his best work right there. Winter Vincent, for the first time, is out of that first leading position coming towards the end of a heat. He's won both his first heats here this morning. He's still put together a mighty impressive 13-17 2-wave total. That's 767. I'm going to write that down as part of our highlight reel for later on, Billy. 767 for old mate in the white.
Yep.
All
yeah,
right.
I did notice the coaching and the development camp down there that Tommy Dixon and Matt Cattle and Noodle Webster are involved in. The Indonesian Olympic team are hanging right next to him.
Yeah.
And you know you've got to that's got to rub off. The professionalism from Cattle and the Surfing New South Wales crew, that's got to rub off on our Indonesian brothers and sisters, and that can only be a good thing in this co-sanctioned event.
Yeah.
It really promotes that sort of interaction.
Good that they're listening in and trying to steal some hints of you know, the Aussie camp and just see if it matches what their info they're getting, and you know, and trying to steal a few little tips here and there is always a wise thing. Under 3 minutes now. Priority with Winter. Let's hope he gets another opportunity. I'd love to see him try and track down a 6.58. Yahagi needs a mid-range 6, a big number for the Brazilian Rayan to get out of trouble here. Our next heat, really quickly for everyone online, it is Marlon Harrison. He won the NIAS event about this month last year.
Didn't he? Have a look at Billy going to the air and down. Sorry to interrupt, Mark, but that was
Bronson Matey is up next. There's a lot of hype around Bronson. All the Indos will be watching that. Mega Artana is a gnarly, really good, goofy footer, and he's up against Micah Margison as well. So 2 Aussies, 2 Indos.
That's going to be a
strap yourself in for
for
Heat 7, everybody. That's a banger. Two minutes. Come on, I want to see Winter get another chance here.
Yeah, I'm digging the QS 5000s. It's opportunities like this. Last year it was Java Searle, really captured our imagination, and he's kind of gone on to a lot of with Sean Gilhooly all the way from Lampung to here.
Remember, he got in that car and his boards were on the roof of our car, and he had no idea how he was getting to Krui. He just made his way to the airport by himself. He was about 16 or 17 out of Brazil, travelled across by himself. Speaking of Brazilians, Rayan, he's ridden a lot of waves, he's done a lot of turns, and he still can't bust out of the 3-point range. So a big learning curve, I think, here for Rayan. You've just got to be more brutal with your manoeuvring. Here he is.
He's having a crack. not the best morning for him. Said, hold your head up, son. You've done well.
Yeah, once you get into this round of 64, it's gnarly, Billy. Like, everyone is a good surfer. Here goes Winter. Is he even going to catch this thing?
No.
Doesn't need it, doesn't want it. All right, that's the end of that heat. So I will be having a chat shortly. Oh, Yahagi. Hang on.
Yahagi.
Yep.
Give him the old double tinner plates and give me some scores.
Anyway, I imagine I'll be having a chat with Billy Stearman, so yay. That's the end of a mighty impressive Heat 6, everybody. We'll just wait for our queue up. And Heat 7 we've predicted is going to be another blockbuster. Marlon Harrison, fresh off a 5,000 win. Well, not fresh, it was a year ago, but I'm sure there was a lot of confidence in his camp after that effort. Bronson Mady, Indonesian's big hope. He said, yep, it's time to get up there and really put some runs on the board. Out of Lakey Peak originally, into Bali, living with Rizal and his boy Baron.
Right, waiting for scores. That is probably the last of Yahagi that we're waiting for. That nice little aerial spinny thing, whatever it's called.
Helicopter. He's on the reef. Billy Stearman, good scoreline, 14.2. We're waiting for scores, I guess, for the air raid, the little helicopter from Yahagi. He needs a big number. It's not a big number. It's a 5.47, so it's all academic. I'll be having a chat with Billy. We're probably about to go on a short break. Not yet. Now. All right. We're going to cut off for a while. We'll be back with Heat 7 shortly.
We are live from Krui, South Indonesia. Heat number 7 is an absolute barn burner. Marlon Harrison, Bronson Maedi, Mega Atana and Micah Margerson. Don't go anywhere, folks. I'm joined by the great Chris Binns in the booth. This is going to be a fantastic one, mate.
Morning, Bill. God, I've wanted to say that for a long time. How are you? Boy, oh boy, this is a heat and a half. Wowee. Marlon Harrison, famous for winning the NIAS event last year. Bronson Maedi, the absolute future star, the next big thing coming out of Indonesia. Mega Atana, he's hot on his heels. And Micah Margerson, one of the most stylish Aussies on the scene. And all four of these guys could do all kinds of damage in this heat. Here's hoping the waves turn up to the party. Give us a rundown of what happened in the last heat. Looks like conditions were tailor-made for Billy, the belting backhand Stearman.
He just didn't look like he was going to fall off the whole heat. He really laid it down. One wave in particular got everybody's attention. Winter Vincent, though, continued along his merry way on the same board that Griffin Colapinto won some competition, the actual same board.
El Salvador, exactly a year ago. Yep.
So it was a really entertaining heat. But, mate, this one, Marlon Harrison, he certainly did win NIAS last year in a fantastic fashion too. The waves were a little bit sleepy for a few days. He locked into a tube up there at NIAS this time last year. Once he came out of it, the waves started firing for the next 3 days, and he just continued along that right-hand point break inside the tube more often than not.
So we need Marlon to pull into a tube here. Is that what you're suggesting?
We need him to carry on with that winning
And just
way.
open the floodgates.
Yep. So Marzi, a super cool young fella and a cracking surfer. Bronson 80 out of Lakeys, originally been under the tutelage of the great Rizal Tanjung. He's hanging around, the godfather of Indonesian pro surfing. Mega Atana, my favourite from Halfway Board Riders. Also under the tutelage of Bowl and Garut. And Micah Margerson. Having a bit of a chat with Micah before, there's something in the pipeline he's working on. We're talking about boards from his old man and how they're kicking around and Morris Coles, and I don't want to give too much away, but it seems like a really good project that he's doing. So everyone, keep your antennas up in the Micah Margerson field, because something really cool is in the pipeline.
I caught up with Micah's dad, Brendan, at a barbecue in Margaret River a month or so ago. He's about to head up north for the first time back to the desert since the Jack McCoy days with Billabong.
Oh, wow. Here he goes. Marzi through the lip on the backhand. It's a deadly one. We saw it here last year. He's compact, he's stylish, and he's also timing down to a T. He's got his timing down. The end section's going to keep on delivering. Love that hand on the front of the nose to make sure he gets through to this section. Marlon Harrison, a fantastic way to open your campaign here at the Krui Pro 2023. What do you think of that, Chris?
Well, I love that he's wearing the red checkerboard Quicksilver trunks.
Yeah.
They're a couple of seasons old, so maybe these are Marlon's lucky pants.
Yeah.
This is there's nothing lucky about this first wave. He's picked off a doozy and just slapped it from start to finish. I surfed with Marlon last night. Couldn't tell you anything about how he was going because it was pitch black out there at the time, and we were all terrified about how we were going to get in.
And the lightning that was cracking last afternoon. Look at that ending manoeuvre, that finishing manoeuvre, rather. Really relaxed, knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, one of the last heats of the day, Giada asked me if I was going to go for a surf afterwards. And I said, don't be silly. It's going to get so dark so quickly. And then walking back to my comm, I could see that there weren't many people out. I was like, oh, maybe I could do this.
By the time you got back.
And I saw Gene Hardy floating around, filming Willow. And I was like, what do you reckon? And I think he kind of told me into a closeout. He's like, oh, if you come from around the back of the reef, you'd get out in time. 2 minutes later, I'm in knee-deep, shallow reef, uncharted waters. It was my first ever time surfing there. I was trying to convince myself that I'm sure some life coach in Chengdu or Byron would be saying, look, if you really want to learn about a wave, surf it in the dark. Get to feel its auras and its chakras. And I mean, I was more worried about getting to know the reef intimately, but managed to steer clear of too much carnage. Got a couple of waves in the dark.
Nice. Well, we saw you leaving Lani's. And your two old life coaches there getting to refreshment were thinking, what an idiot.
All right, Marlon opens with a 4.83, so setting the baseline upon which all other waves will be measured for the rest of this heat. 18 minutes to go. He's not yet back to the lineup. When he makes it back to the top, he will go into fourth priority. Bronson, Mega and Micah yet to open their accounts. All right, here goes Micah Margerson on his backhand. Flying down the line, spikes the first turn nicely. Drawn out bottom turn, crunches the lip for a second time. Bit more of a carve on the third one. This one bowls for him. And Micah, 4 turns, a little bit of a swerve. Still working his way down the line. Gets another section. Would love to have pulled the nose out of that one. It pokes and goes down, but that's all right. 4 big turns out the back for Micah will be his opening score. Possibly just a little bit in front of Marlon, but what do we know in this booth? What we do know is that we're going to cross over to Mark Clift, who's having a chat with Billy the Olympian Stamond.
Righto, everybody. Here we are down in the athlete area. I've got the winner of the last heat, Billy Stamond. Taken 2.5 days to get out there and surf a heat, Billy. You must be happy with how that went.
Yeah, it's pumping out there. It can be slow at times, but there's plenty of opportunity for everyone to get waves, and I managed to sneak a couple. It took me about 2.5 days to get here, so two and a half days rest has been nice.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but runner-up here last year, when this came on the schedule, you must have just went, there is no way I'm missing out on the Krui Pro.
Yeah, for sure. I was, to be honest, after the Worlds, I was pretty tempted to go home, but yeah, I do like going left, and I love the place here in Krui, and I'm staying at the same place I've stayed at the last 3 years, so it was a bit of a mission, but being here and kind of getting settled and catching some waves and getting amongst it's been so super fun. So I'm stoked to be here.
And you're coming off a high, qualifying for the Olympics again, and then Krui pops up, and you're like, does it get any better? You go and have an insane heat, mate. You must be running on a dream right now, yeah?
Yeah. Last week was huge, and it hasn't really settled in. I did the competition over there, and all the hype was pretty high, and but I've got to reset for another competition, and I'm here to get some points and some money, and do my best in the competition. Hopefully, go one better than last year. But I'm super stoked to be here. I'm enjoying my time, and the weather's nice. The waves are pumping. Can't complain.
Well, when I saw your name pop up on the heat draw, I went, yay, Billy's here. And a lot of competitors went, oh, Billy's here. We were alluding to before as well, you've won X amount of New Zealand championships, more than anybody. What is that number?
Yeah, it's number 8. I had a good paddle. Elliot's here. He got second this year, and Doon came to the Worlds with me this year as well, and he won. So, the competition in New Zealand's pretty strong now, and obviously I'm stoked to get those national titles. It's a good stepping stone for me.
Well, you're a huge inspiration to Kiwis here as well. I'm sure there's a whole lot of Kiwis at home that want to be like you. Would you like to have a bit of a chat to the crew that might be watching at home and say something wise?
Yeah, I mean, hey to everyone at home. I actually had Taj here from Australia out there caddying for me. He's over here doing a junior kind of development thing with all the Aussie boys. So it was cool to have him out there. And obviously, hopefully I can motivate everyone at home to kind of push for their dreams and chase their dreams. Anything's possible. Obviously, I just qualified for the Olympics again, which I'm pretty proud of. And, anything is possible. And can't complain. The waves are pumping over here. Hey to all my friends and family at home. I miss you guys. I can't wait to get home in a few weeks and celebrate.
Well, I'm confident we're going to be having a few more chats over the next few days as well. So I'll just say congrats, Billy. That's a great way to start.
Thank you. Cheers, boys.
Over and out. Back to you guys.
Unreal. Thank you very much from one Billy to another.
Yeah, right on. I got to interview him last year in Nias. It was a pleasure. One of the highlights of my time up north.
He's a good fella, Billy.
Right, Micah Markinson's opening score, 5.67. You can see it up there on the screen. Marlon, 4.83 for his first one. So no one bussing into the good range as yet. Got a replay here, Chris.
Yep, so this is Micah's high-scoring wave for the heat. That was a really strong turn. Not much there, but he still threw a big bucket of spray. That was a significant turn as well. So just the kind of 4 hits that are going to count. He'd love to have thrown a little bit of spice at this one. The wave didn't quite cooperate, and he pokes the nose and goes down. But he moves into the lead with a 5.67.
Yeah, you think if he didn't fall off at the end there, mate, it would have gone well into the good range. Plenty of time left here. Goes the speed machine from halfway, Megaratana. His turns are just starting to match his speed in the last couple of years. And check that out, a big fan of Indian Ocean going above his board. That's a better turn from the Balinese kid. A lot of energy in his surfing. And a lot of energy in that fall-off face plant.
So when you say halfway, that's halfway Kuta in the guts of Bali?
Yeah, in the hood. Big shout out to Bowl and Garut and Gunter Yassa. And also Nick Chongbru. Yeah, check out coming down with the lip. And not really getting going on this wave. We know he's capable of so much more. So there's plenty of time left. Get out there, get a set wave. Don't be intimidated by these 3 rock stars sitting out the back with you. We know you're capable of it, Mega. Let's see it.
Yeah, so those names that you just mentioned quickly, Garut Widiata, Radicha Rondi, Bowl, they've stepped away from the contest scene, you think? They're sort of focusing on having kids and surfing up the Bukit when it's firing?
Yeah, I think COVID really took a good swipe at that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the immense talents, those 3 surfers you just mentioned, Chabul, Adibal Putra and Garut Widiata.
All cousins, all related to the great Gantiasa.
Yep, immense talents, but sometimes the pathway is not clear through to a CT. It's you're an absolute rock star in Bali. You're having a good life there. The thought of putting on a 3-2 and going to surf onshore Manly to try and qualify it's a hard decision to make. And when those guys,
no offence to any Manly fans who are tuning in out there,
yeah, totally offensive. But the pathway wasn't really clear when they were at their absolute peak. I think Garut's backhand is one of the best I've seen in the world, but
hardly anyone's seen his backhand because he spends his whole time getting pitted at Bingen and Penang.
Well, you watch the HT contest that he's competed in, and it's something to behold. But those guys didn't quite make it to the CT. But without that crew we've just mentioned, and Rizal and all those OG surfers in Bali, there's no Rio Waeda, there's no pathway to the CT for an Indonesian surfer. As we see Mega,
that was a
better
beautiful
wave.
turn.
Well surfed. Yeah, there's no pathway for those guys to get through. So, they didn't quite reach the stardom that Rio is reaching now, but they can hold their heads high and know they've had a massive influence and a massive.
Well, they've sort of laid the foundation for this next generation,
yes,
that's going to come.
Yep.
We're seeing Rio on the championship tour now, absolutely flying the flag. Literally for Indonesia, was the flag bearer at the last Olympics at Tokyo. Here goes Micah Marguson. First turn was good, bit of downtime, and he gets out of there, realises that this wave was kind of getting a little bit slopey underfoot. 10 minutes remaining. He is in the lead. Talk us through the replay, Bill.
I like it how he stabbed it through the lip there, and that's really hard to do. Nothing really eye-catching on this wave, just a bit of nuts and bolts surfing on that first turn. He's not going to be happy with that. Bronson 80. They're yet to get going. Speaking of immense talents, these guys, Bronson, Weston, they've got that talent to take it to the next level. And it's contests like this that gives them exposure. Here goes Marzi, Chris.
Yeah, on his backhand, that was a good turn. Great section here, hammers that on point with his connection, and a third big belt for Marlon Harrison. He's out of there. That's going to go close to putting him into the lead. So 9 minutes remaining. Here is the replay. Bronson turned his nose up at this one. Talk us through it, Bill.
A little bit Billy Stedman-like. Doesn't look like he's going to fall off. Very deliberate manoeuvres. He's eyeing off the correct part of the wave to hit. You see those last two bashes right in the lip zone. Judges eat that stuff up.
We can see Magaratana there. He's waving his arms around for a score that has not yet dropped. So no doubt the beach commentary will get that to him as soon as it does lock in. Generally a good sign if the judges are taking a little bit of time over it. They're watching the replays, they're considering the score seriously, which means it's, potentially a wave of consequence. If it was a dud, they'd just throw a 2 or a 3 at it and move on very quickly.
Yep, you're right there, Chris. The pressure never stops in the judging tower. You're trying to get a score right, you're watching replays, you're comparing from the last heat maybe even, or you're comparing the waves from this heat, and all the while surfers are waving their hands wanting a score. The broadcasts are wanting a situation update, so hats off to the judges up there in the tower, headed up by the great Todd Rosewell this year. Ty Sharati doing a great job up there for the WSL. A strong Indonesian contingent on the judging panel. A couple of Aussies. Nick Muntz amongst them. There we go, a 6.27 for Magaratana. A couple of good turns.
Wow.
Briefly into the lead, but Marlon Harrison's 6.23 has taken him to the top of the leaders board. Things are hotting up.
Yeah, so a little bit of separation now. Well, not too much between first, second and third, but this man, Bronson Mady, needs to start doing some damage. It's not going to happen on that wave. had the wobbly boot on first turn and goes down. So he will now slip down to 4th priority. You never know, that might take the pressure off him a little bit. He doesn't have to think about what he's going to catch. We can see him making his way down the point, perhaps just to surf a little bit less unencumbered by the burden of priority and just work down the line and catch a few more waves, because there are plenty of waves breaking all over the show. But from where he's sitting with 4th priority, if he was to take off, any of those 3 men on the right of the screen could very rightfully drop in on him. So, yeah, not much to be gained surfing above the guys with priority out here.
A bit of cat and mouse going on there. Micah and Marlon paddling up the point, paddling down the point. 6 minutes to go. Let's have a look at this one. It is Marlon Harrison out in the lead. Mega Atana only needs a 4.79. Micah a 4.28. Bronson an 8.94. The scary thing about that, we know Bronson can do that in one wave.
We'll do it in one turn. Yep, so Bronson from Lakey Peak, but has been in Bali for probably about 4 years now?
A bit more, yeah.
Has moved in with the Tanjung family. Rizal's taken Bronson under his wing, alongside, Bronson and Varun Tanjung, surfing buddies. You see the two of them walking down the beach, and you may as well paddle in.
Just, go to the refreshment stand. Yeah, you put Western Hurst in that mix, and so many gold chains and cool hats and
back in the day,
blistering surfing.
Back in the day, they were all sponsored by Hurley. When Hurley was running the, all their Groms had to wear fluoro T-shirts.
Yeah.
And you'd just see this fluorescent packet of Skittles walking down the beach. There'd be that Ben Benson would be part of the gang.
Yeah, Benny Benson, yeah.
And you just go, oh no, here we go.
Right, here is the situation you just spoke about, mate. Bronson is having a sniff at this, but the priority holder is Micah. He doesn't want it. Mega Atana now. It's an inside one that no one else was in position for. Mega was, and that's a good looking turn. Probably his best one this heat so far. Follows it up with a bit of a lip bash. I like it. A lot of body talk through that turn. Even more on the third. Mega Atana getting things going now with 4 minutes and 20 remaining. The kid from halfway flares the tail, but a little bit too much and can't ride out of the finishing manoeuvre. But a good wave nonetheless, Chris.
Definitely was. So this heat is heating up. Here goes Mega for a long way downtown. That was a great turn. Just opened the shoulders, engaged the rail, held it for a long time. Second turn, bit more of a slice off the top. Wasn't bad either. And the third turn, just back to pure grunt. And a little bit more garnish down the bottom of the wave as well. A bit of flare, not quite riding out of that one, won't count for anything, but all the damage done up the top. 3 big turns to get things going. It's going to be a decent number for Mega Atana.
It is, mate, and
I can't believe there's only 3.5 minutes to go in this heat. Micah Margison has a 5.67. He needs a 4.28 to get up into first or second. I think Mega Atana is going to sail into the lead when his next score comes in. And Bronson Mady is going to be, I would suggest, in a combination.
Yeah, could be in that town that no one wants to be in. Yeah, I was gushing over Mega Atana's heat yesterday. He was behind and he paddled inside and got a couple under 4th priority, and that's how he won his heat yesterday. He might mirror that today and do it again. So the Indonesian now, I'm speculating is going to stick it to the Australians and take that first position.
Okay, Micah Margison is on the move. He's got priority. He needs to cash it in on a 4.28. He'd love to go 6 or above. And, well, this wave looks like it could have a bit of potential on it. Open face carve to get things going. Up into the lip, throwing plenty of spray there. Bashes that one.
Needs a big finish, and
Come on.
can he hold on to it? He sure can. He looks at the judging booth, bit of a smile. I'm not sure if they were finger guns or 2 thumbs up, but either way, that was a bit of a celebration. Marzi with the comeback right now. 2 turns, wave races off without him. He would love that one to have just bit the reef and kept running, but 2 strong turns. He's looking to replace a 4.83. Micah, you know that he's going to replace his 2.5. We're still waiting on that score to come in for Mega, so this one,
here we go.
Talk us through it, Billy.
Well, I'm thinking we missed a couple of turns out the back maybe, but that's one. Cranked it around. We may have joined him just here on the wave. Nope, you're right. 2, 3 turns. Don't know if that's going to amass enough points, but I like this from Micah. Especially the first one. This turn of consequence was good. This one was a really dangerous turn. Could have quite easily fallen off. And then that finishing, and pow pow, here come the guns. Bang.
I still think they could have been thumbs up.
That could have been the double Fonzie.
Yeah. All right, last score in for Mega. So he's got a 6.27 and a 5.6 to be in the lead. Micah Margison is now chasing a 5.4 for second. He and Marlon Harrison both have waves to come. Bronson Mady has priority and is chasing 2 waves. So unless this was the backdoor shootout and you could get a 12 for a wave, Bronson is on the ropes well and truly.
Yeah, what a pity.
How is this one going to play out? The fate of Marlon Harrison and Micah Margison is in the hands of the wise men and women in the judging tower next to us.
I wonder if I'll actually get to have a chat with Micah. Legit one this time.
Interview him regardless. So 15 seconds to go. Not sure we'll see any more action of significance apart from in the judging booth.
That's a real pity about Bronson Mady. I was looking forward to seeing that talent for the rest of the draw. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, so don't get too down on yourself, young man.
Well,
splashes the water. He's not too happy about things.
I don't mind that.
Yep.
It shows that he's engaged and cares. Okay, the fate of Micah Margison and Marlon Harrison is in the hands of the judges. We're going to tell you how that one has played out after this quick break. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is WSQS 5,000 event, so 5,000 vitally important qualifying series points on the line. We've got the best surfers from the Oceania and Asian regions, and in the water right now, Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, coming up against Made Josatrawan from Indonesia. Bali. Kenta Ishikawa is the surfer in white from Japan, and Elliot Parata Reid, one of the standouts of the first day of competition all the way from NZ Bro, is the surfer in the green jersey. We've had some scores drop in that last heat, and Micah Margison, it was a 6.1 for his last wave. The 2 thumbs up were merited because he has jumped his mate Marlon Harrison and gone from 3rd to 2nd to advance. Mega Atana took the win. Unfortunately, Marlon Harrison and Bronson Mady bow out. There was about 0.7 of a point separating Micah and Marlon in the end. Whew.
Here goes Elliot Parata-Reid surfing in the green jersey. And he is travelling with Jack Thomas, who we unfortunately saw get bumped earlier. Needed a wave at the end that never came. Here goes Elliot on his backhand, looking to pick up where he left off on the first day. And that's going to be a strong opener for the Kiwi. Giada Lagarde, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back. Yeah, I was out there watching some heats, and the waves are firing. I can't wait to get out there. This is a beautiful first wave from our surfer in green, Elliot Parata-Reid. This is obviously the judges' point where they see it. Obviously, they don't look at the drone footage, but that drone stuff that Ryan is doing out there is absolutely amazing. You can see a whole different angle, but it can be a little bit deceiving sometimes, as the wave might always look better from above.
Everything looks good from the drone.
I'm really excited to watch this heat. Dylan is definitely one of my favorite surfers to watch, as well as Made Joy, our local Padma boy, or Legian board rider, sorry. And this is our surfer in
This is
white.
Kenta Ishikawa, the surfer in white, from Japan on his backhand. And behind him, I think Dylan Moffat is flying into action. Highly touted Aussie, came oh so close on the challenges to qualifying for the championship tour last year, and this is a big, strong opening wave from the North Narrabeen lad. He surfed as a wild card at the Rip Curl Pro Narrabeen when the CT came to his home beach in 2021, and now Made Joey sat 301. He would love to have ridden out of that last turn, because he was well on his way to a number. Looking forward to seeing the replay of Dylan Moffat's entire wave. I think we might have a big number coming our way. A 5.5, the opening score for Elliot. Talk us through this one, Giada.
This is Dylan. What a beautiful first wave. Just kind of like an opening turn there. That was super critical. He followed the lip, and this was a money turn for sure of that wave. Perfect timing. He got it in all the right spots. And this is our surfer in white, our Japanese surfer. A little bit of a smaller wave. Unfortunately, oh no, he did make it. I'm sorry. It was Made Joy who fell. It was a nice, sharp-looking wave. Turns from our surfer in white. And behind red came Made Joy, our Legian board riders. I'm sure everyone is watching back at home. A beautiful...
Oh, he needed to make that.
Yeah.
That was a great turn if he could have ridden out of it. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. So Elliot Parata-Reid first scoring a 5.5. He has priority sitting in the lineup all by himself while he waits for Dylan, Made Joy and Kenta to get their way back to the lineup. They've now joined him. Some scores to drop as well. Dylan Moffat goes into the excellent range with an 8-point ride. While the rest of the numbers are dropping in, we're going to cross over to the competitors' deck, catch up with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks very much, fellas. I am here with a halfway hero, Mega Atana. Brother, that was, try and concentrate, that was a really heavy heat. Bronson, Marlon, Micah, you came out of, that must feel really good.
Oh, it's felt good because they're all surfing really good and pretty tight heat. Just, yeah, hoping for the best one coming. Can make through the heat. Yeah.
Now you got your scoring wave, your last one, under priority again. You did this yesterday. You paddled out with fourth priority, swung around, got a medium to small one, delivered and took out the win. You've done it 2 days in a row. How do you keep your nerve?
Yeah, I just want to keep in the momentum. So after I got last priority, so kind of waiting on the inside just to get a backup score. So yeah, lucky it's working.
It certainly is. You're the crowd favourite here. Everyone wants to see you do well. Lots of speed. Your turns are really connecting together. You're feeling the flow. You're feeling the a good go along.
Oh yeah, just feel the surf good and connect with the board. All the no pressure. Just, yeah, feel good.
Now, let's look down that camera and give the Halfway boys a big shout out. Come on.
Oh, thank you, boys. Thank you, Halfway board riders. And yeah, thank you, team. All the team in Halfway.
All right, I'm here with the Energizer Bunny, Mega Atana. It's been a pleasure, mate. Congratulations. Keep it rolling. See you later on in the draw. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty. Thank you very much, Billy. Hang on. All right, all scores have dropped in. Dylan Moffat's 8, the best wave of the heat, up into the excellent range, and deservedly so. That's put him in the lead. Elliot Parada-Reid, his 5.5 still sees him in the top 2. Kenta Ishikawa, just a 3.5. Mate Joey, a 2.57 that would have been significantly greater if he could have completed his end section manoeuvre. So Dylan Moffat coming out of the gates, all guns blazing, and why not? He's got a clip on, well, it's on Stab from a couple of years ago on their Instagram that's gone pretty viral over the last few days. A wave of his life, got so drained at a little wave, not a little wave, a big wave just up the coast from where we are now. So this is a very happy hunting ground for Dylan Moffat. And an 8-point ride on the only wave he's caught so far in this heat suggests that he's feeling it this morning.
You know who else had their little moment of fame here last year was Mate Joy. He copped one of the biggest wipeouts I have ever seen caught on camera. It was one of those massive, massive days out here in Krui, and he caught a massive bomb, and it just absolutely devoured him. It even got on Stab. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Did he pull in? Was it a closeout? What happened?
Well, he tried to pull in, and I'll get back to it as we watch Dylan's second wave. A really nice looking wave, maybe not as walled up as his earlier one.
Oh.
Actually, I take that back.
Oh, plenty of drift out of the tail. That's the turn that Mate Joey wanted to do on his last wave. He couldn't complete it. Dill Moffat says, I'll show you how. And that was so steezy, just really kicked out the tail. Plenty of drift, looked in total control from start to finish. This is going to be another significant number for Dylan Moffat, and I'm not even sure if he had priority. Here goes Elliot Parada-Reid sitting second. He's got a huge wall out in front. Whoa. He had a little bit too much speed there, couldn't quite rein it in, and it goes down hard, which now flips priority over to Kenta Ishikawa. And Mate Joey Setriwan is sitting there. Tell us more about Mate Joey's viral wave from last year.
Well, yeah, so it was in his heat, and he caught this bomb. He tried to pull in, but as he was going into it, I think he noticed how much of a monster that wave was. As he was trying to pull back out of it, the lip just came over him and knocked him out. It was so gnarly. Stab posted it. I'm even sure maybe Surfline. It was definitely a big moment for the Krui Pro.
Did he get through the heat afterwards?
No.
Hang on, let's have a look at the replay of Dylan Moffat's. That wave, well, that first turn was strong. This is a setup, but you can just see his board looks glued to his feet. This was great, and then the ender in this next section, he pushed it so hard. Look at the drift. Half of his board, all 3 of his fins clicking out the back over the coping, and he rode out of that effortlessly smooth. This is going to be another good number for Dylan Moffat, and really set him up for success. That is Morgan Siblick on the screen, travel buddy of Dylan, and we've seen Morgan surf at the top 5. He made it to the WSL finals at Trestles a couple of years ago in his rookie year on tour. Took the world by storm, beat John Florence famously a couple of times to kick off the year, and just could not miss. Made the final at Rottnest, where he lost to Gabriel Medina in the Rip Curl Pro Search Rottnest. And then in his second season, definitely suffered a case of the second season blues. Back to the challenges, and he definitely deserves another crack at the highest level, because Morgan Siblick belongs up there. An incredible surfer, just looks so volatile when he takes off,
And he's just coming to this event for a bit of fun, I think. A lot of them are doing that. It's such a good wave, and there's so many waves up and down the coast that it's basically a surf trip with a couple of heats thrown in the mix for good measure. Sheldon Simkus is on the screen in the blue jersey, so we'll be seeing him in action as well. Let's have a quick look at that heat. It's Morgan Siblick in red, Sheldon Simkus in blue, Benny Spence is the surfer in white, and Nathan Cook is the surfer in green.
That's a massive heat coming up.
That's huge.
That is going to be a great heat to watch. I'm very excited.
Oh boy. So the last score for Dylan Moffat has dropped in, and it's looking like a 9-point ride. So Dylan Moffat, 2 waves. I reckon you roll up the leads and bring it in. He's got an 8 and a 9, a 17-point total, the best total we've seen so far this week. And that's going to be tough for anyone to beat over the rest of the week as well. And they're the first 2 waves that he's caught in this event.
Yeah, that is some crazy stuff from Dylan Moffat. I actually caught up with him earlier this morning just before we started the contest, and I asked him, I haven't seen him around, and he told me that he was laying low. He's been hanging around in his room a lot. He's just been, chilling. Hasn't been surfing too much out here, so I'm guessing it's working out for him.
Let's have a look at the replay. So a 9-point ride, the result. Bit of downtime, fluently through that first carve. Love how much water he throws without seemingly putting in too much effort, and that turn was massive. I think that might have been his opening 8.
Yeah, I thought that was...
Oh, look, he's only got half a head.
Dylan Moffat, one of the nicest guys on the QS as well. Always smiling, always happy. I don't think I've ever seen him upset at any point. He's not only a great surfer, but a great human as well. Okay,
here goes Mate Joey on his backhand. Putting the pink blade through its paces. First turn was strong. It needs a little bit of a bigger wave. Not too much of consequence on that one. He's out of there, 11 minutes remaining. Dylan Moffat surfed in the Rip Curl Pro event at Narrabeen as a wild card while working at the Rip Curl store at Narrabeen. So in between heats, he was selling event merch. And got through a few rounds, landed a monstrous air in one of his heats. And it was a real kind of moment of pride for the underdog Aussies, that the fact that just a local bloke working at the local surf shop can come out on the championship tour and claim a few scalps at his home beach tells you that the state of Australian surfing is pretty strong. And 10.5 minutes to go. Dill finished inside the top 15 on the Challenger Series last year, narrowly missing out. I think someone beat him in a last heat that cost him his spot on the championship tour this year. He and Jacob Wilcox just seem to be eternally the first or second guys to miss out, and I think all of Australia, East Coast or West, would love to see either of those guys finally crack it to get a fully fledged go at the championship tour. They've had a few wild cards over the years. Jacob Wilcox has probably surfed in 10 CTs to this point. And there's a big difference between surfing without the pressures as a wild card or surfing for an ongoing place on the tour. 9 minutes 40 to go. This is Elliot Parada-Reid. Second priority, cashes it in. This is a good looking wave. He wants to get rid of his 0.87. He's done that pretty comfortably. And this is going to put him up into second.
This is a really good wave for Elliot. That one of those second or third turns was actually really nice. He managed to throw a lot of spray, has some nice sections. He belted some sections out there. And this is going to be a really great backup.
Yeah, it was a smart wave, Elliot Parada-Reid. He knows it's not going to be a huge score, but he knows that it's going to put him well and truly into second and apply a little bit of pressure to Mate Joey and Kenta Ishikawa, who then have to surf for their spot in one of the advancing 2 positions. At this stage, you'd imagine there's really only one spot up for grabs because Dylan Moffat has signed, sealed and delivered this one.
And Elliot Parada-Reid, I'm going to call that a sensible wave. Nothing too explosive. It's not going to make any highlights packages. He couldn't care less. It's going to put him up into second place. And by the time he gets out, if no one else has caught a wave, then he hasn't really lost too much apart from a couple of priority positions.
Yeah, it's looking like this is a fight for second spot. Dylan's just out there. He's probably just going to wait till he gets priority and catch the next set he sees.
He's not going to scrounge, that's for sure. He's not going to take off on anything that looks worthy of less than an 8. Why would you? You come to these kind of events not just to win points, but also to surf fantastic waves without too many people in the water. And when you're sitting on a 17-point total and there's 8 minutes remaining, you don't need to grovel. You're going to sit out the back and you're going to wait for a bomb.
For sure.
He's got second priority, so Kenta Ishikawa, who's in the foreground in the white jersey, he has right of way on this wave. Dylan didn't even bother paddling because he knew that Kenta was 100% going to go for it. And that does give Dylan priority. Kenta just, well, he landed it, but then sort of hooked himself back straight into the white water, so that's not going to count for much. Dylan Moffat has priority, but if your Made Joey said 301, so we've seen Elliot Parada-Reid's last wave come in at a 4.57. So Made Joey is now looking for a 5.9 to get up to second. He'd be sitting there wondering if Dylan is going to catch a wave to do Elliot a favour and keep him off, or if Dylan's just dropping anchor looking for a bomb. So there's an interesting dynamic at play now. 6.5 minutes to go. Dylan and Elliot are mates, and Dylan could easily use his priority to keep Made Joey off a wave. But does Dylan want to do that, or does he want to just sit there and drop another insane wave that he doesn't really need?
No, but if I were Dylan, I would probably just try catch another wave because the afternoons and the mornings are impossible. So he's cruising. I would catch my next bomb and maybe help.
Well, also, it's not a team sport. It's an individual sport, and priority is a minefield at the best of times. You're better off just looking out for yourself. We saw Indonesian surf fans will see how the priority worked out for Rio Wider at Sunset this year. Zeke Lau was leading the heat. Leo Fioravanti was in third, chasing a score. And Rio went for a wave, and for whatever reason, Zeke, who had first priority, decided he'd try and help Leo out. And he ended up getting a priority on Rio to try and help Leo that cost him the heat. And it's, in the end, that one moment has led to a bit of a spiralling for Zeke that's now seen him miss the cut this year. So as much as you want to be a good bloke sometimes, you have to put yourself first. It's not a team sport. And if Dylan's sitting there with a 9 and an 8, I don't reckon he's going to be grovelling just to help his mate Elliot.
No.
Here goes Elliot Parada making his way up the points. And now there's another dynamic at play between Made Joey, who has second priority over Elliot Parada-Reid. Made Joey is looking for a 5.9. And he can drop in on Elliot. So if Elliot was to turn and go on a bomb, who knows?
It looks like there is something coming out the back. This could be the last opportunity for Made Joey to get.
Well, look at this. Elliot Parada-Reid is turning. He is going. Is Made Joey going to spin and fade him, or is his mate Dylan going to fade him? He is too. So in the end, Dylan Moffat, all of my hypotheticals are going out the window. Dylan's like, I might just bash this one a few times and make my way into the beach. Oh, huge fin throw reverse. That was sick from Dylan Moffat with 4 minutes remaining. He's just having fun. You can see what happens when the pressure goes off. With a 9 and an 8, he is free just to throw a bit of flair in the mix. And that fin chuck reverse from Dylan Moffat on his backhand was nuts. Here goes Elliot Parada-Reid.
up into the lip. We didn't see what he kicked things off with on this wave. We'll catch up with all of that on the replays, but 3.5 minutes to go, and all of my babble about priority games went completely out the window because there's heaps of waves, so it doesn't really matter. Here goes Kenta Ishikawa. He needs a 6.57 to get himself into second. Not going to happen on that occasion. Dill Moffat, I wonder where the judges will go for the score. That's a new move for the week. We haven't seen a fin toss like that one in Arashi this week.
Yeah, that was really impressive. So it's gonna be interesting to see what the judges score. That here is the replay of Dylan's wave, using his priority, a beautiful first opening carve straight into the second one. A little bit more of a check turn to get this section. Oh, that was insane. That was beautifully done, perfectly executed. He's just having fun out there, zero pressure. And behind him, Made Joy with a beautiful roundhouse cutback and trying to complete this turn, but unfortunately doesn't make it. And right behind him is Elliot Reed. This is gonna be a really nice finishing to this heat with 2 minutes left. Made Joy looking for almost a 6. I don't think he's gonna get it from that last score, but it looks like there's something coming out the back, another set. So we'll see if Made Joy gets his chance, as well as Ishikawa.
All right, 2 minutes remaining before I go and have a chat to Dill Moffat. He has the whole field comboed, so Elliot needs a 17-point total to get up to the lead. It's a battle for second place. Made Joey needs a 5.9, and here he goes. Drone angle not doing us any favours. I would imagine this is a bit of a slopey wave. Couple of carves so far. Yet to see a really steep section. And still just climbing over some white water. Open face carve. Bit of a pump to get back to the rebound. So this is a burger.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be the 5.9 he's looking for. So a smart move from Elliot. He looked at it and decided not to go.
Here's the front on angle. You can see even from sea level there was not a whole lot on offer. That was a great turn, through plenty of spray, and that one too, surprising amount of water displaced, but yeah, just a really flat wave for Made Joey. And the judges have already dropped a 2.5 in for that one, so yeah, sending a message, we don't like that. 50 seconds remaining. They're still waiting on the last score to come in for Dill Moffat. So they're having a long, hard look at that one, probably trying to figure out where to go with the backhand fin toss. Last wave for Elliot Parada Reed still to come in as well. So an 8.23, the result for Dill Moffat. So he's throwing away an 8.
That's the perfect heat, pretty much. You wouldn't want your first heat to go any other way. This is Elliot on a last wave, trying to prove a 4.57. Not sure if this wave is going to be it. I guess we'll see. A good-looking insect section finishes it off nicely. And we finish off heat 8 in the round of 64. A crazy heat.
All right, well, we've seen the best heat of the event. We're going to go catch up with Dylan Moffat very shortly, but first, an ad break, and then the action keeps continuing here at the Krui Pro. Don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro.
Yep.
Yes, all right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. We just finished our Heat 8 round of 64. We had Dylan Moffat start off with an 8, get a 9, and then at the end get an 8.23. That was one of the most insane heats I've seen ever.
Yeah, well.
And I'm in the booth here with Mark Clift. Welcome back.
Yo, thanks, Giada. Geez, it sounds like I really missed something. I was just kind of doing a few other things out the back and then came forward and saw his last effort for the 8.23. But Dylan, wow, I'm looking forward to hearing the post-heat interview with Chris Binns.
Yeah, that's going to be super interesting. That was some incredible surfing that I've seen by Dylan Moffat. I feel like his confidence level has improved so much that he was throwing away 8s.
And boy, oh boy, what a noticeable step up since we've hit the round of 64. Stuff just went through the roof. You know, no disrespect to the other rounds, the earlier rounds, but the big seeds come into play. Everybody steps it up, and the big seeds have been showing why they are the top dogs on the seeded side of life. And this next heat as well, we've got Morgan Siblick in the shootout there in red. Sheldon Simkus, they both got seeded into the same heat, and Benny Spence and Nathan Cook, the other two Australians, Ben in white, Nathan in green, they're going to have to step it up here because these two guys are big time performers on, you know, the Challenger Series, and Morgan on the biggest stage ever, the CT. So for me, on paper, Spence and Cook are going to have to really bring their A game. Let's see how the boys respond. This is Siblick's first effort.
Yes.
Go for it, Giada.
Morgan Siblick opening up in this heat. A nice first turn, a floater to get around this section. It looks like this wave was a little fast, but I think it's going to give him a little extra here on the inside to work with. A nice vertical. Unfortunately, comes out the back.
Smaller wave, getting some wax on the feet, getting rid of some nerves. Bit of a free hit out on that little wave there for Morgan. But I did speak with Elliot Parada Reed's dad, Jamal, the other day, and it was Richard Johnson that told me that he was watching the bigger days, the free surfing, and he said, boy, oh boy, Morgan Siblick was just going up through the roof with these big, unbelievable top to bottom turns on the bigger days. It's really hard to do out there. Not many people went near the lip, so he started off on a minuscule wave, but did some pretty nice work. But the hype on the Morgan Siblick camp before the event started was pretty huge.
Yeah, he had a great few year on tour, and unfortunately just fell off. But I'm sure he's going to be back there soon with the surfing he's been showing around in the free surf.
And that's why these events are so important, Giada. You know, 5,000 points up for grabs. Everybody that is here with a realistic chance of taking those points, that's why they came. They don't want to mess around. Prize money would be a bonus. All the extra waves on offer are a bonus. It's squarely about the points because it's a big deal if you win and you bank 5,000. You know, the next step, everybody wants in on the Challenger Series. You put 5,000 points towards that campaign. It's a huge step forward. But it's probably all about the win. Second placing, probably still some good points, but you know, 5,000 is nothing to sneeze at. That is a big deal. So a quality field has presented itself, and only for the Asian region here for the men's.
But I feel like even getting a win at a 5,000, it really increases your confidence. And if you win a 5,000, I'm pretty sure you're getting into the Challenger. It gives you that extra boost to enter those big leagues with that extra confidence, and that you really see that in the surfing. So when someone has that mindset,
a la Dylan Moffat last
heat,
had a taste of Challenger Series life and CT, and that the event he surfed at Narrabeen a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So he's had that exposure, and he wants more of it, and you can see what he just put together.
Yeah. There's just the way they carry themselves is different when you have that extra confidence. So it's good to see, and then we're still really early, only round of 64, but we're already seeing massive scores being brought out.
Yep,
So it's going to be a
certainly.
great week.
It sure is. Day 3, we're not even halfway through day 3. Geez, it's only 9:30 here in Krui time, Giada. The early starts, Ty Sarati cracking the whip. We had a 6:30 call this morning and we were running by 6:45, so 25 heats on our format today. We're going to tidy up this round of 96 of the men, so that's 14 heats, and then 11 heats of the women's round of 64 are scheduled as well. 25 heats.
Yep, it's going to be another big day. Hopefully we don't have any other storms coming around. It's a beautiful sunny day, but it was yesterday as well. Here in Indo, the storms seem to just pop up and appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're quite localised weather patterns through Indonesia and the islands. Meanwhile, let's have a look now at the Cook. Here he goes. So Nathan Cook, big fella, gets off the bottom. That's his first scoring effort here this morning. Oh, cops a board to the face. He will, not only will be in a bit of pain, but he'll be ruining a missed opportunity.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was a great
Damn.
looking wave.
Oh, he's broken his board.
Oh no.
I'm pretty sure I saw. There he goes. He's broken his board, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time you need your caddy. You've got to get over there to where they are, but if you don't have a caddy, it's just about hit. Sheldon Simkus, after the rev up I gave him, he stands up and falls straight off. A broken board for Nathan Cook. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's well, I mean, it's still early in the heat. It's not any moment of desperation, so it's still okay.
How light is that glass job? All he's doing was hitting a fluffy lip and the thing's broken in two.
Yeah.
Maybe it was creased previously, who knows, but he's got a little bit of work to do now to get over to caddy corner.
Yeah, it's a long paddle out, so you definitely want your caddy out there next to you. Otherwise, you're definitely not making it back out.
It's just about game over if you didn't have a caddy.
Yeah. Man, maybe I should bring a caddy out next time.
There would be people keen to do it. Everyone wants to get out there and have a look at the wave. Here goes white now, so Benny Spence. Oops.
Oh.
So there's something going on in that little neck of the woods. That's where Nathan Cook fell. That's where Simkus fell. Benny Spence likewise. Starting to make Morgan Siblick's 4.33 look pretty good.
As we see Morgan taking off on this one right now. A great looking wave. Bigger than the last one he caught. That's a really nice opening turn and sets it up for the second one. Not quite upside down, but this finishing
Big.
is exactly what he was looking for.
Yep, and the judges aren't shy to throw solid numbers at 2 or 3 turn waves if they stick to the theory, top to bottom. Show the power, show the commitment to your move. They're not counting turns. You can get the longest wave and do 8 moves and still get a 3 or 4 or 5. So that's pretty good surfing from Morgan. That'll be the wave of the heat.
Well, yeah, Dylan's last 9 was only 2 turns.
Here we go again. Let's have another look at this.
So this is Morgan again, the replay of that last wave. A nice opening carve, sets it up again, hits lip, but this was definitely
that was his best turn.
Yeah, that was the best turn of that wave.
Oh, poor Nathan's
Nathan's still swimming.
Here comes his mate to the rescue. Take that. Give me that straight to the ding doctor or maybe the rubbish bin. Clean up your trash.
Yeah, not ideal. But he's there. He made it.
Yep, so reasonably quick turnaround. Probably lost about 3 or 4 minutes in total.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's that hot out there. Everyone we interview after a heat, you can see the sweat on the brow. They're cooking. So right now, Nathan Cook, that's his sprint paddle right there because he's feeling it.
Yeah, you got to reserve your energies out there.
Well, it's really hot. Everybody's like, oh, boo-hoo, it's too hot. It's like, well, it can be tough. It's, you put a rashie on and you try and surf in that. It's only mid-morning, but it's still just stifling hot. And you try and sprint and do your best work. It's, you're sweating. Your sunscreen's probably already melted off. And it is a part of an occupational hazard of competing in the tropics, Giada.
Yeah, for sure. Back when I was in El Salvador, that was also another big issue. People were just couldn't handle the heat. People were paddling out with ice packs, or their preheat warm-up was putting ice packs.
pre-heat warm-up was to cool down.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to throw down to Chris Binns. We're going to have a chat with Dylan Moffat. Woo!
All right, thank you, Mark. Thanks a lot, guys. Dylan Moffat, you've surfed at Bells on the Championship Tour this year, a couple of Challenger Series events. What's it like coming back to Grovel on the QS?
That's pretty far from Grovel. It's pretty nice rocking up here. We always kind of due for waves, and it's definitely like the best place I come every year for wave quality, I feel. And it's like having a chance to surf that with only a few people out in the heat. It's pretty lovely, and banking a couple waves. Like, it can be slow at times, but when you get in the rhythm and the good ones come to you, it's pretty sick.
You came out of the gates with an 8. Your board looks magic underfoot. At that point, you're going, feeling pretty comfortable?
Yes, starting with an 8's pretty handy. Doesn't seem to happen all the time. One of my goals coming to this event was to try and get some better scores. I haven't had too many excellent scores in a while, so to get to the first heat feels pretty nice. I hope I can carry it forward through the rest of the con.
Well, you end up throwing that wave away. That didn't even count because you got a 9, and then I think your last wave was an 8-2-3. So you were throwing away an 8, which would be a keeper in any other heat. Your mate Morgan Siblick's in the water right now. You guys travelling together?
Yeah. Me and Morgs have been hanging a bunch this year. It's been fun travelling with him and the rest of the boys on the Challenger Series. We've got like good little community, and all that Aussies really back each other. Like, everyone's down here watching each other's heat. So it's good fun travelling with Morgs. We're staying together with Jolie Vaughan and Huey Vaughan. So it's been a good couple days warming up before the event.
The best wave of your life has just resurfaced on the internet. It's going viral on, I think, Stab's Instagram. 5 years later, is that still the best wave of your life? Because it was just up there a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know. I hoped I would have one-upped it by now, but it's 5 years on. I'm still trying to chase the dragon a little bit. But, yeah, that wave is so sick, and I hope I can get a better one soon.
Comp or no comp, you'd still come here to chase waves, right?
Yeah, 100%. There's so much variety, and it's just a beautiful place. Warm water, like good food, and I'm loving it.
What's the atmosphere like amongst all of the Aussies? So there's a real pack of you, great energy.
Yeah, it's sick. We've had a couple of sessions in the last few days at the beachy where everyone's just surfing all together and pushing each other. So the quality of surfing right now is so high, and I can only see it getting better and pushing onwards.
All right, well, we really enjoyed that performance. Keep it going. Any last words to friends and family back home in Narrabeen?
Thank you to anyone who's watching, and cheers. I'll see you in the next one.
Cheers, Dylan. Well done. Back up to you guys in the box.
All right, that was a really great interview with Dylan Moffat, showing how friendly he is, as well as, you know, being an amazing surfer. I've said it before, he is a 10 out of 10 person. He's always happy, always smiling. As we see one of the scores drop for Morgan Siblick.
Yep, there's another one coming as well.
6-7, yeah.
On that break, we probably all saw it on the split screen right there. I think Morgan's owed another number that's going to be pretty huge. He's really stepping up his act, and just the precision and the brutality of his top turns. His last wave or his next score that's coming through will be his best number. Here's the action replay of it. So while Chris was having a really good powwow with Dylan Moffat, Morgan Siblick did this. He had a touch of the Billy Stammons about him on this, and that's a huge compliment. Boom, look at that. It's just quality all over it. It was probably only a quarter or a third of the overall reef, but it doesn't matter when you're doing stuff like that. The judges want to see it, and I'll be pretty keen to see what number they throw at that.
Yeah, me too. I'm wondering, you know, I know Morgan Siblick and Dylan Moffat are very close friends. You know, hearing those scores as
there
Morgan
it is,
paddles out.
8-7-7. Thank you very much, judges. Woohoo!
I was wondering what was going through Morgan's mind as he was hearing those Dylan's scores come through.
He probably went, well, they're travelling together and they're mates, and he's probably gone, righto, Dylan can do it, I'm going to do it. You watch this. And so far, so good. What's that? 15.5 points off 2 waves with 10.5 minutes to go. Morgan Siblick is in to rival the Dylan Moffat experience we just saw. And look at the other scores. Everyone else is just in struggle town. Simkus has fallen off twice in a row. I've never seen that. Nathan Cook broke his board. Here's his recovery wave on his backup sled. Big fella now streaking down the line. Let's see how the backup board is performing under his feet. The good thing is he's made it past that little Bermuda Triangle corner where everyone's been falling. He kind of got a little bit wobbly there. Filling out the spare board. There it is, a completion. That'll be the third highest scoring wave of the heat, so that'll put him up into second.
Yeah,
Go
that
for
was, that was a good wave. I really like that finishing from Nathan. He must be really feeling the heat out there, having to go swap the board and come back. Here's the replay. Talk us through, Mark.
All right, well, let's have a look at it again. A nice little pump to kick things off. So he's on his backup board. He's got to go, right, I've got to feel it out. It's obviously going to feel different to his preferred board. But he got his groove on pretty early. Sticking with this one, he'll realise it's a low-scoring heat. So just finish this thing is probably his immediate thinking. Really nice, strong finish. A little bit okay before that. It won't be a huge number. I'm predicting the third best score of the heat, but for sure straight into second. And when you're hearing everyone else has low numbers, you're just like, right, I just gotta get a 5 or a 6 or do something, because that'll be quite handy in a low-scoring battle for second position.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit like last heat. It's just a battle for second. Morgan kind of just really extending his lead out of everyone and showing that, you know, what he's here for.
Yeah, you're gonna be having a chat with Morgan, so
yeah,
ask him, you know, his decision to come here for the 5,000. He's on the Challenger, but 5,000 is a big deal, and he's certainly picked up with a lot of pep in his step and showing us his A game straight away.
Yeah.
Here he goes again, my goodness. On a tear. Trying to drop a low 6. Boom.
Wow.
How is he finding these waves under everyone's guard? My goodness. Nice bit of variety and a really tidy, difficult foam climb. Even though it was a small wave, it still wasn't an easy manoeuvre, and he made it look easy. So Morgan is dead set, has not put a foot wrong in this heat.
Yeah, it's strange. You're right. I don't know where he's finding all these waves and why everyone else can't see them.
Benny Spence, he needs a wave. He's got priority. How come Ben wasn't on that wave, or Sheldon, for God's sake?
Here is the replay. Under priority, catches this wave. A nice opening backhand carve. This is a little bit more of a check turn to set it up for this section right here. A beautiful lip smack, and releases the fins on that second last turn. I don't even know how he got the board up there for that last one.
The amount of vertical spray he throws, he just connects so well with the lip. You know, it's just that timing thing that he's got going. He's definitely a powerful surfer, but it's more with the timing and his technique that's just sending that spray flying just totally vertical every time he spikes it. The chook feathers fly. So Morgan Siblick, I'm really, really loving what I'm seeing. I'm sure everyone that is online and watching will be thinking, okay, does that improve his 6.67? Potentially.
I think it will.
All right.
I'm putting my bets on that it will.
I'll throw in a Mong King. I reckon it's probably every chance. Take us through this one. This is Sheldon.
This is Sheldon. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to finish any of his waves, and I hope I didn't just jinx him.
3 times in a row, Sheldon falls off. There it is, a 7.17, so he does improve. But for Sheldon falling off 3 times in a row, my goodness, what is going on? That never, ever happens.
Yeah, it's looking like Sheldon hasn't really found that rhythm out there yet. He's not looking super solid on his board. With 5 minutes left, we have seen people switch heats around in the last few minutes of the heat, so I'm hoping that he gets the chance to as well. Well,
Nathan Cook putting together a mid-range number is quite a bossy move in this low-scoring battle for second. Morgan Siblick's throwaway lowest number being a 4.33 is just about the next best highest scoring wave of the heat. No disrespect to the boys, but Morgan is just finding gold moments out there wherever he wants. He's throwing away a 6, he's throwing away a low 4, and everyone else is struggling to get out of the 2s.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a bad idea to, Sheldon does have last priority. Maybe head over down to close to Morgan and kind of see where Morgan's
try and
up
tap
to.
into some of his energy. Where is Benny Spence? There's 5 minutes to go. Got a sub 1 point ride. Things definitely not going his way, but You know, Morgan's finding them.
Yeah.
There's something going on with the tactics, the people sitting up the point here, that is not paying dividends.
Yeah, you really see the three guys, and Morgan's just not there.
There he
Morgan's
is.
way down.
He's happy.
down the
He's
line.
happy to cruise.
Yeah.
He's got almost 16 points, throwing away a low 6. He's throwing away 10 points on his third and fourth wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ben Spence not finding himself in this heat.
Here he goes now. Ben's having a look. It's a small wave. It's taken a long time for him to even show any interest in a wave, and that was just a C grade wave rolling through. So the time is getting to him. Look at him. He's asking, what is the time? It's like, dude, you got 4 minutes. He only needs a 6.2.
Yeah.
That's the good news. The bad news is there's only 4 minutes. And he's yet to really feel out that he's bored and get any sort of stride going in this heat. And same with Sheldon. Unbelievably, for someone as polished as Sheldon is, 3 fall-offs is unbelievable.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen much of Sheldon in the past. I'm pretty sure this is the
he's
first
red hot.
heat I watched.
Runner-up in the Challenger Series event on the Gold Coast last year when Callum Robson won. He's a big-time player out there on the Super Bank. He's done all our window events for a lot of years. Super crisp, generally just a really reliable competitor. And for some reason, something's gone wrong in this heat. He'll come in and just probably break his board or put it away and just go, what the hell? Can I just delete that last hour and start again?
Yeah, he's sitting on a 2.63 and a 0.77.
He only needs a 4.5.
Yeah.
So it's still there. You know, keep the belief. 3 minutes. If a set comes through, both Ben and Sheldon will get an opportunity. Nathan Cook's sitting on a 2.50. That 4.5 of his is turning into a gold number at this stage.
Yeah. So he's going to be feeling pretty good for catching that. He is going to be wanting to improve on that score. Ben Spence looking for a 6.2. So it's going to be interesting how this heat ends out.
How's the way it started with Nathan Cook breaking his board, having to swim all the way over to his caddy, and he's in a qualifying position.
This is a very strange heat.
It is a strange heat. How can somebody be so good and the other three kind of just not finding anything out there that they can really hang their hat on?
It looks like they're surfing two completely different heats.
I agree. It's that's a good call. In fact, he's on a bank by himself. Morgan Sibilic, geez, totally inspired by his travelling partner Dylan in the very last heat. He's gone out and delivered these three here. It's like, whoa. We know there's a lot better out of all these three. It's just, you know, when it doesn't work for you and stuff goes sideways, sometimes it really goes pear-shaped on you, and that's what's happened to these other three.
Yeah.
Morgan's just stole the whole energy out of the ocean.
And we're reaching the 1.5 minute, and it doesn't look like there's much coming. Some of the boys paddling more up.
How's the grooves in the reef? That camera angle, the drone footage.
Yeah. I think drone footage is some of my favorite angles of this event for sure.
How's what it's added to broadcasts and people's clips, and you know that wave of Koa Smith and Skeleton Bay when the drone followed him and watched these 8 barrels. Remember that thing? It was just unbelievable. So improvements in the sport. Something's got to happen right now. Sheldon gets a chance. This has to be a 4.5. All the crew online will be going, come on, Sheldon, you're better than this. Oops, a little bog. Gets caught behind. Shakes his head, dives off, and we'll be left wondering. Benny Spence needs a 6.2. Something big's got to happen, and nothing big happened. Nathan Cook might get through here with a 2.5 in his scoreline. Unbelievably. Sheldon will be keen to hear that number. I just don't think he got enough out of that wave. He goes the Cook. With 15 seconds trying to... Look how close he is to the reef. Uh-oh, hutty.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to improve on a 2.5 just to create a little bit more distance between himself and Sheldon. I don't know what the judges are going to score that last one of blue, so it's a fight for second.
Yep, I'm still going to put the 2 in the green column because I'm not sure that was enough for Sheldon. It could be. I think my original impressions was a little under, but it could. Depends how long it takes. The judges might be having another look. 4.45. Benny Spence will end up in 4th.
Here we go.
There we go. Crucial numbers for the lifeline of Sheldon Simkus.
Waiting for the last. This is a really important moment for Sheldon.
Oh, huge. Heat 10's waiting patiently out the back, but we got to get these numbers out.
The judge is probably taking a second or even third look at the wave.
It was a small wave. He got some quality, tidy snaps away. There was a little mini bog coming into the end section that might have cost him a finishing manoeuvre, which could be the difference.
There he is. Oh, imagine the nerves right now.
Oh, my God. He's already in on the beach. He's right in front of the judges. He'd probably be looking up going, come on, boys. Buy us all a beer. Come on.
I can't really tell what his body language is like. He looks very composed, actually.
He's got no idea. He's not feeling it on, is my call.
Yeah.
Either way, he had a shocking heat. If he gets through, he'll be going, oh, my God. Luckiest guy on the point.
Yeah. I'll be taking a look at my board, seeing what was going on, because that was pretty...
That was highly unusual.
Yeah.
You'll probably never see that again. It's kind of right there, but under a 4.10, so falls marginally short. It will be... We're going to throw it on ad break. Congratulations. Nathan Cook gets through with Morgan Siblick. See you in a moment. We are now looking at heat 10. So let me enlighten you. I did see the boys paddling out. It's. I keep saying this, Billy, but it's another dead set ripper. Ryuki Waida is out there in the red representing Indonesia. Xavier Huxtable in the blue out of Torquay. Lennox Smith is another Australian right there in white. And Danny Widianto, who had a great heat the other day, he's representing Indonesia in the green. There they are. There's their colours. There's the lineup. We already had a wave ridden by Ryuki.
Yeah, in case you are thinking at home that Rio White is paddling out, they look exactly the same.
It's his stunt double.
They look
surely.
And Ryuki's surfing not far behind his brothers. Electric surfer, really high and strong performer at Desert Point. I've seen him out there, not afraid of the big stuff. And as we're going to see from this wave, I'm speculating that his turns are super impressive too.
All right, so a little whip to kick things off. He's got a good bit of speed and flow. He's wanting to emulate what his brother's putting together. The board seems to have 0 stickers on it.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, great way to start your heat.
Yep, and white, Billy.
Yeah, Lennox Smith now also on his backhand. That's really tight and critical. Turn up into the pocket, follows it up with a second one. Finds that lippy section in the lineup, which is you're either going to avoid or you're going to hit, and he hits it. Lennox Smith, he's going to be happy with that also. So this heat off to a flyer mark.
Yeah, good way to start for both the boys. A completion. Xavier there in the blue and Danny in the green look over their shoulders and going, all right.
What just happened?
Yeah, what happened? Well, a 717 happened for White, so that's an epic way to start.
Xavier Huxtable on a bit of a tear. He took down Jack Robbo in a CT recently.
At the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach.
Yep, so yeah, he's feeling the love and feeling the momentum. Can't wait to see him get to his feet and decimate one of these waves.
And we've seen Ryuki do the travel work with his brother. He came to Margaret in his camp and trying to feed off how to go about it and become a top pro and the things you got to do between heats and between events, and you nail your travelling act. And they surf together a lot. I remember during COVID they both got stuck at Lakey Peak for about 3 months, and they said they were so impressive, both of them. So his brother's got the goods as well. Meanwhile, the X-Man, Xavier Huxtable, crunching down the line. He's been doing the rounds for quite a while, Xavier. There was a lot of hype on him as a junior, the Australian junior titles. I think he won one of those, and then really stamped himself as the real deal. He's always that guy that's chipping away, knocking on the door. You can see he's got really solid surfing. A lot of time with the rash vest on, a lot of time on the road doing the QS. Nice spread between those two waves of white and red. Definitely Lennox is the stronger wave, brutalising the lip a little bit more than Ryuki. Nice answer back from the X-Man. That'll put him right into the conversation. And Danny, 5 minutes off the clock without a wave.
Yeah, a bit a la Benny Spence that last heat. It's a bit of a head scratcher. But this is Xavier Huxtable. Smaller, medium-sized wave, but those turns have got a lot of ounce in them. And
now,
no wasted energy there.
What I'm seeing again about this wave, pretty good compared to what Morgan Siblick was doing, where the chook feathers were just going vertical. And I made a comment that his timing, every time he hits the lip, his precision timing, he hits it with such crispness, and the connection to the lip is so strong that the chook feathers just go vertical. What Xavier put together then was largely different. It was still pretty good, but the judges will have just come off 2 ripping heats watching Dylan, watching Morgan. They'll see that, and I reckon that will affect the number of X-Man.
Yeah, they'll want a bit more, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it was eye-catching, Dylan Moffat and Morgan Siblick. Especially Morgan. I was sitting in the control room for that last heat, and it was really, really noticeable, the elite surfing of Morgan Siblick. Xavier Huxtable comes in with a 5.90 for his opening wave. He'll be looking to make that his backup with 19 minutes remaining. Ryuki Waeda, 5.50, so that's a good bunch of scores, mate, to open up this heat number 10.
Yep, no fail in that lot there. They've all got runs on the board. They've all got completions. So there'll be 3 surfers out there now feeling pretty confident about the start of heat 10.
Here goes Danny.
Take us through it, Bill.
A lot of speed down the line. I don't think he's squeezed out a turn yet. He does find the pocket there. Totally releases the fins. A little bit overcooking, a little bit overexciting. And Widi Unto will get out there, reset. Might be a bit disappointed. A lot of speed, a lot of momentum through that turn. He's just didn't quite harness it.
Okay, so we were saying earlier there'll be 3 guys brimming with confidence, and there'll be 1 that isn't. After that first little exchange. All surfers on the scoreboard. A 1 is the stark contrast to the other 3 riders. The good news is 18 minutes, so get back out there, young Danny. Now, quick shout out, Billy, being both West Aussies. Crew at Surfing WA have had the TV on every day, so we'll just quickly say a good morning again to our team back home that we love to work with, particularly Mark Lane, Justin Majex, all the crew in the office there. Woohoo! Good morning, gang.
My boy. My dad.
Boy. Oh, Jerry
Bergiano.
Well,
Soto Negro.
Giada made a huge blunder here this morning. We saw Joko, the beach marshal, online on the camera, and she goes, "Oh, there's the best beach marshal in the world." I had to pull her up pronto and go, "Hang on, he's the second best." There's Jerry Peru. He's been with Surfing WA for 75 years.
The best,
feels like.
The best 4.5 minute flag man in the world. Mate, let's stop getting off topic and head down to the athlete area with the winner of the last heat.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Morgan. Congratulations, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Good to be here. I don't know, the waves are so fun and they've been pretty good the whole time we've been here, so yeah, can't really ask for much more.
You know, you were here with Dylan Moffat, and as you were paddling up right here, you're hearing those scores. Was there anything going on through your head, or did that motivate you to, give it a little extra push in your heat?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to try beat his score, but yeah, he outdid me there. Yeah, he was ripping in his heat, and I saw that his heat had a fair few sets, and there was a lot of waves coming through, so I just knew that my heat was going to be pretty slow and just try to stay busy. So yeah, that was the game plan.
All right, you're doing pretty well in the Challenger this year. So what was your decision to come here for the Krui 5000?
Last year I didn't come here, and it was my biggest regret for the whole year, but I felt pretty burnt out after falling off tour and just being so flat out throughout the whole year. But I don't know, I felt like I got to the end of the year and I didn't go to any location with good waves. So this year I decided I'll get that out of the way and come here and spend 2 weeks in paradise.
I know you've been here in the past before, so how are you feeling from last time to this time? Do you see any difference in Krui, or are you feeling a little bit more enjoyed now?
I don't know, I feel like the place has changed a little bit, but definitely I'm just here to enjoy it and enjoy the waves. I kind of just want to get around and explore and go find good waves. Yeah, I don't know, last time I was here I felt like I surfed the comp wave a lot, so I got to know that, and yeah, now I'm just trying to get the beachy really fun and yeah, just look around.
What's your schedule after this? Are you going to be sticking around, or are you heading out somewhere else?
I'm staying here for a few more days, but I got to go to South Africa for the Challenger Series event there, and yeah, hopefully we get good waves, but yeah, I'll get a few days back in Australia and then head there.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Congratulations, and we're all excited to see you in your next heat.
Thank you.
Right on Elite Surfing, and a great interview there from Morgan Siblick. A big hello to all the Merriweather board riders. I'm sure you're tuning in and watching your boy absolutely decimate the Krui left-hander here at Ujung Bachur.
Ujung Bachur, that's it. That's the name of the reef, and that's hosting this 5,000 event. The village that's hosting us is Tanjung, Setia. Thanks to those crew, that equates to Loyal Point in Bahasa English. The region is the Pesisir Barat, and thanks to that government there for putting together the money required and all the logistics, Billy, to pull together a 5,000 event 2 years in a row. And to their credit, since 2017 they've upgraded their event pretty much every year. Started as a 1,000 in 2017, then next year it was 1,500 QS points, went to a 3,000, then we went in on bigger, and we went 5,000 in 2022. Had pro juniors attached to it, and same again this year, 5,000 points, men's and women's. And the little pups, the juniors, have been champing at the bit for 3 days now to get out there, and I think we'll see them tomorrow, because you can't keep grommets down for more than 3 days.
You can't. It's going to upset the equilibrium of the world if you don't let those grommets get out there and go absolutely crackers.
There'll be a dead set ride if we don't let them unleash tomorrow. So I'm pretty confident we're going to see some juniors strutting their stuff, and I'm looking forward to that.
Well, let's have a look at the leaderboard here, mate. 13 minutes to go. It's Lennox Smith out in the lead at 7.17 and just a minor 2.50. Xavier Huxwell, one solitary wave, amassing that 5.90. Ryuki, he only needs a 5.50. And Danny, just that one little hiccup of a wave. Let's hope he gets his groove on and shows us what he is capable of.
Half time at Heat 10, everybody. Well, there's a mini little downtime. Let's just squeak ahead and have a look at Heat 11. Kian Martin coming up next up against Made Ariana. Tully Wiley, been exploding out there every morning, mate, and competing really well. Jin Suzuki, the Japanese surfer, rounds out the next heat. Who we got here?
This is Roki, flying down the line on this medium-sized one. He's going to go vertical, and he does. A lot of the board above the lip line there. The judges love that, and backs it up there with a bit of a tail tweak, but a bit too much. So just that one turn for Ryuki, but it was an impressive one.
All right, we know he's got better than that in the tank. He's really got to just settle down a little bit here and just find some waves that are going to allow, you know, these waves that are really, really fast. It looks good, but you don't get your first turn until down the line. That was it, and it's going to turn into a one manoeuvre wave, so he'll be a little bit disappointed with that wave choice at the end of the day. It's not going to be a big number at all, something he won't want to keep in his scoreline at the end of the heat. Just shy of 3 points, I think, when you add that to his first wave. Meanwhile, White, let's have a look at Lennox Smith here. Boom, good way to catch your attention straight off the bat. Throws it up for a big float, projection floated down the line to get him back to that section. So a really strong finish, pretty good start, and a nice connection in between.
Yep, here goes Xavier now, the Victorian. Again, a bit of a brutal first turn, a lot of rail involved. That one was a better one, straight up to 12, straight down to 6. And a finishing manoeuvre, does he ride out of the whitewater? Of course he does. Xavier Huxtable, pretty handy wave.
I think it's going to be advantage Lennox, just more dynamic on his manoeuvres. Xavier's just not getting the waves he's needing to show us his best surfing. He had all the leftovers of Lennox's ride on the face of that wave and had to deal with that lump and bump. It was substantially smaller. He did more surfing for what I think he's going to come in at a lower score than Lennox. Here goes Danny, only wave number 2.
Yep, the Indonesian is capable of great surfing, and you can see by that first turn, he's got a bag of tricks. Just one manoeuvre again, Mark.
Yeah, the wheels have not rolling the right way for young Danny at this point.
So here goes Lennox. Check this out. That's a great way to open up a wave. Love it when you're doing a bottom turn and the spray from your top turn still coming down. That's the mark of some really good technique. And look at that finishing manoeuvre, just showing the fins to the rest of the competitors. That's not a good feeling when you look out and you see 3 fins.
All right.
And let's have a look at Xavier now. It's a lot of energy in that turn. It's just not getting the timing right. I might kind of guessing, you know. It doesn't have that same flair or capture the eye as Lennox. It was a smaller wave and it was white, but we know Xavier Huxtable is capable of anything.
He kind of did what the wave allowed him to do, but it didn't allow him to open up like it did for Lennox. So the X-Man will be a little disappointed at this stage. He's got a lot more in his skin than he's showing. It's a matter of just putting it together in the time frame available. The score's still being debated. 9 minutes, red with priority. He goes Ryuki. He hasn't shown us his best act either yet, I don't think. So he'll be really hoping to capitalise here while the boys are paddling back out. So he's had one manoeuvre on this wave. Here we go now. He needs to stab it. He gets a nice bit of drift, but he's feeling the pressure. It's not going to plan for him either.
Lennox Smith is keeping busy, Mark, and again an eye-catching opening manoeuvre. Even better one on the second one. A lot of speed with effortless surfing and really stabs the tail high on the finishing manoeuvre. So Lennox Smith going from strength to strength in this heat number 10.
Yep, another strong, well-ridden wave by Lennox. You could just see the chook feathers flying on that second manoeuvre, mate. The connection with the lip, the power from the big fella. So the judges are debating now. Here comes some numbers. X-Man drops in at a low 5. I think Lennox's score is in. Is that the 6.33?
That's the 6.33, mate, yep.
Okay, so he got the better of that over the X-Man. Ryuki with a number to come. I don't think it's even going to factor into his top 2. He's making some uncharacteristic errors, as is Danny Widianto. All right, we'll stay with the live action here. The X-Man, Billy, have a look, see what you like about this.
Yeah, Xavier, I've been looking forward to him getting on a decent wave, and here it is. It's a nice, clean, green face, and that second turn is more like we know that he's capable of. But again, he's timing a little bit off on that end section. So Xavier Huxtable, 2 decent turns. Looking to get rid of a 5.27. I'm not sure that's going to do it. But 7 minutes 20 remaining. One thing I can guarantee, he'll get out the back and give it another go.
Yep, and as we were saying earlier, we'd really like to thank the crew. We'll just watch these replays here first. We'll get to our support crew, our sponsors, in a moment. But Ryuki screaming down the line. He's yet to really been able to open up and really express himself the way he would like. Lennox is finding opportunities. He's throwing the board up. He's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, that was a good turn.
Yep. So he's being able to unleash a little more than the other two. Well, more than anyone really. In the heat, he's leading. Xavier holding on to a second placing, a minor second placing, but he is holding on. All right, 6 minutes 20 to go. We'll see where those numbers drop. But we'd just like to thank the Pesisir Barat again, the government organisation here in the province of Pesisir Barat, the PSOI, the Persatuan Salancar Ombak Indonesia, big supporters here of all our events in Indonesia. Of course, so is the ASC, the ASC, the Asian Surf Cooperative. WSL, of course, thanks for sanctioning the event and providing these opportunities. And of course, Pesona Indonesia, wonderful Indonesia, that's where we're at and that's what's going on. We've got a few other people to thank shortly, which I'll let you get to, Billy. He's got them on his phone. We'll confirm that in a minute. Meanwhile, Lennox Smith goes from strength to strength. A 7.5 and a 7.17 is a mighty fine two-wave combo. He's picked up where the boys left off, Dylan and Morgan. Not quite the lofty heights of those two, but a pair of sevens, 14, 6, 7, two-wave total. Lennox Smith absolutely blowing up. So 5 minutes remaining in Heat 10, everybody. If you didn't hear earlier, our schedule for today is there's 16 of these heats, so we have 6 more remaining. We'll then roll across to the women's round of 64, and on the format is 11 of those heats, barring, of course, anything that happened similar to yesterday, being the rain squall, the lightning shut us down, a fair bit of hujan, quite a bit of rain involved in yesterday afternoon lockdown. Xavier holding on ahead of Ryuki. Ryuki needs a 5.68. All right, for him, no worries. Needs the wave. He's got the time on the clock. He does have priority. And Billy, you got any other news for us? No, not yet. So the boys are getting their requirements relayed out to them now via the boys in the judging tower, the beach announcers. Paddling is red. I don't think he's going to get this thing. No, wave flattens off. Someone down the line who has priority, green does. So Danny Widianto, he's having a bit of a shocker. That's probably his best manoeuvre this heat. Booms, backed it up with probably his second best manoeuvre. He's now starting to find his groove. Something to finish would be handy. A big stab above the lip. His best wave easily. It's definitely not the 8.47 needed to shuffle out a fourth, but his requirement will come down. He's going to have to hope these next 3.5 minutes something comes a little wide and avoids the boys with priority. But he'll need a fresh new requirement. It's probably going to be in around about, I don't know, it's not going to be the 8.47. It'll probably be more like a 5, maybe a 6. Anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely his best wave mark. You can almost tell the first couple of turns that he does, he's going to nail the end turn. You can almost see the in the body language if he's got his flow on or he doesn't.
All right, that's a great overhead view of the Ujong Bocor Reef. Tide's lowish. Breaks right up around, a little further up around that corner there, about where that second wave is kind of just peeling along now.
Yeah.
When things are doing its best direction, Billy, that's kind of what you can expect.
Yeah, for sure. And just where the surfers are sitting now, the inside reef section has a fair bit of skin
Oh, yeah.
And flesh on it from the early morning warm-up sessions. There's been a fair bit of mercurochrome getting thrown around in the morning, hasn't there?
From probably every year we've been here, mate. There's a lot of donations been going on. So Widianto, there it is. It's a 5. So he's right back in that conversation with Ryuki and Xavier as their better numbers. Chasing a 6.17. Not impossible, but he'll have one eye on the clock going, well, he's got to break away from the other 3. There's no point sitting right next to him.
Exactly, mate. It is Ryuki now. He's definitely capable of getting that 5.68. He has first priority. He is the danger man as far as Xavier is concerned. Xavier way back in the 3rd priority too, so he might want to go over there and flex his muscles a little bit. About a minute 25 left on that clock. Time's ticking down. The guy in blue wants it to go really fast. The guy in red wants it to go really slow.
Xavier's done a pretty good job considering,
hasn't hit his straps.
Hasn't hit his straps at all. You know, by his terms, he would be going, well, I did what I had to do, but I'm not happy with it.
Well, this is going to be interesting in the last minute of play in this heat number 10. It is Ryuki Ueda with the work to do. A 5.68 is what he requires to move into the next round. Xavier sitting there. All he can do really is watch unless a 3-wave set comes in the last 40 seconds. It's Ryuki prowling the line up the point. Any size wave will do him. He's capable of big things.
Comes Tully and the boys in the next heat. Yep, nobody waits for the hooter anymore before they get in position. The boys have fudged a few, half a minute there.
Fudged a few rules. I'll definitely know about it if they do it at the Challenger Series. And if you're a coach, you'd probably want to word them up. As we see Ryuki frustrated with the lack of waves, gives it a bit of a splash, and that could be the result, Mark.
It will be. He's out of the draw. It's going to be well done there to Lennox Smith, and congrats on a tradesman-like effort to Xavier Huxtable for 2nd spot, Ryuki 3rd, and Danny 4th. Okay, we're going to throw it on ad break. I'll go have a chat with Lennox, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro. That is the beautiful Tanjung peeling off in the foreground. Long left-hander in the Pesisir Barat region, regency of Lampung in South Sumatra. Tanjung Bakor means the leaking edge, which is the wave, and Tanjung Setia is the village, which means loyal point. So this little reef, this long reef shelf has clearly meant a lot to this village for the whole time of its existence. In the water right now, Billy Hangen. Who have we got?
Kjell Martin, he's representing Sweden. We have Tully Wiley from Australia. Jin Suzuki, who's a really strong performer last round, and is our surfer in blue, the Indonesian Made. I'll get to that surname in a second. I was watching surfing there. Really stabs it through the roof. A good way to start things off, getting the tail nice and loose and completing your first ride, which is really important. Ariana is Made's second name. Mate, that last heat was interesting. Xavier Huxtable getting through, I'm pretty sure.
Here goes Tully Wiley, the pride of Torquay. We've seen Tully win the Bells Trials before to compete at the highest level on the Championship Tour, and that is his opening wave. Here's the replay of Mare Ariana's opener. Beautiful sheet of spray, the result of that first turn. More of a lightning quick glancing blow off the lip the second, and then closes things down with a sharp little closeout manoeuvre.
Tully Wiley in the meantime, this is a replay of his wave. A small one, a bit of a roof ride to start off with. Standing up on the inside, completes it. Nothing really eye-catching, but some solid surfing. The show continues. Helicopters, ice cream songs.
Yeah, the ice cream man is open for business.
I think I'm going to chip in 100,000 and pay him every day to turn that music off.
I've never felt such dislike for ice cream in my life.
All right, 21 minutes remaining. You've been out there on the comp site, Chris. What's happening out there?
Oh, there's a bit of a buzz. We're starting to see the higher seeds make their way into the draw.
Did you catch some of Morgan Siblick's surfing?
I did a little bit. He was on fire.
Black and blue through and through. Yeah, Jin Suzuki having a great day out yesterday. Kian Martin's the first time we've seen him out of Bali via Sweden and Brazil. I'm sure his old man David is watching, and his CI stablemates all through Bali, glued to screens, glued to their phones, having a coffee, cheering on their little mate in Kian. Opening scores, there is Kian a 333, 3.33, and Jin just a small 2.20. Marty Ariana a 4.67. Tully Wiley that 4.33. So early days, no massive scores attained thus far. No one ever getting near the good range. The boys will know that, and they'll all be champing at the bit to show us what they can do. Here's Kian now. Snapping the tap off that one and coming unstuck on his second turn. Been into today's entertaining days surfing into the round of 64. The performance levels have gone up through the roof, and this is Jin Suzuki now on his backhand. A medium-sized wave and an impressive opening manoeuvre. The second one probably even better. He's got that very precise low style, strong in his stance, and rattles off a fourth one if you don't mind. There's no way this kid is going to fall off on that wave. So Jin Suzuki probably with the best of it so far in this heat number 11. Still racing down the line to where the wave gets a little bit fuller. A little bit more full is probably the correct way to say it.
Boom, Kian Martin.
Right, Mata Ariana now. Oh, that's a really big body torque turn. A lot of movement through the body, and then the board and goes down in the heavy part of the reef. Tully Wiley, Chris.
Yep, so he has priority. He's cashed it in on this way. Big fan of spray from the heavy-footed wizard from Torquay. 17.5 minutes to run.
at the 17.5-minute mark. It's kind of even Stevens. No one's really busted out of the gate, so a good time to duck down to the athletes area with a post-heat interview. What do you got for us, Mark?
All right, here we go. Down in the athlete zone, talking to the winner of the last heat, Lennox Smith. A good morning's work, mate. You happy with that heat?
Yeah, pretty happy with that one.
Couple of sevens every time you got your board up there and stabbed the lip. Precise connection. Have you put in a bit of time out here at the point? Because you certainly look like you have.
Not really. It's kind of been too many people for me. It's that hard to get a wave, but yeah, been trying.
Did you paddle out this morning?
Yeah, I didn't get a wave though.
I reckon I saw 70 people paddle out just while I was having a swim down there this morning. There's been a lot of big performances in the last hour or so out of the Australian camp. Did you tap into some of that energy? Were you listening and watching those heats?
Yeah, I was watching a couple of me mates. Oh, going good. Morgs ripped it, so yeah, it's good.
All right, so who are you here with?
Just here with Jarvis and Huey. Mostly Jarvis, but...
Jarvis went pretty good here last year. Has he been giving you in your ear and trying to give you some words of advice, or just get out there and win?
Yeah, he's board caddy, but doesn't really talk to me that much about the comp. But yeah, he's all right.
He's all right. He doesn't talk to me much. He could do better. Come on, Jarvis. Okay, so what's the plans for the rest of the year?
I don't really know. Just do a couple pro juniors at home and then hopefully go on a few trips.
All right, out of Shell Harbour. Exactly how old are you, Lennox?
18.
You got plenty of time on your side, haven't you? You're going to seriously chase it and try and do Challenger and all that stuff?
Yeah, probably try run rampant with the challenges and that next year, hopefully. Just, yeah.
Run rampant, young man. I like your work. I'm going to shake your hand again. So well done, Lennox, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back up to you, boys. Cheers.
Rightio, thanks very much, Mark. Insightful interview with the winner of that last heat, Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis?
The boxer. Lennox Smith. Sorry, mate, I was doing the thing while you know. But, yeah, a really dominating performance in the heat prior to this one, as you look over, and that is Made Ariana on a decent sized wave and a really good second turn. Wraps it around for the third one. This wave standing up all the way through, allows him that big tail high maneuver and a big fist pump. He's ready to go.
Yeah, why not? He had the afterburners on. He's flying down the line. Every turn beautifully placed, coming out with as much speed as he went in. Kept his momentum from start to finish. Little bit of flair, little bit of variation between every encounter with the lip. I really liked that wave. And I think that sound of silence suggests the ice cream man may have just turned things down a couple of decibels. Happy days.
That would be good. Check out this wave, Chris.
Yeah, beautiful surfing here. Up into the lip. First turn was good. Second turn, that won't be one of his bigger ones. That was great.
Yep.
And yeah, the rev up. And then this is Kian Martin, Chungu lad, who surfs for Sweden. That sounds like one of the dreamiest occupations you could put down on your immigration form. What do you do? I'm a pro surfer from Sweden. Rightio, Kian. On his backhand up into the lip and rock and roll. Yeah, minor rock and roll. Only had the volume turned up to about 3, but it was still sort of rock and roll-y. A little bit of distortion. Hit the pedals. And he's moved into the lead on the strength of that one. So Kian, an 8.83, 2-wave total, and priority. And then this is Tully Wiley, the wizard.
Yeah, that's a heavy back foot turn.
Oh,
that one, he just absolutely dismissed that lip into oblivion.
Boy, oh boy. That was one of the bigger belts we've seen so far today. There is the breakdown of all the scores. A 5.5 for Kian Martin's high score, a 3.33, his backup.
Surely we're waiting for a score from Blue.
Yeah, Jin Suzuki has a 6.5. We're waiting on a wave for Mega Ariana, and I think we're waiting for a wave from Tully Wiley as well. There it is. Well, Tully Wiley's score was on the screen quickly. Just lost it. I think I can hear the beach announcer saying that was a 7.53. And this is the replay of Jin Suzuki's, I'm going to say 6.5. All right, there are the scores. Last score for Tully Wiley was a 7.53. Fantastic surfing. That big turn, displacing plenty of water. He's got the spray on the rails that kind of emphasises the turns. Don't mind that if it's a deliberate tactic.
Yep. I'm saying the spray of the contest so far is Elliot Parata Reeds. They're super cool.
Yeah. A little bit of the Maori Polynesian vibe amongst all of that.
All right, a 6 coming in for Made Ariana for that really solid left-hander that he got, and that fresh air drop out of the finishing manoeuvre. Kian Martin now has gone down into the 3rd position, but he does hold priority. So an interesting heat coming up, 11 and a half minutes remaining. No one's really skipped out into a lead that can't be hauled back in.
Hey, look, Billy.
That's
us.
me. Yes.
Billy Hangen, Chris Binns. We're bringing you the Krui Pro from right here in South Sumatra. Tully Wiley is in the lead, but this is Made Ariana doing some work. He's got a 6. He wants to get rid of his 4.67. At the moment, he needs a 5.87 to move up to the lead. The incumbent there is Tully Wiley, who's got a 7.53. Big, heavy-footed turns from the Wizard. He wants to get rid of his 4.33 and really take this heat by the scruff of the neck. Kian Martin has a 5.5. That's a borderline keeper. He needs. He doesn't need quite that much. The same again to jump up to 2nd. Jin Suzuki has a 6.5. So at the halfway mark, every surfer has a wave that they'll be happy with, although Kian would prefer not to keep a 5.5 in his tally in 10.5 minutes time, but this one's pretty evenly poised. Tully Wiley in the ascendancy with that 7.53, easily the best wave of the heat. Good flames on that boat.
Yeah, great paint job.
A lot of seafood around here.
So much, mate. We went for
a
that
lot of
little,
sambal.
A lot of sambal. A lot of I don't know what the local equivalent is to aloha, but there's a lot of it around here. That people are so cool. Give you a wave everywhere you go. A lot of hello misters, and not getting hassled for anything. It's fantastic.
A smile is the same in any language.
Oh, that's very poetic.
Best currency there is. Well, some would suggest beer as well. Pretty handy if you want to get your board back from your shaper quicker. They couldn't care less if you smile. Shapers haven't smiled since the 70s.
Big shout out to Luke Studer. He doesn't want to smile. He doesn't want a beer. He's just hooked me up with a really good shooter. His daughter, of course, coming up in the women's draw. I'm not sure what time that will be in the water, but check out the upcoming heats, folks. Look for your favourite surfer and make sure you're sitting in front of a screen. All the action from the Krui Pro 2023 coming at you. Right now, this is Tully Wiley, Chris.
Yeah, this is our heat leader looking to get rid of that 4.33. And well, Kian played the priority card. That was shades of Dylan Moffat. And I don't think Tully really needed to change tack there because that was pretty much a closeout for him. Kian was sitting a little bit wider. There's definitely not going to be any talk of interferences or anything there. But Kian played the priority trump card and then couldn't capitalise.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to get the wide shot and see what that wave really looked like. I mean, could have just been go on, take it if you want from Kian. But now he sits way back there with 4th priority. Jin Suzuki is letting all that happen around him. He paddles in to this absolutely good-looking wave, a big section to hit, and he does it. Stays low, stays strong. Hoping this wave stands up again so he can hit it once more. He does. Really whips it around, chucks a bit of a wheelie on the way down. Wraps it around again. Jin Suzuki doing what he does best right until that last wave. Tully now.
He has the afterburners on. He came from a long way downtown, transferred all that speed into a huge open face carve, released the tail on the second turn. Can he get around? No, the wave sections and shuts down. I
wonder if Tully had done a bit of work before we caught up with him. The replay will answer that question shortly. Here goes Mate Ariana in blue.
Hey. Yeah, that was a good roof ride, really functional. We've got into this section where he can start to hit the lip and get some scores on the board. He does it once, does it twice. Stands strong with the arms down. No claim.
The heavy hands. The afterbang, as the snowboarders would call it. And looking forward to seeing the replay of this one from sea level, because there was a real kink to Mate's knee on that final turn that made it look super cool. So Tully didn't have anything to do apart from build up speed, but all that speed transferred into that big turn. A beautiful textbook carve. That was cool as well. I like that there was variety between the two turns. Unfortunately, that was all there was for Tully. And then this is Jin Suzuki, the lower seated surfer who put on a bit of a display yesterday. He's got those big wide arms, gets the wingspan out, and it allows for plenty of rotation. God, the torque through that turn was massive. And repeats the treatment again. Wow, he is really separating the upper and lower half of his body right there. And this is Mate Ariana.
Yeah, a lot of speed. That is a really functional roof ride there. I didn't mind it at all. Allows him to get into this section now. Washing off a little bit. That's another kind of a check turn. Didn't really come around. That's a beauty. A bit of disco dancing on the way down.
All right, well, the waves are cooking. Here goes Kian Martin. He's slipped down to third. He needs a 5.18. Actually, he hasn't slipped to third. He's been here the whole time. And he releases a tail. That was cool from Kian. That's a nice hook under the lip as well. This wave looks like it's standing up and bowling for him. A little bit of drift out of the tail once again. Another strong turn. So Kian Martin is working his way through the gears as this one builds momentum down the line. Gets the big finish, and he is out of there. Really can't wait to see this one from sea level, because I think that 5.18 that Kian needs to jump up into second might be there. But I think Mate Ariana and Tully Wiley might both have added to their scores as well. So we've got a very busy heat. This is great.
It is great, and Tully is keeping us on our toes. Here he goes again, the big Aussie. Wraps that one around, a bit of back foot into it too, and a little bit of tube action if you don't mind. The lip has got the better of him right in the left ear hole, and he goes down. But that wave from Kian Martin looked super good, but again, it's from that drone angle, and that makes everything look like a surf video. So the front on angle will be really interesting, but a lot of variety in this surfing. Chris, he takes off straight into attack mode. That's kind of a lackadaisy set up S-turn. This one, he finds the lip. I like that. A little bit of tweak of the tail. This one nice and tight in the pocket, so eye-catching. That one is probably close to his best turn on the wave. Drifts the tail a little bit, but keeping really busy through this. I like the end section. Bang. Nice nose high and tail release in the same manoeuvre there.
Yep, so we have a lot of scores to come in. All four surfers are waiting for one wave. Tully Wiley is waiting for two.
I like this first turn. A little bit of extra zip on the end of it. That would have been cool if you came out of that little funnel.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many tubes.
3 minutes and 33. So let's have a look at it now. I'm not sure all the scores have dropped. Red still waiting on a score there, that's for sure. But at the 3 minute mark, it is Tully Wiley out in the lead over Mate Ariana. From Indonesia, Kian Martin, our Swedish representative, is in third with a score to drop. And Jin Suzuki, I think he owes us a score as well for that big long left-hander.
Yep, we're waiting on scores for all four surfers. Yep, Kian, we see you waving your hands in the air. And we do care, but still some numbers to come.
So So it's been the pattern today, Chris, that the last 4 minutes, 4 minutes, it's been a flurry of waves, and the judges have the tap dance up there between all 4 surfers. They'll be watching replays, they'll be comparing.
Okay, so Marde's last wave came in at a 4.67, which ties his back up. Here goes Kian Martin on his backhand, coming in hot from Echo Beach in Canggu. And a little rooftop ride there, setting up the big air reverse attempt, and unfortunately can't ride away from that. He is more than capable of stomping that kind of stuff. He does it at the Echo Beach Sandbar all the time.
He certainly
does. A little
does.
bit more consequence over the dry reef of Tanjung Setia, or Ujung Bukur. It was only a small wave. It was a good section. Kian knows what he's looking for. Little set-up turn there. Gets the ramp. And he was...
he was halfway there.
He was closer from front on than he was from the drone. He disconnected. Here goes Tully Wiley. Will he chase the tube again? He's putting the foot down. He's got a lot of work to find the open face. Big first turn. Skates past Kian and cracks it a second time. Okay, we've got some numbers in. Tully Wiley's second last wave was a 5.03. Still waiting on last wave of Jin Suzuki and the 2 last waves of Kian. 1 more to come for Tully Wiley. 1 minute remaining. So Kian Martin has dropped in a 6.57. He's moved up into second. Tully Wiley, a 5.03, has slightly extended his lead. He still has 1 more number to come. I think that was the wave we just saw. Not sure it's going to go into his top 2. 40 seconds to go.
Well, the leaderboard has just jumped around a little bit. The Prince has gone up into second position. He's going to be happy with that. First priority does sit with Jin Suzuki though. And he's a 5.58. There's only 20 seconds to go. Not much is happening out to sea. A bit of meerkat going on by the other heat.
A 4.9 just dropped in for Jin Suzuki, so that tightens things up on the scoreboard. Doesn't help him in his quest to get to second place. Here goes Kian Martin. He's in third priority, so this is just bringing it into the beach. Goes the Superman backhand Gorkin. That's almost a sushi roll.
Almost. All right, mate. Well, let's leave this heat there. It looks like congratulations to Tully Wiley and Kian Martin. We're going to head to an ad break. Wherever you're watching around the world, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action after this break.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro 5000 World Surf League qualifying series points on the line. And those guys on screen, Tully Wiley in white and Kian Martin in red, 1 step closer to the 5,000 points. It was Tully with a 7.53 who was in the ascendancy from start to finish. Kian Martin, he was in a tight tussle with Jin Suzuki and Made Ariana. Coming out in the final wash-up, advancing in second. And that is Kian putting his Channel Islands sled through its paces, and you know that the crew at the onboard store the various onboard stores back in Bali will be tuning in to see their boy go about it. And the the water right now. The action keeps coming. As the karaoke starts next door. Boy, oh boy.
Wow.
This is Takumi Yasui was the surfer in green. This is Tenchi Iwami. He's an incredible surfer. I love the way this guy goes about it. He's surfing on the Challenger Series this year, highly rated Japanese surfer. Here goes Oscar Berry.
Hi.
There's Tenchi Iwami again.
You know,
So Giada, we finally got the ice cream man to turn down his music, which led to about 15 minutes of bliss, and now it sounds like the karaoke has started next door.
of course, we're in Indonesia. It's all about as how loud your sound system can go out here. We're just missing the dangdut. We just need a little bit of dangdut, which is like, for those of you who don't know, is like the local modern techno. And as we say that, Oscar Berry on his back in a beautiful second turn and finishes it off really nicely. You know, flicked the hair back, looked up. He's feeling pretty solid out there. Actually, Oscar Berry for me last year was definitely a standout throughout Krui and Nias. He, if I'm not wrong, was still a junior last year, and he put up some incredible heats. He was had really solid form, as we see in this wave. That last wave had a lot of whitewash, and he managed it really well. So I'm excited to see what 2023 brings for Oscar Berry. As we see the last karaoke song finish.
That will not be the last.
We have Koda Kilorn with the pink hair and the white shirt.
That's a good combo, isn't it?
Yeah. Recently saw Koda surfing and training a lot in Bali. A few weeks back, he was surfing Ulus a lot, getting his laps in. This wave is very similar to racetracks. I think a touch slower maybe, but the shape of the wave and the way it hugs the reef is very similar. So I saw a bunch of the Indonesian or Asian surfers out at Uluwatu, I guess, trying to get the closest imitating wave to Krui.
So Oscar is from the Gold Coast. He's also an incredible skateboarder.
Who would have known? As we see that first score of Oscar is 714.
Yep, so 714, strong opener for Oscar Berry. Yasui sitting in green is in second. Chris Binns here alongside Giada Lagati. This is the Krui Pro. Not a bad commentary booth, this one. We've got a new couch.
Yeah.
Got some beautiful teak furniture, which would go for a fortune in Australia, but was just whipped up out the back by an old man with some tools. And yeah, we're sitting very pretty. We're just about 30 metres behind the judging tower and the athlete deck.
Yeah, we're really well located. There's non-stop action here at the Krui Pro. An amazing event that really pushes a no plastic zone here, so that's why our booth is also made out of bamboo and alang-alang, a little bit of banana leaves, or I would guess, I'm not sure. But a beautiful setup here in Krui. And even better waves. As I did the interview with Morgan, Siblick said last year he didn't come to this event, and he said it was the biggest regret of his year, not joining the Krui Pro.
Did you see some of the waves that Morgan got a couple of days before the event started?
Unfortunately, no, I didn't.
Oh, he was surfing a local slab that, without falling for hyperbole, a couple of his waves looked like Chopu. It was nuts. And on that, we might cross over to Billy Hangen, who's going to catch up with the wizard himself, all the way from Torquay, winner of the last heat, Tully Wiley.
Oh, we are live. I am down here with the winner of the last heat, Tully Wiley. First of all, it's great to be standing next to someone of a sensible height. Everyone else seems to be short, stocky and powerful. But, mate, that was a hell of a heat. You had Kian Martin and Jin Suzuki breathing down your neck. Do you feel the pressure out there?
Yeah, a little bit. I just kind of tried to get going early and kind of got like a 4, I think, and then, yeah, ended up getting like a 2-turner that let me kind of have a pretty good crack at the end turn and got a 7. So after that, I was pretty confident and was just kind of trying to start building back up on that 4 and got a 5 and, yeah, just had heaps of fun out there.
Well, we saw you get your initial scorer. You were able to really decimate that lip on the closeout section. I mean, I think that's the weight of you and your stature. Do you find that an advantage sometimes in waves that have a bit more push?
Yeah, 100%. Like, you can just tend to manhandle them a bit more and you can throw some more spray, which, you know, some of the younger crew kind of don't have yet. So I got to take that while I can and just use it to the best of my power, sort of. So, yeah.
Well, you weren't seem to feeling the pressure too much, but by the looks of that, you felt the reef. You got a bit of a cut on your buttocks. What's your plan of attack on that? Bit of lime?
Yeah, just get the lads to put a bit of lime on it. Yeah, I went up the point and Kian had priority and I kind of like did a turn and I was like, wanted to get out of the way a bit just to make sure I didn't get an interference or anything, and just, it's so shallow out there and just kind of got rubbed along the bottom a bit, but don't really care. I got the win, so yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You sacrificed a bit of skin for a heat win, that's for sure. Now, you're out of Victoria, travelling with a bunch of Vicos. Anyone back there down that camera you want to say hello to back in Australia?
Yeah, just all the fam, mum and dad, everyone watching. Hi, guys. Miss you all. Rem and her family. And, yeah, we'll see you soon.
Well, best of luck, mate. I hope to interview you again. It's good to look someone in the eye. Best of luck for the rest of the draw. All right, back to you guys in the photo.
Beauty, that was Billy Hangen having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Tully Wiley, and he's taken a little bit of bark off. The lime is going to come out, and I don't know, maybe we can get a roaming camera to broadcast the liming on live TV.
Oh, there's nothing worse than a liming, I swear. As soon as you feel that first drop of lemon get onto that cut, oh, it's over.
I don't know whether it's the pain that hurts the most or just a gang of your mates who are gathered around cackling at you. And the more you grimace, the more they laugh.
This is, I'm guessing, the second wave of Oscar Berry. A little bit of a check turn at first and a beautiful second and third to finish off this wave. As I've said, I think Oscar Berry is one of my favorite surfers in this event. Such a powerful backhand, and he's shown as well in Nias that he can adapt and change his surfing compared to the waves so easily.
All right, this guy in red is Tenshi Awami. I'm a big fan of his surfing. He's got a beautiful knock knee style, big powerful lad. That first turn was good, but just got a little bit caught up on the roof and couldn't quite ride out of it. Yeah, Tenshi really impressed me at both the event in Taiwan at the end of last year and then in the Philippines at the start of this year. As you can see, he's in the red jersey, so he's a top seed coming into the round of 64. And I think he was fairly certain he's on the Challenger Series this year, so he finished in the top 6 for Asia last year.
Here is our surfer in green on a great looking wave.
Yep, this is Takumi Yasui in the green jersey. Just a smaller wave, but he's getting some work done, throwing that black surfboard of his up into the lip. Black surfboards are definitely making a resurgence at the moment. Nightmares if you want to keep your wax.
Yeah,
but
maybe in Australia, but definitely not in Indo.
Oh, they are. Ty Graham's got a quiver of them.
Ty's the only guy I know who has the black surfboards.
Well, you know two now, because here goes Takumi.
Yeah, this is Takumi. A smaller wave, but it really gave him lots of opportunity and space to work with this wave. So it's going to be interesting to see the differences between this one and Oscar Berry's just two-turner. As we see the Krui outside corner. Oscar Berry, last wave of 5.50, pushing him straight to the lead. Coda looking for a 9.84. There's some big scores. We've seen in other heats that we have that one surfer who manages to get into the rhythm really quickly and find those scores, and then all the others struggle a little bit. We saw that in Morgan Siblick's heat. Hopefully it won't be happening again here. As we see your surfer in red, Tenchi Iwami. Where in, do you know where in Japan he's from?
No, I don't. Let me have a little look around. Highly ranked junior coming out of Japan. He's been chasing it hard. I think he was the Japanese junior champion last year. Not sure if he's from Chiba or Miyazaki. They are the main two surfing zones in Japan.
This is heat 12, but coming up in heat 13, we have in red Joel Vaughan, in blue Rinta Otu, in white Ryaru Ito, and in green Weston Hurst, our Indonesian surfer straight out of Lakey Peak, living in Bali. He's here with the Tanjung family, Varun, Bronson, I think Kian's in that team as well, all traveling around here having a great time. I've seen them driving up and down the coast, getting those clips from other spots. As we see,
well, that was Kota Killon having a look. He's got priority, so he's going to be a little bit more selective. Doesn't really have much on the board so far, though. He doesn't want to drop anchor for too long. Just a pair of twos for Kota. And you imagine he'll engage now. So cashing in his priority. Long wall stretching out in front. He's going to have to put the foot down. Climbs up and over the foam on his first turn. Releases the tail on his second. This is only a small wave, but it's bowling and running. And Kota is just working his way through the turn. So this is going to be a good consolidating wave for Kota to put himself back up into the mix. He didn't sit with priority for too long, which is clever. Releases the tail. Bit of flair. I like that. And keeps going out of there. So that's going to be a decent number for Kota Killon. It was never super dynamic, but it did answer a lot of questions, check a lot of boxes with a bit of variety from start to finish. Talk us through it, Giada.
yeah, nice first opening turn to get around that first section that seemed like it was going to close. And then here, you're right, not super above the lip, but really nice, safe turns. Got exactly what he needed to do, kicking a bit of the tail around, showing needing that backup score. He hasn't really gotten anything solid, and I like this finishing. It keeps it interesting, you know, puts that variety into the mix. I'm pretty curious to see what the judges are going to score that. Our surfing green, yes, so we got a 4.6 on that last one, so pretty similar, I guess, to Kota's wave. Not sure who's going to get the better of it. Kota is looking for 5.27. And here, Tenchi Iwami with second priority.
Oh, how's that little ledge he had to come over? Oh, mighty shallow, brings him undone on the first turn. So tide getting a little bit lower. Can't wait to see the replay of this one, because straight off the bat he had a bit of a ledge to navigate. Did that play a part in him coming undone on his second turn? How's the rib in this face? Right there. Just goes straight up and over the boil, and then comes undone on his first turn. So minus score for Tenchi Iwami. Oscar Berry in the lead, a 6.67 and a 5.5. Also has priority with 8.5 minutes to go. Kota Killon last wave, a 4.53, so that's his best. Takumi Yasui, he has a 4.6 and a 3. Are we waiting on a score to come in for Takumi? We're not. So by my reckoning, all scores are in. And it's definitely Oscar Berry with the pick of the bunch. He's got the best 2 waves that have been ridden in this heat with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see a few more of those reef scratches as the tide goes down, but hopefully nothing too serious. Here is Tenshi Iwami in 3rd priority, keeping busy on the inside. This looks like it's going to be a promising wave for him.
Oh, Tenshi is not stringing a wave together at the moment. Here is the heat leader, Oscar Berry. Pressure somewhat off. It's going to allow him to open his shoulders and surf with some freedom. 2 big turns, releases the tail. That was ambitious. The section never looked like it was there, but he went for it all the same, which I'm backing that approach.
Maybe a little bit of a Dylan Moffat inspired move.
Maybe.
Reaching the 7-minute mark, we see a few lines coming. This is Takumi Yasui on his back, and he's currently in 2nd, trying to improve a 3-point ride. And, you know, this wave, he almost fell, but manages to stick it, and it's looking like he's already going to be improving that 3. Hoping for this wave to stand up a little bit on the inside so he can work with it a little bit more, but I think he's asking for a little too much from that wave. Here, White caught one behind, or is this a replay of a previous one?
This is Koda's last wave was a 4.53. I don't think he's got another wave. And then this is Takumi Yasui. Still waiting on a score to come in for Tenshi Iwami.
We're going to have another action-packed day. Another 25 heats again
Okay,
today.
here goes Tenshi Iwami. We'll need to catch up on what he got up to before we joined him. That one turn was pretty good. Had a little bit of a wobble. He's never quite strung it together in this heat. Here's what happened. I love that style. Geez, back knee is pretty much on his deck, which is so cool. First turn was good. That turn through a big bucket, unfortunately got a little bit held up coming out of the bottom of it. That turn was really strong, as was that. Okay, so this is going to be a reasonable number for Tenshi Iwami. It's definitely his best wave. Wasn't the biggest wave, but he worked his way through the gears, through plenty of water from start to finish. He only needs a 4.04 to jump up to 2nd, with just under 5 minutes to go. So Oscar Berry, Daylight, and then Takumi, Koda, and Tenshi at the moment. Oscar also has priority, so he's sitting very pretty at the moment. Tenshi Iwami with a score to come. Takumi Yasui and Koda Killon also with scores to come.
Yeah, last score of green came in at a 4.37, increasing the requirement for Koda and Iwami. But we still have some scores to come through, so we'll see after this exchange where everyone stands. It's pretty clear that it's just a fight for 2nd place again, as Oscar is looking pretty comfortable up the top.
Okay, Takumi Yasui's last wave of 4.37 goes into his top 2. He's sitting 2nd. Still got a wave to come in for Koda Killon. That needs to be a 4.45. Tenshi Iwami has a number to come. That now needs to be a 5.4. So the positions haven't changed, but the requirement has blown out for both Koda and Tenshi with 3.5 minutes remaining.
I told you the karaoke's done.
I wish you hadn't said that. You just jinxed it. They're just queuing up in a Gata Davida, the full 17-minute version right now.
Well, the last of Tenchiwami came in at a 5.17. He's now only looking for a 3.80 to get into first.
To get into second.
Second, sorry.
Okay, 2 minutes 50 to run. And yeah, it is Tenchiwami. That last wave of 5.17. He now needs a 3.8 to advance. Takumi Yasui is sitting in second with a 4.6 and a 4.37. Kota Killorn's last wave was a 4.33. That goes into his top two, doesn't change the situation. With 2.5 minutes to go, Kota is looking for a 4.45. Tenchiwami only chasing a 3.8. Takumi Yasui would be looking to upgrade that 4.37. You're never comfortable when you've got 2 4s in your total with just 2 minutes to go. And Oscar Berry, he's the only guy that doesn't have the heart rate through the roof at the moment. A 6.67 and a 5.5. Not a highlight heat for the day, but a win is a win, and he would happily take it if the clock stopped right now. 2 minutes to go. Oscar also has priority, so all of the cards are falling in his favour. Well, they're not falling in his favour. You make your own luck. He surfed a very smart heat. He's done it very well. He's played the priority game to perfection. Takumi Yasui, Kota Killorn, Tenchi Iwami. You can have a look at that. There is less than 0.3 of a point separating the 3 surfers. 90 seconds to go. The pack could well and truly be shuffled amongst those last 3 surfers on the back of one last exchange.
Tenchiwami, you can see him hunting on the inside, looking for something to go for. He doesn't need a big score at all.
So Takumi Yasui, he's got second priority, and here he goes. He just wants to get rid of that 4.37 and just build himself a little bit of breathing space between himself and Kota and Tenchi. Has he done so? Wasn't a big wave. It was definitely a smaller one. Judges haven't really rewarded those kind of waves. 45 seconds to go. Let's concentrate on, hopefully we can move the cameras back to the guys in question. This is Tenchi Iwami. He's chasing a 3.8. 30 seconds. We just saw him drop a 5.17. 2 turns. Was there something before that? I'm pretty sure we saw him stand up, didn't we?
No, that was it. There was 2 turns.
They were 2 pretty smart turns. We'll need to see it from in front. We'll need a replay from the front on angle to try and figure this one out. 15 seconds to go. Here is the replay of Tenchi Iwami. He only needed a 3. The first turn was really good. The second turn was precise as well. I think he might have done it.
I think so too. Unless Green maybe improves his score. I don't think so, but...
So this is Oscar Berry on a victory lap, making his way into the beach. He's definitely taken the win. Up next, Joel Vaughan, Rinta Utu, Riaru Itu, and Weston Hurst are coming our way. That will be right after this quick break at the Krui Pro.
Righto, everybody. Here we are. We're at Heat 13, the men's round of 64. This is Krui, the men's and women's 5,000 event, the Krui Pro Giada Lagarde. I missed a couple of those heats. Did I miss anything out of that last effort?
I mean, Oscar Berry had a really well put together heat. We're still waiting for the last score. We're still on standby.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, 6. Nothing like Dylan or Morgan, but it's still a great heat. We're waiting for the last of Tenshi Iwami. He was looking for a 3-8 and important score.
It's coming.
Yeah.
All
See
right.
what the judges. I personally think he got it.
Okay, what was he chasing?
A 3-8.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Wow.
2 good turns. So it's gonna be interesting to see what the judges give him. His heart must be through the roof right now.
So I was just having a chat with Morgan and Dylan out the back. They're all, the dynamic duo I was calling them, because they are the BOGs, the best performers today. And they both had a touch of the Bali belly since they've been here. And they went down pretty hard for a couple of days. They got back and they certainly made it count with the rashies on earlier. So this is heat 13, waiting to get underway, everybody online. That man there, Tenshi Iwami, must be pretty nervous. Oh, he's going to get it.
Yep.
Okay, so that's into second spot. Tenshi Iwami, congrats. Nervous moment, but a lot of relief right there for him. He lives to serve into the round of 32. Meanwhile, Joel Vaughan.
Oh, no, wait.
No, he didn't get it. What did he say? He must have needed...
I'm going to tell you exactly what happened.
Okay.
So
Please.
Takumi caught a wave and actually improved his score.
Oh.
So he
needed a bigger number.
Yeah, Tenshi's requirement, and unfortunately.
Wow, look how close that was. 0.26.
Yeah.
Well,
was really
at least
close.
one of the Japanese got through. They'll be happy with that. Team Japan.
Yep.
All right, so Oscar Berry, the big fella, continue on his crushing ways. Here we go, heat 13. Joel Vaughan, the Australian, in red. Rinta Uto, the Japanese surfer, in blue. His compatriot, Ryaru Ito, in white. And Weston Hurst, my little buddy out of Lakey Peak, but living in Bali these days. Weston, I'm sure his old man Troy's watching online. Troy and Juni, g'day gang. Hope your boy goes good. And I love watching Weston surf. He's got a little bit of a bung knee at the moment, but the growing pains thing, he's pretty big for his age, and his knees couldn't quite deal with the surfing that he throws down. And I think he's done I think he said it was an MCL when I spoke with him the other day.
Yeah, I've seen him recently working with a physio back in Bali, trying to get back stronger and making sure that knee's up.
It was one knee and now it's the other one, so I feel sorry for Weston. Knees are no good, especially when you're that young, to have knee issues. So let's hope. He's a big, strong lad, so he's going to have to work on it and, just deal with growing pretty fast at his age and growing into your body as he gets a couple of years older and strengthening those legs, and the sort of surfing he's been doing for years as I've watched him grow up. Mighty impressive for a young guy. He dead set charges.
Yeah, it's been great to see Weston grow up and see him grow into himself and catch some of those crazy waves that he's been catching. It's really impressive. I definitely think he's one of the best his age in the world right now.
Well, I've seen him, he graced the tide chart, the Rip Curl tide chart one year, standing in this huge pit at Padang Padang when he was about 12. And it was just like, are you kidding? No 12-year-old does that. No 12-year-old gets a wave like that at Padang. And he got one. And he was on the tide chart. There he is right there, the surfer we're talking about. G'day, Weston. And then I saw him at really maxed out big day at Super Suck last year with a heavy crew. And he was getting waves, mostly what he wanted, standing in huge pits, looking like a veteran. And he would have been back end of 13 right then. So no surprise what he can do for me. The rest of the world will probably be playing catch up into the Weston Hurst act as he goes through his junior career. But trust me, everybody, give that guy a barrel and a gnarly takeoff. No worries, all over it. That's what I know about him. Joel Vaughan, he's been crushing his first heat here as he's the seeded surfer into the round of 64. Rinta Uto is also his first outing, so let's see what he brings.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan recently having a bit of a viral video on Instagram right now. A massive air. Unfortunately didn't land it, but was so close. It's been going everywhere. I've seen it various times. All his friends are posting about it. I saw Dylan, I think Morgan as well. So that was a really impressive surfing from Jovan. I'm wondering if maybe he's going to bring a little bit of that above the lip action, maybe to Krui as well.
Haven't seen too much of it, so should somebody stick a big air, it's going to look pretty good because the judges always look for a little point of difference. Such a down-the-line fast wave that it can be tough.
Yeah, unfortunately we saw Joel's younger brother Huey fall out yesterday afternoon, but another amazing surfer. I think that's the whole surfing family, you know.
The Japanese surfer in white, he was the dude yesterday that surfed in blue that got an 817 by memory. So it was super smooth, cruisy style yesterday to really catch our attention and bust into the excellent range. So give that fella a little bit of space, and he made it look effortless yesterday. He just cruised his way into an 817, cruised his way through to an 817, but in a brutal way, and made it look not brutal. It was it was really good.
Yeah, with this dead low tide, we are seeing a little bit more lulls happening lately, but hopefully with the incoming, we're going to see a little bit of a push and see more sets come through.
All right. What time is the low again? You told me earlier today.
Yes, and I will tell you again, it was at 10. So it's already going up.
It's on the push.
Yeah.
Mind you, when they come through, they're pretty damn good. It was about this time yesterday when the women's were out that things got really, really good. If you remember, that offshore kicked in. So the wind's a little negotiable out there at the moment, which is why we're not seeing the lofty heights of this time yesterday. But here goes Ito.
This is our surfer in white. A nice opening carve, a beautiful hack, throws so much spray.
Whoops.
Tries to take it a little bit above the lip, but just pushes it slightly too hard. But that was a good start of the wave for sure.
Yeah,
for
he's
our
just
surfer
got
in
that.
white.
That's that guy that I was saying had that really nice, pleasant style. Here he goes again.
Yeah.
So he's caught the very next wave. So tidy recovery.
Oh.
Nice little tail whip there to recovery into another cutback. So you can see his style is all very non-fussed. He definitely looks like he's in the groove every time he stands up. Let's have a look at Blue now.
This is Blue on his backhand. A nice first turn, and unfortunately...
Down he goes.
Yeah.
So no manoeuvre wave, an 05 or something will lock in for Blue. Westernhurst has priority now, the surfer in green.
I'm excited to see a Western surf in this heat.
I think we're going to throw down to Chris Binns, who's got the winner from the last heat. Over to you, Chris.
Okay, thanks guys. Down here with the winner of the last heat, Oscar Berry, mate. There's lots of lulls and then there's flurries of waves. You managed to get two early and sort of save yourself a whole heap of stress in that heat.
Yeah, I was sitting in the channel for probably 10 minutes before my heat started, and I was sitting next to George, who was caddying for Tully, and there was about 3 or 4 sets in a row, and I was like, wow, and George's like, yeah, it's cooking. I was like, well, the next one might be slow. He's like, no, it's going to be cooking, and I was like, oh, all right, and then I sort of thought it could possibly go a bit slow, so yeah, I was happy to get a pretty quick start, stay on my feet. And
yeah, it must be a nice feeling when there's, say, 10, 15 minutes to run and you've got 2 decent numbers and you can just let your surfing do the talking from that point on.
Yeah, it's really nice. It sort of hasn't happened that way for me for a few events, so it was really nice to finally have a heat where I could sort of settle in, and I don't know, if another really good wave came, I felt like I could have really let go and done the surfing that I want to really try and push. So yeah, it didn't happen, but hopefully next heat similar thing can go down.
Yeah, confidence builder all the same. You've been getting plenty of waves up and down the coast here?
Yeah, I had some fun days down at Mandiri, got a few pretty good barrels, and went and tried at Honey Smacks, but I think the swell was a bit too south, so it was a bit wobbly and weird, but there was the odd crazy one. I think Coop's got nuts one, so yeah, it's just so much fun, like living in the jungle, getting some pretty good waves.
Coming from the Gold Coast, speaking of good waves, it's just been an incredible run there this year.
It has. It's been just constant waves. It's been unreal, so it's good to try and dial boards in, especially when I've been trying to sort out some new equipment with Luke, so finally got these boards feeling amazing, so stoked.
Yeah, you're on the LSDs. Looks good underfoot. You made the round of 16 last year. Obviously, you want to do a few better this year. What's it going to take?
Ripping. Everyone's ripping really hard. This round's been really good to watch. Like every heat's crazy. So I think from here on in, just gonna have to keep showing up and keep belting any good section you get. So.
And a whole heap of your mates here. It's pretty fun travelling as a pack like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't really get much better, to be honest. It's so good. I love it.
Any shout outs to friends and family back home on the Gold Coast?
Yeah, shout out to mum and dad, my sister, and my girlfriend as well. They're all probably at home watching. So yeah.
It wasn't a highlight heat, but a win's a win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys in the box.
Unreal. Thank you, Mr. Chris. And Oscar Berry, he features quite heavily on our between heats advertisement of the venue here. He was the no hands backhand tube there in that real sucky left, which is a bit of a phantom reef, but the drone footage and the wave he caught will confirm that it was a sick barrel, no handser. So
Yeah.
every time you see that ad, that's Oscar.
That is actually a spectacular wave. Like,
yeah, totally.
Even the drone, Ryan killed it with that angle. It was a great wave. The colors, everything just like came together for that video.
Well, it's not even a kind of a named spot. It's not on this reef, and it's not on the other reefs around Krui. It's kind of this little random spot, kind of near here, but just down there. You'll never surf it, so it's not worth sort of coming up with a name for it, but it just did its thing this one day, and the boys were all out there. Ryan Williams, our drone operator, got the shot like he always does. Ryaru Ito has locked himself into top position with just over 10 points as a two-wave total. So I'd like to see what those two numbers are, because it'll give us a little benchmark for what the others. Yeah, there we go. So a pair of fives.
Yeah.
So nothing dramatic.
Itu, our surfer from Miyazaki, Japan. Taking a look earlier, he's used to that, bit of heavy water. I saw he's taking trips to Hawaii, he's taking trips to Tahiti, so he must be comfortable in this type of Indo heavy wave situation.
He goes Western Hurst. Let me call this wave of the young fella. So with a bung knee, he crunches his first turn pretty handsomely. He's got a big floater to pull off to get to the other side. So no fuss there for Western. Boom, another crunch. Pretty good. He'll be happy with that, because it wasn't a fail. He completed his wave. He hit his first turn flush. Did some more business further down the line. So it's going to get him directly into second position. He waited a little while for this thing. What did you like about it, Giada?
I really like how much water he throws every time he does those turns. Really smooth style from Western. Mature surfing for his age, as we've commented before. He's
only 14.
Yeah.
Look at the size of him.
Big
Takes
guy,
up half the screen.
He's a big guy for 14. Very sweet, very polite, always says hello.
Yep, his parents definitely brought him up the right way. Good on you, Western. And Troy and Juni, I'm sure you guys are watching. Sending our mojo your way and to Western. Let's see if he can continue that. There we go. So he's right neck and neck with what Ito's doing. Not a big number, but like I was saying, it's not a fail. It's a start, and it's better than what red and blue have put together. So that's good news.
Yep. Still, we're just reaching halfway. There's still a lot of time. Waves are still cooking.
Cooking, but in limited edition with that tide factor, and hopefully as the push affects itself, hopefully it does come into play and send through a few more opportunities. So here goes Rinta Uto. So that'll be his best wave already. Nice little combination of moves here. Steeper section presents. He's got to get up there soon, and he does. Another steep section here. Tag it, young man. He does. And look at the end bowl. Boom. Right out of this thing. Make it count, and he cannot. All right, well, I would say he's in the conversation there with this fella for his number. Won't be huge, but it's a start.
Oh,
that's
that
a throwaway number for Riru.
Ryaru.
Raru. Raru. Anyway, red now.
This is Joel looking like the first more decent score. Never
Whoops.
mind.
All right. Some little hits and misses going on here.
Yeah, we are on a dropping swell. It's looking like tomorrow is going to be dropping slightly. Maybe time for the Pro Juniors.
I think that's part of the big plan right from day one. You
Yep.
know, that's why we had smashed out a lot of men's and women's yesterday, day before, again today, put us in a really good position for round of 32s when we get to the weekend, which they're predicting a little spike in the swell again. So it's probably going to start to dwindle off a little today, Thursday being the predicted smaller day. Friday will allegedly still start off small and start to show some signs in the Arvo, is what I'm being told from Dino down there at Larney's. Thanks, Dino. And the weekend looking pretty good. A little re-increase in swell, and Ty Sarati squarely looking at coming back. S's, do you know what I mean? And it's a tricky one for me. There's so many of them here, and I just Lennox Shell was just having a chat with me. He's gone, oh, that guy in white, he's killer, he's blah, blah, blah. And I said, oh, who is he? And he goes, the guy in blue yesterday. I went, oh, now you've said that. I remember the guy in blue. He had that killer wave, the 817. He said, that's him.
Yeah, he's, you're right, has gorgeous style.
Yep,
Very
really like it.
pleasant to look at. And we see Ryan using the drone on the screen. That's our drone.
Yep,
following Rinta.
Ryan Williams, one of the best in the business when it comes to
one of
airbound
the
footage.
best.
The best. Yep. He's a cool fella and knows how to fly that thing. Just about flew it into the restaurant last year when we were up there at Nias. He's that good and confident. He and just about got into the tube at Nias as well, following the guys in the barrel. They were on foam balls and Ryan was watching them.
That's some of the best drone footage I've ever seen.
It was dynamite.
He's not afraid to get up close to the wave, and I don't see a lot of people being able to manage it the way he does. And he's sitting out there in the sun like a trooper.
Yep, he does a lot of hard yards. Certainly glad I'm not a photographer. Those guys work pretty hard. Frederico's in the lineup all day catching water pics. Ryan's on the drone all day. Timmy Haynes on the back of a lens all day. Ropik's in there doing this stuff we're looking at, and being the webcast feed.
Sam too.
Sam and Toto are in there crunching the production all day. Thanks, boys. Toto and Sam and Ryan.
You know, something I really like about the Vaughn family is, to me, they represent Australian surfing. Because every time I've been to Australia and I'm out in the beach or having a surf, I see the entire family is out there catching some waves. I meet one person, they're like, yeah, my mom and my dad are out here, my brother, my sister, and I think that's epic.
Well, there's a lot of that goes on these days, Giada, due to, you know, years ago we were talking about second generation surfers.
Yeah.
These days we're talking about third generation surfers, and you know, from grandma on the Mal to dad and on the mid-length, and mumsy out there on a mini Mal, the kids on board shredding, and then their kids shredding. It's like, my God, there's fourth and fifth generations coming through. So there's a lot of surfer families out there from, you know, the grandparents for sure, all the way down to the fresh ones.
I think that's epic. You know, I don't come from a surfing family. I'm the first generation of my family. The only one. So when I see that, I'm like, wow, for me that is goals. I want to be like that when I have my own family. I want my kids, I'll be surfing, their kids to be surfing, and everyone just spending the day down at the beach. So that's something that I do really love about Australia.
Well, we're a coastal nation, you know, no one lives in the centre really. There's not much going on there. It's a whole lot of desert and wasteland pretty much. So it's all about the coast. That's where, you know, I don't know how many percentage of Australians live, but it seems like most of us live on the coast, and there's a lot of waves around Australia, so everyone else is doing it. You pick up a board and off you go.
I haven't been back. I would like to come visit for a nice little trip over there.
Well, you know where it is. It hasn't moved. It's right there. You're welcome anytime. Come on down under, as they say, Giada.
Down under.
Where the hell are you? Meanwhile, this heat has kind of just gotten a little closer. So Western has put together a 5-4-3 and moved into second. Vaughnie's about the only one to really have a decent number to hang on to. So everybody's living in the 5s. Western's back up is a mid-4. That's enough for second place. So 3 surfers are off to a bit of a start here. There's only 5 minutes to go. No one's busted into the 6+ range. So should anybody get some clean green face that links up, I think this one is still wide open. Even Vaughnie, I'm not sure what he needs. Maybe Toto can give us the requirements. There it is, a 7.66. Thanks for listening in, Toto. Thanks very much. A 7.66 is what Vaughnie needs. He needs a big number. He's got to bust into the Lennox Smith range and the Morgan Siblicks and the Dylan Moffats.
Rinta taking a look, needing a 4.60. That's not a big requirement. He's gotten a 5.37.
Oh, Western.
Ooh.
Western, third priority. The other boy said, all right, young fella, off you go. Needs to improve on a 4.53 and a little bit more than that to go into the lead. Winding his way down here without a big move just yet. That's pretty solid. That'll get the judges' attention. Crunch again. Yeah. Young fella really hitting his straps. A little bit overcooked there. You'll still get a lot of credit for those last 2 big hits. Some cruisy work leading into those last big moves. So may have upgraded his 2-wave total. May go to first.
That was looking like a great score.
The wave just got better and better. I can't believe no one else wanted this thing.
Well, he clearly saw something that the others didn't, and we see it here. A beautiful first hack and straight into the second one. Unfortunately, pushes a little too hard on this third one and just goes over the handlebars.
Had he made that, for sure he goes into first.
For sure.
At the moment, it's probably right on the borderline. Still some pretty good surfing.
Yeah.
The first turn a little flat because that's all the wave offered. He did find 2 steep sections. The boys out there, given the fact there's only 3 minutes to go, I can't believe Vaughnie or Uto didn't perhaps. I mean, look at Uto. He needs only a 4.6 to advance into second.
And
maybe Western had priority over Uto, but Vaughnie had priority over Western.
Yeah. And these are the top 2 seeds of this heat. Vaughn and Uto.
You're right. It's not often we've seen that today.
Yeah.
Normally the seeds have come out banging and really flexed their muscles. So a little twist to the tail. Not sure whether we're seeing Western's number on the scoreboard just yet. 4-3. 4-3. Needed to make that last move.
Yeah.
Yep, still needs the 4.84. Went pretty close. Fell 0.2 short of upgrading his total. A little slip off right there, you know, like they're the little moments, little learning curves, and gone, damn, at this level. Probably didn't really need to try and blow the fins out. He's a grommet. Of course, grommets blow fins out. They love it. He couldn't hold back. Had he just hit that and kind of done a third of those manoeuvres like he did the first 2, for sure would have been sitting in first. Anyway, it's hard. You can't rein in grommets. You know, they see lips and he's always blowing his fins out. So he's just doing what he does every day of the week, but didn't quite stick it. 90 seconds.
Yeah, we're getting to the last few seconds of this heat, and Western's got to be hoping that Rinta doesn't catch anything now.
Yep, he'd be hoping Ito could, you know, sit a little closer to these guys and take a wave off them. Ito, what are you doing? Get down there. Get on blue. That's what Western's thinking.
Yeah, Rinta his only backup is a 0.87.
Hang on, where's Western? He might be down. He's on again.
Well,
all right. So we'll stay with the live action. Vaughnie, he needs a huge number. 7.66 has to go berserk on this wave. Been a number of 7s and 8s and a 9 today. The judges know what exactly a 7.66 is going to look like. I'm not sure it's looking like this. Western Hurst was on his feet as well. He surfed out of screen. So there's lots of surfing going on in this wave for Vorney.
Yeah, there's this wave. That's a beautiful finishing, but I don't think it's going to be what he's looking for.
Just not sure it had the real big moments. He's blue now, Uto. He needs only a 4.6. We know Weston did ride a wave. Big finish would be handy. All right, he's selling that to the judges.
Yeah.
What did Weston do? Where does Vorney's number sit? Where does Uto's number sit? It's a real blockbuster finish here.
Yeah, it's going to be... we're definitely going to be going on hold.
Yep, 100%. All right, what we'll do is we'll throw it on ad break and we'll come back with that result, everybody. Back shortly with Heat 14. Right on, we're back. We're still yet to confirm the outcome of Heat 13. I think we're still on standby for Heat 14 here, but the boys are out there. They're eager to get started before the next set. It's Joe Azuchi in the red, Cooper Davies in the blue, Dane Henry in white, and Taichi Hagita in the green. So their heat has started. I'm sure we'll bring up the results of that last heat. Everybody online would be pretty eager. And here it is. Oh, okay, the surfer in blue gets his number for that last big hefty belt. Weston will have to dip out. Joel Vaughan's was not enough. The two Japanese advance into the 1-2 with blue first and white second. So that's that one done. Heat 14 is underway. Two Japanese surfers, two Australians. Here we go. That's what it looks like. Joe, Cooper, Dane, and Taichi. It's right on lunchtime here at Tanjung, Setia, the village, where I'm sure our lovely young ladies that are helping us in the booth here, girls, you're doing a great job. I'm sure they're from this area. Tanjung Setia, the Loyal Point. The reef the boys are hugging out the back there. Ujong Bocor, the province of Lampung, South Sumatra. And a big shout out to the government, the Pesisir Barat, the regent. You guys are killing it, bringing us for the second year in a row, men's and women's 5,000, pro junior men's and women's rating 1,000. Billy, what do you got for me?
Hey Mark, good to be back in the booth with you. I've just been hanging out the front. All the girls are starting to gather. What are we into? Heat number 14 now. A couple more heats and we'll go into the women. Looking forward to that. They put on a really good show yesterday.
Yep, all the seeded surfers, the big seeds come in that round as well.
We've got a bit to get through until then. Loaded heats coming up for 15 and 16.
Give us
none other than your favourite Java Searle in Heat 16, Varan Tanjung in Heat 15.
Lennox Shull also in 15.
Yes, and Mike Clayton Brown, MCB, he put on a good show here last year. Ben Lorenston, who put on a great show yesterday.
Okay.
Really never seen him before, Gia's brother. And yeah, he was a standout for me.
All right.
So plenty of action to come in the men's and then straight over to the women's.
11 heats scheduled for the ladies this afternoon.
Yep, that's right.
Yep,
1
and
to
that'll
11.
make it a 25 heat day. Tai Sarati cracking the Tai Sarati cracking the whip. But why not? The waves are here. We're going to see a decrease for a couple of days, so it will leave us really well positioned. Rounds of 32 pretty much. I'm sure tomorrow morning we'll probably start and clean up the back end of that women's round of 64. There'll be 5 of those heats remaining. Pretty certain the young pups will get a go tomorrow, the juniors.
Yeah, look forward to that. They've been hanging around for about 3 days, trying not to get them to surf any less than 3 hours a day is almost impossible. You want to have some energy for their heats, but they want to go surfing all day when they're not on. So that's a tough job for the chaperones and the coaches.
You can't muzzle the grommets. You know what I mean? There's waves everywhere. They come here and they have a little surf in the morning. They go, we're just going to nick off and go surfing. You see them the next morning, they're just that tired. They're dragging their knuckles, and you're like, what are you guys doing? Oh, I'm so tired. Well, you will surf tomorrow, so get some rest. I asked, Rajo and Teo, who are hanging together, and another one of their clan. I asked each of them individually. I said, so Raj, what time did you go to bed last night? Oh, gee, 9 o'clock. All right, okay. Asked the other guy, Teo, what time? Oh, I think it was about 10:30. And the next guy's, oh, no, it was more about 11. So
they stayed up
so
all night.
Rajo's trying to fib to me. They stayed up all night. Surfed all day, stayed up all night. Go to bed, you guys. Get some rest. Look a bit livelier in the mornings.
Yeah, you bet. Well, we've got a bit of a sleepy start to this. Let's run through our sponsors who, without their help, hey, we wouldn't be here looking at this action. So, Pramada Pesisir Barat, we want to thank the region. That's where we are at. Pertamina. What is that?
Petrol.
That's the juice.
I think it's the juice.
I think it's the juice
for the mobiles.
Yeah. Well, we thank them for their help. The PLN, of course, the Power, Telkomsel, Tourism Indonesia, the ASC, the Asian Surf Cooperative, and PSOI, which is basically your Surfing Indonesia.
The Federation.
That's right.
Indonesian Federation.
Yep, we thank all those people for their support. You'll see them up behind us when they drop to a shot of the commentary booth. That's what that's all about. Pertamina, of course, valuable, running all the gensets, running all the jet skis, and all the support vehicles up and down the coast. We thank them for that.
What a lazy heat. Come on, Yui. Kick into gear. These guys have been waiting. Red and blue have not surfed a wave in this contest yet. They've been watching their mates blow up all around them. And it is now their time to shine, and Huey's just gone to sleep. A bit of tidur. Right on lunchtime out there, Billy. You've just been out there. There's a lot of people getting around.
Yeah, it comes and goes as the the athletes coming in and out of their respective time slots. But down in the public area, there's a fair few local interest, especially for what are we looking at? A Wednesday, are we?
Get a few hello misters.
Yeah, a few hello mister. Couple of little kids getting around in traditional dress, doing a bit of dancing. You've never seen anything so cute. That's a good scene around here.
Right on. Well, we're just under 4 minutes away from a restart.
Could be the first one for the event.
As if our day's not long enough, a restart would just add to that.
Top it off.
Sure, these guys are aware of the fact. 3 more minutes, no waves ridden.
Yeah, it'd have to be a real good one to paddle into it now, I think.
Boys are probably going, fellas. Hold. 3 minutes away from that fact. We're going to throw down to Giada for her post-heat interview, and hopefully we come back with some surf.
So I'm here with Rinta, the winner of our last heat. Congratulations. It was very last-minute wave. Were you very nervous?
いや、すごい緊張したんですけど、波数少なくて、最後思い切って攻めていいターンできて逆転できたんで良かったです。
You've been to Krui before and you competed last year. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and where in Japan do you surf always?
ホームタウンは東京なんですけど、 今地元は鴨川でマルキでサーフィンして波も似ててすごいクレイは得意なポイントで楽しく試合できました。
Do you like nasi goreng or mie goreng better?
I like nasi goreng and jaho.
Oh, and jaho. All right, Rinta, is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back home?
結構2日間試合がなくていろいろ準備しっかりできたんで明日も変わらず楽しみながら思い切ってサーフィンしたいと思います。応援お願いします。
All right, thank you. Congratulations and good luck in your next heat. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thanks, Giada. Did you get all that, Billy?
I love it. I love the international post-heat interviews. I'm sure there's people around Japan tuning in and loving what they're seeing. Their countrymen putting on a strong show here at the Krui Pro 2023. It seems each year mark they get stronger and stronger, the Japanese contingent.
Yep. Ooh, 90 seconds off a restart. Does somebody catch this thing? Blue sniffing. Cooper Davies.
Go Coops.
Oh, the other boys are like, dude, you do know. We're 1 minute away from a fresh clock. Cooper says, damn you guys. Buggy ya.
All right, all of the support staff give him a big cheer. I'll tell you what, this is probably worth it. It's a good-looking wave. He gets that opening turn out the back, and this is the fast part of the reef. Another handy turn to back that up. Finds the lip for the third time. Cooper Davies has just snuck under the rest of the pack and got himself a decent scorer here to start things off. Just under 16 minutes now.
All right, Joe Azuchi. He's got a real clean, smooth and groomed looking wave. The chook feathers fly out the back of this thing, and again, nice tidy connection. A third spicy hit. Crisp surfing from the surfer in red. A big finish would be really handy. Throws it up through the roof, and what a ripper ride for red. That just had quality written all over it. It was a smaller wave, yes, but the judges have to reward the quality of what he was doing, I reckon, Billy.
Yeah, I agree with that. It'll be great to see these replays. Cooper Davies kind of snuck one on the inside of everybody, but this is a smaller inside wave. I reckon this is a heat strategy because they are running quite well. It suits his stature and it suits his surfing. A little bit hung up there. That is the only mistake I saw on this wave. The rest of them are super crisp and the timing is spot on. So Joe Azuchi off to a great start.
That finish was huge.
Here goes Coops.
Yeah, right. Let's compare this. Okay, so Coops had a little moment off the bottom that he'd like to have again. So still hasn't really got his teeth stuck into a section just at this moment. And that was okay, not super brutal, pretty good. It's a starting wave.
All pretty lateral, isn't it?
Okay, well, he was trying to go vert. The wave had a way more lump and bump on it than Joe Azuchi's. So Joe helped himself to a clean canvas. Cooper did a pretty good job with a ruffled canvas.
Scores himself a 5.
Yep, okay, so the judges still like his approach. A 5 is a good number in these kind of slower heats. I reckon Joe's, to me, crisper, better. Let's see. The wave offered more, and he helped himself to a 617. So, okay, both those surfers, the seated surfers, off to a great start now. Hagita and Henry are going to have to utilise the back half of this heat to their advantage to play catch-up.
Conditions could be tailor-made to that one Dane Henry. He's not a massive lad just yet, but his surfing is very on point. So can't wait to see him here going
he's on the
for it.
He's seeing something he likes, Billy.
Yeah.
He definitely put in a couple of solid paddles as he went over that inside lump. Where is he? He's out of picture. Let's catch up with him. Here he goes. All right, gives it a pump, stabs it nicely. Builds some speed, hits it again, and just overcooks it. Wow, what a pity.
Looked like it could have only been a 2-turn wave anyhow, Mark,
Maybe,
but
yeah.
We've seen the 2-turn waves today amass points in the 7 range. So, you've got to hang on to every finishing manoeuvre here.
The pressure was on there for Dane, so he knew he didn't really do a lot early. Didn't quite connect with that first hit, so went really big here and just drew the error, effectively turning into a 1 manoeuvre wave.
Here goes Coops again, keep him busy. Second wave. See if he can improve on his first one. Again, a little bit lateral and down the line. There's the turns that we know he can do and we come to expect. Another one pretty good too. The big fella going down the line with a lot of speed and a lot of intent, and there is the turn we wanted to see.
Pretty good. He finally sort of showed a bit more of his A-grade surfing. So he'll have two. He'll go to the top of the leaderboard. He's the only surfer with 2 waves. He's banked them both. And we know he's still got more under the skin there to show us, but you'd probably be thinking still pretty nervous in a slow heat. Just capitalising with the completion, keeping the momentum, turn after turn. There was not a lot of downtime between the moves, so I liked it. I think his better wave.
Yeah, smaller wave too, Mark, and a lot smoother on the face than the larger one he caught to kick things off.
Dane Henry, there we go, one manoeuvre, 217. Hagita will be pretty anxious. You let 14 minutes chip off the clock, and you've really got to bank on 2 good ones from here on in, and no error heat from this moment. Yeah, everything has to click now for Hagita. So let's see where Davies goes with that number. Judges are having a think about it.
Tachi Hagita playing the patient game.
I think it's somewhere between those first 2 numbers up top there. Okay, so what did he have, a 5? So he's got a 6.83 for that. Okay, so the judges went the best wave. All right, so he's got a healthy lead now.
Yeah, that last turn was massive, Mark.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of spray, and he got that. I think it was his second move or third move on that wave where he really connected well as well. So 2 big hits with a lot of strong surfing in between. No downtime between his manoeuvres was probably what the judges liked as well. So a busy approach, utilising the complete wave. Well done, Cooper Davies. Hagita has got to be feeling the pinch, surely. 10 minutes.
No waves.
Same with Dane Henry. You know, you come from home and he's generally one of the big dogs at events, and he generally is a front runner because he gets off to good starts, and he features highly in most of the events he goes in, and then all of a sudden he's finding himself with only a 2.17, getting a little bit smoked by the other 2, and there's only 9 minutes on the clock, so he's probably in that fairly unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, he's got to dig himself out of a hole. It's good fun when everything's going your way, but when it's not, it's the mark of a true champion, and they can find a way to get out of that funk.
Well, you've also got to hope that Huey throws you some favours. Can't do much with the oceans not giving you any love.
Exactly.
That's kind of what's going on right here. I've only had 4 waves ridden out of 4 really good surfers in 15.5 minutes. That's not a good strike rate. Huey's kind of having a bit of tidur here at lunchtime. Boy, oh boy, Billy, since this round of 64 kicked off yesterday, the level that we started witnessing yesterday afternoon was like really noticeably up.
Yep.
That theme's continued throughout the morning, particularly once from the time Dylan Moffat hit the lineup. Morgan Siblick went nuts, Lennox Smith went nuts, and everybody in the competitors area was just so pumped to see all that. They're like, righto, that's the mark.
Yep, you're right, mate. It has skyrocketed through the roof. As these rounds get less and less numbers, the performances will go up and up. But yeah, noticeably different.
And I'm expecting a similar scenario out of the women's when we get to that round. 11 heats to roll out there. I'll just glance through the draw, see if Nanaho Suzuki.
Oh, strong performer.
The number 1 seed in Heat 1. Elise Cooper, past winner, will be leading out Heat 2. Rina Matson Sunaga is featuring heavily in Heat 3. Mia Huppets is the Red Rash Fest for Heat 4. And on we roll. Heat 11 will finish with Kailani Johnson taking the Red Rash Fest out there, leading out Heat 11. Should that feature and surf today, it is formatted as our last heat of the day. So barring a rainstorm or some lightning, that's where we'll get to.
I like it. Right, Hagita now prowling around the lineup. I mean, I've just had a bit of a chat with Kian Martin after his heat. He snuck through. The thing he did notice that everyone was getting scoring waves under his priority, and that has been a theme of today. As we see, Hagita's missed that one and he's coughed up priority.
All right, so was he bummed that he let that happen, or did he?
No, we're just discussing the heat, and he got through, and it's cool. And we kind of came to the takeaway from that heat into the future, that just because you get priority doesn't mean you have to sit in the same place. You can paddle around the lineup. Everyone has to get out of your way. You know, as long as you don't do exactly what Mr. Hagita did right there and miss a wave, you'll still retain priority. So when you do get first priority, stay active, stay hunting. Masi Manchari.
You can definitely get caught up in the hype of I've now got to wait and really make this count. But yeah, sometimes it can turn around and bite you, especially with an ocean like this.
Yeah, if you can imagine a free surf, you got first priority. You just paddle all over the lineup and take off where you want. Anyone that kind of looks decent, I'm going. Easy to explain, very hard to execute.
That's it, you know, in the heat of battle, and you're out there and you've got all these, you know, right intentions, and this is what I'm going to do, and then the ocean does something the exact opposite. The ability to readjust and, you know, mix up your game plan and adapt, I guess is the word. You know, live in the moment. That's been a big cliche of lately with all the athletes, but it's true. You've just got to reassess and come up with plan B before you run out of time.
Here goes Joe now, Mark. This is his second wave only. He's already banked a 6.17, and that is a fantastic opening turn. Getting his flow on. This wave is looking dangerous for the rest of the pack.
That's huge.
Bit of a brutal third turn, but those first two were crackers.
All three of those hits, undeniably good. Easily goes to the lead. It's a matter of does it turn into the wave of. It'll be a healthy number. It's sort of, without being too blockbuster, it's definitely not in that average range. I thought that was really good, strong surfing.
Dane Henry now, Mark.
Yep, he's got to do something. He knows it's time to strike. He's got to leave himself a few minutes to get back out there and get another wave.
Ooh.
Had to do that, had to go for it. He's got to take the most of every opportunity now on this wave. So far, so good. And really holding his speed well down the line. He's keep looking over his shoulder, seeing what's next. And belly flops down the face with major disappointment on his face there. Here goes the wave of reds again. What do you like here, Billy?
I love switching it straight to attack mode, banging it through the lip, and this one, the timing's perfect. Beautiful whip around. The third one going for it. Hung up there for a little while, but rode down the roller coaster without a problem at all.
Judges are going to love that.
Yep.
All right, so Dane Henry had to go big, so good start, all right? And then he backed it up again, so he was on his way to getting out of trouble here. And you watch, he keeps looking down the line over his shoulder coming out of these turns. And was he a little far ahead of himself in his brain?
Ooh.
Because there was an error there where it was a pretty stock standard manoeuvre. Time pressure, scoreboard pressure was mounting. The error was thrown down. 817, thank you very much, judges. Three big hits into the excellent range. That's going to feature on our page over here on the highlight reel. .817 and a 617, huge.
Dane Henry looked like he was just getting going on that wave. There seemed to be plenty of wall down the road, and you know, throwing his back foot out, getting a little bit of flare into his turns. He's just
it'll
picked the nose, and
it'll put him in the conversation for second. It's really going to bring that 966 well down. But he needs a good wave. He needs probably about a 6 after that wave gets scored. He's only got 3 minutes, does have fourth priority. That's the issue. And Hagita, what the hell's gone wrong with Green?
He's not having a good one. He's having a Betty Crocker. Thanks, Ross Williams.
Still doesn't even catch a wave. Here we go.
Here goes Coops. The backhand. It's his third wave, I'm pretty sure. The big guys are finding it a little bit more challenging to get things going on these smaller conditions, but he's done pretty well there. Looking to replace a 5. That's going to be touch and go, Mark.
Dane needs just over 7 points. Needs the wave of the heat. Third priority now, 2 and a bit minutes. Cooper probably won't improve his situation, so...
Here he goes. He needs to stick that score between Azuchi's first and second. That's the way to do it. Big helicopter into a belly flop. That's not going to garnish any points.
No, there's just a lot of pressure building there. If you think he's under pressure, you can imagine what's going through Hagita's brain. You don't want to come in with a pair of donuts.
Wow, yeah.
Effectively gifting Cooper and Azuchi a walk through to the next round.
Dane Henry will be wooing opportunities missed.
Oh, won't he just? The waves he's had, he should be in a better position. Cooper's probably be pretty stoked that Henry has not found his groove. Azuchi just surfed his way into that position, so there's no luck there. That was just all dynamic surfing with really good wave choice. The 817, 3 big brutal hits. That wave, the 817, just had 3 sections that bent perfectly for Azuchi, and he totally nailed every one of them for the 817. All right, this is how Cooper got into second. This is one of his rides. That was his last ride. In fact, won't be one of his 2. Wow, Taichi Hagita. Is he injured? Is he crook?
Don't know. He's not happy with himself. Look at that, with the situation that he's at. There's the frustration there. Is he's splashing the water, looking at his clock, wiping his nose. The body language is not good.
Surely. Huey, give him a wave. Come on. You got to surf your way in. You can't paddle in. He's on the hunt.
30 seconds remaining.
Uh-oh. He's slowed down. Body language. Not convinced there's anything there for him. Stand up. Stand up, Taichi. Get off the donuts. He could be out for a golden duck here, Billy.
Meanwhile, Joe Azuchi is just catching everything in sight.
No, likes his surfboard way too much to take off on that. The reef just coming up at him quick smart. All right, let's pencil that in as a big win for Joe Azuchi. Cooper Davies, congratulations. See you in the round of 32.
Yep, good on you, Mark. Let's throw to an ad break. Don't go anywhere wherever you're watching around the world. This is the Krui Pro 2023. We'll be back just after these messages. Okay, we are live and we are back in the south of Sumatra. This is heat number 15 of the men's round of 64. I am joined in the booth by Chris Binns. Welcome back, sir.
Hello, Billy.
This is a good-looking heat coming up. Mike Clayton Brown takes on Varun Tanjung, Lennox Chill and Thomas Carvalho. Close enough?
Yeah, not bad.
Thank
Tom
you.
Carvalho, he's from the Gold Coast. Lennox Shell, he's from Copacabana, Central Coast of Voca. His old boy Sam Chell was a ripper on the ACC back in the day. And kicking off proceedings in the blue jersey, that is Varun Tanjung. He'll be hoping that he can go a little bit better than his mate Bronson Mady, who had a bit of a dud earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I'd love to see a couple of these young pups get through and see how they handle the pressure of the finals day. He's going to have his hands full with MCB though. He had a really good campaign last year here, Chris. And Lennox and Thomas, no slouches.
Yeah, Leno, pretty sure he was in the Tellos before this. I was actually surfing with him last night in the dark. I'm sure he was ripping. I'm glad that no one could see what I was up to.
Yeah, it's a very humbling experience being on the work crew at a major surf contest like this and going for a free surf with all these young, full of energy, perfect non-injury riddled bodies. It's a very humbling experience, but also very inspiring at the same time.
Yeah, I made my peace with that years ago. I'm at the stage now they give me charity waves almost out of sympathy, and you get like this encouragement that's like, yeah, go mate, you got this. And you're like, oh, really? Has it come to this?
There's some good things about getting old.
So, yeah, Varan Tanjung, an Indonesian and 3 Aussies in the water, 2 Aussies in the booth. I'm Chris Binns. It's Billy Hangen.
Hi.
And we are here in the beautiful Krui in South Sumatra. Conditions just keep on coming. We're aiming for a 25 heat day. That's been the goal every day so far.
Yeah, we've almost reached it. We didn't quite get to the first day of the opening ceremony, and then yesterday we were interrupted by
thunder and lightning. It was very, very frightening.
Galileo.
Indeed. Speaking of karaoke, Tom Carvello last year at the opening ceremony at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
Yep.
There was a band playing 25% too loud, as seems to be common in this Southeast Asian region. And they were very keen to get some surfers out of the crowd. They asked him what he'd like to sing, and I've never really spent too much time with Tom, but I instantly grew a fondness for him because his request was my go-to karaoke song.
Oh, what is that?
How You Remind Me by Canada's finest, Nickelback. And he absolutely murdered the eardrums of everyone at the competition area.
Excellent.
Had the lyrics on his phone. The band did a stellar job. They YouTubed the music, and and yeah, all of a sudden an impromptu karaoke jam.
Well, let's hope we see more of that at this event.
Might have been a little bit of the sponsor's product that led Thomas to be egged on by his fellow competitors to jam that one out. But yeah.
Well, it was All Country Road here last year, Chris. That was the theme song of Lavina, and there was the homestay just down the road, and there were some victors came out of that. All spearheaded by the production chief Sam Norwood. Not a shy man when it comes around to karaoke. But Jesse Mendez, not a bad rendition of Country Road.
There you go. All right, this is Varun Tanjung on his backhand, the sole Indonesian up against 3 Aussies. That was a strong first turn, sticking with it. Unfortunately, the wave wins the race. Here goes MCB, Mike Clayton Brown on his backhand, strong turn. This one's got great size, shape, rhythm and pace. So working his way down the line, this is going to be a decent number. Schwacks that in Varun's face. 19 minutes to go, kicking out.
And Mike Clayton Brown, a handy wave. I did like that one turn of Varun's, and it can sometimes just take that one turn to get your confidence up and go, right, if I get the wave and I get the canvas, I'm going to take this thing apart. So let's hope the confidence is building in that young man.
Took us through this replay of Mike Clayton Brown's last wave.
He's continuing on from last year. A lot of back foot and a lot of bum high turning. I like that. This means a lot of effort being put into those turns. It's very difficult to do that and not come unstuck. There's Varun. Right, I like that. Straight down, a little bit of an airdrop on the way down.
You're heaping a bit of scorn on the tie-dye sort of pink spray earlier.
Oh, geez, haven't I got some texts around the world about that?
What do you make of Varun's little fluoro number?
Oh, I'll have to have a look at it. But, wow, haven't I copped some flack about that since I said that? Mason Ho's not happy with me, apparently.
All right, Mike Clayton Brown, a 5.33, sees him move into the lead. Varun Tanjung
3.8. That'll be the combination of two waves, and Tom Carvello and Lennox Shell, yet to open their accounts.
Any word from El Salvador, mate? Are they kicking on? Are they having lay days or?
By the sounds of things, they're off till about Friday.
Okay.
And yeah, the next event is Rio, which kicks off just a few days after the waiting period for El Salvador closes. So no one is in any particular hurry to leave, because you're not going to rearrange your travel schedule to, some people might be getting down to Saquarema a little bit ahead of schedule, but there definitely won't be the Aussies or the Americans or the Europeans heading home. They're in for a bit of a leg. So the boot's on the other foot, because for a long time we make the rest of the world come and surf through Australia for months on end. And this time around it's our turn to do the Central America down to South America tango.
You bet. It's all part of being a professional athlete. If you don't like travelling and packing up your boards every couple of weeks and living out a suitcase for years on end, well then you're probably in the wrong game. Anyway, let's head on down to the athlete area, and I'm pretty sure Mark Clift has the winner of the last heat. Over to you, sir.
All right, we're live down here in the athlete zone with the winner of the last heat with an 8.17 and a 6 plus ride. Joe Azuchi, you ripping.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. You want to, okay. Krui?
Krui is long legs, so one wave dipping. Yeah.
Okay, Joe, your favourite surfer?
John Florence.
John Florence. Your favourite woman surfer?
Tyler Wright and Carissa Moore.
Okay, thank you very much. And all the best for the next heat.
Japanese okay?
You can talk in Japanese. Say hello to some friends in Japan. How about that?
ちょっと緊張して硬くなってしまったけど、次のヒートはリラックスしていいライディングして頑張ります。
Thank you very much, Joe. We'll leave it at that. Good on you. Thank you.
Well, how good was that? Mark Clift looking as comfortable as a snowball in a sauna. Joe Azuchi dominating the heat before. Loving those international interviews.
Yeah, incredibly polished performer, Joe Azuchi. I would hazard a guess that he is one of Japan's not only top ranked but highest paid pro surfers.
Really?
Yeah, he's got the full gamut of sponsors across the board. And yeah, he's been around. He's a few years older than he actually looks. He's blessed with boyish good looks. But yeah, I remember him doing World Juniors probably 8 years ago.
Interviews always been the same? Yep, awesome.
14 minutes remaining. So Tom Carvello and Lennox Shell, they've sat for over 10 minutes. There's Leno, probably trying to remember the words of wisdom I would have passed on in the dark last night.
Which way in?
Is this a wave?
All right, there's the breakdown. Mike Clayton Brown, a 5.33 and a 4.77. A couple of 2.90 and a 0.90 for Varun. Sure he's going to do better than that. Here goes Lennox Shield. All right, that is a handy way to start off. This wave rattling off down the reef. And Shelley gets over there. Here is the scoring part of the wave now. Gets a bit faster and a bit steeper. And there flares the tail. So there you go.
Yeah, Leno sat and waited for a dozen minutes, and I think that's going to be a pretty significant number.
Yeah.
Great surfer, great kid. Has spent a lot of time in the West.
Really?
Yeah, I think he was hunting up north in the desert.
Oh, here goes Lennox now. Kind of like the way he started off there, a full wrap around. The board facing the opposite way. The more I look at this wave, the more I like it. A couple of lip bashes there, but not losing his momentum as it goes down the line. Allows a little bit of a disco dance and then a beautiful looking finishing turn. So Lennox Gill, I'm liking it. Here goes your boy Thomas now.
Yeah, Tom Carvello. They've made it as a wise man.
Replay the full wave now, Chris.
Alright, so a bit of downtime. First turn, not bad. He had to work to get anything out of this. 2 turns. And, well, this is going to end up a pretty decent combination. So 4 quick bashes from Tom Carvello, and he is out of there. Still waiting on those scores to come in for green and white. Lennox Shell, he started the year off with a bang, winning the Oakbury Tweed Coast Pro Junior. I think he's had a bit of an injury since then, but he's definitely well and truly on the comeback.
Right, there's our judging tower. Priority judge doing a great job.
That's head judge Todd Rosewall in the red shirt and the bucket hat out in front. Joe Azuki coming up to have a word about the scoring. Didn't feel like he won by enough.
No.
That's the local kind of village market scene that's happening next door to the event site.
Yeah, come the weekend, Chris, that will be chockers, shoulder to shoulder. All right, 5.07 for Lennox's first wave. Not bad, second best scorer of this heat.
Still waiting on the first number to drop in for Tom Carvello.
Right, we are looking at heat number 15 of the men, round of 64. After this, we have Jarvis Earl in action. I'm looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to it all week. Okay, Yamanaka and Ben Lorenston put on a great performance yesterday. First time I'd actually seen him surf.
Yeah, very handy.
Kari Noro, they round out heat number 16.
So any highlights from this round so far?
For me?
Yep.
Morgan Siblick. Yep. That was, I didn't actually see Dylan Moffat's heat, but I sat there and watched Morgan's. Big fan of that young man surfing. I'll never forget the performance he put on at Rottnest. Really stepped it up there. Came on the scene with a big bang and a lot of momentum. I'd love to see him back on the CT.
Yeah, he had an incredible run through the Aussie leg. He surfed an incredible heat at the Newcastle event against Ryan Callanan. So all the Merriweather boys and girls were down on the rock supporting their 2 local heroes going at it. Off the back of that, Morgs dusted John Florence, went down to Narrabeen, did the same again. John turned his nose up at a wave that he didn't think offered any kind of score, and Morgs took off and did the most incredible upside down hook under the lip. Wasn't just under the lip, it was through the lip. Somehow forced his whole tail through the wave. Got the 9 and dusted John in back-to-back events before crossing the country. Getting a bit of a result at Margaret River, and then again in the lefts of Strickland Bay at Rottnest Island, surfing his way to the final, where he squared off against Gabriel Medina, who was in beast mode and was just playing with the deadly shallow Strickos end section. If you surf Strickos a lot, you'll know that end section is not fun, and Gabby was doing the biggest turns and the biggest alley-oops you've ever seen, just over it like he didn't care in the world. Incredible. Good on him.
Yeah, it was a good weekend at Rottnest. Probably highlight for mine the day-long golf match. Everyone had to go in there and play 9 holes and write your score down. Ronnie Blakey taking it out, funnily enough. The man can play golf.
No surprises there. He owns a golf course these days.
Little shorties. Can't wait to go for a round with the big man one day. North Sydney area, I understand. Yeah, great golfer, great surfer, good commentator, fantastic head of hair. I'm not sure I like him at all, actually.
No, there's not much to like about the guy.
No.
Rottnest was the first event where I've ever taken boards and clubs.
It was great. It
was
like school camp. Everyone was staying at the same place, eating at the same place. Fun times by all.
Okay,
Anyway.
score has dropped in for Tom Carvello, a 5.4. So Mike Clayton Brown is in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.77. He's the only guy with 2 scores that count. Varun Tanjung, he's sitting second, but he won't be happy. He's got a 3 and a 2. Tom Carvello is in third with a 5.4. Lennox Shell is in fourth with a 5.07. So really not much separating the field at this point in time. 7 minutes to go. Sleepy heat.
Sleepy heat, but the program is the same pretty much of all today. Sleepy start, and then the last 5 minutes it seems to be pretty manic. Everyone trying to get those very gettable scores. Look at that. A couple of ones. That 6.50 for Tanjung. Easily attainable for that young man.
We've seen some incredible performances today. Caius King, that 8.5 that he dropped, just ran and ran and ran. Billy Stearman, the heat after that, going excellent as well. Then we had a slow and sleepy heat 7, but heat 8, Dylan Moffat started with an 8, upgraded to a 9, and then I went, don't think I'd like an 8 as a backup, and dropped an 8.23. So throwing away an excellent score. He's the only bloke who's done that this week. A little bit of fishing going on in front of us.
Yep, Chari upper, Chari octopus. That's what he's hunting for.
Straight after Dylan Moffat's performance, we saw Morgan Siblick drop an excellent score of his own. And he backed that up with a 7 and a 6. Before Lennox Smith took the chocolates in heat 10. Tully Wiley heat 11. Oscar Berry in heat 12. Rinta Utu in heat 13. And we just saw Joe Azuki take the win over Cooper Davies, with unfortunately Dane Henry and Taichi Hagita bowing out. Taichi forgot to catch any waves, which is a bummer, but Dane Henry, an incredible talent from the Gold Coast. He's only young, but he is someone to watch out for in the future. He's an incredible surfer.
That was a bit of a surprise, Chris. With these small conditions, it was kind of tailor-made for him. I was very confident looking at that draw that he would go through. He did have his opportunity. He got on a real big runner and just a little bit of an orthodox turn, and he picked his nose and went over the handlebars. But kind of unexplainable, but sometimes it runs your way and sometimes it doesn't.
He's only young.
He's going to be back.
He is only young, and he's incredible. I remember seeing him surf for the first time in Western Australia. I knew he was from the Gold Coast. Texted legend photographer Andrew Shield to try and get a little bit more info, and he simply wrote back, yep, best 18-year-old kid around these parts, which is a huge rap. You know, Shieldsy shoots everyone from Byron Bay to Noosa. He knows all the surfers, and a call like that does not go unnoticed.
He's been at it a while, hasn't he?
Sure has.
Wow.
He's just a few 1,000 kilometres north of us at the moment. We're about 5 degrees south of the equator. He is sitting on the equator in the Tello Islands right now. On your shield, man.
Be nice and hot up there.
Shieldsy would be losing his mind singing in a booth with us, hearing the ice cream song on endless repeat, because there is no one in the world who loves ice cream more, nor has consumed more ice cream than Andrew Shield. I've seen him order ice cream for breakfast in Japan once.
Ice cream muncher.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 3:40 to go in this one, Chris. We digress a little bit. It has been a sleepy...
We digress a little
last
bit.
5 minutes, but have a look at this. The priority holder
look at them go. Get into it, boys.
Mike Clayton Brown is the priority holder, but it is Varun who ends up with this runner. He needs a 6.50. That's a good way to go about it. 2 lip bashes. Looks like he is hungry for a top spot. That drone footage making everything look fantastic, but he has rattled off a couple of hairy, handy turns. Can he finish it? Shoves it through the lip. Got to ride down that roller coaster. Can he do it? Patting 2 dogs at once.
There we go.
Oh, you'd have to give it to him. I don't know.
Well, let's have a look at that one from in front. We know he's going to get rid of his 2.9. He might even get rid of his 3.6. Here's the replay of what Varun got up to. That Paizel looking sharp underfoot. Not sure what Billy makes of the spray, but that doesn't matter to the judges. So pacing his run nicely down the line, stabs it up into the lip, and repeats that one a little bit. It's just a small wave. He's milking every last bit out of it. And
kind of dropped down the hole there, didn't he?
I'm not sure that counts. It really doesn't matter, to be
too much,
perfectly honest.
But I don't mind the fruit tingle spray job. Pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure he'll be super impressed.
Pass it along. He can finally sleep at night.
All right, we'll wait that score to drop for young Varun. Sure, the old man's on the beach watching on nervously as Thomas makes a move onto the inside. That's a pretty good move with third priority under his belt. Lennox is going to have none of that. He'll probably position himself right between MCB and Thomas. That's exactly what he does. Look at that.
.90 seconds to go. Who do we have in the last heat of the day? Jarvis Earl is the surfer in red, reigning world junior champion. Kaiki Yamanaka is the surfer in blue. Ben Lorenzen is in white, and Kairi Noro is in green. Score coming in for Varun Tanjung is a 4.17, so that's his best wave. Makes life a little bit tougher for Tom Carvello and Lennox Shell.
Not much though.
Neither of them have caught a second wave yet. They're in motion right now. Lennox Shell will Mike Clayton Brown, he's not interested, so with second priority Lennox could go that, not into it. Here goes Tom Carvello. He needs a 2.7. Not a huge ask. He's definitely got the opportunity, but decides against whacking the closeout.
Full closeout. You've got to get your momentum straight away on that thing. It looked like the wave had zero power in it.
Here goes Mike Clayton Brown. He's safe. This is a victory lap for the man in red. He's found the wave that both Thomas and Lennox were looking for. So this one's academic. Let's get to the other angle. Keep our eye on Lennox Shell. He's got priority. Can he find a wave with 20 seconds to go?
See him out the back. He's meerkatting, looking for anything he can scratch onto.
10 seconds remaining. Let's get the camera on the surfer in white. It comes down to this moment. 5 seconds remaining. Where is Lennox Shell? He's paddling in. Will he get to his feet in time? Is this going to count? Okay, here goes Lennox Shell. One turn, he's out of there. He only needed a 2.7.
Was it before or after the hooter? The judges will make that decision. A little bit of high five and going on there from the caddies.
All right, we're going to leave this one with the judges. We're going to go to a quick ad break. When we come back, Heat 16, the last one of the round of 64 here at the Krui Pro. Back to the Krui Pro. We're looking at Mike Clayton Brown on screen right now. And those results are from the previous heat. That is not Joe Azuki and Dane Henry on the screen. That's Mike Clayton Brown and his caddy. In the water right now, Jarvis Earl is the surfer in red. Kaiki Yamanaka is the surfer in blue. Ben Lorenzen is wearing the white jersey, and Kyrie Noro is in the green. There are the results. Mike Clayton Brown got the win. Varun Tanjung, Lennox Shell, we're still waiting on a last score unless it was deemed that he didn't get to his feet in time. So not quite making it to his feet in time by the looks of things. Not quite making it to the booth on time by the looks of things. Jada Lagati.
Yep. I'm back into Great to be back. So I missed out on that last heat. What ended up happening?
Well, that's the scores on screen right now. Mike Clayton Brown got the win. Varun Tanjung second. Tom Carvello and Lennox Shell not quite doing enough right at the end. Here goes Kaiki Yamanaka on his backhand. Swiping away at that one. Last turn, no good. And this is Jarvis Earl. No, beg your pardon. This is Ben Lorenzen on his forehand in the white jersey.
Yeah, Ben Lorenzen, previous to today's heat by Dylan, he had the highest scoring wave, an 8.67 yesterday. But today we saw Dylan Moffat getting a 9 and an 8.23. So he took the cake, but Ben Lorenzen, an amazing performance yesterday. And this is heat 16, the last heat of the round of 64, and then we will be moving into the women's.
Yeah, so women's round of 64. It's a stacked draw, naturally. This is the last seeded round before it's a free-for-all. So we're seeing some of the bigger names come into play. First heat after this one, Nanaho Suzuki, highly touted Japanese surfer, up against Freya Prum, Georgie May Hicks and Charlie Hatley, who was one of the standouts yesterday. Second heat, Elise Cooper, Naoamuro, Nasa Awalaya Shaldira and Lydia Kato, who surfed really well yesterday. And those last two surfers are from Indonesia as well. Kaiki Yamanaka opening up with a 3. Ben Lorenzen, he's still got a score to come.
Yeah, this is very important heat. Last one, and I'm excited to see the women's. We haven't seen all of them yet, and today we've seen all the seeded men as well. Everyone has gotten to surf in the men's draw. Now we're moving on to the women's as we see Jarvis Earl. A beautiful first turn, straight into a second check turn, tries to get around this section and actually makes it though. That was very impressive.
It's not done yet either. A little bit of flare to come. No, he's out of there. This is Ben Lorenzen flying down the line. This is his second wave. His opener was a 2.77. Behind the 8 ball a little bit. Tries to foam climb up and over the section. Instead of coming out in front with plenty of speed, he goes down with none whatsoever. Kaiki Yamanaka sitting in the lead. Kai Noro yet to open his account. Jarvis Earl, I wouldn't be surprised if he started taking to the sky. He's got the skills for it. Speaking of skills, we're going to go catch up with the winner of our last heat right now. Mike Clayton Brown is having a chat with our own Billy Hangen.
All right, we are live. We're here, and I'm looking at the winner of heat number 15, Mike Clayton Brown. Tough conditions. It was a bit of a scrappy heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, I was kind of expecting it to be pretty slow. It seems every heat I have with Lennox is really slow, but yeah, you know, I'm just thankful to get those 2 quick ones at the start and just, you know, hold on and surf a smart heat.
Yeah, you certainly did that. The rest of the lads struggling to find a second wave. I think Lennox and Thomas, they didn't have a second wave until the last minute. You held priority and you got a pretty decent wave in the side the last minute. Any thought of just passing along to Lennox a second priority?
Yeah, nah. I feel sorry, but, you know, it's just what it is. You know, it's competition, and, yeah, it's hard because, you know, Lennox is my mate, but, you know, I'm here to make heat, so it's just how it is.
Well, that's right, and I appreciate and I admire that because that's what here, a surfing contest. It's not a free surf, so you did extremely well. I think you ended up with a handful of waves where some people struggled to get 2. From the shore here, the waves look really good. They're running off. There seems to be a bit of lack of power on the inside, though. It's really hard to get vertical and really get that back foot into play.
Yeah, well, I did that on my last one. I kind of saw like a fluffy wedgy section and hit it, and it just kind of didn't really push back. So, yeah, maybe just switch equipment and, get on something a bit more spicy if it stays small.
Yeah, you bet, mate. Well, you're through to the next round, so job done. Well played. Down that camera, anyone at home you want to say hello to?
Yeah, my family, I know they're watching. Love yous, thinking of yous at the moment too. And yeah, all friends and anyone at home. Cheers for watching.
Right on, MCB, winner of Heat 15. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, it was MCB. Very lovely character and nice person. Seen him last year around here, around Nias as well. Not too much happening out there. We saw another wave from Ben Lawrenson. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. Still no waves ridden by our surfer in green, but still plenty of time left, so it's still anyone's heat.
All right, WSL in the box seat at the moment, but a 4-2-3, nothing that he's going to want to hang on to when this heat's done and dusted in 17.5 minutes time.
Yeah, looking at the next heat, I'm super excited to see Georgie May Hicks, another one of our upcoming surfers in Bali. She's very hardworking, always happy to be in the water. She trains with Ivan, our Spanish coach that is here with her. He was yesterday giving me some words of advice as well. Nana Hotsuzuki, an amazing surfer from Japan, very consistent, hardworking as well. That's going to be a great heat. And Charlie Haitley yesterday was standout in the first round of the women's.
Yep, she was sensational on her forehand. All right, 16 minutes 40 to go. WSL has second priority, but he is putting the foot down and flying on this wave. Must like the looks of what he sees down the line. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jarvis take to the sky. Looks like there's a few little ramps starting to pop up. And that was lightning quick from start to finish. Little bit of a, I reckon that was a subtle little clenched fist as he kicked out of that one. And Jarvis, World Junior Champ. We saw him take a big win in Taiwan at the Taiwan Open of Surfing late last year as well. He competed at the Margaret River Pro recently at the highest level on the championship tour. Lightning quick from Jarvis, and he is out of there. So expect him to go into the lead when this number drops in. Might just about be the best wave of the heat so far. Kaiki Yamanaka yet to get going. Kainoro is in the lead, the 4.73, the best wave we've seen so far.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl, another standout last year as well, here in Krui and Nias. He was putting up some great heat scores and very consistent in both the events. He's very comfortable out there. He's not afraid to take the air. He's good in the barrel. He's good in the turns. So he's a little bit of an all-rounder and a very young man. So he still has so much to give.
Yeah, I think he's 20, 21 maybe. But incredibly talented young surfer. Comes from Cronulla in Sydney. Saw him spending lots of time around the Margaret River event with Conor O'Leary, who's from Cronulla. Richard Dogmarsh, one of the surfer coaches on the championship tour, hails from that part of the world as well. Luke Egan lives in Cronulla these days, even though of course he's originally from New South Wales. And of course the Grand Master, the Grand Poobah, the Jedi of all Jedis himself, Marco Galupo, comes from Kurnell in Cronulla. So it is Goofy Foot Mecca
if you're an Aussie. So WSL following in a proud long lineage of goofy footers. Guys like Gary Green did that in the 80s and 90s as well, all from that part of the world. WSL, there it is, last wave, a 5.17 does see him move into the lead. 5.17 and a 4.23, that's a start with 13 minutes 40 to go. You know that Jarvis wants to ditch both of those scores before this one is done and dusted, but he'll be happy sitting in the lead. Kaiki Yamanaka on his backhand, putting the foot down, looking to get a solid score and put himself back in the frame. First turn was really strong, big sheet of spray, repeats the treatment a second time, up into the lip, got his board well up to 12 o'clock. Really liked that, and that is going to be a strong turn for Kaiki. And 13 minutes to go. Let's see if we can catch up with this one on the replay.
Yeah, it's going to be feeling pretty good for Kaiki. He doesn't really have any big scores up yet, so this is going to be one of those. We're still halfway down, so there's still a lot of chance, but it's going to be one of those heats where anything can still happen and it's not too late. You see there's a little bit more water on the reef again. We've seen this wave with the low tide and with the increasing tide. Yesterday was when it got best, when the women came out. We had our chance and it was firing. So today as well, the directions is great. And here is the replay of our surfer in blue on his backhand, getting around that first section and hits this one right in the pocket. Doesn't completely go around, but this was a nice turn and finished it off nicely. So he'll be feeling pretty good. And that wave of 4.43 takes him straight into second. But still Green only looking for a 2.7 and Ben Lawrenson a 4.66.
All right, 11 and a half minutes to run. WSL with a 5.17 and a 4.23 is sitting in the lead. Kaiki Yamanaka, the big mover after that last set. A 4.43 sees him up into second. Here goes WSL looking to replace his 4.23. Watch the fins fly on this one. First section was good. He's got speed to burn right now. Opens the shoulders. That was a beautiful carve. And he's working his way through the turns. That 4.23 is well and truly gone. Will we see a little bit of a ramp? He's eyeing off the end section. No, through the free surfers. And there's some ladies in the next heat who are doing the long run off the beach. Who have we just missed going down? That is Kaiki Yamanaka. So WSL, that was a great wave. Looking forward to the replay. First, we're going to catch up with Kaiki Yamanaka. Talk to us about this one, Jada.
Yeah, he got a really nice first turn, got a little bit stuck at the top for that second one and gets around the section. And that was a beautiful finishing from our Japanese surfer in the blue. Right behind him, this is the replay of Jarvis Earl. He takes the fins out on that first one and beautiful speed every time he comes out of those turns. And something I really admire about Jarvis, he never seems to lose that speed. Here he goes to that last section. The current heat leader unfortunately just pulls out. The wave doesn't do exactly what he was wanting to, but he does a 6.5 for that last wave of Jarvis Earl. We're still waiting for the last score of Green.
All right, last score in for WSL, a 6.5, best wave of the heat. Not sure if we missed a turn or two up the top, but the speed, the power, the flow were all present from what we did see. And he rattled off a string of sort of a half dozen manoeuvres, a little bit of variety, plenty of flair, lots of precision and control from Jarvis. First surfer into double figures, so a 6.5 and a 5.17 tell the tale of his heat so far. 16 minutes done, 19 still to run. Kaiki Yamanaka, Kai Noro. Last score in for Kaiki was a 4.43, so that does build on his 2-wave total, doesn't narrow the gap to Jarvis in first, makes things a little bit tougher for Kai Noro in third. Ben Lorenzen with some work to do, just a pair of 2s at this stage, a 6.89, the requirement to jump up to second and progress. 8.5 minutes remaining. A little bit of a sleepy ocean right now, but let's hope that we get a bit more action across the back third of this heat. Here is Kaiki Yamanaka on his backhand. Wave wins the race. That's going to be an inconsequential score. Priority is still with Ben Lorenzen in the white jersey. This is Kai Noro down the line. Jarvis has already moved up to second priority in a matter of minutes. Kai Noro, not sure why he was sitting so far down the line, just kind of chopping away at that one on his backhand. He's going to get rid of his 4.3, but that's not saying much. He did that just by his hands leaving the rails. He's chasing a 4.94 and he's going to struggle off the back of that wave. 7.45 to run. 2 Aussies with priority. Ben Lorenzen needs to get moving.
Yeah, Ben Lorenzen keeping quite... He's been pretty quiet this heat. He hasn't really been as active as yesterday. He's kept priority for quite a while now. We've seen some of these guys get those scores under priority and a little bit more down the line. So he's probably waiting for one of the bigger sets to come by. And this is a replay of our surfer in blue. A nice quick kind of a check turn, and unfortunately doesn't get around that section. And this is our surfer in green, a nice top turn, and I like this finishing. He really gets that board up and above the foam, and he was liking that.
All right, here goes Ben Lorenzen, surfer in the white jersey. He's got to get moving, got to get a wriggle on with 7 minutes remaining. And well, that would suggest that he has indeed wriggled on that wave. We missed the top of it. We'll catch up with it on the replay. And feels like that may have been the wave he needed to get his heat started. Here is the replay. Beautiful bottom turn, really drove hard up into the lip. That was a great turn as well. So 3 strong turns. Now he puts the foot down and gets the end section connection and gives himself a little bit of rev up. I don't know if that was a claim aimed at the judges. That was more internal, like, come on, let's get this thing going. He needs a 6.89 to get up to second, but he's only throwing away a pair of 2s. So even if that's a 5, he's only going to need like a 4 afterwards. So he's back in the picture. Time is not his friend. 6 minutes remaining, but the way that the ocean is playing across these heats, you can have a flurry of waves. You can see tons and tons of sets inside 6 minutes. Alternatively, you can see nothing at all. So Ben Lorenzen, a little bit of his fate lies at Mother Nature's hands, but he's back in the picture with that last wave. Jarvis Earl has priority. In fact, the priority reflects the scoreboard. Jarvis Earl has priority and the lead. Kai Yamanaka second on both fronts. Kai Noro third. Ben Lorenzen fourth, but will he jump up to third or even second on the strength of that last wave? He needs a 6.89. Don't know if it was that much of a wave, but he's definitely going to be well and truly back in the picture as we sneak down to the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that was it was great to see Ben back in this heat. As you've said, there's 5 minutes left. It can go either way. We've seen time and time again people changing heats around in the last few seconds, even of not only minutes but last few seconds of each heat. So it's not over until the buzzer goes. And as we say that, the last wave of Ben Lorenzen comes in as a 5.10.
There you go. So he only needs, he needs a 4.57 now. So he's well and truly back in the frame. The 5.1 is in the best handful of waves in this heat so far. 4.5 minutes to go. He's in fourth priority, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. It's a huge playing field. You can easily sneak away from the pack and go and find some waves. We're looking at 3 surfers jostling right now. It's Kaiki Yamanaka looking to defend second place. And this is the first turn would suggest he's on his way to doing that. He's trying to upgrade a 4.43. The wave's tapering off and running out of juice really quickly, but Kaiki is sticking with it. Couple more turns, 4 minutes remaining. Already Ben Lorenzen up to third priority. And more importantly for Ben Lorenzen, the guy who's behind him in the priority order is the guy he's trying to overtake.
Yeah, Ben gonna be really hoping to catch something soon. This is a replay of the last wave we just saw. This is our surfing blue. Two really nice turns. Gets around that foam section. It was didn't have much to offer this wave, but you know he surfed it really nicely and is trying to improve a 4.43. We'll see what the judges think about that, but as we have 3 minutes remaining in this heat, the last heat of the round of 64, we will be going straight into the women's after this last seeded round of the women's QS 5000. Ben keeping the inside, gonna be trying to maybe sneak one under priority. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait for green to catch one and then catch another one behind him.
So last wave for Kaiki Yamanaka came in around the 3-point mark, so it doesn't factor in to the his score line, nor the requirement for third and fourth. 2 minutes 15 to go in this one. Jarvis Earl, he'd be breathing pretty easy right now. It's going to take a fair bit for one human, let alone two, to overthrow him at this stage. He also has priority, so if a good-looking wave does come through, he can have a swing at it. Ben Lorenzen is looking to hunt down a 4.57. Kairi Noro has a 4.94 in his sights, and he has second priority over Ben Lorenzen. And Kaiki Yamanaka, he's sitting in fourth priority but second place, so he won't be breathing easy at all. 90 seconds remaining.
We see a couple lines coming through. Will this be the last chance for Ben Lorenzen or Kainor to get into an advancing position? It looks like Kainor will be using his priority over Ben. He only needs to improve a 2.93, looking for a 4.94 to get into that second place. This wave looking nice, not one of the bigger sets, but it's a clean looking insider wave, giving that variety, a bit of a cutback, coming back to that whitewash to keep that speed, and we see him finish it off.
Well, he gives it a little salute. He gives it a bit of a Wolverine. Jarvis Earl, this is just a victory lap behind him with 45 seconds to go. I think he was actually looking at his watch to tell the time there. That was no claim. Here goes Ben Lorenzen looking to get himself up into second. 30 seconds remaining. It's last roll of the dice time for the Aussie. This is a great looking wall, and he is going to town, having a field day. Can I fit any more cliches into this wave? He's putting on the afterburners and milking every last fraction of a point. He's not done yet. Releases the tail, goes down. He would love to have sealed the deal. I think he's going to go very, very close as it is. Here is the full replay. So start to finish, top to bottom, a little bit of drift out of the tail. The siren sounds. So this one is with the judges. They're going to watch a ton of replays. We just saw Kairi Noro look to go from fourth to second. This is Ben Lorenzen trying to go from third to second. He couldn't have done much more with this wave apart from finish the end section. Right about there, he might have been thinking he was going to bring it into the beach and through to the next round. Instead, he's gone down and left this one very much in the hands of the judges. I'm going to go and catch up with Jarvis Earl, who's won this heat by the length of the straight. We're going to have a quick little break, and we're going to move into the round of 64 on the women's side of the draw at the Krui Pro right after this.
go. We're back. Righto, everyone. Here we are. We are back. It is Mark Clift here and Giada Legati. We're going to take you through the women's round. Who we got in the very first heat, Giada?
Yes, this is the first heat of the round of 64. We have in red Nanaho Suzuki, in blue Freya Prum, in white Georgie May Hicks, and in green Charlie Hatley.
Nice one. All right, and what happened with Jarvis Earl? How did he go? He won the heat.
Jarvis won the heat by a mile.
What was his biggest number?
A 6.5.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, I'll have to double check that actually. But a very well surfed heat. We're not sure who got second. Oh, here we go. Ben Lawrenson got the score he needed. He moved to an advancing position. And at the end, Jarvis did improve. He got a 7.17.
All right, Ben Lawrenston into second. And all right, we'll leave it at that for now. We'll stay focused on the women's side of the draw.
Yes, this is the first heat. As we see Freya Prum, a quick up and out.
And here is the very same wave. I think it is Suzuki a little further down the line. So Nanaho helping herself to a couple of nice hits and a good completion. Yep, that's how you like to start your heats. A finished ride with some quality moves. Good work.
Yeah.
So that's our two seeded surfers in the red and blue.
Nanaho Suzuki, great surfer, very precise. She is one of the top seed Japanese surfers in this event. Last year took out the Taiwan Open of Surfing, took 5,000 points under her belt. Had a 5th place in the Krui Pro last year and a 9th at the Nias Pro. She's a very consistent surfer and definitely one of the favorites to watch as well.
All right, well, we were having this chat yesterday about our thoughts on Japanese surfers making the CT, and we sort of both agreed that we're predicting it's going to come on the women's side of the draw. Nanaho Suzuki is one of those leading the charge.
Yeah. In white, we have Georgie May Hicks, one of the upcoming surfers back in Bali. I know she was in the booth yesterday while I was in the water. She represents England. I know she's been to the ISA Juniors with the English team. And here we see Freya Prum just falling over the back of that last one. But yeah, Georgie, a lovely girl. She's a hardworking. I've seen her surfing sandbar every morning, every afternoon, all day, every day.
Well, as Groms do. It's
Yeah.
hard to keep them out of the water. And what about Charlie Hatley?
Unfortunately, I don't know much about Charlie Hatley, except that she had an exceptional heat yesterday.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what was asked in the interview. But yeah, she had an 8-point ride, if I'm not wrong, in her first heat.
Okay, so can go. You get 8s. You don't fluke 8s.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Nanaho will no doubt easily have the best score of this matchup. The judges may sit on it for a little while because that will set the scale now for the women's round. All our seeded surfers come into play here in this round. For the information of the crew online, our immediate thoughts are to try and finish heat 11 of this round. So we've got plenty of viewing to go this afternoon. 10 more of these heats. Here goes green. This is Charlie. So let's see what the goofy footer brings on her first effort. Better section there on a second attempt, and that's all she gets. Either way, it's still going to be one of the better numbers of the heat to this point, as white Georgie May weaves down the line.
This is Georgie May. Just a little bit of a maybe an awkward turn, but manages to get around it. Unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much more. Still a young surfer. There's a young heat. There's a lot of time left, so she can get back out and recover from that.
So there it is, Nanaho's first score, the 5.17, is kind of the benchmark now that most of these other heats will be compared with.
Yeah, we're going to see, you know, these first heats, every time we change over, the first heat is like to see where the level stands, what type of surfing that will be, like what the judges want and what we don't want. So it's a great marker for the rest of the heats, but being first heat is always tough.
It is. It's no one really wants to be that person because you'd really prefer to. I always liked either the second or third heat personally because you get to have a free surf, you then get to watch a heat, paddle out, you know kind of what's going on the bank or on the reef or the score-wise. But the guinea pig heat we quite often call heat 1, and so I imagine all the other girls in the draw that are surfing in these first maybe first handful of heats will be watching this one and listening to the numbers coming out of the beach announcer. Nanaho Suzuki's got a couple of scores now. Georgie May, throwaway. Freya's a couple of efforts, throwaways. All that one effort. Charlie will probably have the second best number. No, we'll go into second anyway. A couple of moves there. Probably factor in as the third best wave. He goes green right now. So this is Charlie Hatley.
Yes, this is Charlie taking off a little bit more down the line. This wave tapering off and not really offering much else in what she was able to do in the beginning. I think she surfed it quite well for what that wave had on offer. As we see, she is paddling back out. You know, the lineup is so large here. As we see Freya just
overcooking it.
Yeah.
A couple of falls now for Freya. Yeah, Charlie, it wasn't a great wave, a bit of weaving and stuff down the line, but definitely will have the third and fourth better scores of this low kind of scoring matchup at this stage, and we'll go into second. 18 minutes to work on her numbers. And Georgie May and Freya will have to regroup a little bit and stick a couple of waves, stick a couple of rides.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of dark clouds coming over.
I was going to mention that when I walked in here. I don't want to. Hang on, I'm going to touch wood.
Don't jinx it.
I don't want to dodge. We're going to throw down. We'll get back to that. Let's throw down to Chris Binns and let's hear from the winner of the last heat in Jarvis Earl. Yeah, I'm not sure whether the microphone was on just then. Giada couldn't hear a thing when we tried to turn up our TV, but in typical fashion, Jarvis Earl smiled his way through yet another interview. And I remember last year, the first time I laid eyes on that young fella, I reckon I interviewed him probably a dozen times over 2 events. He just kept winning heat after heat after heat. He was in juniors and men's and probably more than a dozen times after Krui and Nias.
Yeah, and he's always has that beautiful smile on his face. I remember last year his dad was here with him. His dad was always really happy and proud of his son. It was a great duo to be around, and it was always great to have Jarvis in those interviews because he just transmits this calm, positive energy.
It's like he's ready to burst out laughing at any moment. When you look at his face, it's like, what's wrong? What's so funny? It's him. And huge future. The current world champion, I believe, the ISA world champion, junior. Yep. And huge future. There's a reason Red Bull have had him in their squad for quite a long time, a la Hurley. But back to that one as well, Giada, when I was making my way in here, out to the north, it's pretty dark over the hills. It's looking a lot like it did yesterday afternoon, which is a real bummer. And I hate to say it, but that's how it's looking. Let's hope it nicks off and doesn't get any closer.
Yeah, I haven't been out there yet, but I can see by the screen you can't really see that beautiful blue crystal water, so I'm guessing it's because there's a few clouds on it.
Yeah, it's really dark. So look, we can deal with rain. It's once we get that those lightning bolts a little too close to the action that it will shut down events. So should it rain a little and no lightning, it can be play on. Once perhaps the rain gets too brutal or we get a few lightning bolts, it's game over and the event will halt for a while, as it did yesterday. But we're speculating. Maybe Toto could bring up those totals of everybody's 2 waves, would be handy. Toto or Sam, if you're there, guys.
We see it's gone a little quiet again. We've seen this quite a few times.
There we go. There's the totals. Thank you very much, fellas. All right. Well, as expected, Nanaho does have the 2 top waves, and Charlie has the next 2 top waves. So Freya and Georgie May are yet to really find their edges and their footing on the wax. So they're letting the other 2 run away with it in this early half of the heat. Right, from your point of view, Giada, you're in heat, 5?
I'm heat 5, yes.
Tell us, when you look through the draw, say in that top half of the draw, the ladies that we might see surf today, who do you reckon are the real standouts and the ones that we should really be keeping an eye out for?
Well, definitely Elise Cooper. She has been a winner of this event in the last few years, so she feels comfortable out there. She knows what she's doing. I know Janir Gonzalez and her sister are both amazing surfers.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nanaho Suzuki, she's definitely one of my favorite surfers to watch. So precise, so perfect. Like, her timing is so perfect in all of her waves. It's very rare to see her make a mistake. I saw her surf all her heats in Taiwan last year, and she took the win of the QS 5000 there. Ellie Harrison.
All right.
She's a big standout. She's in my heat, by the way.
Come on.
She's a standout.
You got that covered. You got that covered, Giada.
Definitely watch Ellie Harrison. She is, she's been surfing incredible lately, and she just came back from El Salvador. She got, I think, maybe 8th in the world.
Let's stay with Freya's wave here. We'll get back to the list of that. But Freya now, this is much better for Freya. I've seen her surf plenty of times, and she's a lot better than her first couple of efforts. So that'll get her back into some decent numbers and back with a better chance of qualifying. Who else you reckon we should look out for?
There's quite a few. I think a personal favorite of mine is Anon Matsuoka.
Yes.
She, for me, is not only an incredible surfer, of course, but one of the sweetest people I've ever met. And this is Nanaho Suzuki on her backhand. I'm not sure if she did much before this, but a great looking wave. Look at that precision, and finishes it off nicely.
So good. All right, well, while we were just having that chat, I did notice the little zoom back on the horizon. Oh my God, it's black as out there. I'm tipping our work crew are probably running around looking for those tarpaulins again they had out yesterday and trying to get them on some of the patchwork that's on our roofs. We've got about 10 holes on our little hut here up in the ceiling.
Yeah, we had a few drips come down yesterday, but you know, we're pretty safe in here. It's looking like a pretty solid structure.
Solid structure, but holes in the roof. Not good when it rains, especially with all our electronics in front of us.
It allows the wind flow.
Oh, I see. I see where you're going. All right. So Nanaho will be waiting on her second number. Pretty sure it's going to lock into a top 2. Meanwhile, Georgie, is it? Yep, it is.
This is Georgie on a nice looking wave. A beautiful opening cutback to start it off. And into a second one. Taps it, finish. This will be definitely improving her score. She's only sitting on a 167. And takes it all the way down to the inside. This wave doesn't offer much more, so she's going to pull out and quickly get back. This is the replay from the judges' view. You know, they obviously they see it front forward of live, and then after they get to see this replay, we see Ryan's drone following her closely. That was the one we were seeing earlier. A nice wave by Georgie to get her started in this heat. It's been a little bit of a slow one.
Yeah, she'll be feeling much better after that effort. And this is the wave we must have missed. So Charlie Hatley, wow. Big heavy hit there on the end of that wave, and she liked it. A little fist pump. I think this might be the live action of Freya. Winding up here, really strong bottom turn there. The section didn't offer much, but she keeps her speed alive, hunting down the line now, dealing with some right frothy stuff. Tags it one more time. Hoping the inside delivers another section, but it does not. All right, I think we've got a lot of scores to catch up on before we get to the leaderboard. So what's your plan in your heat, Giada?
To surf.
To surf. More of that first wave yesterday. Can you remember what that was?
Yes.
Can you remember what the number was?
7.5.
It was indeed. A couple of those would be great, thank you. That's all you got to do, 2 of those.
Hopefully. I would love to. A nice wave ridden by Freya. There was a little bit of foam on the face, but she handled it very nicely.
Yeah, so catching up quite well.
This turn by Charlie was amazing. I loved how she just followed that lip all the way down and came out.
Yep, drove right through it. Looked good. Not sure how much there was before it, but we'll probably get our indications shortly from the judges. So Nanaho does improve her sitch. I think that's 6 dropped in. Charlie's got a score to come. Freya, Georgie, there's Georgie's number.
Yeah, that last wave of Nanaho came in at a 6. We're still waiting for waves of Charlie, Georgie.
Yep, and Freya, I think.
Freya. Actually, another girl that I think is going to be doing pretty good here is Kira Pinkerton.
All right.
I love Kira Pinkerton's style. I think these types of waves really suit her surfing. I've seen her personally and on video catch some bombs out in the Mentawai. So I'm excited to see what she does out here as well.
Right on. Well, a strong lead now for the surfer in red. 2 best scores of the heat. I think we're still playing catch up on a couple of numbers though for maybe Freya and Georgie. Either way, a 6 and a 5.17. Pretty good place to be with priority and 7.5 minutes. For sure, Nanaho's going to get an opportunity to upgrade that total.
Yeah, Georgie's last wave at 2.60.
All right, well, here goes Charlie again. What was her last wave? Was it the
4.5?
Yeah, okay.
For just that one turn. It was very impressive, though.
It was. So screaming down the line, there's that end bowl again, tags it another time. So another reasonably well-structured wave. It'd be good to see it from front on. I think she might improve her total.
Yeah, she's looking to approve a 3, so it's looking like she's definitely going to be able to do that on that last one. But, I repeat, the drone angle always makes everything look so much better.
Yeah, I'd like to reserve my call on a number until I see the judges' angle, so here we go. All right, off to a quick start. Nice bit of speed to burn off there, off the top of that wave. Well done. Yep, a little tidy, little wrap. Just keeping the board moving. End section, hits it again. I think her 3's Gonski.
For sure. Freya's last wave came in at a 3.4.
Okay. So you can see the difference between Suzuki's surfing and someone like a Freya. Freya's kind of, even though she's a stronger surfer, you know, in her stature, Nanaho's got a bit more whip and lightning about her, lightning speed involved with her manoeuvres. So the judges are sending both Freya and Georgie a little bit of a message that I want to see a little bit more out of your manoeuvres. They're doing lots of them, but they're still not equating to much on the scoreboard. So Georgie could take something out of that as well and go, okay, rode away from start to finish, got a 2.6. So it's about using your speed properly. The deep bottom turn, the attack on the lip's always got to be solid and strong. On rail is always a good thing to kind of stick into your game as well. And the judges are loving what Nanaho is doing. So as good as Nanaho is surfing, the judges have left plenty of room in the scale to go up.
Yeah.
With a 6 as the highest. But they are sending that message to the girls that lots of ho-hum surfing is still a low number.
Yeah.
We want to see something on rail. It's a 5,000. We're not playing for we're playing for big numbers and big prize money, and they're expecting to see the surfers step up.
Yeah, for sure.
So go and do what you did yesterday. Do that twice. Giada, only thing, do it twice.
I'll try.
No, your first wave yesterday was really good.
Thank
Did you
you
ever
so
get a look
much.
at it again? Did you see it on a Did you watch the condensed heats or anything and watch your wave?
Oh yeah, I did.
Good. So you should.
I did.
It's a good learning curve.
Yeah, I like to replay some of my waves. I did, but I didn't get to do it until this morning though. I was
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
At least you got to see how good that first wave looked, and that when you laid into that first or second manoeuvre, I think it was, you could see where all your points came from. Was that heavy hit? Oh, Georgie's going to lose priority. Oh, out. So Red says, hey, I'll take it. Look at this thing she's picked up.
Yeah, that's a great looking wave from Nanaho. Straight into the pocket on that one. We see this wave taper off, and she goes for the chop off.
All right, well, she's feeling unstressed, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Got a really good wave due to Georgie missing that ideal opportunity to capitalise and get out of fourth. So Nanaho picks it up down the line. Look at that first driving combination there, bottom top turn. Tags it this time, board above the lip, looking really good. Little mini move, here she goes now. All right, so the pressure's off. She's first with 3 minutes to go. You could see by the way she surfed that wave. She's like, I got this. 5-3 for Charlie Hatley's wave prior. Consolidating second. Freya now needs a mid-6. Gonna have to go big.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, just gets stuck behind the whitewash on that one. Charlie now with priority. She's not going to make it easy for the other girls with only 3 minutes, but she does decide to pull the trigger on this wave. She goes down the line and makes it around the section. Unfortunately, I don't think this wave was what she was expecting it to be.
Didn't connect. Not connect at all with that first hit, so out she goes. All right, does Georgie have time? Does she have it in her to get a 7.27? You can see her there in the white. We might try and get Georgie to come on into the booth again today. Had a lot of fun with her yesterday. A little frothing grom, spoke pretty well. And had some good insight into what it's like to be on the women's tour.
Yeah, she's a great character to be around. I like hanging around Georgie. I hang with her and Ivan, Elite Surf Coaching, our coach from Bali. I'm sure he's there watching and taking notes of everything of this heat.
Georgie, good looking wave. Now she's got one.
This is a good looking wave. A nice cutback from Georgie. She's going to want to...
Oops, come on, needs to. Wow. Okay, well, she needed a whole lot more out of that wave. 7.27's got to be the wave of the heat. Was nowhere near it.
Yeah, Nanaho's last wave came in at a 4.63. Does not go into her top two.
All right.
But she is back out in priority with 1 minute and 25 remaining. She's going to be feeling pretty good.
So what do you do between now? You obviously got a beach interview to do. What do you do between that and getting ready for your heat?
Well, yes. I'm going to be interviewing Nanaho. Then I have an interview with CNN.
All right.
And then I'll be putting on my favorite song on.
What is it?
It's called Where She Goes by Bad Bunny.
All right. Okay. You're going to have a little boogie with it as well? Or
Yes, for sure. I'm going to go annoy Sam in the room, have a little boogie.
All right.
As we see Nanaho on a beautiful looking wave. She's going to go for the section, just taps it, and then into the pocket for the second one. This is going to be probably one of the larger sets we've seen today. I like how in the pocket she can take her board and how upside down she goes. This wave looking like it might actually give her a little bit extra on the inside.
Oh, I don't know.
No.
Sinking feeling there, but you know, how was the approach on that first turn? She
Yeah.
didn't quite click with it, but tried and threw everything at it. Went straight up. There was no messing around at the bottom of the wave. Probably not going to drop in as one of the top two, but a well-controlled heat from start to finish. Freya here, meanwhile, was in third spot, I think, as she stood up. Really connecting right there. Something else. Yep.
Whoa.
Oops. Hangs on. All right. Let's have a look at this one again of Nanaho, because she really, you know, she had a red hot go at that and still pulled off a pretty quality move. That was really good. And then stuff just went a little bit flat and a little bit basically scoring over.
Something that really that I love about Nanaho is, have you noticed her bottom turns, how low she goes? And she really gets that rotation in, and that's something you don't see in many surfers. Her backhand is crazy.
Well, she doesn't look that large in stature, so when she does the bottom turn and bends the knees, she kind of looks pretty low, because bit of a pipsqueak, not a lot of height there. All right, we are going to throw to an ad break, everybody, and we'll be back with Heat 2 of the women's very soon. I think we might be back. Yep, okay, we are. So we're looking at four girls sitting on surfboards doing absolutely nothing. This is the start of heat number 2, the Krui Pro 5000. I'll just let you know again exactly who they are. Looks like the former winner, there it is. It's Elise Cooper in the red out of Australia. Nao Omura from Japan in the blue. We have Nisa Awali Sheldira out of Indonesia in the white, and Lydia Kato in the green. Right, one of the boys has missed his start time with me, everybody, so you're going to have to bear with me. I'm solo in here. Got some nice chocolate cake in front of me. Not sure I can go there, doing nothing but sitting on my butt all day. Might have to leave that alone. Just starting to rain outside, everybody. That's online, and it did this yesterday, and then it blew right up. We got some lightning bolts and some thunder. Had to shut the event down. Got a little restart. We pushed for 3 heats. We got 2 done, and then we got the world's biggest thunderclap happen, and it all went pear-shape again, and we pulled the pin. So anyway, Mr. Chris has come to check in. Might as well sit down and get a heat done with us. Not sure what happened to Billy. Maybe T-Door. Chris, thanks for stepping in, mate.
No worries, mate.
So Charlie Hatley, it looks like she went to the leaderboard just then, the top of the leaderboard. She did with a 7:07. All right, so I don't think we saw much of that or any of that on the monitor. We're still waiting for another score, so let's see where that goes. I've already written in the result, but maybe I'll jump the gun. So in fact, Heat 2 has not started.
Nope, on hold.
Yep, 7:07, looking really good for Charlie. Didn't see it, I don't think. Don't think we did. Would have remembered. So either way, I'm going to write that down as a bit of a highlight there on the women's side of the draw. 7:07 is the benchmark. Let's see what Maniwa, oh sorry, not Maniwa, Freya put together a 7.33 and went pretty close to digging herself out of a deep, deep hole. Will have to settle for third. Did not surf the greatest first 22 minutes of that heat. Did put together the best number, but it's going to have to cop a third. Charlie into the lead with a 7.07, so I'll just make note of that. And Suzuki dropping into second. So a bit of a mixed bag there at the end. Chris, getting pretty dark outside, mate. Did you see what I saw over them hills?
No, I was just trying to have some lunch. And here we are.
Here we are. I think it's just starting to drizzle out the front. But over there, over that way, north.
Great weather for ice cream.
Got some brownies here, mate, if you'd like a cake.
Might just take you up on that one. So in the heat right now, Elise Cooper, Nay Amura, and a couple of Indonesian surfers. It is,
Here we go, on the inside in blue. So our second seeded surfer into the heat. A quick up and down, no manoeuvres. Paddled herself onto a bit of a dud. That's Elise Cooper in the red. She won this event. I'll tell you exactly the year. It was back in... Must have been the first year. Oh, there it is, in 2018. The second time we were here, Elise put the runs on the board and took out Emily Gosoni for the win. Been doing the rounds for quite a while on the QS side of life. Out there in the red on the inside. Asserting her authority by holding down the inside position with no priority. Wave approaching. Green's going to have a sniff at this, Lydia. So let's have a look at the youngster here. Got herself a good looking wave. A little bit of an out and back to kick off things as a first move. Always nice though just to get this wave under the belt, build a bit of confidence. Couple of mini moves there, 2.5 little mini schwacks for Lydia.
Yeah, Elise Cooper from Sydney on this event. When did you say, 2018?
Yep. The year Oni Anwar beat Rio in the men's. Elise beat Emily Gosoni, the women's.
She made, I think maybe the semis or the quarters in Taiwan last year, which possibly her best result on the QS ever. For that being a 5,000.
Okay, I think the pumpingest year I saw this place was in 2019 when Lucas Silvera took it out over Mitch Colborne. Leilani McGonigal beat Kiala Tamada Banert to take out the women's.
Yeah.
2019, that was a 3,000 rated event. Yes, it was.
The McGonagals, everyone's favourite Irish Costa Rican surfing family. I think they're basically Irish Americans who've moved down to Costa Rica. And Noah Ma, of course, has competed at the highest level for years as well. Looks like we might have Giada Lagarde in the wings waiting to catch up with the winner of the last heat.
All right, we're going to throw down to Giada right now. So over to you, G.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Charlie, you've had an amazing heat yesterday, and today, you know, until the last few seconds, you just got that 7. What was your first game plan, and then how did it change throughout the heat?
Well, obviously I wanted to get 2 decent waves and do a couple turns, but that didn't really happen. I got a pretty bad wave at the start and only did one sort of carve.
I turned it on.
I had last priority, and it was kind of like, oh no,
no.
but by the end that set came, and I just got lucky that no one else was on it, and I just surfed it as I could.
I saw you come in and talk to someone. Who is that? Your dad, your coach? Who's your crew here?
I'm just here with Dad. I'm really lucky he's been here filming me, so really grateful for that. Yeah, I had no idea I won, so checking that, and yeah.
Well, that's amazing, and it must feel really great. We don't know much about you. We haven't seen you much here before. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and your background.
Well, I am 13. I'm from the Gold Coast. I absolutely love surfing. I've just been traveling heaps, training hard, this was a bit of a last minute thing, but glad I came. I love surfing left. I'm a goofy, so yeah, it's been great.
What are some of your favorite things about Krui so far?
Well, it's a left. It's just perfect waves all the time. It's warm, no wetsuits. Everything's just pretty amazing.
All right, well, you showed some really mature surfing out there. Congratulations. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, thanks Luke for making these boards. It's kind of a new thing, but they've been amazing. Burley boardriders are always supporting me. Billabong, my family, yeah.
All right, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much, Jada Legati. In the water, Lydia Kato is in the lead with a 3.6. Nail Mora has a 0.83, and then there's a whole heap of nothing. So very, very slow and sleepy start to this heat. That's kind of been the way it's been going. I've been getting flurries and then nothing at all.
Bit of a moody ocean today, mate. Hard to read the rhythm of the lineup. Geez, it did its best work though about mid-morning. Right, I think Dylan Moffat gave it a big kick in the guts, and from then on in it just went nuts for a couple of hours. Standouts of the morning for sure: Dylan, Morgan, and Lennox Smith. For you, Chris?
Those three: Kaius King.
That's right.
Billy Stairmand.
Billy, yeah.
There's been some
good call.
Incredible performances. Billy Stairmand just coming in hot after qualifying for the Olympics in El Salvador.
Yep. Joe Azuchi, another one there in the red. Remember, I had to get down there and have a chat with him, and he speaks almost no English. A bit of sign language going on there.
Yep.
He put on a good show. He got into the 8s. So, yep, now we're into the women's round. Nanaho, I thought she had that one on toast, but Charlie Hatley got up and took the win. Whoops, that was a little bit weird.
It's ambitious. 18 minutes remaining. Nail and Mora having a look.
Elise Cooper, this will be good.
Cooper, yeah. First wave of the event for the goofy footer from Sydney. It's not going to be a good one. Takes off too deep, and she is out of there.
Yep, didn't go to plan. Sat there for 8 minutes. Caught a dead set closeout. So she's better than that, and she'll know it. She'll go, oh, right, what was I thinking? Pick it up, pick it up. Bit of rain out there now. You can see it on the surface of the water. We've got the light on in here. It's getting a little bit dark outside. Let's hope that's all that happens. We can play on and keep running with rain. But it was the lightning bolts that really took us out yesterday and had to shut the show down. And even last night into the evening, it just kept on lighting up out there on the ocean. It was kind of a good look. And a rumbling, grumbling thunderstorm as well, and lightning bolts. It was all going on. I'll tell you what happened out in front of our room last night, Chris. The Boo Party came down with some mates in their big four-wheel drives about 8 o'clock. Threw a big white tarpaulin over the banner area down there. Got out the projector, a bunch of chairs, and proceeded to watch the full replay of day 2 right in front of my room. Completely from heat 1.
With volume?
With volume, yes, of course.
Lying in bed listening to your own work.
Oh, I know. A second time around, come on, guys. I'm like, oh, my God. Toto, and he goes, I can't say anything. It's the Boo Party. So it's basically the Lord Mayor of the region, and him and his mates decided, good idea to come down and sit down right in front of us and go through it all again. I don't know whether they were even watching. They were just sitting there smoking and talking it up and drinking coffee.
Nothing like a 9 o'clock coffee.
A rehash of the whole day.
Reviewing the day's footage. Did you go and join them? Get any feedback? Were there any surfers they appreciated?
Surfers? It's all about the coffee and the rock. No, mate, the earplugs went in and I passed out. Thank God for earplugs. Anyway, let's hope they don't want a complete review of day 3.
Well, what a slow and sleepy affair this heat is turning into, or has started off as and remained as.
Yep, all 4 of them just looking around then going, any tips, anybody? What can we do? Are we sitting in the wrong spot? No. The ocean is just laid down. Wow, best number of 283, Lydia. Would that prove to be a very smart decision? So, Chris, the fact that we didn't get to hear you and Jarvis as the batteries ran out, how'd the interview go? What did he say?
I was just asking about his favourite commentators around the world.
Of course you did.
Pleased to report we all rated very highly. Got a few tips for the footy on the weekend. He thinks that the Sharks are a chance. No, we just, yes, I believe the batteries ran out of the microphone halfway through that interview. As we see Naomura hopefully kick-starting this heat. This looks like a better wave. 2 turns. She's going to have to put the foot down to revisit the open face. Not to happen. But should.
Looks like another decent wave though behind this. Maybe just heading to the caddies. Not much going on. There's only one surfer sitting out the back, so maybe someone stood up.
I was just talking to Jarvis about everything that has happened in the year since this event last ran.
Had a big year, hasn't he?
He sure has. He's now the World Junior Champion. He won the Taiwan Open of Surfing. He surfed on in a CT for the first time after getting the wild card into the Margaret River Pro, which we were both at. And yeah, he's a very much in the Reef Hazelwood mould. Super smiley, happy, really friendly guy, and their surfing's pretty similar as well. Really fleet-footed goofies who fly down the line, have that wicked little tail whip where they kick the fins out over the lip. The open face carve that's lightning quick, and then an incredible air game as well. I've never seen Jarvis in hollow waves, but I'm sure he knows how to get tuned coming from Cronulla.
We'll get to that in a minute, but let's stay with Lydia here. In a wave-staffed heat, this has got serious consequence to it, this wave. There goes a good manoeuvre. Get up there. Well, she's decided to go around this section. Is she going to get a bonus for it? Nope. Okay, so low-scoring heat. Not a bad wave. Red stuck behind, so Elise Cooper's having a bit of a shocker. No real big numbers to talk about at this point. The best wave is a 3 for Nomura in the blue. There she comes. So that's not a bad start. Another little tidy move. Slightly bigger wave. Crunches one through the roof. Still got another section here. All right, and that'll do it. That'll really consolidate her first placing there for Nao Omura. For sure, that'll be her best score. Lydia will have a small number to come as well. Elise, former winner here. Nothing seems to be going right for Elise. And does she hit this? All right. Well, a completed move. It's got to give us some little bit of belief in going, right, come on, I'm better than all this. Surely it's going to connect sooner or later for Elise.
A 283. So we've already seen one of those from Lydia Kato. Naomura has a 383 2-wave total to be in the lead. So really just minus scores across the board at the moment.
So White sitting out there with priority, a young Indonesian surfer, Naisa Awalia Shaldira. Not sure where she's from. Here goes Lydia Kato though. Pretty good turn there. Probably would have been better advised to have hit the lip on that opportunity. Either way, she's holding down second. It's a pretty low scoring heat. This wave for blue though is going to be about the highlight of the heat so far. It's a couple little she did belt the lip a couple of times on that. We didn't see it on the replay, but it will probably, for sure, I'm pretty confident, become the best wave of the heat. I think Lydia got a 377 for her effort. Into the lead temporarily. I think we still got a number for blue. Okay, now in the white. Whoa, does she lose priority? The inexperience showing through there for the youngster. Wow, she had top billing, paddled for a little mid-sized squeaky thing that was a nothing, and handed priority squarely to Elise Cooper, who'll look over her shoulder and go, oh, really? Thank you. Wow, that was a little inexperienced moment, Chris.
Yep, 10 minutes to go, and with scores in short supply, you can't really afford to make mistakes on top of that. Naomura has a 4.77 to be in the lead. She's got a 3 as her backup, but a 7.77 total, not a heat winner at the moment. So this one is still wide open for all 4 surfers. Lydia Kato, a 3.77 and a 2.83. Elise Cooper, a 2.83 and a 0.67. Someone just needs to latch onto a set and really break this thing open, because it's tough viewing to this point.
Oh, he's there. All right, well, low totals. Omura at this stage. 777 program for the lead. Lydia, I'm not sure what Lydia needs. Maybe we can bring up those numbers, because it would be interesting to see what Elise Cooper needs to track down second position. So Toto or Sam, if possible. Getting towards the back end of the heat. Elise Cooper being a former winner here. That's her in the red. It'd be nice to know what she needs. If we can kind of quickly do some maths, though, it would be about a
3.1.
A 3.3. 3.78. We're both wrong. That's been a long day.
I was just looking at totals. I forgot there was 2 waves involved. That's how these competitions work. Right, gotcha. A 3.78 the requirement for Elise Cooper. A 5.83 the requirement for Nasa Awalia Shaldira. Lydia Kato looking to replace a 2.83. Nao Amora. Anything over a 3 will build on her meagre heat-winning 7.77 2-wave total. And here goes
the youngster
Nasa on her backhand. Didn't mind that turn.
Yeah, a little whip pumping down the line. Small little kind of a C-grade wave, but look, she'll be stoked. She's ridden a pretty good wave. She's probably got her friends watching, probably got a few of them on the beach. She looks at it and goes, what about that?
Don't mind that.
Oh, that was pretty cool. I like it when these young ones, and you can see the inexperienced ones, when they string something together, it's like, wow, it's such a win for them. Just to compete and ride a wave and not, just totally let themselves down. So that was a good performance. It'll be a low number, but so what? She's ridden a good wave. Here comes the ruffle out there, Chris. There's a bit of wind on the way. That dark stuff out to the north. I can see the trees starting to move a bit more out the side. Yep, here comes Toto looking for the rubbish bin bags to protect our electronics.
Only the best in waterproof gear, brought to you by Glad.
Yep, the all-important black rubbish bin bag. Very versatile product.
Best tarps in the biz, courtesy of Nilex.
Mobile, you can put them in your pocket, take them anywhere.
Alright, this is Nasa's last wave. Nessa's last wave. It's going to be her high score. This looks like it might even be a repaired surfboard.
Good on her. Well, she's busted into the 2s, 2.1.
2.1.
Elise Cooper, 6 minutes, 3.78. She can rattle the cage here quite easily. Although the elements are starting to go against her with A, the wind, B, the clock, C, her nerves.
Yeah, that's the big one. It's a mental game, and a 3.77, obviously very, very gettable for Elise Cooper, but you sit there and you start to wonder, oh, can I do this? And nerves come into play, especially when you only need a small score. Here goes Lydia Cato looking to make that requirement for Elise Cooper a little bit stiffer. And, well, not really going to happen on that wave, so nothing really the consequence of that wave.
Especially for someone like Elise, being a former winner, really popular in the athlete zone, been doing the rounds for a long time. She's expected to perhaps not be in this position, but she is. And she's probably feeling like, how the hell, these two young girls, I should be whipping them. 5 minutes. You can hear the announcer in the background. This wind looks like it's blowing across the bay into the wave now, so Elise is going to deal with a bit of chop when she gets her opportunity. So we've got to factor that into her performance and making sure she can keep it clean. A 3.78, either one really good thing's got to happen, Chris, or she's got to ride a wave, tag it a couple of times, and at least put a couple of moves together. The judges with that last heat of the very first heat were reserved in their numbers. They still want to see some really polished surfing. So the 3.78, she's going to have to get a really good clean kind of 2-turn section or a bigger 1-turn section. 4 minutes. Over to you, Elise.
Just having a look at the forecast right now. Looks like maybe a little bit of onshore push tomorrow afternoon. Plenty of swell through the whole window.
Righto.
Sunday morning looking like it could be pick of the bunch, so good time to wrap things up. Good conditions next week, all through next week as well.
Oh, he says as he stays on for a week.
These things don't happen by accident.
Righto, crunch time for Elise Cooper. White is paddling for this wave. Out wide, where is she? Here she goes now. So let's watch Elise Cooper here. Winner back in 2018 at this venue. Winding up, dealing with the chop on the face. You can see it's totally changed just in this heat. Went from really smooth to kind of choppy, a little funky. Chasing a 3.78. I think she might have done just enough to get over the line here for now. Unless Lydia can answer back and better her 2.83.
Yeah, Nao Amora has the high water mark for this heat with a 4.77. I don't think this will go and scale those middling heights, but Elise Cooper is looking for a 3.78.
All right, so here goes the young one, Nisa Hawalia Shaldira. Whoa, that was a good turn. So she's got her confidence up after that other ride where she went all the way down the point, put together a couple of mini schwacks, really stepped it up right there and did, for me, her best manoeuvre. May not equate to her best number, but it might. Here we go, watch it again.
That's great too. Big fan of spray as well.
I think it's still going to be her best number.
Hopefully Tim Hayne got the action
caught the moment.
shot. So still waiting on that score for Elise Cooper. Last score for Nisa comes in at a 2.1. Oh, sorry, a 2.87. So that has momentarily put Elise down into fourth. She's still got that important number to come that we feel might put her into second. 1 minute 15 to go.
How would Nisa feel if she takes down the past champion? Hey, with that one big backhand swack, the 2.87. Plus a backup wave went all the way down the point. Green now in qualifying into second, has to handball this over to Blue, who is in the lead.
Oh, this is a good looking wave. Just
Maybe.
the one turn. Oh, got a little bit.
Well, that's that
Caught
wind.
the white water to the back of the legs.
Yep, just forcing that wave to break a little quicker than she thought. Either way, Elise Cooper will be mighty bummed here.
Well,
Lydia.
She's still got a score to come in.
She does. Sorry, my bad. So she still needs.
This is Lydia Cato looking to get rid of her 2.83. Remember, Elise Cooper's wave was significantly bigger than this, although Lydia Cato has strung together a pretty decent number of turns there. 25 seconds to go. The contrast's completely blown out on the screen. Now we're back and we're sharp. Still waiting on that last score for Elise Cooper. You know it's taken a long time because she's already regained priority after the long paddle back to the top of the point.
Nao Amura.
So So we are still waiting on a score to come in for Elise Cooper. So the next heat is on hold while they try and do the maths and figure out just what Lydia Cato gets for this wave.
Wasn't
and
too bad.
what Elise Cooper gets for her previous wave, more importantly. Okay, Elise
4.23.
Cooper's last wave is a 4.23, so that's going to put her up into one of the advancing positions, but
Yep.
we still have a score to come for Lydia Cato.
3-3 she did.
She needs a 3-3.
I think she might get it. She did a fair bit of work and tagged the end at the end section.
Yeah, and a 3-3 really not a huge requirement. So the scores well and truly in a tight knot here.
Yep.
It's a story of 2s and 3s and 4s. Nao Amora has a 3 and a 4. She's winning. Elise Cooper has a 4 and a 2. She's in second. Lydia Cato has a 3 and a 2. She's sitting third. She needs another 3 basically to get up to second. Elise Cooper biting her nails. She
Yep.
would hate to have come all this way to go out in her first heat. Still waiting on a number to drop for Lydia Cato. We're going to be looking, the judges are going to
she
be looking
gets
at
it.
replays, and she's got it. A 3.77. And I'm sorry, it was a 3.93. So she's won by 0.64 of a point. We have one more wave to come in.
Okay. Well, either way, it's going to be blue for the win.
Yeah, we can see Elise Cooper with her head in her hands.
Lydia will be chuffed. What a big result for her. Elise out. Nasa will have can hold her head high when she comes out of the water, the young local surfer.
Yep, so heat 3 taking to the water right now. It's going to be Rena Matsunaga, Suri Jabrick, Angela Ball, and Jania Gonzalez. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. More action from Krui Pro coming our way right after this. Krui Pro, this is Heat 3, women's round of 64 in the water right now. Rena Matsunaga is in red, Suri Jabrick is in blue, Angela Ball in white, and Jania Gonzalez is the surfer in green. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by Billy Hangen, and we just saw a very, very slow heat. And the bad news for former winner Elise Cooper is that she ended up in third place at the end of it, so the popular Aussie bows out. On the other hand, Nasa Awalia Shaldira, who's a local Indonesian surfer, she came fourth, but she will be absolutely ecstatic that she put together a couple of pretty strong waves in her 2-wave total. Nao Amora and Lydia Cato progressing out of that one. We've just seen Angela Ball open proceedings in this heat with a 0.93, so only a minor score.
Yeah, mate, outside it's a bit gloomy. Bit of a action replay of yesterday. Not as much lightning though, which is encouraging.
When I say not as much lightning, there's no lightning. And this is our concern. If we have these storms front roll through the southern toe of Sumatra, then we don't want that lightning endangering the lives of our athletes, as we see Suri Jabrik squeezing one turn out on that small wave. Looks like her game plan is to get busy, get early waves under your belt. So it's Angela Ball just with a very minor 0.93. Suri will be just above that, and as we watch the wind take effect on the surface of the ocean, I think we're going to cross down to the athletes area with the winner of the last heat and Mark Clift.
All right, here we are down in the athlete area. I have the winner of the last heat, Nao Amura. Tell us a little bit about yourself firstly, where you're from, and a few stats.
I'm from Japan, the middle, near Tokyo, and this is my second time in Krui.
All right, well, that was a pretty good heat. I mean, you've come away with a win in very changing testing conditions. How did that wind change your tactics during the heat?
Yeah, before my heat, I watched my friend's heat, and then I was excited to ride this great wave, but the wind changed, and then swell is so slow, so I was patient to wait good one.
You're a very good surfer. I like what I saw. What's been your best result ever at, say, a QS level?
I don't remember, but I've been doing long time.
Okay, so is your goal to potentially get onto the Challenger Series? Would that be it?
Yes, and first I want to have fun.
That's why we all started surfing in the first place. It's all about fun. If it stops being fun, we've got to stop doing it. But that was really cool. Do you have a coach?
No.
Are you travelling with some friends here this week?
Yes, I'm taking care of all of Luxy Japan girls.
A little bit of a mother figure, eh? Are you looking after the younger ones?
Yeah.
What's the best part of Krui for you so far?
This left-hander.
You like lefts, yeah?
Yeah.
How good's Indonesia? The water's warm and everything's cheap.
Yes.
It's all yes. It's all thumbs up. No, I'm going to shake your hand and say well done. Would you like to quickly sign off by saying hi to some friends at home, maybe, in Japanese?
応援してくれてありがとうございます。この後も日本の子続くので、まだライブで応援お願いします。
See you. Thank you.
You beauty. Thanks a lot, Mark Clift. On the screen right now, this is Suri Jabrik looking to back up her opening 1.93. And she may just have sat on the head of her competitor there, Juni Gonzalez. I asked her how to pronounce her name yesterday, and she gave it the Gonzalez.
Oh, Gonzalez, nice.
From the Basque country, she comes from Zarutz, which is not too far from Mandaka.
I like that first turn, kind of.
Bit of funky hand drive along the way. She was looking a lot more comfortable yesterday when there's a lot more size behind it. Suri Jabrik navigating her way out to the open face. Just the one half turn there. That's not going to be a wave that we'll replay again. And here goes Juni. I think this is live action. She's already found another wave. Looked a bit more self-assured with the board underfoot there. Angela Paul in the lead with a 3.43.
Right, yeah, a little bit of cutback for the girl from the Basque country. 18 minutes remaining in this one, Chris. Conditions getting testing. It's one thing to be small and only a few sets a heat, but when you get the wind messing up the texture of the wave face, it becomes even more challenging. But as we're known to see just about every afternoon for weeks on end in Indonesia, these rain squalls can come and go in the space of 5 or 10 minutes. Marina Matsunaga, remember seeing her last year, pretty sure. That name is very familiar. And I saw that first heat. It was Charlie Haley continuing on her winning ways.
Yeah, she's turned up and she's kicking ass and taking aim so far. 2 heats, 2 heat wins. Burley board rider. Obviously leaping out of her skin to be on her forehand for once. And despite the fact that there's 150 of the best QS surfers in the world here, she's probably still getting more waves than she would back home at Burley, because that is one ruthless crowd.
Yeah, you have to really be on your guard to get a wave at Burley or Kira or anywhere around those places. I don't even get the surfboard out of the car.
Mate, I lived at Burley for 7 years.
7 waves?
Guys I'd be great friends with would walk in, there's a beautiful little gate, and then as soon as you hit the national park, you become Mr. Invisible.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
good thing is I was generally taking off too deep anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, perfect.
Their drop-ins weren't what was costing me tubes, that's for sure.
Well, it makes for wily and tenacious competitors, those lineups, for sure. Wow, look at this wind coming across the lineup now, Chris. That's really making things hard to see.
Liam O'Brien, of course, is in the semi-finals, one of 8 surfers still going in El Salvador at the moment.
And one of the nicest guys you'll meet, Liam O'Brien. Good fella.
Hard to believe he's a Burley boy, really.
Hard to believe he's not related to Mark Richards.
Yeah, that is... those two are separated at birth. And it is absolutely...
teaming down.
Piddling down at the moment. We've got some scores in. Juni Gonzalez from the Basque Country, a 3.07 and a 2.27 is in the lead. Angela Ball, a 2.5 and a 0.93. You see her sitting in second. It's literally raining inside our commentary box.
There's nothing like being in a leaking thatch hut with the full of electrical equipment.
Wow. This is...
Oh, you got to laugh. All right.
We're going to get electrocuted?
I'm not sure we will get electrocuted. There's no electricity running through us.
Yet.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay. The girls have got our backs. They're working furiously behind the scenes here.
These are the best rubbish bags in the business that are covering the electronics. Look, Billy, if it all goes awry...
It's been a pleasure.
It's not a tragedy to go out doing something you love.
All right, 14 minutes remaining. I'm pretty sure the heat's on. I can't see a thing. Looks like a snowboarding contest out there at the moment. The water is dripping off the Wi-Fi receiver straight onto us.
This is incredible.
Well, let's have a look at the scoreline, Chris. A 3.07 and a 2.27 on Gonzalez. Angela Ball's far behind. She only needs a 2.85 to take that first position. Suri, and this is Angela Ball, Chris. That's not a bad looking wave, all things considered. There's lots of ribs from the wind. It's hard to see, but she's making the best of it. Good on you, Angela. That's awesome.
Yep, stands tall out of that one. That will consolidate second. A 2.85 is the requirement for first, possibly. It's really not much. 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Okay, here's the replay. First turn wasn't bad. Nothing hurried or forced about it. Through plenty of water. Second turn, just an in-betweener, and then got a reasonable finish and a bit of drama as well. She's out of there, and I think maybe that will give her the lead. Can't
Yeah.
see what's going on the screen.
Well, we didn't see the first half
Suri
of...
Jabrick has priority. That's the blue jersey. This is Suri. Late takeoff. Should be looking for a big turn. Little mid-facer. And eventually finishes that one down the bottom. Still waiting on a score to come in for Angela Paul. Rena Matsuaga possibly has a score to come. And here goes Juni Gonzalez, current heat leader. She had priority. This wave's working nicely for a big big finish. And, well, even if Angela Ball does get the 285 she needs at the moment to move into first, it's not going to last for long because Juni Gonzalez is going to retain first easily off the back of that wave.
Really stomping that last turn. I liked it. It's a Japanese surfer.
Yeah, Rena Matsunaga.
Bit shouldery, that one. Only a couple of half turns, really. I'm pretty sure this is the money wave.
Yeah, this is Jania.
Oh, yeah, that
was a great turn.
Very cool. All the conditions considered. She did well to get that surfboard all the way around. And I love that tail flare and the big Tom Curran arms. That was some really good surfing there by our Basque Country surfer.
And this was Angela Ball. I tell you what, we were just talking about Charlie Haitley and how hard it is to get waves at Burleigh Heads. Jania Gonzalez from Zorroz in the Basque Country. That is a beautiful, beautiful town. Spent a bit of time there. They've got the outdoor ping pong tables that are fantastic when you're living out of a van. It's a crescent of golden sand. There's skate bowls. There's all the rest. Just a lovely, beautiful, inviting tourist town. Get out in the water.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. It is one of the toughest places you will ever surf.
They do have a ferocious reputation. By the sounds of it, well earned.
Yeah, it's funny because the men are all hard as nails, and they've got these little squeaky voices. Hello, it's nice to meet you.
Oh.
All right, last score for Angela Paul. She's in the lead. She's got a 4.5 and a 2.5. Jania Gonzalez, I think she's still got a score to come. Suri Jabrick and Rena Matsunaga. I think Rena might have a number to drop as well.
Yeah, I think we wrote a score on the red column. It is the green column that I'm looking forward to seeing that score come up. All right, 7 minutes and 10 seconds in the rain-affected play in the afternoon. We push on through this heat and then a decision will be made, I dare speculate. There we go, a 7 at 6-7 for that last wave of green. Much deserved. I really love the way she stomped that last turn. Tail high, beautiful form. Gonzalez going from strength to strength as the rain comes down. It's getting harder to see again. Looks like red and blue out the back. Both needing well, blue needing a mid-range score. Rena just looking for that 2.23 to advance. Angela Ball will be doing the fending off in the last 6 minutes and 20 seconds. In a white rashy, it's kind of like seeing a polar bear in the snow. It's hard to see. But here goes green, scratching. Nope. Just lost priority on Angela because she's riding a wave. There she is. Our surfer in white, wiggling away down the snowfields. Hoping this thing is going to stand up and break at some stage. That's a bit of hop. Should be getting a full face full of rain in behind the camera angle. Oh, that's a horrible place to go face first. Let's hope she is okay.
Oh, that did not look pretty. She's well and truly dry docked right down the end of the wave. Oh, is she okay? Let's have a look at what happened before Angela Ball got to this end section. As you said, she's in the ski fields. I think Perisher just opened for the season in New South Wales. And then right here, we lost her as she turned behind, the camera went behind the ball, and then she slammed really hard in not much water.
Oh, she looks good.
Looks like she's rebounded out of that one and is making her way back to the lineup. She's still in no water. You can see there, she didn't want to duck dive because it just slammed her craft straight into the seafloor.
Yeah, she's doing the out wide paddle, Chris. Arm's not going too far underwater at all. Here's Rena now. Go for it.
Matsunaga, she only needs a 2.23. She's just about there already. This is a bigger wave. She's got some foliage to deal with, but she manages to shoot the pier beautifully there and didn't stick with that one. Here goes Suri Jabrik on her backhand. Coming in hot from Chengdu. She's a regular at Echo Beach. She's only young. I'm sure will we be seeing Suri in the Pro Junior event?
I imagine so.
I would imagine so.
Alright, this is the replay of Red Arena. Doing a good job, all things considered. Past the piece of seaweed hanging down off the camera tower. Yeah, not much on offer, and this Suri doing the best with the conditions on offer.
Alright, up next in Heat 4, Mia Huppets, Rosie Smart, Piper Harrison and Rita Suzuki. So 3 Aussies and 1 Japanese surfer. Mia Huppets the top seed in the red jersey. Rosie Smart the second of our seeded surfers. Piper Harrison and Rita Suzuki have both had to surf their way to this point. Here goes Suri Jabrik. This is looking like her best wave. Three minutes remaining. I've got a feeling I'm going to be going and chatting to Juni Gonzalez Estabari.
You have to make it from here to the athletes area first. Here she is now using that priority. Love the way she flares the arms on those top turns. Really aesthetically pleasing through the seaweed hanging off the camera tower. She's not liking that section at all, so off she goes. Yeah, impressive surfing. Check this out. It's the replay. Gets up top and fully rotates around whoever is in her corner. They're definitely going in the right direction. Right, with that score to drop, there's 2 minutes and a handful of seconds remaining. It is the surfer in green. Ivorina now, she has just moved into second place as I get absolutely saturated. And so, yeah, in the last 2 minutes, it is Rena with first priority and moved up into second position. Angela Ball now pushed down into third and Suri in fourth position.
1 minute 40 to go. Still waiting on that last score to come in for Jania. There it is. A 6.9. So a 7.67 and a 6.9. Despite the conditions, that's incredible surfing from Jania Gonzalez. And the Basque lady is sailing clear in this one. 1 minute remaining. Rena Matsunaga and Angela Ball are locked in a bit of a shootout for second. Rena would love to get rid of her 4.77. Couple of smart turns to start things off. That was a big fan of spray, but can't stay with her surfboard. Goes down. 50 seconds. Angela Ball is looking for a 5.5. That would be the best wave that either she or Rena have ridden. Here's the replay of Rena's last wave.
Yeah, you're right. All things considered, these girls have done well for this weather not to break their concentration. Especially our surfer in Gonzalez. She is kind of gone from strength to strength the harder that it's rained. So yeah, nice competitive composure 20 seconds remaining. I see a couple of other colours out there, so it looks like we're going to push on, Chris.
Yeah, until we get some thunder and lightning, I think we're just going to keep going.
Angela Ball just before the siren. She's going down into that dangerous country again. I wonder if she will bash the lip and ride out. She does.
Well
Don't
done.
anywhere near that lip. Here comes the pole. We don't go anywhere near that shallow reef again. She's handling it beautifully this time.
All right, well, Angela Ball has asked a question of the judges. Jania Gonzalez has, she's safely through to the next round. I'm going to go and have a chat with her as she's on a victory lap right now. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way after this quick break.
Sure. All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro 2023. Welcome back to the booth, Mark Clift. I know the furniture has moved around a bit and it's a little bit more sodden in here, but we're pushing on through to heat number 4.
I can't even see heat number 4. Seriously, they're just lost out there in the mist. Okay, that's them, and let me tell you who they are. It's Mia Huppets, the Australian in the red, just to the left of screen there. Rosie Smart, another Australian in blue, right dead centre of the screen. Piper Harrison is there in the white, and somewhere out there is, in the green I can see it. This is Rita Suzuki. So I'm not sure where Piper is. I can't see her in the white, but that's the makeup of our 4th heat. Allegedly going to try and get 11 of these done today. I know the rain's kind of given us the irrits, and it's changed the dynamics out there, mate. The wind has made the lineup way different. It's probably the hardest it's been out of our 3 days right now for the ladies that are in the lineup. But it's that word we use all the time, Billy. It's about being able to adapt, and I'm sure they've all surfed worse in their lives and competed in much worse, but it's different tactics now.
Yep, all different tactics, but you got to stick to your game plan no matter if it's raining or it's sunny, or if the water's dripping through the electronics onto you. You just push on in.
You just pull your hat down a bit lower. You grin and bear it, and you go, I'm tougher than that. No worries. There's still a coconut at the end of the day for you, Billy, so just believe in that.
All right, that rain seems to have eased a little bit.
Oh, don't kid yourself.
That's
you want to
good
see how it
news.
looks out there. Glass half full, I like it. I like it, Billy. All right, we'll go with that. It is dropping off. There's no rain.
Cameraman out there ducking for cover, looking for anything that resembles a tarp.
Or a black bin bag.
Yep, anything to keep the equipment dry.
All right, so what was the highlight of that heat, Billy? The last one you guys just called. Was there any big numbers?
There was a big number from our surfer in Green and Gonzalez from the Basque Country. When it really started to rain, everyone kind of sat there and looked at each other, and she did not let the conditions interrupt her concentration. Went out there and she scored like a 7 or something like that. I can't really remember, but yeah, it was a really impressive surfing.
Well, there looks like a lump approaching. No priority. It is Mia Huppets on the inside in the red. She's kind of showing some interest in this wave, and this is one of the bigger waves we've seen for quite a while. How wind affected it is remains to be seen. Gets one little chip manoeuvre in, so that's a much better turn. Got to stick it. Got to ride out.
On.
Yes. Hey, Mia. Well done, gritting away through that end move. Here goes Blue Billy.
Yeah, Rosie Smart up through the lip line, and she landed that beautifully. Wow, I thought she was in for a bit of trouble there, but our surfer in blue handling the conditions well over the green.
Okay, so Suzuki now winding down the line on a backhand. Nice, strong use of the rails and a really frothy, hard to surf section. Likewise, showing plenty of control and skill to just stay on this wave to that point. Wasn't an easy wave to ride. Did use her rails and bury some rail and complete 2 manoeuvres. So it's pretty good. I think Rosie Smart may have done the best turn out of all of that. But Mia and Suzuki both stringing together a series of moves. It's going to be pretty close, but I like Rita's control and tough wave to ride. It's a wave of greens. Rosie Smart, good belt. Really well to ride straight out in front of that thing. No fuss, no downtime caught in the foam or anything. So that showed a good skill level.
Yep. Priority over to Piper Harrison. Sister of Marzi?
I think. Mon King.
Yeah.
Harrison. It's right there. It's the name.
All right, waiting for opening scores. Things starting to clean up here. And while we're waiting for the weather to sort itself out, let's head down to the athletes area. That'll be Chris Binns with the winner of the last heat.
Juni Gonzalez, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y tú?
Yeah, muy bien. How you doing out there? The weather came in pretty tough. There was a lot of wind. It started to rain. Didn't seem to affect you one little bit. You put together a great heat.
Yeah, but like in the first part of the heat, it was like so slow. Like we even didn't catch any waves. The rain comes, and it looks like with the rain, the waves come back. So yeah.
Tell us about some of your waves, because you got that 7 that was easily the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I got like I think that like the last wave of the heat of the sail, like they all paddle and take a wave, and I was like with no priority, so I was looking to have that last one. So yeah, happy.
When you can hear the scores and you know that you're a long way out in front, are you happy just to hang back and let the other 3 fight and scratch around and battle each other?
No, of course. It's a constant fight, you know, like the surfing, you never know when the other one can make a 7, so you have to be all the time fighting for the spot.
And you had a great heat yesterday. Any feedback from your friends at home? Were people tuning in?
Bueno, eskerrik asko dana animatzen oteatik, da, bueno, urrengoa, and thanks Nala for bidekari.
Beautiful. All right, 2 great performances so far. Good luck keeping going.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, right on. Chris Benz, very good interview there. Moving through onto the next round is Gonzalez.
Yep, didn't phase it one bit. Business as usual. That's what it takes to maintain that sort of focus and put some runs between you and the girls and just do what you got to do.
Well, there's Rosie Smart, a 5.17 mark. Scores are dropping. Rina Suzuki, a 3.50. Waiting for Mia Huppard's score to come through.
Yep, so that was that one belt, 5.17.
Yeah, nice one.
It's pretty tough, and like we said, we were both suggesting it was the best move. So the judges sticking with the theory of it's about quality, not quantity. A 3.50 for Suzuki's 2 moves. Pretty hard to ride wave, but did a good job. Mia's probably going to be in around about that neighbourhood. There it is, a little better right in between. So 4.33 splits the difference. And on we roll now over to Piper Harrison. So we've got our fellow commentator coming up in the next heat. That would be Giada Legati.
Yeah, she had a great heat yesterday. Absolutely loved it. She was saying she wished it went for an hour.
So heat 5, Giada is going to feature in green. She'll be up against Charlie Stokes in the white, Jasmine Studer in blue, and Ali Harrison in the red. So yeah, I asked Giada, I said, what are you going to do? She said, oh, you know, I said, can you remember your heat yesterday? Yeah. Remember that wave? Yeah.
Do that.
Remember what it got scored? Yep, a 7.5. I said, yeah, okay, so just 2 of them.
Easy.
Just keeping it simple.
Hope you charged her a coaching fee for that.
Coconut this evening.
Perfect.
Oh, there's Georgie. We'll get her in next heat. It was good fun yesterday. Georgie May Hicks just kind of relieving the rotation pressure for us guys that need a break every now and then, and she's going to come in and help us with as Giada steps out and surfs the next heat. So Georgie, next heat if you don't mind. Yep, thumbs up, she says. She surfed the first heat of this round earlier, about an hour and a half ago. We'll hear her thoughts on who's who in the women's round and who we can keep our eyes on and who she thinks are the real threats. Anyway, you're right, Billy, that rain is seemingly backing off.
Yeah, it's not pouring into the commentary booth anymore, so that's a very positive sign.
I know, it's typical Indo structure. She'll be right. That's close enough. There's only 12 holes in the roof. Sides are up. What are you guys talking about? She'll be right. So far, so good. We've only got the couch wet. The electronics are a little wet. The table's pretty wet. And our ladies holding up the go signs down there, they're all pretty wet. So, boys did a reasonably good job, I suppose.
Oh, fantastic. All things considered, we got away with it scot-free. 15 minutes remaining in this one, Mark. It's Rosie Smart with that 5-on-7. Best of it. However, here goes Mia Huppets. Nice high line. She must need some speed to get around a section.
Oops.
It's going to put the outboard motor on for that one. It's not going to happen.
No.
So Red back out there looking for a priority pickup. Jake Smith there on the ski doing the job. Good on you, mate. He's done a couple of swings around at Nazare. We had a little sit-down meeting the other morning. Went through his strategic plan and it was all solid. Great young fella.
All right. It's nice to see that this year, and I think that's a direct result of last year's event when it was just banging away here day after day, and we had to send heats out, and at times it got a bit gnarly. And we're like, boys, we probably need a ski next year just in case. And not only that, we need someone that can use it, and not only that, they need to be able to get into the impact zone and survive.
In and out, that's right.
Let's get someone that can do that.
Yeah, it's actually a requirement for the WSL. They're holding a QS 5000. We've got to have some water safety. And here we go. So good on you, Jake. Appreciate your efforts.
It's always good to keep upgrading what we're doing, and another inclusion which I really like, that athlete area. I'm sure all those crew really appreciate it. Instead of just having to hang under a tree and lean against a wall or something, they've got somewhere to sit with a bunch of chairs, board rack, shade.
Nice atmosphere up there too.
They can all heckle us while we're doing our post-heat interviews that they do.
I did get a bit rattled with Mega Artana. There was lots of screaming and clapping going on in the background. I totally forgot what I was going to say, but it was fantastic.
And then the big judging tower, our 2-story judging tower, that's Baru as well.
Massive.
Thanks to Bobo Box, they're the ones that paid for that. Thank you, guys. While we're on that one, Pesisir Barat, thanks very much to the local government here for keeping the dream alive down here at Krui Town, because a lot of surfers come here and they know how important it is to attend these 5,000 events, because you can't just enter 10,000s. These events you can if you're rated high enough, but Challenger Series is off limits to most of these competitors, so this is their next big billing. Got to put up a good show here, and everybody's seemingly brought their A game, a lot of people anyway. No, I did see it, Billy. You did have it. I know what you're looking for.
There we go, the sponsors rundown sheet.
Go through it, mate.
It all went a bit pear-shaped once it started raining. There was stuff flying left, right and centre. There's the athletes area right there. We're just talking about it, Mark.
Yeah.
Super good inclusion.
Look at the Groms.
Looks like Harry there, keeping the lid on the Groms.
Teo, there he is, Teo Radcliffe. All the other little gangsters. Righto, let's have a look at White's Wave. Piper Harrison has waited more than half a heat for this. Little mini chip to kick things off. A little better there. Oops, touch of the nerves kicking in. Trying to hang in there, trying to make this wave count. 13 nervous minutes sitting on a surfboard. That wave looked a little edgy. Kind of at least finished it. No big moves. Won't be a big number. But it's better than nothing. Here we go.
Yeah, Piper, the wave kind of looked like it lacked a little bit of power, although that was a very handy turn.
Now it really gets full of water. And there's not much steepness to the face of that wave. Pushing on through though, she almost squeezes out that last one.
That second move will have all the points, whatever they amount to. Probably somewhere, maybe 3-ish, maybe high 2-ish.
Yeah, Pertamina, our thanks go out to those people. Thanks for keeping us in the juice. PLN, thanks for keeping the power on. Telcom and Telkomsel, well, we all know what they do. They keep us talking, they keep the information flowing. And here goes Rosie Smart, the current heat leader. Wave number 2, she's going to hit this.
Oh, yeah.
And complete it. It's like a bit of replay of her first wave, so works once, why won't it work again?
Probably as good a hit as her first wave, maybe even better. That time she had a lot of clean face, it was a little bigger. Red, did we see? Oh, that was Huppets, that was her catching the closeout, so that's a non-event. Here goes Rosie Smarts. This is quite a big hit, really, in the context of this afternoon and what's going on out there. So I reckon for sure she's going to get another, probably bigger score than that one, but she'll have I'm predicting the 2 best scores of the heat. 10 minutes on the clock. Rosie Smart about to totally push her 2-wave total north. So maybe Toto, can we get our individual wave scores and requirements on the side? Would be great. There we go. Thanks very much.
How's the production team?
It's good to see the boys listening to us sometimes. It's great. Thanks, team. As I really want to see what this next number is for Rosie's.
Yeah, the anticipation. Come on. It's got to be in the same ballpark.
I reckon for sure. I reckon potentially even better. Bigger wave, nice clean hit. The last wave, a little under. All right, well, close, but bordering on a 10-point total is pretty handy. I liked it. I thought biggest wave ridden for quite a while.
Yep, Mia is going to need the wave of the heat to climb up in the first position. But her immediate thoughts will be fending off Suzuki and Harrison. They don't need much to take that second position off her.
No, she's got to hope Suzuki is not anywhere near her when a good wave comes through, because she does have the top billing, top priority. Harrow's wave, just over 3 points. Piper Harrison.
Harrow, I like it. It was great.
Oz as. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that was her up in Nias last year, Marlon's sister.
/ caddy. Remember when he won? They were out there together?
Yeah, and then they came in on the same wave. They didn't even know that they were, and Marzi's just coming in the foam, just arms up, and then his sister was out wide and she jumped on the same wave and stood up, and they almost collided and then just grabbed hands and were both doing the arms up in the air thing, holding hands. Remember? It was
an
both
epic
riding in. It was
epic
like
time. I was a little bit emotional. It was such a good win from the Harrisons.
Imagine their folks sitting there watching that moment and just the way it unfolded. And it was totally unscripted, but it was meant to be. And good things went on last year at Nias. There's a little bit of rumour we may be back there in September, Billy. Rumour.
It's a whisper at the moment.
Rumours are good.
Let's keep everything crossed. All right, 7 minutes and 45 less. First priority sits with green. She lets it go. So Mia goes, I'll have a bit of that action. Thank you very much.
Mia did, turn into another closeout, so a wise move by Suzuki. But here goes Rosie. Not going to, unless she did something before that.
Yep.
Can't see it chipping into a top 2, but you never know. Maybe something happened off screen. The caddy's out there, the next heat getting ready. Let's have a look. So Giada will be out there. Giada's in green, I think, in the next heat.
I'm not sure what happened before that, but
yeah,
the scoreboard will reflect it.
Yep, I think a nothing.
Tourism Indonesia, Mark. Let's continue. Let's get it done. Wonderful Indonesia.
Persona Indonesia.
Thank you. Right on cue, it's Mia Huppets. That's a better looking turn. That's an even better one. So we know she's capable of really good surfing. Starting to show it now. All she needs is a good canvas to apply those brush strokes, and that was pretty cool.
I reckon that could take her to first.
Yeah.
Mid-5. Is it the best wave of the heat? It's a Monking.
Monking.
I reckon possibly. Looked pretty good. It'll be nice to watch it again in the replay because I'm pretty confident she went above the lip twice. This is Rosie's wave. All right, so she did do something before, unless this is live.
This is live, mate. Yep.
Wow, okay. So Rosie is starting to find her groove now, as is Mia. All
The
right, so
wave's really cleaning up too, mate.
maybe that wind has backed off, Billy. Your prediction was right. Who was I to question your brilliance and your crystal ball gazing? There we go. So
Here's
this is-
Mia.
That was pretty sick. Wasn't a big wave, but it was above the lip twice and really a full rotation off the lip on that second hit. The wave got a little lazy at the back end. Either way, going to consolidate second because I think this young lady's improved her total.
Yeah, I like that. She a little turn and spied the little foamy ramp. Did that, another foam climb. On reflection made yeah, she might better that 4.73. I don't think it'll go as high as the 5.17. Have a look at us, the armchair critics.
Either way, they're really stamping their claim now to move through to the round of 32. Both
Yep.
Rosie and Mia, the two highest seeds, starting to let the others know who the higher ranked surfers are out here in the round of 64.
Right, sub 5 minutes. Really good work by everyone on the site today when it started raining. Big ups to the ASC crew. Big up to the PSOI, the Federation of Indonesian Surfing. Thanks very much, everyone.
So Rita Suzuki, Piper Harrison both need to answer back. This stage they've both got to bust into the mid to high fives.
Good news for them. They have priority and second priority, respectively.
Yep, they need the biggest waves of the heat. They're the best scores of the heat to get through. Not sure whether all those other numbers are in yet. Four minutes. Oh, looking further through the draw, Billy. You'll like this. Heat 8, Willow Hardy.
Oh, right on.
All right, Margaret River will be
glued to the screen.
And Izzy Campbell.
Well, hey,
Same heat.
everyone in WA, drop what you're doing in a few heats
Tools
time.
down.
Yep, tools down, beers out.
Kailani Johnson and Safi Vet featuring in heat 11. That should be our last heat of the day.
Yep.
Barring some lightning rods.
Just mention that, Mark. It's a big hello to everyone around the world, no matter who are watching. I'm sure some people in the Basque Country have just watched that last heat and are very happy with the performance from Young Gonzalez. All the people through WA, you got a few charges to come today. Big fields from New South Wales and Victoria and all through Asia. I'm sure there's lots of people watching in Japan.
That's where I was just about to go.
Yep. Because they have a strong team.
Simon Niwa, winner of the junior round here last year in the women's. She's in heat 10. Also against Taina Izquierdo.
Oh, nice.
All right, out of Bali. So I'm sure Cacho and the crew will be watching that one, the Bali crew.
Yes, our warmest regards to Cacho. Have a look at this. It is Suzuki on, I think a third wave, but it was only one turner.
Rita Suzuki. Sumomo Sato will lead out heat 6. Let's stay with the live action. Piper Harrison. Ouch.
Not
Up
having a
and
good one.
down, no moves. Remaining in fourth place with just 2 minutes to go. Just goes down to check on Rita. You all right, Rita? Yep. Let's go. We got this.
All right, sub 2 minutes, mate. It looks like Rosie Smart has got the job done. Mia Huppett's sitting with priority, so she's got decisions to make. Does she catch a wave or just make sure these These other two in green and white don't. It's pretty hard though. It's a big playing field, and it looks like Piper is turning and going. Here she goes. A lot of speed this time. That's more like it. Finds a pocket, snaps off a little turn, running down the reef, but not as fast as the wave, so she's going to have to bail.
Hang on. Mia, good size wave. First setup move, punches the lip second, turn, but no credit for that manoeuvre. Stuck on top and drifts off the back. Rita Suzuki eyeballing this thing. She needs a mid-5. Good looking wave, Billy.
Yep, here goes our Japanese surfer trying to get around to hit something, but the wave hits her first. What an absolute pity. A lot of speed from that takeoff. But things kind of get a little bit desperate in the last minute or two, mate. Waves you might not have taken off on halfway through the heat, you do. But Mia Hubbards, I like the look of this one. I like the look of the first turn. It's a pity she couldn't stamp a bit of authority on it with that last one.
Yep. Either way, a job well done to the two ladies that are leading in this one here. Rosie Smart, she tags the lip very nicely. She's not shy to get up there and hit a big lip, and that's what got her first 2 scores on the board to put her in this position. And Mia,
hang on, things could change. Look at the flow and the precise surfing going on here.
Surely, wave of the heat. Surely, come on.
Wow. Well, that's following the familiar pattern of today, mate. A flurry of waves caught in the last few minutes. The judges will have their hands full. No doubt will go on hold while they throw the abacus around upstairs.
Look at the smile on Rosie's face.
Yep.
She saw Mia's waves. She's gone, well, we were winning, and now we're winning by more.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll get back to you for Heat 5 in a moment. Body, a women's round of 64, the Krui Pro. There they are. This is effectively Heat 5. I'll let you in on who they are again, but I'm sure the names will drop on the screen in a moment. Did you like that last heat? I'm still not certain. Here we go. Rosie Smart hung on. I think she got a 6.37. I think Huppert's got a 6.33 right at the end. So they both did their best surfing on their waves in, and kind of at the end easily accounted for Rita Suzuki and Piper Harrison. So that was the result of that one. Let's bring up the names of the surfers in this one. Who have we got?
Ellie Harrison in red, Jasmine Studer in blue, Jalia Stokes in white, and Giada Legati in green. Here we go, Jasmine up and riding, getting caught behind the section, trying to get on the open face. Quick start for Jasmine.
I might just pull that back a smidge. Yeah. There we go. There we go. All right.
Looks to finish it, but yeah,
So
just falls off there.
I forgot to intro you, Georgie May Hicks. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you for having me again.
All right, good fun, good times. It gets you out of the rain as well. You get the couch here. We've got a nice TV screen. We get replays. It's not a bad gig. A 1-point ride for Jazz. All right, so tell me what you know about the two girls that got through that last heat. Rosie Smart and Mia.
I know Mia from a few events of the Australasia events, but never surfed a heat with either of them before, but absolutely ripping in that heat. There's a bit of wind on the conditions right now, but still super rippable.
Things got really weird last heat when that wind was sort of at its max, and even the heat before it changed mid-heat. Got pretty ugly, ripping across the bay, chop up the face. Geez, it must have been hard to surf a heat in those moments.
Yeah, definitely. But at the end of the day, you got to surf your heat.
And it's the same for everyone, right?
It's the same for everyone.
That old
Exactly.
cliche. Yep. All right, so let's, if you don't mind, have a little chat about your heat. You were in the very first heat of round 1. What happened?
Yeah, just had a bit of a shocker. Didn't really have much rhythm on my side, unfortunately. I kind of came into this event really happy and just came from a big win in England. So I was coming into the event feeling good, but yeah, just couldn't piece the heat together. But it's really fired me up for the juniors, and yeah.
And Charlie Hatley did the full come from behind in that heat to actually take it out ahead of Nanaho, who was leading the whole heat until about the last minute. So talk us through Jazz's wave. Oh, bummer. That was Jazz Studer.
Yeah, I've had many heats with Jazz. We're in the same board rider club back home, and yeah, she loves lots of waves in a heat.
All right, well, it's really only about 2 good ones. Sometimes you can be the lazy person and catch 2 and still beat somebody that froths around and catches 10. But what sort of boards do you ride? I know you'd be on a dad's boards, but what do you ride?
I ride for Chili Surfboards, and shout out to you guys.
There you go.
And yeah, really good boards. And yeah, Jazz is on her dad's boards.
Yep.
Luke Studer.
There you go, Luke.
Shout
Props
out to Luke.
To you, bro. Yep, maker of fine boards, has done for a long time, and been living in the islands for quite a while. Loves mowing down a bit of foam and putting out them Studer models. Loving them. Studi is the label that goes under now, isn't it?
Studi.
Yep.
That's it.
All right, well, his daughter's caught 2 waves, and they've both been just a little racy, so no real advantage to any surfer in this heat. 21 on the clock. Looking at the draw, all I've got you here, Georgie. There's a lot of names. I've seen a lot of them before, but are there any little phantom rippers in there that you think may just come up and ambush everybody at this event? Who do you think are some of the real threats?
I think some of the real threats are all the Japanese ladies.
Good call.
Good call. And I would say Kira Pinkerton has been looking super strong. Sky Brown has been looking very strong. I believe it's her first QS. So yeah, those would be my picks.
All right, cool. Well, let's see if that rings through come Sunday. So remember that. We'll probably try and get you in and around a few more times. We'll remember those calls. You go, remember back that day, clicked here on Wednesday when I said that, girl. There you go. I'm right. So let's just see if your predictions ring true. It's kind of good to have a bit of fun like that and just go out on a limb and go, I reckon that one and that one. And if it comes true, you're like, how smart am I?
Exactly.
But you're right, the Japanese ladies are here, and there's a lot of them. They really have a red-hot crack at it. They're improving every year, I see them. And I notice those improvements because I don't see a lot of surfers for sometimes up to a year or half a year, and that's when you notice who's done the work and who's starting to really hit their strides.
Yeah, exactly. So much progression in their surfing, and it's super inspiring, and just it's really good to have heats with people who surf really well.
All right, well, we are going to throw down to the athlete area with Billy Hangen and the winner of the last heat. So over to you, Billy.
All right, I am down here with Rosie Smart, heat winner. Conditions cleaning up out there?
Yeah, the rain came in and I thought it was going to be cooled off because there might be a storm, but no, it cleaned up and I managed to get a couple turns at the end.
Well, this is the first time I've seen you surf. Why don't you tell people a bit about yourself, where you're from, sponsors, etc., etc.?
I'm Rosie, I'm 18 and I'm from Sawtell in New South Wales.
Right on. Well, you absolutely impressed people out there. A couple of big hits got you the score, single hits. Was that part of the game plan or was just what came on offer?
I wasn't planning to get 1-turn waves as part of my school line, but the judges always like one big turn, so I guess it paid off.
I think it really did. Now, your equipment choice, did it change because the rain came through or you just stick with the game plan?
I just stuck with the same board. I'm riding a JS Forget-Me-Not, and I love it in this Indonesian waves.
Ripper, how many times have you been to Krui area?
This is my first time, and I love it.
That's the answer we want. Well, is there anyone back in New South Wales you want to say hello to? You're wearing the blue, I like that.
Thanks to my friends and family for supporting me, And especially big thanks to Roxy and Coffs Harbour boardriders for getting me here.
Mate, you're an absolute ripper. Stick it there. Good luck for the rest of the draw and hopefully get to interview you again. Back into the booth.
Thanks, Billy, and some pretty cool words coming out of Rosie's mouth. That's our fellow commentator. Woohoo! There's been a couple of waves ridden while we were listening to those, Georgie. I hope you watched them all because I'm going to ask you what happened.
Yeah, look, Ellie Harrison got a really good one all the way through. Jada's just got one. We're going to see the replay of Ellie. I really love this second turn here and the third one too. Just really pushing on the back foot, throwing lots of spray. The judges love that on her backside. Ellie, I believe she's just come back from El Salvador.
All right, let's watch Giada. She's got your seat. This is your keeping it warm for her.
Exactly, Jada up and riding. I really like her flow on this wave, going all the way through.
Wow.
Lots of variety, and she just kept chasing it. Not a big wave, not one of the sets, but some of these ones can just roll all the way.
And completed it there. So a number of moves for Giada. A pretty tidy wave for Ali as well. So here comes now Jazz Judah. A couple of failed first and second attempts, but this wave now, it's still going to be a better score. She only got one manoeuvre there, but so she will be playing catch up now. She was sitting in the lead for a little while, but for sure Ali and Giada will overtake her. Stokesy, Jarly Stokes. What can you tell us about Jarly? She's waveless at this stage, but do you know much about Jarly?
I know a bit about Jarly, not really. I haven't really had many heats with her, but here we go. Replay of Jazz. Just got really dry on that end section. Bottomed out, and she kicked out, and we'll be looking to get on the next one.
So back to Jarly, not sure. Seen her surf before?
I have. She rips.
Okay.
I don't think we've had a heat before together, but yeah, no, really nice girl.
All right. Well, there she is in the white, right in the centre of picture with priority. No score in her column. The judges are still debating Ali Harrison and Giada. I think they're both pretty good rides. Both got a lot of manoeuvres going on, so the judges are probably just having another look and seeing whose moves were the strongest. They both had a similar number of moves. Ali's wave potentially was bigger. Good use of the rails. Giada got some tidy little direction changes going on in the pocket, so both going to be pretty reasonable scores in the scheme of things. It's gotten pretty hard out there and limited opportunities, so I think they'll both be happy with their first effort at impressing the judges. Alright, so here goes Jarly on her first wave, the goofy footer. Grinds off the bottom now. Tidy first manoeuvre. Just another little mini swack and a weave to stay near the power source. That's a better move to finish off. So 3 moves. She will feature in the top 3 somewhere once all these numbers pile in. So she'll be feeling a lot better about things. She still has 15 minutes to work on it. She's paddling wide. Is there a big set coming, or does she want to have a chat with a caddy, or?
Yeah, she might be in 4th priority, looking to sit wide, cop one of the wider ones.
Ooh. Maybe just trying to get away from the girls a little bit. Let's see whether she parks up there or maybe just taking the wide road back to the peak. So the boys upstairs still having a good think about these 3 numbers. There's Jarly, so that came in quick smart, a 3.50. I think both Ali and Giada was better. The judges probably having a good look at both their waves again and comparing to try and come out with whose was better than the other person and where does it fit in the scale. A 6 for Giada. Okay, I reckon Ali's has got to be around that number. There it is, 6.27. So the judges were having a good think about it and going, okay, Ali's turn's a little better, bigger wave. Still really good, both good. Let's give them a bunch of 6s.
Yeah, no, I would say good scores for both of them. Giada got those, like you said, quick, nice spray quick turns, and Ellie's was a lot more drawn out, bit bigger of a wave. I think that's why she got a few little bits more points on that. Here we go, some waves coming through. Ellie Harrison with first priority.
Yep, and in the lead, so that's a good place to be. So here she is. Takes the wave off the youngster being Jazz Studer. The girls have to clear off. Wow. Wow, just overcooked it. Perhaps a little overconfident after the 6.27 just got sounded out to her. But they've still got half the heat to sort this one out, so they are well positioned. Stokesy will be happy that she's at least finished a wave, but she's going to have to step it up a little bit. Same with Jazz Judah. All right, so how is the benefits, you would know this, Georgie, of surfing in a heat and you finish your first wave and it's not too bad?
Yeah, it's a confidence boost.
Has to be, doesn't it?
It's like a video game and getting a boost. It's you feel great, especially if it's an early start and you start and you finish strong. It's a great feeling to have. But also, you could be waiting around and not be in rhythm, and then the last 5 minutes get 2 really great numbers. So it all depends on just following your intuition in the heat.
Yeah. Was always a goal of mine. Get a wave early, finish it, and as you're paddling out, you're going, all right, not too bad. Now I need one more, and it takes that pressure off the whole 2-wave thing. I think I've got one. Boom. All the other 3 guys are still sitting there. Yay. And it does give you that little G up. Speaking of G ups, Giada on the inside. No, hang on. Take us through Jazz's wave.
Here we go, Jazz on an angle, paddling into this one. Lots of speed. Maybe a big carve from Jazz. Nice spraying turn. She looks to race this one down, but it's just closing out in front of her. Yeah, this is the thing with this wave. It's kind of hard to tell. Sometimes you look at waves and you go, oh, that's going to run, and it doesn't. It stays open the whole time and doesn't close out. And then others you think, oh, no, this is definitely going to section. And yeah, so
here it is again.
You never know, but I love this first turn and how she just kind of high line, dropped down and got speed, which is kind of what you got to do on this wave. And she was definitely looking to go further, but yeah, just kind of clamped in front of her.
So another thing I noticed about her board, so Luke Studer, I picked up on this and I'm going to say it now. Did you notice the Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon spray on the deck of her board?
I did. Very cool, very cool.
Lukey boy.
Gonna make her go faster, I think.
All right, so good on you, Dad. Staying very cool. Nice. So where we go, having a little look. There we go. Jazz's numbers in a 3.1, paired with a 2.2. That's enough to be ahead of Charlie at this stage. So a little bit of confidence starting to creep into Jazz's surfing. She's had first 2 waves that didn't add up to much. They're both disappeared off the leaderboard now. She's added a couple more respectable numbers. So needing a 2.91 at this stage. Giada will be keen for another wave as well. He goes red. Ellie
up and riding. Nice first turn of the pocket there. Hopefully she gets something else, just closing out there. I think she kind of sat a bit on the inside to try and get one under priority. Here we go, Giada, first priority. Trying to get around this section. Highlining.
Oh, big section.
One nice turn there for Giada in the pocket. I think that should get her the number to first.
I reckon, because Ali's second score will only be that one hit on her wave. Giada gets her second number, 1 hit, big wave, went a long way, but got the hit. So yeah, I think Giada, they might just swap places here. They won't be big totals, but it's a matter of who goes to the top of the leaderboard. I think it's going to be Giada.
Here we go, replay of Giada's wave. This one was a set and highlining, just trying to work this wave to its potential. Nice hit in the pocket. Just looks like she wanted a bit more from that wave, but yeah.
Kind of had to go. She sat there for a long time. Just wanted to back up that 6 and not let all that good work evaporate.
Exactly.
So adding a second score, pretty smart. Out wide now. This could be Charlie Stokes. Is this a good-looking wave or what?
Bomb.
Take us through, Georgie.
Very good-looking wave. She's going to highline this wave. Tons of speed. Try and hit it. Oh, just, I don't think that was really what she was looking for. The section just didn't really open up for her. But she'll continue to cut back in this wave and keep going, but
had to go because it was a good-looking wave off the takeoff. The first section, as you predicted, didn't pan out bowling. It was just a little mini move up top there, and then the wave started to flatten off. Here it is again. You've got to go when something like that stands up in front of you, though. And it was this section here that might have let it down. Might have been a little late to the party on that section. And then the rest of the wave got a bit sleepy.
Yeah, she had that speed, and if the section would have opened up, I reckon she would have done a really nice carve in the pocket there. But all good, still plenty of time to go. 7:40 remaining. First priority with Jasmine Studer, and she's looking at this one.
All right, let me have a look here for Jazz on the dark side of the moon. Studer board, jamming a little pocket turn there. And again, looking for a hit to finish would be really handy, Jazz. Do it. Hang on,
nice.
She did it. Woo! All right, so completes the ride. A little stuck on the end move, but 2 good turns before it. I'm still thinking her better score. I think Charlie's going to improve her 2-wave. Well, she does, because it was only a second wave. Does Jazz get back into that 3rd position? Oh, how's the speed for Giada?
She's looking at this one for a really nice clean Giada carve. She'll just be looking for this one to bowl up. Sometimes these one really do on the inside. This one, I don't think so. So she'll just kick out there. But Giada sitting in first place. She'll be looking to better a 4.10. Ellie, first priority, needing a 3.83. Here we go.
All right, so Charlie, that'll be a bit of a non-event right there. But there were the 2-wave scores for Giada and Ali. 1 turn waves apiece, a 4.10 for Giada and Ali, a mid-range 3. So Giada did get the chocolates by a smidge there and is about 0.16 ahead of Ali on the 2-wave comparisons.
Here's the replay, but before the replay, seeing a bit of a paddle battle go down.
Okay.
So we'll have a look at that. But yeah, she just waiting for this wave to stand up, but with this a little bit more of a higher tide on it, I don't think she thought it would.
Wow, the speed off Giada's takeoff was,
So
commendable.
nice.
It was really good. She got the perfect jump up and first push. The wave kind of let her down. It got a bit fat really quick. Started off really steep and looking like she's got a nugget on her hands, but it did hit caddy corner pretty quick, smart, and burg it out into the channel. Don't know whether she would have improved to total, but it doesn't matter when you're in the lead. 5.5 minutes on the clock. There's Ali.
How's the caddy corner? This is the first event I've been to where I've had a caddy.
All right. Have you
Very
done
fun.
Have you done any caddying duties since
I
you've
have
been?
not.
It's good fun because you
It
get to
is.
watch side on. It's kind of like, the absolute box seat to be, side on, no pressure, and to watch. If you're a competitor and you've got heats coming up, God, I'd put my hand up to do that every time and go and get a real bird's eye view of what's going on in the lineup.
Oh, for sure. And it's fun, you go, oh, can you do this to one of my friends? Can you caddy for me? And they're out there cheering you on. So, yeah, it's a nice feeling, and to have a backup board there.
Mind you, when it's 10 foot onshore Margaret River, you can't find a caddy anywhere in the car park. Nobody wants to paddle out in an ocean that looks like that. But speaking of the ocean, look how much that's cleaned up.
Yep. Nice conditions. There's always great conditions here. Always very rippable here in Krui. Kind of any wave you go to, there's so many waves around the area. And, yeah, we're super lucky to have the waves we have for the event.
I mean, a couple of heats ago, it was junk. It was the wind ripping across the bay, that sort of northerly blowing up the face, and it got pretty horrible for a couple of heats, and now she's back to normal. Right on cue for Giada's heat. She'll be happy with that. I might get to have a chat with Giada if she holds on to the lead here. Mind you, Ali with top priority and needing just a high 3 is threatening. Jazz Studer into 3rd. Her and Charlie are having a bit of an arm wrestle for 3rd and 4th position. But Jazz has stepped up into that 3rd spot. She needs a high, a mid to low 6. So she needs a pretty good wave. She's got 4th priority, which is a bit of a concern. There's Charlie Stokes in the white just looking around going, okay, I've got to get it together. I've got one more chance to keep the dream alive and move through to the round of 32. There's the other 3. So obviously Stokesy must be sitting a bit wide, hoping for a little wide one.
Yeah, it's such a big playing field, and you can look at it in many different ways and play lots of different strategies, and this is what makes this event so interesting.
And when it's really doing it, it's half this again, more. You know, this is probably 40% of it when it's grinding from up the point, and I've seen it do that. You'd be lucky to see another competitor in your heat, because it was so much bigger a takeoff area than now. So you're either paddling out or you're watching someone ride a wave while you're paddling out until you get to that point. One comes your way and you're basically on again. It's an amazing beast to see when it's really doing it. Here is Ali. Woo. So grinding into that first move. She needs only a 3.83, we've got to remember. She rides out of this, she's got the number. There it is, just adding a bit of spice to the victory lap it could turn into. For sure, she's going into the lead. That was pretty sick.
That was sick. I really liked her flow in between maneuvers. But here we go, Jada. Nice little hook there in the pocket. Hopefully this one will kind of stand up for her on the inside. And nice snap there, throwing all of her energy at that one. Fight for first and second.
I reckon it's game on with those two. Here goes Stokesy. Flying down the line, got a clean wave, some face, a lip, and a fall. Not ideal. So Jazz's opportunity is in the next minute 45. It's got top priority, other three paddling out, so there'll be no fuss around Jazz. She's just got to find the right sort of wave. Really good finish to the heat from both Ali and Giada. For sure they'll finish in first and second at this stage, barring something really good happening from Jazz. So this is what we didn't see at the start of Giada's ride. We picked up with it about here.
I really like that turn here. She just has a really good carve and a really nice back foot on her, and it just throws so much spray. Was hoping this one was going to bowl out for her and kind of keep going towards the inside, but she got a few really nice turns done.
Yep, it's a battle for first between those two. And this was Stokesy's wave, and it will turn into a no manoeuvre wave, unfortunately. So red and green will both upgrade their two-wave totals significantly. Let's see who comes out on top, and I better stay with this because I've got to go and chat with the winner. It's been good fun having words with you again, Georgie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think who's up next? You and Chris. We're having a chat with Benzie. If you don't mind, give us another heat.
For sure. Love to.
Yep.
Always.
As I said, it's so cool just sitting in front of your TV. How about a replay? Oh, there's a replay on a nice couch. It's all pretty cool. So Ali got a 5.53, I think, for her wave. She did. What does Giada get? It's got to be at least a 5.81 to go back to the lead. Was it a 5.81?
I think it would just be just under, just because of the wave was a smaller one. It wasn't a set.
You are indeed right. It was a 5.43, so fell about half a point short. So I better go and have a chat with Ali. I'll leave you to hold the fort with Benzie. That's heat 5 over and out. I'm sure we're about to cut to an ad break, and we will, so we'll see everyone back here very shortly for heat 6. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is heat 6 of the women's round of 64 in the water right now. Momo Sato is in red, Charlie Hurst is in blue, Jasmine Sampson is in white, and Leah Ward is in the green jersey. So two Aussies
A Japanese and an American surfer all in action. That's exactly what I've just said on screen as the graphic. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, Georgie May Hicks. And Georgie May, what exactly happened in the last heat?
Oh, the last heat, pretty action-packed. We had Jada and Ellie Harrison first and second going through to the next round. But yeah, it just looks like the waves have gotten a bit smaller from the past few days, but still very rippable, and the girls have been putting on a show today.
And it stopped raining in the commentary box since last time I was in here, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, been a few storms. Yesterday afternoon the event was called off for a bit, but today it kind of held back, which is nice. So here we go, white.
Yeah, this is the one and only Jasmine Sampson on her backhand. Couple of turns, she goes down. That was a replay of her wave. 2.5 the result. And she will go to 4th priority. Conditions look like they've cleaned up a little bit. We did see some squalls earlier and a bit more of a cross-shore ruffle on the face, but that's all settled now. You had a heat earlier as well. How'd you go?
Just had a bit of a shocker, yeah. I'll go back to that, but here we go. Blue up and riding. Really nice. First opening maneuver. Second one, even better. Nice wave selection from Charlie Hurst. And nice finish, and she'll be happy with that in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
She did really well to keep her momentum across the length of that wave. There were a couple of times where you thought she might have got held up, and she just came flying out of her turns. So this was the first one. Didn't throw heaps of spray. A little bit more impactful on that one. Right about there, it looked like she was pretty much stopped dead, but now she's flying once again and gets a third turn in before signing off. So that's going to be a reasonable number. We'll put her into the lead. 21 minutes to come. Come on, can't get away with it that easy.
Yeah.
Give us the debrief of your heat.
Yeah, just had a bit of a shocker in my heat. Felt like I wasn't really in rhythm, but yeah, it's fired me up for the juniors, so very excited for that. That was a 5.50 for Charlie Hurst. The judges rewarded her well for the speed and the flow she carried on that wave, for sure.
So that should put her into 4th priority when she gets back to the takeoff area. Do you reckon you could point the fan towards us?
I know, why is it that way?
It is so hot in here. That's better. Okay, so this is Sumomo Sato and Malia Ward yet to open their accounts. Have you surfed against any of these girls in the past?
Yeah, I've had a heat with Sumomo before, and just met Malia at this event, and I've met Charlie in Taiwan. She had a great result there, so stacked heat, but yeah, really fun to watch. So excited with 19 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Malia Ward's from San Clemente, I think.
I think so, yeah. Here we go, and she's up and riding on the backside. Malia's got a really groovy style on her.
Oh, that was groovy.
Oh, yeah. Just losing a bit of grip there for Malia, but she'll shake that one off and get ready for the next one. This is what's so great about these 25-minute heats, is you've got opportunities. It's not just done and over in 15 minutes, which is always nice to have. And yeah.
Yeah, big playing field as well, so you can put together long waves or even catch a wave sort of halfway out when you're paddling your way back to the top. Just a 1.5 the result there for Malia. So a 5.5, a 2.5 and a 1.5. Where is Sumomo Sato, the top seed, going to go when she opens her account? 18.45 to run. Up next in Heat 7, Nixie Ryan, True Starling, Sasha Baker and Kira Pinkerton.
Wow.
Kira, a bit like Malia, another American, so not surfing in her own region, can't keep the points that she gathers, but you know, why wouldn't you surf an Indonesian point break with just a couple of others out? Plus, there's waves all over the place in this Krui region. So it's a surf trip and some heat drills all rolled into one.
Yeah, we see a few names in this event from outside the region of Australia and Asia, Australasia, and yeah, exactly like you said. Why wouldn't you come and surf these amazing waves? Even if you don't get points, it's really great practice and more heats, more learning.
Yeah, we've seen the Gonzalez sisters from Spain. One natural, one goofy. And I've commentated a couple of Janire's heats. She's a really solid surfer. And her sister, the natural footer, Annette, not far behind either. Have you surfed with those guys before?
I met them in El Salvador last year and in Portugal for the European Championships, and yeah, they're rippers. The sisters, they surf really, really well, really, really strong and powerful. So definitely, I think they'll be getting through a few more rounds, if not to finals day, and we'll be seeing them surf a lot more.
All right, on that note, 17 minutes to run in this heat. We're going to cross over to Mark Clift, who's catching up with the winner of the last heat.
All right, here we are down in the athlete zone. I'm with the winner of the last heat, Ali Harrison. I'm going to shake your hand. That was a job well done. Are you happy with your performance just then?
Yeah. It was. I wasn't sure whether to wait for the big ones or stay with the medium-sized ones, but I got 2 waves and yeah, happy with my performance.
Yeah, you're surfing really strong, and I think your last wave really totally counted as well. I could see the big smile on your face when you're out there in the channel, and you saw Giada ride her last wave as well. So it was a real duke out between you two. But what were your tactics going into that heat?
Well, I was watching beforehand, and it was pretty windy and very small and inconsistent. So I was kind of going out open-minded to be able to go the small ones, or if it was going to pulse, to wait for the better ones. But yeah, I fell on a pretty good one, but I redeemed myself and just got a 5.
You did indeed redeem yourself, and you've been here before last year for a 9th placing. You set yourself any goals for this year's event, or is just going to heat by heat?
Yeah, I wasn't too happy with that result last year, but definitely heat by heat. But yeah, of course I want to win. But yeah, just hoping for a good result and a bit more confidence going in to South Africa.
All right, so what has been your best result ever? Won one of these?
Best result ever.
At a QS level?
I won a 1,000 in WA.
That's where I saw it. That was Mandra, wasn't it?
Yeah, but probably best result was probably second to Nixie at Berube. Feel like everyone was in that event, so yeah, felt nice to make the final in that one.
All right, well done. So off to Bolito. You're on track. Your big goal is to do what?
Just build confidence for next year. Hopefully re-qualify through the Challenger. If not, re-qualify through QEs. But yeah, just keep having fun, keep surfing.
All right, well, that's why we all started, because we love surfing. So keep surfing, sister. That was a mighty fine effort. Well done. Cheers, that gang. Up to you lot.
Thanks a lot, Mark Clift. Catching up with Ellie Harrison, winner of the last heat. And meanwhile, in this heat, we're still waiting on a first number to drop in for Sumomo Sato in the red jersey. We need to catch up on a replay to see exactly what she did. Jasmine Sampson dropped in a second score as well. Malia Ward now up to priority. There it is. Last score for Sumomo Sato was a 2.8. Be nice to see a replay of that one. So 13:45 to go. That's us on the screen. Georgie May Hicks, Chris Binns here with you for the call. And, it's Charlie Hurst and Jasmine Sampson in the lead as we come down to the halfway mark of this heat. Leah Ward in the green, sitting deepest with priority. That is one of the camera towers, and then just to the left is the judging tower, and the pink boards, I think, is that Kira Pinkerton making her way out? Yep, she's in the next heat with Nixie Ryan, True Starling and Sasha Baker.
Yeah, what a stacked heat. That'll definitely be a fun one. Here we go, Charlie. Looking to back up that last 5.50. Really nice first and the second turn there. She has a really nice, cool, collected style on her, and she has these awesome wraps when the waves get a bit more powerful and more open face there. But yeah, 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Nice score there for Charlie.
Yeah, that will do. She's just, I love the way she keeps her speed. Just flies down the line. That turn was a little bit ungainly, but it didn't slow her momentum one little bit. And yeah, just the way that she gets a little bit of a pump and can squirt out all this speed and go flying back out to the open face is a talent that's hard to teach. It's one of those things you just sort of are either born with or you're not. I've got the opposite. I can't get around a section to save myself. This is Jasmine Sampson on her backhand. 12 minutes to go.
Here we go, a view of this amazing wave. And when it's a bit bigger, this wave breaks all the way out there where you can see all the whitewash, all the way through to the inside. It's a pretty special and magical wave. Very lucky to have an event here. Girls just waiting for a set to come through with 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Charlie in first place, waiting for that second score to come through.
Yep, still waiting on a second score to drop in for Jasmine. For Charlie. Third score still to drop in for Jasmine. 11 minutes remaining. The two Aussies in the ascendancy. Samomo Sato and Leah Ward yet to really fire a shot. Jasmine Sampson just a pair of twos as well. Here goes our heat leader, Charlie Hurst. This is her third wave.
Oh.
Got a little bit hung up there. Ambitious. She just had the one section and she really went hard at it. Now here goes Samomo Sato on her backhand. That was a nice turn, but I think the wave's going to race off without her, so it'll just be one and done for Samomo. Leah Ward looking to get her campaign rolling. Let's get a wriggle on. 10 minutes 15 to go. Here's the replay of Samomo's last wave.
Yeah, Samomo just speeding down the line. Love this turn here, but was hoping this wave was going to open up for her more because she has a really nice backside attack. She's a ripper of a surfer. But unfortunately, it didn't really open up for Samomo with 9 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Charlie sitting in first with a heat total of 10.17. And
yep, so that would suggest her last wave was in the 4.5 region. Here goes Jasmine Sampson on her backhand. And she is out of there. There it is, a 4.67, the last wave for Charlie Hurst.
Alright, a few lumps coming through here today at this amazing point break with 9 minutes to go. Charlie Hurst in first place. Here we go, Samomo on a sick one. Really nice first steering top turn there. Just another one to back it up, and looks like this wave might fade out for her, needing a 4.04 to advance. Not too sure if that'll be the score to get her, maybe just under.
It's going to be in the neighbourhood. Need need to have another look at the replay. Where's Malia Ward? She hasn't done a whole lot of surfing in this heat. So it was a big wave. First turn that was really strong, beautifully placed. Nothing too critical about the second or the third turns. And right about now, Simomo would have been hoping to get a section coming at her that she could really belt. So all of the points will be for the first turn, but there you go. It's a 4.13, and it is enough to put her up into second. 8 minutes remaining. And I think one more score to... No, all scores are in. This is a replay of Charlie Hurst's 4.67, I think. Now here goes Malia Ward. So this is her second wave. Needs to get a bit more urgency about her. Both of those turns were a little bit mid-face, and nothing is going to come from that. So Malia, she's caught. That's her second wave in the first 17 minutes of this heat, and that last one, nothing critical about the two turns. Not sure where the judges will put that one. Not going to be huge though.
Nah, she needs a 5.147 to advance. Wave didn't really... Looks like a really nice wave to start with, but towards the end just kind of clamped there. So I don't think it will be the score, but here we go. We'll have another look at the replay here. Off the bottom, didn't really hit the section. Coming around again... yeah, she was looking to really kind of race down the line there and hope for some more. Here we go, Charlie Hurst. Nice first turn there. Again, I think this wave just kind of fizzled out for her.
Here goes Malia again. That's the best turn she's done so far.
Ooh.
And that one attacking the lip. Wow. So that was much better. We'll need to see the angle from in front though, because the drone is always a little bit deceiving. But first impressions in that one were that she actually attacked it with a little bit of aggression. The wave in front before that one was very lackadaisical in its approach. Malia didn't threaten the lip whatsoever. They were kind of off the middles more than anything. And I don't think the judges would be impressed by this. But let's get a look at that last wave from in front, where it seemed like there was a bit more urgency and aggression in her turns. 6 minutes remaining.
Yep, 6 minutes remaining. First still Charlie Hurst, second Simomo, and white and green.
So a 2.47 the result for, I think, Malia's previous wave, her second wave. I think we've still got her third wave to come in. Or possibly that was her third wave. Really having much luck keeping up with scores on the app. No, the 2.47 was her second last wave, so Malia does have one more score to come in. Charlie Hurst's last wave was a 3.03, does not factor into her top two. 5 minutes and change remaining, and the ice cream van next door has mercifully stopped playing its tunes, but instead I think we've got some kind of local drumming and dance troupe have decided it's time to get into action.
That ice cream song has been playing all day and all night apparently. Some of the contestants and commentators and judges have been saying. Great alarm for the morning, for the early morning surfs, but throughout the night and the day, bit much, but that's okay.
All right, here goes Jasmine Sampson. She's in third at the moment, needs a 3.4. Last wave for Malia Ward was a 4.03. Would love to see the replay of that from in front. We just had the drone angle, which doesn't really tell the whole story. A 4.03, that's Malia's best wave. And now this will be the replay of Jasmine Sampson's last.
Jasmine racing down the line. Nice first turn in the pocket there. Really nice second one. Does she finish this wave off? No, she doesn't, but nice two turns there. She needed a 3.40 to advance.
Well, that looks like Simomo Sato and Charlie Hurst both waving their arms around in protest of the opera that has started in the building next to us. And I'm right there with them. So what the dickens is going on?
All right, 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here. Priority with Samomo. Should be looking for a 6.04 to get into first position. Charlie still in first with a 5.50 and a 4.67. Charlie looks really strong in this heat. She carried her speed really, really well. And yeah, a few waves here, a few bubbles here at the end of this heat. Samomo on a really nice looking wall here. Up in the pocket there, but just falling off.
I don't know if she was falling. I reckon she was just submerging her head so she didn't have to listen to this cacophony. Here goes Charlie Hurst in the lead, a 5.5 and a 4.67, taking some aggression out on the open-faced walls of the point here at Krui. Big wrapping carve, and she is out of there.
Yeah, those first couple of times. Oh, Malia up and riding. I just saw the end of that wave. We'll get the replay soon. A nice turn there, but really love Charlie's wave. Here we go, Malia.
This is the replay of Malia Ward's last wave. Up into the lip, a little bit under the lip, yeah, so nothing too dynamic from those two turns. This is Charlie Hurst. Beautiful
Really
turn.
like
wow,
that
that carve was searing, vicious from the goofy footer in blue. This is going to be a very good number. Well, the screen is wigged out. It too has a migraine induced by the racket coming from next door. I don't blame it.
All right, with 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. I think that last wave of Charlie's will improve her two best wave scores and improve her campaign here in Heat 6 of around a 64 of the women's QS 5000 here in Krui. And with 1 minute remaining, priority is with white second, with red, and they'll be just looking to get one more, maybe one more in. Looks like the ocean may be hitting a bit of a lull.
Oh man, what is going on? Deep breaths. 40 seconds to go. Here is the replay of the last wave for Charlie Hurst. I just love a couple of these turns. So evenly paced and rhythmical. She just looks effortless. She's got beautiful style. And just flowing from one turn to the next with no downtime. She is out of there inside the last 10 seconds. So it's looking like Charlie Hurst and Jasmine Sampson through to the next round. Malia Ward and the top seeds, Momo Sato, have been eliminated. Here's Jasmine Sampson making her way into the beach. Right, we have Heat 7 coming our way. It's Nixie Ryan, True Starling, Sasha Baker, 3 Australians up against Kira Pinkerton, the Californian. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way right after this.
All right, we are live back at the Krui Pro 2020. The action continues into heat number 7. Nixie Ryan, True Starling, Sasha Baker and Kira Pinkerton. 3 Aussies and an American. And it is Nixie Ryan straight into action. Stuff really cleaning up here. Beautiful looking wave. Nixie loving life at the moment. This is one of the best waves we've seen for a long time. Negating away around that steeper section, rattling off a couple of turns. I'm really liking this. This heat not even 3 minutes old, and Nixie Ryan is sinking her teeth into a good looking wave. That is the way to start things off. So conditions improving, the rain subsiding. All good news and all good things pointing towards a heat 11 finish. It's going to be dark here. The conditions get really good around sunset, usually in Indonesia. Nixie Ryan's not going to hang around and find out if that's true. She's going to take care of business right now. That is a good series of turns. Avoids that shutdown section and rides it all the way through to the inside. So things starting to hot up here at the competition site. Bands are going crazy in the background. Waves are starting to get on the pump, and the girls ready for a bit of action. 22 minutes remaining in this one. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching around the world. We are at Ujung Bacur. That is the name of the reef that runs underneath the surfers at the moment. We are in the region of Pesisir, Barat, in the province of Lampung. That's the airport you land at when you come on down here to Krui. Tanjung, Setia, that's the village that is hosting us. They're doing a fantastic job. Each year this competition gets larger and larger, more involvement from the local populace. They really dig it. It's hard to walk 10 metres without getting a hello mister and a photo. If you're young and you have blonde hair and you look like you have a few stickers on your board, it's going to take you a long time to get from the competition site back to your accommodation. The locals are absolutely loving it. A big crowd down there on the beach, and they love seeing the international surfers come in and out of the water. Probably the biggest cheers and the biggest adulations saved for the Indonesians. All right, looks like Sasha Baker sitting there in the white, yet to open her account. Conditions were pretty primo this morning. Some nice size sets rolling through. It has subsided substantially, and then we had that big rain squall rip on through the competition site. Work crew rushing everywhere to stop the electronic equipment from getting absolutely taxed. They did a great job, and here we are on the other side of the rain squall. We didn't miss a beat, and conditions should clear up until sundown. All right, while there is a little bit of a break in the action, I think we're going to set our sights on the athletes area, and Chris Benz with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Billy. Down here with Wollongong's finest, Charlie Hurst. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thank you so much. It was so much fun out there. It was good to get a heat with just 3 other girls.
Okay, we are back live. Round 64, and there's Nixie Ryan out to a strong start, 7.67. And the waves going a little bit sleepy, so the rest of the field will be absolutely champing at the bit. True Starling looks like she's picked herself up a minor 0.70. Apologies for that post-heat interview. I think we're having a bit of audio problems. It's all good. We'll get our heads around that and push on through the program. So a wave at the stand of Nixie Ryan's is absolute gold at the moment, picking up a 7.67. That is priceless in these conditions. She'll be heading out the back. She's 4th priority, but there is a little bit of wiggle room out there if you want to go hunting for those inside shelving waves. So if you're chasing like a 3 or a 4 or something, there are opportunities in there, probably a 2-turn or a 1-turn wave. And if you've got enough oomph in your turns, the judges are going to reward you. All right, bit of motion in the ocean now. It's just Nixie and True with a wave under their belt. So it's up to Kira and Sasha to get things going. They're going to have to duke it out old school style. No priority set yet, so it's whoever's that inside position. And right now it looks like Sasha having a crack on the inside, our surfer in white. She's on the hoof. She is making a go of this one, kind of just pushing herself over the edge and caught behind that first section. She'll be absolute dark on herself. She will go down to the bottom of the priority ranking there. There we go. First priority handed over to our surfer in green in Kira Pinkerton, the surfer from the US. I have seen her in action before. Quite an impressive run. So 16 minutes remaining in this one. And fresh from her heat win, Gia Lagarde has just stepped back into the booth, still dripping with salt water off her hair. How was that conditions out there, Gia? Did you enjoy that? Of course you enjoyed it. You won the heat.
Actually I came second.
You came second. That's twice I've done it.
But it's okay.
Who won?
Ellie Harrison.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the conditions are super fun out there. It really glassed off. It's a little bit slow, but when the sets come, it's really fun out there.
Yeah, cool. We kind of saw that in this, that we saw Nixie Ryan has caught a 7.67. There's been nothing come through ever since. But why there is a little bit of break in the action, we're going to take 2 on that post-heat interview, and hopefully all the audio has sorted itself out. Down to you, Chris Benz.
All right, we are back. Take 2. The Energizer Bunny has been and delivered us some new batteries. Charlie Hurst, we can hear you this time. Congratulations on your heat win.
Thank you so much. So much fun out there. So happy to be here.
Lots of waves in this heat, but you seem to be on all the best ones. How good are those heats where you're just in rhythm like that?
Yeah, it's so good to be in rhythm and have a heat like that, and I was just having so much fun picking off the good ones.
How hard is it to keep your hunger to be on every wave in check and just be a little bit more selective with priority?
Yeah, you just got to take a step back, and it's not a free surf. You're not trying to get anything. You just still got to pick the ones that have the good wall and, yeah, fun.
At this level, everyone rips, everyone's got big turns. What really impressed me about your heat then is your incredible style. Who are some of the surfers that you look up to?
At the moment, I'm really looking up to Ethan Ewing and Steph. I love their styles and think that they're really unique, and yeah, I'm just taking that into my surfing.
There's 2 surfers with pretty decent style. You also seem to keep your speed really well from one turn to another without too much pumping or flapping around. Good craft underfoot?
Yeah, riding my CI Fever, always a go-to, and yeah, it's been going really good out here.
You realise you put a little hole in it? I have, yes. Anyway, the Ding Doctors are good around this part of the world. Any favourite surfers at home that you've looked up to over the years?
Oh, probably Mick Lowe. He's from where I live. His younger kid, Sammy Lowe, he's absolutely ripping, and yeah, definitely inspiring looking up to him.
How is Mick Lowe going these days?
Yeah, he's good, really good, yeah.
Any shout-outs to friends and family back home?
Yeah, hi to everyone back home, Mum, Dad, and my sister Tyler, and all my family watching.
Beautifully done. Good luck going deeper into the draw.
Thank you so much.
That was Charlie Hurst. Back to you, Billy Hangen.
The interview in the can. Surfed a really great heat. This one's still a little bit sleepy, Giada. Nixie Ryan will be high-fiving herself from here to Tuesday for picking off that first set wave. Just telling the folks that 7.67 is priceless right now. Sasha Baker coming up with a score of her own, 4.13.
Yeah, when the conditions are like that, you have to be really, really fast, I guess, to be on the right ones when they come, because otherwise it can go flat, and you don't want to be in a situation where you're looking for scores and there's nothing coming out in the horizon.
Yep, that's for sure. You really don't want to be thinking, oh, this is a decent looking wave. Maybe there's a better one behind it, because that's not going to happen today. But let's have a look at Nixie. Really had to deliver on this too. She did. A couple of really strong turns, nice and tight to the pocket for the first couple, and then negates that really tricky section and comes around the corner and rattles off a few more points. So, you know, bravo, well played.
Yeah, it was a really nice wave from Nixie. One of the bigger ones I've seen come through since, you know, in a while actually. I remember being out there. I was a little bit out positioned for the only set that came, but it was okay.
You had a young Jazzy Studer in your heat.
Yes.
She's in the juniors. I think she executed a really good game plan. She did have a couple of exceptional surfers, one in yourself, one in Ellie in a heat. But it's good to see the young'uns getting out there and giving it a crack, isn't it?
Yeah, she surfed really well. I saw her keeping busy on the inside. Unfortunately, you know, she surfed amazing, but just didn't work out. You know, we were a little bit more patient, and I guess I think it was just the size of wave. That was the only difference.
Well, I think it's your surfing. You surfed really well that heat. I was watching it all the while, and Ellie, of course, was absolutely ripping. You got a really long one, Giada, and had to finish it off at the end. Really small wave with not much power, so you did really well to finish those waves off. So well done, young lady.
Thank you.
Well, let's have a look at the drone shot here. It's heading up towards the area where Surfing New South Wales are holding their development camp. They kind of hang out on that boardwalk there. I saw Team Japan up there too. It's a beautiful part of the world down here.
Yeah, I actually I like to stay in front of this hotel when I'm out there.
Yep.
I think that's probably some of the best positioning and the best way to.
Don't give it away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You still got heats to come.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. But yeah, unfortunately, this heat going a little flat. It must be that high tide, you know, just making it a little harder for those sets to come in, making it a little bit slow. There's some really big names in this heat, so.
Yeah, True Starling, we know she can deliver, and Kira Pinkerton, you've seen her go around before?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've said in an earlier interview, Kira Pinkerton is probably one of my favorite surfers in this event. I love her style. I love to watch her surf. She really suits Indonesia.
Right on. It's good to hear. That's Gia Lagarde, heat winner this year, this round. And yeah, full of confidence, so well surfed.
Thank
All
you.
the attention is in the water at the moment. Nixie Ryan out to a strong start. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching around the world. We're enjoying bringing it to you. Let's hope these waves pump for the rest of the week. Another swell expected come around finals time.
Yeah.
That should be super exciting.
Yeah, we're looking at a little bit of a drop tomorrow, but it will be picking up on the weekend. Sunday being the biggest day, so hopefully finals day will be held.
Now have a look at this. We got the advantage of seeing behind this set. Kira is taking a chance. She's the first priority holder, so she's going to take that set out the back. Meanwhile, on the inside, True Starling wants to get her campaign rolling. Starts with great decision making and great deliverance on that wave. Well done, young lady.
Unfortunately, Kira not going on that wave.
Wow.
I think she's looking at the one behind, maybe. Oh, I hope so. This is True Starling on her back, and a really nice first turn straight in the pocket. Throws some water out the back. Nice little checkup turn and finishes it off really nicely. That was a good wave from True Starling. Kira, I'm surprised she had priority in.
We were just talking about that before. If a wave looks half decent, you pretty much got to go today.
Yeah.
There might not be a good one out the back. When it's big and a little bit scary, it's probably a good ethos to have. If I think there's a wave out the back, there probably is.
Yeah.
But today, opposite.
Today's the opposite. Whatever comes your way, you got to go.
Yep.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm guessing Kira thought the one behind was going to be better. Unfortunately, as I saw, it did kind of taper off and didn't have so much scoring potential. But in heats like this, you see people passing with a heat total of maybe 4s and 5s. So it's anyone's game still.
It certainly is. Let's have a look at that score breakdown. 7.67, the solitary wave for Nixie. A 3.93 paired with a 0.20 is Sasha Baker's best. True Starling, that score has dropped to 4.10, pushed her straight up into second place. Fantastic work. So, you know, she was third priority or something like that, second priority True. So she was a really good decision to turn and go. And hopefully that Kira wasn't interested in that set. If you sat there all stagnant, there's no way that True could have got that wave. So well done, the lady in blue.
Yeah, we see Nixie with second priority, but staying under the girls, kind of seeing what she can do there. There seems to be something out the back. Kira is paddling out. I don't think she's gonna let this opportunity go.
Not this time. It looks a bit shouldery. You don't know if it's already run its race. No, that looks really good.
Yeah.
All right, Kira Pinkerton in action now. Gia, talk us through it.
This is Kira Pinkerton on her backhand. She takes off a beautiful opening carve straight back to the whitewash. And again, she's hoping for this wave to stand up to give one of her famous backhand hacks. And there we have it. First and second. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on that wave. It'll be good to see that wave from the beach point of view, to be able to see how it went. Here it is.
Well, here it is. And as you mentioned, that's a nice wrapping cutback to start off this first wave of the heat for young Kira. That's a really good turn. Nice and crisp and vertical. That's a even better one. Just picks the nose though. And at the 5-minute mark, she's going to have to get out there and get another one of those. The requirement is only a 4.80. We saw a 4.10 rewarded to True. If that's in the same ballpark, this could be very interesting.
Yeah, I would say maybe the only point of difference is that Kira wasn't able to complete that one. And
yeah, I did like her vertical attack though.
Yeah.
There, that turn before was very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to shake things up in the last 5 minutes. Geez, we've said that every time. I'm just seeing what there's a turtle popping up just behind the
I was like, oh.
Hang on, that could be a turtle.
Yeah,
we saw
no.
dolphins this morning, a big pod of them, about
Really?
15. Yep. And
I missed it.
now I've seen the turtles pop up. Pristine waters around the southern tip of Sumatra.
Oh, I just missed the turtles. I meant the dolphins. Always a good sign.
Yep, the true locals. Don't have to give way to anybody.
A 6?
Yeah.
For Kira Pinkerton's last wave.
Yeah, I'm digging it. Yeah, I'm much deserved. I think I really enjoyed that that vertical attack just before she fell off. She could have managed to ride through that turn. You would have seen that thing go way up, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So a 6 from that series of turn from Kira. Well done. She's been very patient. That's pushed her up into second position. True Starling now needing a very minor score of 1.91. She's third in priority, keeping busy, which I really like. First priority sits with our heat leader, Nixie Ryan, still with just one solitary wave. Sitting pretty with 4 minutes to go. The lead and priority, and she doesn't need much to make the requirement for the rest of the field. Very difficult. Let's look down the line now. This is Kira, maybe scratching into a second wave. Nope. That is a smaller closeout, so I'll let that go by. The advantage Kira has, she can have a look at every wave that comes through now because she's got nothing to lose sitting there in 4th priority. Maybe she'll get lucky and one of the other girls will miss a wave. Who knows? But it's going to be interesting. 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, she has the second highest wave of the heat, and the first two don't have backups yet, so I'm sure they're going to be hoping for anything, even a 2, to even create a little bit more distance, make it a little bit harder for the surfers in 3rd and 4th to get into that advancing position. But the conditions are tough. There's not much going through, and I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of this in the next few heats as the tide just rises.
All right, so with just under 3 minutes, it's pretty much all eyes on True Starling now. Sasha Baker also doesn't need a large requirement, 2.08. She does have second priority. So blue and white battling up. See blue staying busy there, white kind of dropping anchor. I'm not sure which one is going to pay off. If I was a bet man, I'd say it's the busy surfer, as everyone's just laid down on the board now and given it a good old paddle up the point. They're out of position and blue takes off. They'll be dirty on themselves. All right, here is True pushing the issue. I want this. If you want it, you better make your intentions clear, because I'm going to go. Way back there in 3rd priority. Well done, True Starling. That's a good turn too. Putting her best foot forward and loving the drone action. Works her way through a couple more turns onto the inside. It's not a massive wave, but there's not too many big waves out there. It's a good looking runner. Manages to rattle off a few more turns. Kind of done the best she can do with the time remaining. So True putting her hat into the ring. This is Nixie Ryan now, the heat leader. True won't mind seeing this because I don't think she was eyeing off first position. Nixie now making the requirements for all the other surfers quite difficult. A big series of turns. You like that, Giada?
Yeah, that's looking really great. She's wasting no time. She knows that wave isn't going to be really long. And right behind her, Sasha, a beautiful turn straight into second one. And let's see if she can finish it off. She does. Wow, we're going to see some big changes, but right behind Kira with this beautiful backhand hack she has. Wow, that is going to be a very big score. And we haven't even seen what she did before that.
Oh, my goodness me. The girls have just delivered in the last 2 minutes. Here I was saying that was a perfectly executed strategy from True Starling. And Kira Pinkin has just come out and gone, well, take that. And so is Nixie Ryan and Sasha Baker. So there's a heap of scores to be dropped. There's under a minute. I don't think anyone's got time to paddle out there and get another score. So no doubt we'll be on hold while the judges decide who's going to get through and who will not. What a great heat, Giada.
Yeah, that was a really great heat, and all in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Not even the last 2 minutes. Wow, the judges have a lot of work here. Oh, beautiful turns from Kira.
Yeah, real good.
I think this could probably be one of the highest waves of this heat.
One of the higher waves. Nixie's was an absolute belter. Probably about the double size of that. But that was exceptional surfing from Kira Pinkerton, the surfer from the US. Look at that finish there, almost upside down. Liking this act from True also. This was about the 2 minute mark. You think, oh, she's got it iced. She's absolutely going to take second place. And then all the other girls go, what? I want to go too. So no doubt we will be on hold while the judging panel make up their mind. You prepared to have a stab at who's going to win? I think Nixie will win because that's 7.67.
Let's not forget Sasha's wave as well.
Yeah, it's any one of these three girls in the Kira and in True and his Sasha. I like that style. That was cool.
Yeah.
All right, 7.67. As we mentioned at the beginning of the heat, that is priceless. There's True just wiggling away into the shore break. We'll see where the scores drop. High drama here in heat number 7. We'll definitely kick into heat number 8 after the judges have made up their mind, all the way through to heat 11 this afternoon, folks. So stick with us. Grab yourself a coffee, a nice comfy chair, because we're going to cut to an ad break and we'll be back with more action from the Krui Pro 2023 after this break.
rights we need to add to that page.
Okay, we are live back. Still don't have a decision from this super close heat. Mark Cliff has joined me in the booth, and I've got the news that Nixie Ryan came out to a strong start, a 7.67 and 5.10. She has taken that out. I think we are still waiting for scores for the rest of the field. There we are, True Starling, a 4.60 for her wave. We have started the next heat, so we'll just wait for those scores to trickle through. We are into heat number 8. Mark, have you got the names there for us?
Yeah, sure have. And you'll like a couple of these, mate. We have, these are the results. There's the officials. I'm really close there, like less than half a point in it between Kira. Well done, advancing out of that heat. And in the lead and winning it, Ryan Nixon. So one Australian through and also one American. All right. Now, True Starling didn't look that impressed. That was her in the blue rash vest, but we are at heat 8. And Billy, I can tell you, the West Aussies have got a little bit of a feasting to do here, and I hope a whole lot of you are listening on board, because in the green, up and riding out of Japan, though, is Emily Nishimoto. We can see she's up against Willow Hardy in the red. Ooh. Margaret River surfer. Isabella Campbell, Izzy Campbell is in white. Here comes Willow, got herself a bit of a closeout. That wave's a bit too fast. In the green, Hinako Kurakawa out of Japan. So 2 Japanese surfers, 2 West Australian young ladies. And let's see how this one pans out. This is officially heat 8. Following this, 3 more heats to round out a 25 heat day, Billy. Wow.
Yeah, done all right.
Can you remember what happened this morning? Seemed like a long time ago.
Woke up, had a coffee, and here we are at the end of the competition day, and we're having a coffee. We're at Willow Hardy. She just took off on a set wave. Not much going on there. So a couple of waves ridden, but not much on the scoreboard. Let's click on the details here. Yeah, Willow Hardy, young girl, done a lot of competition surfing. Also got a younger sister, Olive, who is on her way up through the ranks in Western Australia. Izzy Campbell is the youngest sister of Emmy Campbell. Izzy and Emmy, very similar names, both great surfers. Izzy, an absolutely belting skateboarder in the bowl. So see some of that reflected in her surfing, a la Sky Brown yesterday.
All right, well, you know, us being West Aussies, we're invested in this. We'd like to say good afternoon to the Campbell family and the Hardys down there in Margaret River. And wherever the Campbells are, they seem to move around a fair bit, but I think predominantly out of Denmark, is it? Or they spend a bit of time in Exmouth? Or
yeah, they brought an RV. They were going all around the place a couple of years ago.
The Nomads, and I'm sure the Kurakawa family and the Nishimotos in Japan. Thumbs up, team. You got 25 high-powered minutes to sort out exactly whose daughters and children move through to the next round. So we wish you all the best of luck. Heat 9 coming up. Let's just enlighten everybody as to who's in the near future. Another pair of Japanese versus a pair of Australians. Minami Monaka and Kana Nakashio will take on Arabella Wilson and Kyla Whitfield in Heat 9. Meanwhile, a lot of business to sort out in this one. 2 rides, both kind of throwaway numbers at this stage. But how's that little funkiness that happened about an hour and a half ago with the ocean and the wind and the Hujan?
Absolutely crazy.
Things just got a little funky for about an hour, so you'd be kind of a bit devoed if you were in one of those heats and didn't progress. It kind of got a little bit way more difficult. Even halfway through that heat, it just changed so radically. I remember the heat it changed, and Elise Cooper was in that heat. She didn't get through. The other 2 surfers surfed really good, so hats off to them. Elise kind of messed up a couple of her chances and then ran into a whole lot of chop and some weirdness at the end of the heat and got overhauled for a qualification position.
Well, it's really hard to read when it is going to hit, because it was hanging around the horizon of the hills to the south for about an hour. Looks really threatening, and then no, maybe it's not going to hit, and all of a sudden in 5 minutes, bang, it rips through the lineup. So I think a a good idea is to have a game plan of get busy, get early, because you don't know what's going to happen when that is threatening to rip through.
Yeah, and then it cleaned up again as quick as it turned to mud. So you know, it was just a little 1 hour window where things got a bit orkies. He goes Kurikawa, small inside wave, couple little hits off the top there.
Not bad from Hinako.
Yep, just about dry docks herself there. Things getting pretty shallow. So Hinako Kurikawa.
Willow Hardy, coached by her old man Gene.
Gino, gee, they've clocked up some kilometres, some air miles.
And hours on the beach.
Flyers. Oh, my God.
But look at that. Look at the strategy. She's down in priority number 3. Straight past everyone. No worries.
Geez, I've seen that girl do some amazing surfing and gutsy and at Margaret River and during a real super junior days. She was surfing out of her skin when she was a pup, and you always could see that she had a future.
Yep.
And in surfing, and Dad, to their credit, the whole Willow Hardy family have pushed and helped and mentored and done all the things they need to do by following the Surfing WA pathway firstly, and then the Surfing Australia pathway, and they've done all the junior stuff you can do, and all that, and ticked all those boxes of how to potentially become a top pro surfer. And now are the crunch years where you get to that age where it's time to really put some runs on the board. You've got to get to the Challenger at some point, and that's what they're doing here. So to Jean and the Hardys that back home, you know, your daughter is a ripper. Same as young Izzy Campbell. She's shown a lot in the last few years, and it's just been blown away.
Right,
events at home.
Izzy would go on this one, wouldn't you? Because Willow sets up with third priority. Straight on the attack is Izzy Campbell. Beautiful looking backhand style, really aggressive, but the timing is precise. This young lady, if that's the first time you have seen her go around, expect more of this. If the waves get bigger, expect her to go harder.
Yep, we know what she can do, mate. We've seen her at a lot of events and rarely messes up. She's a super consistent performer. She's got better year after year as events have gone by. You can see the belief has crept into her act. She's sturdy on her feet. She's got all the moves pretty much coming from that skateboarding background you're alluding to, Billy.
Yep.
And, you know, she's still really young and got a lot to like. She's well and truly heading in the same direction as Willow Hardy for mine. We are going to throw down to the post-heat interview. I think Giada has the winner of the last heat. Giada?
All right. I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Nixie Ryan. Congratulations. You know, you got that 767 really early in that heat. I'm sure when you heard that score, you're feeling pretty comfortable, but it did go flat. So what was your backup plan after that?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get the 7 like at the start of the heat. I was hoping to get a second wave quicker than what I did, but the heat went flat for a bit. So yeah, I was lucky to get another wave with about 3 minutes to go, but yeah, a bit nerve-wracking.
You've been here before, so what were some of the things that you learned last time that you wanted to change for coming this time? Maybe some equipment or some food you brought from home?
Yeah, I've definitely worked on my equipment a lot, like started riding round tails and just a bit bigger of a board. But yeah, Luca, Al Merrick's been helping me get my boards good, and yeah, just sussing the lineup out more and yeah, having more free surfs and just having fun.
How long ago did you get here? Have you had a chance to go surf other spots, or have you just been hanging around here?
We got here about a week ago. We surfed Mandiri and Waijambu the other day, but yeah, just mainly out here. It's been a bit tricky to get waves, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Tell me a little bit about your crew and who you came down here with. I know you have your traveling partner that you guys mostly travel together. What do you guys do on your downtime?
Yeah, I'm traveling with Amelie and Sai, Maniwa and Mon. We've just been cruising, playing pool back at Lavina and yeah, just having a fun time, searching for waves and riding the moped around, but yeah.
All right, congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
I'd like to thank my family for watching and all my sponsors and just the whole crew at Lennox for watching and being so supportive. Thanks.
All right, congratulations. See you next heat. Back to you guys at the booth.
Yeah, right on. Well done, Giada. We are into heat number 8 in this Kurokawa, out to an early lead, amassing a 5.33 from a couple of waves, a 3.00 and a 2.33. Willow Hardy out there asking for some information, it looks like, towards the end of the beach.
Well, I'm sure everyone's a bit nervous here, mate, because the ocean is just really throwing totally limited opportunities at these 4 surfers. In fact, 2 of them do not have score. Oh, well, Izzy's got a score to come.
Yep.
Izzy has a score to come, and I reckon it's the wave of the heat for sure. I reckon she goes to the lead straight off the bat. But you could see Willow throwing her arms up in the air. There we go, the 6. Willow had her arms up in the air. You know, sometimes not great body language when you do that. It's like, hang on, relax. You're totally in this. You only have a couple of low numbers, and the 6 is the highlight, obviously. So Willow just has to maintain, deal with a bit of flatness. It's the same for everyone. She's got second priority. So, all right, plenty of time on the clock in reality. All these surfers hopefully will get a good crack at it to show their stuff. But that wave of Izzy's was a lot to like, Billy. She showed 0 signs of nerves. I don't know how many times she's come around to kind of bigger QS events. But she looked solid and like she meant business, and we know she's still got more. She can still surf better than what she showed just then, and once she just relaxes and loosens up a bit, I think we're going to really see her unleash.
Yeah, I agree. We had a little chat after she caddied for Emmy the other day. Talking about board choice and talking about decision making, and travelling with her older sister. All that experience is starting to rub off, and they look like they get along like a house on fire. I think this is their first overseas trip without Pete, without the old man, and kind of chaperoning each other. Of course, Mark and I are keeping one eye on them, make sure everything's going well. But yeah, it's good to see these girls develop. You've seen them since they were super micro groms, and you get to feel for them when they lose. You get to feel happy for them when they win. And I'm sure the same thing is happening over in Japan for Kurokawa and Nishimoto. All the families tuning in. If you are watching, a big hello from Krui to Japan. I hope you're enjoying the show. And a big hello to Western Australia too. This is Mark Clift. I'm Billy Hangan. We hope you're enjoying the Krui Pro 2023.
Yeah, I'm having a ball, mate. It's been, what have been here since, what day did we get here? Saturday? It's only Wednesday. It feels like it could have been a whole week. We've had some pretty big days. We had a couple of surfs.
At an
unnamed location.
Here goes Nishimoto now, the priority holder. That's a nice turn on the smaller wave, but she did manage to bring that surfboard all the way around. A nice cut back to the power source. I'm going to go so far as saying an elegant style.
All right, so you're not convinced she's going to get a number, a decent number?
Probably somewhere between 3 and 5.
Oh, all right.
There's a big spread for you.
All right, so the girls are on the move here. Willow now with top priority in the red, with a total throwaway number to kick things off. She'll be hoping to utilise this priority wisely. 12 minutes on the clock. Izzy Campbell will be, the nerves would have been released after that 6-point ride. He goes a tiny little wave.
Good turn.
Nishimoto. Yep, I agree. That was pretty tidy. Another little mini section which will amount to not much of a score thrown at that little turn. Another little mini cutback. The size of the wave is going to factor in here largely. They've got to remember the surfing that Izzy did, but here goes a wave for green. Kurokawa. Not sure what happened. May have got stuck behind. Willow now. Wow. Wow, got a little bit excited. It was probably realising it was rapidly turning into a one manoeuvre wave. Kind of got a little bit stuck in what to do there. The big... All right, maybe there was a manoeuvre before this section. Yeah, there was. Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, here's that speed line, and the lip comes at you really quickly here.
Wow.
Just a little bit late to that turn, one would suggest. There's our surfer in green rattling off on this smaller inside wave. Nice bowl to it, however, and it's continued to wrap down the reef.
Yep, that's better.
Yep.
All right, so you would be thinking Nishimoto is going to consolidate or move into second. Kurokawa, surfer in green.
Yep.
It was a pretty decent ride. It's definitely her best. not a blockbuster score, but enough to throw some heat on Nishimoto and Hardy.
Nishimoto, that 3.27 for that smaller inside wave.
There you go. That's between 3 and 5.
Somewhere
Well done,
between 1 and 10. Yeah, Willow Hardy with just a 0.77. That is not the wave we just saw.
No.
But they'll be scoring that one turn. It was a pretty
hang
good
on.
one. Look at Kurokawa now. Sneaks one on the inside, but it closes out, and she'll have to go out the back and reset. That'll shuffle up the priority board. Izzy Campbell sitting out there with a 6 and first priority, 10 minutes to go.
Bit of drone footage of the point. There's the caddies out wide. There's the ski. We're heading down towards the real burger world when the big sets come through. They still break down here about where the camera is. That's about right in front of Lani's. Down Dino's way.
It's about that time.
Ooh.
It's getting that way. We'll see Dino, we'll see Lani and all the crew down there after the competition.
Pretty sure we're booked in for dinner again. That'd be nice.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
Nice rendang down there last night. Thanks, team. Okay, here goes Izzy. So it gives it a little early pump. Boom.
Oh.
Drives hard off the top. Looking confident again, Bill. Boom. Wrapping the board around a little more aggressively that time. She's in the groove, folks. We were suggesting that the shackles might have come off after that 6, and indeed they have.
Yeah, a lot of intent and a lot of freedom in her turns. I'm really liking it. Izzy Campbell, all the way from Denmark in West Australia.
Well, seriously better than her last wave. I'm digging that, what she did there. Blue, not sure how Nishimoto's wave started, but Izzy Campbell's wave started and finished really well with lots of good stuff in between.
Yep, here goes Willow now, a smaller inside one. Hopefully this runs off because she's got a big bag of tricks. And there's one of them. That's a good, vicious cut around. A nice lip line maneuver there. This thing running on the inside, a bit of speed. Maybe looking for a bit of coverage. It's not coming, so she'll have to go back to the turn. She does. Shows the fins to the rest of the field and a little bit of a wiggle on the end. So Willow Harding getting going now.
Wow. Kurokawa. Hinako Kurokawa.
Patting the dog all the way in, yes, definitely ridden out of it.
Gets back in front of the whitewash. Okay, so everybody kind of got something going on in that set. So we're owed a bunch of numbers. It'd be nice to bring up all the scores of those individual rides when they drop. Here's Willows again. This will probably relieve a bit of nerves for Gino, who'll be on the beach watching. Couple of good moves to kick things off. Did well to handle that takeoff and then to get around this section. And then adds a little bit more scoring down here at the back end.
Caddy Corner liked it. Did you see that in the background?
Yep, the hands were up.
Yep.
Might have been Gino.
Yeah, could have
He's
been.
calling for 10s. Meanwhile, this is our surfer in blue.
Emily.
Emily Nishimoto.
Yeah, this is a second wave. It's a bit bigger than the first one. In fact, maybe a third wave. We'll have a look at that scoreboard when it's up in the top left-hand corner. These replays are fantastic. Great job to our production crew in the room just over the way. That's a decent hit mark.
Hinako, yep. Good stuff.
And this is the one she padded away out of, I think.
Yep.
Yep, so 2-turn wave.
Yep. 2 pretty good moves. So this heat's really starting to heat up because everybody is finding much better groove now than the first half of this heat. The 6 is still going to stack up as a really good number here. Izzy Campbell's going to really have a strong lead once her second score drops in. I reckon she did her best work on that next number. Willow's playing catch up. I'm not sure whether her score is in yet. Got to be more than the 3-3.
There it is,
the
right
5-5.
Yep.
But it's going to be the 2 West Aussies in the 1-2 once this wave locks in now.
I'm loving this. When she goes up, there's no strange feeling about it. It can feel quite weird when you do a really good bottom turn. You're projected all the way up the face, but if you're a big time bowl skater, that's what you do. You go drop off, drop down, and then straight up the edge of the bowl. So that's a very familiar feeling for a full hardcore bowl skater like Izzy Campbell.
Can stand by for an excellent score.
Yeah, those feelings when you're the G-forces when you're getting thrown around, very similar to when you're I don't use the word aggressive too much, but a very dynamic surfer.
That was really good. There was a lot of confidence in that act. The commitment and degree of difficulty of those moves, the combination of major moves. I reckon this goes well and truly north of anything we've seen for a while. surely in the excellent range.
So Kurokawa and Nishimoto giving you a good nudge. 3.80 the best for Kurokawa, and Nishimoto a 3.50. The cat will be amongst the pigeons once this second score drops for Izzy Campbell.
Yep, so Willow's 5.5 would have relieved a bit of pressure. She will know she still can do better, but there she is coming into play.
Oh, look at that. Third in priority, straight through the pack.
Yep.
Great competition strategy.
Well,
I dig it.
Coming from a true surfing family. It's all about getting back to the inside. There she goes. Dragging the others up out of position, maybe into position. There we go, an 8.5. Thank you very much. That was so good to watch the second time around on the replay. Those 3 first turns done at ultra high speed. They were all really pockety, legit sections, and then finished just by spiking that thing as well. There was a real lot to like about that whole ride. So thanks for bringing up all the numbers, team. Willow Hardy in second now, needs a whopping 9 to win, or let's get rid of the 3-3, Willow.
Yep.
And fend off our Japanese campaigners here. Good looking wave approaching, Bill.
It is. I'm just pointing to the things. Put that on the highlight page, please.
100%.
All right, Willow Hardy now, third priority. Will Izzy pull the trigger? She lets her go. So maybe a little bit of a thanks, mate, for you. So Willow Hardy taking full advantage. A couple of good looking turns. Wraps it around again. The West Aussie really going to town on this one. Aims high and delivers. Really smashing this thing to bits, Mark, on the inside. Look at the body language now. Stands tall.
Yep, that's better, she says. Got my 2. Now I've got me 2.
Yep.
All right, well, the pressure valve has been released from the families at home in WA watching this for their little young chargers. Willow's got this wave. She's been around long enough to know that this is a huge opportunity to capitalise and really shut the gate on the Japanese, so she's doing just that. Sticking to the parts of the criteria the judges want to see. Turning in the pocket, convincing rail moves, and an easy completion. Out she goes. So, yep, this will be Willow's better number, I think. Needs a 9, won't get that. Will well and truly probably double her throwaway 3.3.
Now, at the moment, a couple of mid-range waves required by Kurokawa and Nishimoto to progress.
Wow.
They are going to increase quite substantially, one would imagine, once that wave drops for red.
Yep.
Bad news is for the 2 Japanese girls, Izzy Campbell still holds priority as a set wave comes through. Izzy lets this one go, though, so it is Kurokawa with a chance to play catch-up. A good wrapping turn. This thing standing up, offering a big section. She hits it and takes a good roller coaster road down. Smashes another section. Really good surfing from the Japanese surfer now. Digging it, that'll do her. But definitely riding out of the white water. The wave filling up full of water and losing energy. So that was a very handy wave for Kurokawa.
She's a shredder. So Izzy let that wave go, but took this one. Let's see what happens.
It's definitely standing up on the inside.
All right, so interesting move to not take that first one, really, and let Green go. But
yeah.
Because Green really smashed that thing to pieces, Hinako.
Here we go, let's look at white.
Yep, so let's have a look at this wave. It's standing up. It's a really good first manoeuvre. Another bowly section on what she got here.
Oh, yeah.
A little under the lip, but probably had to that time. All right. Some tidy work, sure-footed surfing again. Really hasn't done anything wrong in this heat.
Well, that would have been definitely the bigger wave out there, I think, Mark. But I'm not
Nishimoto's had a bit of height.
Not sure it was superior to the first one she let go.
So Kurokawa's wave had a bit of height to it, Hanako's.
But, you know, seeing with an 8.50 and a 6, you can afford to be a little bit choosy.
Yep.
Right, Willow Hardy there.
6.43.
Yep.
Boom, boom.
Those requirements now up into the excellent range for Nishimoto and Kurokawa. 1 minute remaining. Priority does sit with blue. This is going to take everything she's got. Can't wait to see what she's going to dish up for us.
Yep.
That wave not playing ball.
Sub 1 minute. Has to probably go on this next thing. You can see a line appearing. It's looking like it's going to kind of move right inside on the reef, this one. She kind of has to go with 40 seconds. It's probably not offering enough, and it's right on the rock. So
what a pity.
Has to let it go. Really good heat, most competitive. Look at that for Hanako, a 6.33. So definitely the best surfing out of the Japanese ladies coming on that wave from Hanako. Pity something like that didn't happen earlier in the heat for her to really give us some belief in the back end here. We can see she's a good surfer. But both the Japanese girls were living in the threes prior to that opportunity. Willow's gone way downtown here.
14 seconds remaining, just 10 seconds now. I think she will scratch into this.
Blue could still take it off her. Maybe not.
Yes.
If the siren goes, she can't take it off her.
That's
All right.
it. No, wow, great strategy from the young West Aussie. Wow, that is a little known fact too amongst a lot of competition surfers. That would have been deemed an interference if Blue took off.
Yep. All right, so it's definitely the West Oz 1-2 right there. You're going to be having a chat with Izzy. So I'm going to enjoy that, Bill. And for all the crew online out of WA, our hometown, well, the girls did us proud. Congratulations to the Hardy family and the Campbell family. We are going to throw to a break. We'll be back shortly with Heat 9. Mate. There's one here. Would that be yours?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, I imagine we're back, and we are. So we are now watching, and I think the start of Heat 9. I'm going to welcome Chris Binns back into the booth. You didn't see that, Chris, but the West Aussies did the 1-2 right there, mate, just to do you proud.
Very good, very good.
Who we got in Heat 9, champ?
All right, Minamai Nanaka is the surfer in red. Kana Nakashio is in blue. Arabella Wilson is in white, and Kyla Whitfield is the surfer in green. Conditions look like they're pulsing again.
Kind of. That was a good heat. Even one of the Japanese surfers who got knocked out then, Hanako, the surfer in green, put together a 6.33 right at the back end of the heat to challenge, but it was a late challenge that proved too late. But she did get a really good wave, so there was probably 5 really good rides in that heat and a couple of scrappy threes, but it was a well-contested heat. None better than Izzy Campbell. She looked so solid on her feet, mate. It was a real pleasure to watch. For someone so young here at a big event, out of her own country and travelling with a sister and doing it in foreign territory, did not look phased one little bit. Looks like she totally belongs. It was so sick.
How old is he these days?
Jeez, I'm not sure. I think she still surfs in the 16s sometimes at home, maybe just first year in the 18s, but she's pretty young.
Yeah, right. I remember seeing she was over in your hood over at Lakey Peak for the Stab High contest last year as one of the ladybirds. So she's got game in the sky. Incredible skateboarder as well.
Yep. I think Billy's still trying to hook her up with a meet and greet with Sky Brown. That's where he's trying to do. Izzy being a mad skater. And she really burst onto the scene quickly. We saw Willow coming from a long way away. But then Izzy, there was some hype on the youngster, and she just chipped away and got good really quick due to the skating background, I imagine, and some genes from her family and watching her sister do it all. That was a really solid heat. Congratulations to the Campbell family at home and the Hardys. Commiserations to both Kurokawa and Nishimoto clans there in Japan. It's a tough event. A lot of good female surfers in the world these days.
Do you think Izzy Campbell spent much time with Claire Bevilacqua over the years? She's the OG.
Izzy? Well, I know Emmy
chick
has.
who skates and surfs like a bandit from back home.
Yep, Claire doesn't mind mentoring any youngster out of WA. I know she's hung a fair bit with Emmy over the years. So now, Mum, good on you, Claire, if you're watching.
She's hung out with Jada as well. The two of them surf Italy at the ISAs. Claire was hell-bent on qualifying for the Olympics. And now is Mum to little Nico. Still getting barreled off her face at the reefs all around home as well.
Yep, very inspirational. All right, heat 9. Come on down, let's kick things off, Huey. Only got 2 more heats after this. And a long, long day, 25 heats. Puts us in a really good spot. That'll be 70 heats in 3 days. 72 heats in 3 days. We did 22 yesterday. So I imagine tomorrow morning, and you guys, whoever gets, I think it's going to be Billy and Giada who do our little debrief, but I'm pretty sure tomorrow morning they'll kick things off and clean up the back 5 heats of this round of 64 for the women. Juniors are penciled in for a surf, so I reckon they'll rip straight into the junior boys. 5 heats after we start tomorrow morning. I imagine the junior women's will probably get a crack at it tomorrow. They've been waiting a long time for their opportunities. We'll be down by about 9 o'clock in the morning, down to the round of 32 of the men's side of QS 5000 and the women's side, with some more swell on the horizon. I think Ty will be hoping to utilise the bigger stuff for their bigger rated event.
So you're thinking we could maybe look to wrap up the juniors over the next couple of days?
Maybe.
Before we get to the weekend?
They might like to save
the final?
Maybe the finals of those for some inclusion in the finals days. But let's have a look at Kyla Whitfield now. First wave of heat 9. Jams on the back foot. Tidy slash in the pocket. The wave trying to run away from her, but she hangs in there. Second scoring wrap. Not too brutal, but a turn's a turn. A finish is good, and there is one. So well done, Kyla. All right, little break in the action, so I'm sure Billy Hangen has the winner of the last heat, and that'd be Izzy Campbell. Billy, turn around, you're on.
Footballers looking at themselves. All right, we are live. I'll stop talking and introduce Izzy Campbell, the winner of that last heat. Absolutely smashed it to bits. A lot of the people in the athlete area are stoked to see how well you surf. Your first time in Indonesia, first time in Krui anyhow. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, I'm loving it here. I love the waves, love the people. It's just a great place.
Now, talk us through that first wave, because you got off to a flyer and then followed it up by midway through the heat. Talk us through those waves.
Oh, I was a little bit nervous for the first one. I was sitting there for I think the first 5 minutes, and I was getting a bit worried, but it came through and I was like, okay, I've got one. And then it ran off better than I thought it would, so that was good. And then I just got back out the back and just wanted to kind of reset and wait for a better one. And it happened, so yeah, I'm stoked.
It certainly did. Listen, I've seen you kicking around contest sites that you're a little girl getting little souvenirs off the commentary crew. You've developed into a great surfer and a great young lady. I mean, you're travelling with your sister for the first time without the parents?
Yeah, first international trip with my big sister. It's been lots of fun and I'm happy to have her here, so yeah, it's been great.
Now you're also hanging with Willow Hardy, who just got through that heat also. Are you getting the West Australian Sisterhood thing happening? It must be a good support group for you.
Yeah, it's great being here with my best friend and surfing comps with her, maybe not in the same heats, but it's great to be here with her.
All right, well, let's get Willow in here. Let's look down the barrel here and say hello to the old man. I'm sure he's watching. Go for it.
Hey Dad, hey Mom, hope you guys are well at home. I'm having a great time, so yeah.
Right, that is Izzy Campbell. Expect to hear more of that because she is on a tear. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you very much, Billy Hangen.
Yeah, a fair bit of West Oz homage right there. Billy, of course, out of that neck of the woods, and Willow getting her face in on the camera there at the end, so Billy including both those first and second places. Geez, Izzy spoke well. She's got a real future, I think, if she can continue improving at the rate she is. That was a really outstanding performance. An 8.50, Chris, probably one of the bigger numbers of the day. A youngster, first international trip. No worries, no fuss.
First international trip just with her sister, I think. Been overseas with the folks. But yeah, big step.
Yep, a little bit different going without the
safety net.
Yeah, without the folks picking up after you and booking everything and doing everything for you. So you've got to work it out and learn how to travel. So it's a great experience.
I guess there's a safety net there. Willow's here with her dad, Gene. So if things go a little bit haywire, they've got one parent in the hood who can maybe quarterback the situation. But we're staying at the same place as that whole clan, and they're having a lot of fun. And there's been plenty of great chat around the dinner table every night at the Sumatra Surf Resort.
All right. I think a paddle up for Wilson there is indeed. So let's stay with Annabelle here.
Wow.
Was always looking like a one manoeuvre wave, so she decided to go big, and it drew the error. In the lead with, I think, a 5.43, then a throwaway one just came out of that wave. So 5.43 is a pretty good number. Not sure I saw it. I think that happened while we were on the interview with Bill. Kyla Whitfield, a 4.83. The Japanese surfer's yet to get off the mark.
Well, here goes Nakashio in the blue jersey. Great looking wall. This will be stretching out a long way in front of her, so she's got to put the foot down. Gets the first turn in, free falls out, so she pushed that right to the brink. And she's done it really well with the second turn. Here comes the closeout bang. Cuts it a little bit short, hooks under the lip. I think she was trying to keep her momentum in case the wave was going to let her back out under the open face. Here goes Minamine Naka on her backhand. Free falling out of the first turn that we caught up with, so we'll need to see the rest on replay. And now she's flying down the line. Will this one sort of start to stand up and run across the inside? It's looking that way right now. So this is turning into a gem for the Japanese surfer, the top seed in the red jersey. She almost could have stuck with it a little bit more, but obviously saw that it was starting to get dry and decided to get out of it.
It was a great effort by both the Japanese surfers, really. Nice comeback. They were both sitting there waveless, but look at this thing bowl out.
Yeah, this is what we missed.
Yep, that was a really good bottom turn, top turn combo. The wave is clean as you like. It's as good a wave as we've seen come through for quite a while. Now the judges will be remembering what Izzy did for the 8.50, and Izzy was really spiking the lip. So they'll be looking at this effort here from Red. It's pretty good. There's a lot of quality surfing there. But you didn't see the work that Izzy did on her 8.5. This wave here for me, most of her turns were pulled a little under the lip. So let's have a little look. And we've got to be critical. That was close up to the top. The board never really went above the lip line, but it was a pretty convincing move, as was that. And then this one here, you can see just once again, not spiking above the lip. If you're her coach, look, she had to finish a wave to get the confidence up, and I think that was her theory. They're back in the ball game. That's what counts.
Well, I even think Kana Nakashio there was hoping that wasn't the end of the wave. She could have gone really hard at it if she decided that was curtains for the wave, but the way that she cut down slightly underneath the lip, cut her turn a little bit short, and then came out of it with the big pump. She was hoping to maybe get around at the section. So maybe not quite a perfect read, but nevertheless,
either way,
turns up the top will be the bulk of the points for Kana Nakashio. Great exchange from the two Japanese surfers, Minamine Nanaka. She sat and waited, and she got what I think is the best wave of the heat. We're exactly halfway through, just over 12 minutes to run. Some scores to come in for our two Japanese surfers as they make their way back up the point to join Wilson and Whitfield, who have first and second priority.
It'd be nice to see the individual scores, so we'll ask Toto again if he can just bring that up in a moment so we can see everybody's better numbers, see where they sit. They'll come. Boys have been pretty hot on it. Meanwhile, the judges are having a think about that that combination of rides, and Izzy Campbell's for me was substantially better than both those, mate. It was quality written all over it for the 8.5, so they're both still going to be good scores, but the judges have got to keep everything in context and keep those comparisons and the separations real. It's going to be a really close heat once those two scores drop. I think they both did a really good job. They both picked off real quality waves, which is a first part of the deal to get a good number. There's obviously a fair bit of debate going on in the tower, Chris. Taking a while to lock the numbers in. Well, they must be watching them a few times, because it's rare that they take this long with numbers, especially if they're not right at the back end of the heat. We're coming...
Okay, the scores are dropping. Kana Nakashio a 6.5. Minamai Nanaka a 5.93. So the surfer in blue getting the better of the exchange, dropping the best wave of the heat so far.
All right, well, those three manoeuvres, the judges like them, and that's 2 points under Izzy's wave, so Izzy seriously teed off. I'll keep going on about that, but that's the comparisons you got to sort of stick with. Manaka not far behind. She had a really, really good wave and put together a very healthy numbers, so they both got the two best scores of the heat on those on that exchange. Good afternoon, everyone. Mark Clift, Chris Binns. And we're having a good time. This is the back end of Heat 9. So this is effectively event or Heat 23 for the day.
Yeah, we're here at Tanjung Bukor, which means the leaking edge. I think it might have been talking about our roof earlier.
Well, it is a little bit leaky when it rains.
There's a fair bit of rainfall going on right here in the booth.
All right, so this heat is really, really well poised. Everybody's got a good number. It's super close. There's all the numbers again. But everybody's best score, the 6.50. Nakashio will be quietly chuffed that she's in the lead with that number and no second score, so anything will help. The requirements to move by everybody are next to nothing. So the use of these priorities coming down in the last 8 and a bit minutes is going to have a huge bearing on this heat. Everybody's next ride will be crucial. Everybody will be feeling okay about their heat, but still nervous. No one has 2 scores. So here goes blue Kyla Whitfield, utilising that priority. The goofy footer leans on her toes, tags the lip, rides down, didn't get a lot of projection out of that manoeuvre, so cannot get around the foam. It was one okay turn, a little bit stuck.
It's unfortunate. If she'd managed to connect with that turn perfectly, you think she would have projected
That's
with
what she needed to do,
lots of speed coming out of that, and would have been able to sail around that section and continue on her merry way. You see here, she launches into the lip, gets a little bit stuck right there, and it just costs her that little sort of half a section that saw the wave rattle off down the line without her.
Either way, she'll probably move. She'll still move up to the lead with that being only the second ride.
Yep, there you go.
Yep.
Just need both scores on screen so we can sort of break that down a little bit more definitively.
Well, what did she have before? A high 4, so that must have been a 3.5-ish. Either way, it's decision time now for Arabella Wilson, who sits with top priority. She just needs a 1.08. She probably realistically needs just over 2 points to go into first. Super close heat, looking at those numbers. 7 minutes, White having a look at this. She's going to have to catch it and make it count. Here she goes. So puts it on the afterburner. She's on now. Little tag to kick things off. Another power sort of speed turn down the line. A little better now. Getting stuck into that third manoeuvre. Fourth turn goes a little bit pear-shaped. Down she goes. Red driving down the line for Minami. Good looking section, goes above the lip. That's what the judges really want to see. That was total commitment. Best turn I've seen for a while, and backed it up with a solid little hit as well. It's going to look really good on the replays.
All right, let's tune into the replay. Here goes Kayla Whitfield. Well,
I think that was a current wave.
that was live action.
Yeah, we're going to see some replays in a minute. So Minami Monaka did a really good turn along that wave. Let's have a look at this, mate. You watch what I'm on about. You'll see it in a minute.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Yeah.
Would have been some fins out the back on that, and then tagged it again. All right, so I think she was sitting in about third when she stood up. This is the wave for White. She left a few points hanging here, kind of messed up the end of this wave a little, got a little bit stuck in what to do after this moment. It's like, probably should have gone all the way to the bottom and driven up into that section, but it's easy for us to say. It's tough under pressure. Yeah, it's
all right,
tough
we've
under
got
pressure.
both scores now, so we can work out exactly what happened. Minamine Nanaka, there you go. Last wave was a 4.57. That does shoot her into first. Pair that with her previous 5.93. She's got a 10.52 wave total. That's her. Where's that next heat, possibly?
I reckon the next heat in red.
That's a long way out of position if that's this heat.
He's down checking on the fishing boats down in the harbour. That's a long way away, my goodness. All right, Monaka, she put together, I think, a 4.57 for that wave.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool. Took her into the lead. Other numbers are in. I think they're a pair of threes there for Wilson and Whitfield. Either way, Japanese surfer.
Yeah, so Whitfield, that was enough to... Wilson, that was enough to put her up into second.
Yep, pretty close there for the Australians. Just over half a point separating them for second and third position.
Kana and Nakashio, however, sitting... I'm not going to say sitting pretty because she's in fourth place with only 4 minutes remaining, but a 6.5... That's a bit of a trump card. It's not going to take much at all. 4 points would see her go from fourth to first.
Yep. And a 2.66 only needed for a qualifying second position. But yeah, as you're suggesting, to feel much safer, better than 4 when you go all the way to first. Give you a little bit of breathing space once push comes to shove in the last couple of minutes for that qualifying position.
And she does have priority.
That was red in the next heat, sitting miles down the line.
Yeah.
Let's have a look who that was.
She wants to get moving. She's only got 4 minutes to get out the back.
That's Tina. Tina Izquierdo. There she is. I think that's her. No, that's not Tina.
No, that's Minamine Nanaka in the current heat.
All right, well done, little one.
Is she trying to decide whether to paddle back to the top or is she bringing it? No,
she's
okay,
right
this
there.
is footage of the top of the lineup. So we've still got...
There is Tina miles down.
way down the line.
Taina.
Taina Izquierdo.
Well, she told me it's Izquierdo.
Izquierdo.
Yeah, so I'm sure that name's been butchered many times out of many beach announcers, but she did put me down one time and go, Izquierdo.
Izquierdo. 2 minutes 45 remaining. Minamine Nanaka, a 5.93 and a 4.57 is sitting in the lead. Behind her, Arabella Wilson is sitting in second, needing a 5.08 for the lead. Kyla Whitfield is in third, chasing a 4.34 for second. And all eyes on Kana Nakashio right now. She's on the hunt for a 4-point ride for first, a 2.66 to get up to second. From the drone angle, everything looks good. So it's hard to judge, but you can still see that there's a lip involved and she's going at it, although right there the wave races off without her, so we'll need to catch up on a replay from the sea level angle in front and debrief this one. 3 turns, she's looking for 4 points.
I think at first impressions, that was looking a little lackadaisy. To this point it was doubtful. She gets a groove on here. She took a bit of a risk on this move and just pulled it off to keep the dream alive. That's better. I think she gets it. She only needs a 4.
Well, 2.66 to get up to second, or 4 for the lead.
4
so
for the win, yeah.
You'd think the 2.66 is a given.
Yep.
But it's deceiving, isn't it? You see it from the drone,
Yep.
and then you look at it from in front, and that halved in size. Dropped significantly.
the
Those first
Japanese-
couple of turns were pretty flat.
They were.
And then she got busy down the bottom.
And you could sense on that third move when she almost bogged that rail, that could have been game over if she didn't recover
Yeah.
from that manoeuvre. So,
Here
job well
goes
done.
Kayla Whitfield, she's chasing a 4.34 to get up to second. Strong turn, big fan of spray. I think it might just be the one turn. Oh, she was sticking with it, but no, hit a little speed bump.
Oh, right. Here we go. Let's stay with Arabella Wilson in second. Only had one bowling section and had to kick off. There is 40 seconds remaining, and the surfer leading the heat presently is on a bit of a nugget.
Yeah, Minamai Nanaka. And she,
Oh.
well, not much of a victory lap. She stalled on the grid, but doesn't really matter. 30 seconds to go. There's no priority for any surfer at this stage. That works out pretty well for Arabella Wilson at the moment, but Kayla Whitfield and Kana Nakashio are out of the picture, and it is Minamai Nanaka who regains priority, but only 10 seconds to go. Kana Nakashio, her last wave was a 3.97, so
Just
that's
under.
just under the requirement for first, but she doesn't care. It was enough for second, so the two Japanese surfers progress to the next round. It was a slow heat, but it got very entertaining towards the death. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro right after this. All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is QS 5000 action. We are into the round of 64. Heat 10 is now in the water. Taina Izquierdo, Sai Manuel, Safira Denholdi and Kayla Martin are in the water. Two Indonesians, a Japanese and an American in the booth. Chris Binns from Australia and Giada Legati from Italy via Echo Beach, Canggu.
Representing Sandbar. Yeah, it's great to be in this heat. I grew up with Taina Izquierdo. We were both competing in and around Bali and Asia, as well as the next generation. Kyla Martin represents USA, but I am pretty sure is raised in Bali as well. I see her surfing Canggu all the time. She's on the onboard team with me, so I'm sure the guys back home are watching. And Simon Niwa was a standout in the other years.
Here's your mate. Talk us through the replay.
This is the first wave of Taina, our surfer in red. A beautiful first opening carve and hits that finish. That was a nice wave for our surfer in red. Taina Izquierdo gets a 4 for it. Only a 2 turn, but really nicely surfed.
So her boards have turned up by the looks of things.
Yes, they turned up, I think, 2 days after they did. But it was all in good timing. Unfortunately, coming from El Salvador, the Indonesian team flew all the way here, and when they arrived to Jakarta, it seemed as though their boards haven't arrived. No one's boards, so they drove all the way from Jakarta in a big bus, got here, and their boards arrived maybe a couple days after them.
They drove from Jakarta.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole team.
Yeah.
So what? That's a ferry from Java to Sumatra.
Yeah, they did. It was like a 16-hour journey or something.
Oh.
Very, very long.
Oh. Cool.
Luckily, it was overnight, so luckily it was
so
overnight.
they were able to sleep for 4 of the 16 hours. Yeah, no thanks. There's some kind of horrific miscarriage of justice that it's the locals who don't have their surfboards.
Yeah.
First wave in for Taina is a 4. And she's got a 4 next to her name as well because she's picked up 4th priority with the other 3 yet to open their accounts.
Yeah, there's been some really slow heats today, especially when we were on that high tide. But now, as it's starting to go low, we've definitely seen some more sets come by. But, you know, we still have those big lulls.
Okay, all 4 girls are in action right now. On the move, there's no priority. Will we see a little bit of shoulder-to-shoulder action? No one into that one. Just over 20 minutes remaining. There we are. Hello. It's been a long day.
It's been a very long day.
One more heat after this. So this is the 24th heat. We kicked off at about 7:15 this morning. It's now 5 o'clock. So by the time we wrap up, it's going to be, 6:45. So, yeah, 11-hour day. That is solid. Tai Sarati, contest director from the WSL, is cracking the whip on the boys and girls who are making up the crew. Here goes Kayla Martin on her backhand. 2 turns, not bad. Got a bit of speed. Things get a little bit shallow, and that causes her to lose the race with the white water, and it's just going to be the 2 turns and go down. Big thanks to the WSL and the ASC. The coffee runs today, I think, have come as a result of how long of days we've been pulling through the first few rounds, and those couple of coffees from the local shop just up the road, Leafy's, are fantastic. I can't believe they have oat milk in this part of the world. Never thought I'd be getting an oat latte, but there you go. Keeping the spirits high.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just finished my 3rd coffee because I was definitely needing it after this heat, and you know, this gloomy weather kind of has that chill vibe to it, and on this comfortable couch. But that Leafy's has been powering us through this day. Not only us, the judges, the athletes. A great hookup over there. I'm happy they opened up close by.
Well, it's a great business idea too, because it is full all day long. Took me about 25 minutes to get a coffee yesterday. There was that many people in there.
We tried to have dinner, and unfortunately, every time I try to go there, it seems to close just before I manage to get my order in. But it's all good. We have many options here in Krui, in Ujung Bocur, just as we have many wave options as well. I have heard a few of the athletes heading down to the beach break, saying that it's absolutely firing right now.
There you go. All right, Dana. Opening wave was a 4. She's having a look at this one, but she has not much in the way of priority. Kayla Martin has a 3.5. She hasn't quite made it back to the takeoff spot to pick up 4th priority yet. So it is all Safira Denhuidi and
here we have Kayla taking off on the inside. She got her 2nd turn. She's going to try look to finish it, but this wave slightly tapering off for her. She got a 3.5 on her first one.
That's going to give her the lead.
Yep.
And Sei Manawa in blue from Japan is other surfer. So it's all between Sai and Safira for whoever is going to get priority. Here's the replay of Kayla Martin's 2nd wave. Couple of turns.
finds her way out to the open space. Not a ton of points to be garnished around there. Or garnered.
Yes, Sai Maniwa was definitely one of the standouts last year here in the Krui Pro and NIAS. I'm pretty sure she won the junior last year. Yeah, she won the Krui Pro Junior last year and came second in the NIAS Pro Junior. So back-to-back finals as we see her right now on her backhand. A nice little check turn to get her on the section. Just gets stuck under the lip. This is looking like it might just run out on her, but not what she was maybe looking for to open up her heat, but there's still plenty of time left. Kayla Martin, another 2-5, I think, into her, 2.50. Puts her straight in the lead, yet not many waves written just yet. This is our surfer in white.
Yep, this is Sai Den Holdy. Or Setia Den Hoidi. Not having much luck down the bottom of that wave. Kayla Martin is in the lead with a 6. We need the 2 scores to get the breakdown of that one. Taina Izquierdo is sitting on a 4-point wave, has a second score to come, but right now, well, hang on, we're just going to have a look at this wave of Kayla Martin's first. She's found herself a decent-sized backhand wall to go to work on, but it's a white watery one, so that's out of there. We're going to cross over to Mark Clift, who's catching up with the winner of the last heat, Minamai Nanaka.
All right, here we are down in the athlete area. I have the winner of the last heat, Minami Nonaka. Tell me a little bit about yourself, please, Minami.
21 years old, and I'm from Japan.
Obviously from Japan. You've been here to Krui before. You told me you did well last year. Tell me, where did you come?
I took 3rd place last year. Yeah.
3rd place last year. So you're loving the wave here at Krui and the vibe, the town. It's pretty cool, yeah?
Yeah, waves are so good.
And obviously to get here from Japan and you've been around for a little while, you told me you've done some QS events. Must be pretty hard. So you've got some sponsors. Would you like to give them a hello? So your sponsors, who are they? Your sponsors?
Roxy. Yeah. And Murasaki Sport and New Era. Yeah.
Okay, and what's the best thing about coming to Indonesia?
Best thing?
What do you like most about Indonesia?
Good wave.
Good wave, it's warm, it's cheap. Good, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was Minami Nanaka. I'm going to shake your hand, Minami, if you don't mind. But tomorrow morning, everybody, all these grommets are in action. You guys, what do you reckon? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clifty, down there with Minamai Nanaka, winner of the last heat. And just doing a sticker check, going around the ground, pointing out all of her various sponsors. I like the one she's got on her head. She's just sponsored by New Era. I'd love to just be sponsored for hats. Kayla Martin, a 3.5 and a 2.5, sees her in the lead. I think we're still waiting on a score to come in for Taina Izquierdo, who has a 4, the highest single wave score of the heat so far. Tells you it's been a slow affair. Setia Den Hoidi and Sai Manawa not offering us much so far. Here goes Kayla Martin, current heat leader. She'd be looking to get rid of her 2.5. That's not going to happen. She gets hung up on the first turn. God, that was a gutless wave. It's conditions, it's a bit sleepy right now.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a lull after seeing the last few heats get some really good sets out there, but yeah, there's some big lulls in between those, so it's really important that when the opportunity does come your way, that you take it and you squeeze everything you can out of those waves that you do catch. Here is our surfer in red, Taina Izquierdo, on a beautiful looking wave. She hits that, unfortunately comes unstuck. Sai Maniwa's first wave comes in at a 2.93, and she is currently out there with third priority.
So what do you think happened for Taina there? Perhaps a little bit too much time to think about the section that was in front of her. She had speed to burn. She just needed to harness it a little better.
I think she took too long maybe to get to the top and just arrived a little bit late to that section, and the lip just came down and took her with her. See Simon Iwa taking a look. We had a bit of rain, but it did glass off. See Taina take off down the line. A beautiful first opening carve, straight top to bottom, and straight to that second one. That's going to be improving on her one. I think that's going to take her straight to the lead.
Yeah, that's up there with the best waves of the heat. These two turns were both really strong, really crisp, big bucket of water, a second solid sheet of spray, and I like that one from Taina. She's one of your mates. You're from Canggu, but does she do most of her surfing around the Bukit?
Yeah, Taina spends most of her days up in the Bukit. I'm pretty sure she lives in the Jimbaran area, yet she competes and represents, I'm pretty sure, Legian boardriders, if I'm not wrong. She surfs the beaches a lot around Padma and Legian, and I know she goes there to train for these events, and she's lucky enough to call Ulu's her home break. I see her most of the time over there.
That's a pretty good place to train for the waves here at Ujung Bukur.
Yep, it's probably the most similar wave we have here is Uluwatu.
Alright, here goes Safira Denhoidi. Oops. Up to the lip and stays up there. 9 minutes remaining. There it is. Last score for Taina was a 4.83. Best wave of the heat gives her the lead, an 8.83. Two wave total is where she's at. Kayla Martin has a 3.5 and a 2.5. Let's see if this set allows our competitors to really unleash and get us up into the 6s or 7s. Well, Kayla Martin decided against that one.
And looks like she made the right choice, as Taina was down below her and also didn't go.
That did cost Kayla Martin priority, however.
Yep.
So before that wave, Kayla Martin had priority and Sai Manawa had second, and clearly that has flipped off the back of that little paddle and decision not to go. So the priority judge has to determine whether he thinks the surfer made a concerted effort to get into the wave. You're allowed to have a look, but as soon as you sort of put your head down, or sometimes kicking can be an indication that you're giving it a bit of a crack. And it was deemed that that's what Kayla Martin did on that occasion.
It looks like there could be maybe something coming out the back. I don't know, with this overcast, sometimes it's hard to tell, the lines with the horizon. But it looks like up the reef there's something breaking, so hopefully the girls get a few more chances before this heat ends to get some scores up.
Okay, all four surfers are sitting right in the same zone. It's Sai Manawa with priority, who swings into action. One big turn, but that was not a wave worthy of cashing in your first priority. It was only ever going to offer her the one section to hit, and unfortunately she hasn't even ridden out of that turn. So
That is a shame for Sai Manawa. She's sitting in third. She did have priority. Now she goes to the back of the line, and with just a pair of twos, she wants to put something a little bit more significant on the board if she's to have any hope of advancing to the round of 32.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time. 6 minutes 40. No big significant score just yet. So we're still waiting for maybe a set to come by. And just as I say that, it looks like there's something out the back. The girls are paddling more to the side, so hopefully this is a great opportunity. Kyla, with priority, decides not to go on this. Taina on a beautiful looking wave, a nice first snap. She pushes that tail out into a second one, staying close to the whitewash as we see this wave offering her some more. This is probably the best wave of the heat for now. If she manages, she didn't. She just decided to jump off.
Yeah, not sure about that. There's a big section there to hit. We want to see some surfing that breaks this thing open. You know, a bunch of 1s, 2s, 3s and 4s at this stage. Not sure why you'd be shying away from a section that stands up in front of you when you've got plenty of speed and you are in the lead with nothing to lose. Here goes Kayla Martin on her backhand. First turn was okay. Waiting, biding her time. Second turn was nothing too flash. So another string of kind of middling manoeuvres, and doesn't really push it up into the lip on that last turn. Might replace a 2.5, but still not huge. Okay, here goes Taina's wave. First turn was good. I really liked that one. She's got some speed. Open face carve right here. She cracks that section, so she's on her way to a decent number. She's got lots of speed. Don't know why she didn't take on the lip there.
Yep. Here is Kayla right behind her. A nice first turn. She goes down the line, sets it up for the second one. Maybe the wave, it stands up here a little bit more, but I think she arrived a little bit too late, a little bit flat, and here she rides out of it. So we'll be replacing the two, creating a bit more distance between her and Sai Maniwa. But Sai now sits with priority out the back, looking for a 3. We haven't really seen Sai link up any of the turns we've been seeing her do last year. So she's definitely gonna be feeling a little bit of pressure now as time starts to wind down. This is the second last heat of the day. Heat 10, a round of 64.
All right, here goes Sai Manawa. She's got priority. She needs to really have a swing now with 3.5 minutes to go, and nothing has gone right for the Japanese surfer in this heat, and that's not going to help. 3 minutes 15 to run. Taina, okay, she got a 5.83 for that wave. Imagine if she'd hit the end section.
Yeah, that would definitely would have gone into the 6s if she hit that last section and finished it off.
3 minutes remaining, and it is Safira Denhoidi who has priority. She needs the best wave of the heat to move up to second. Last wave for Kayla Martin was her best, a 4.03, so that does upgrade the 2.5 she already had. She now needs the best wave of the heat to go from second to first. Here goes Sai Manawa. Let's hope she can string something together here, because it hasn't been her heat so far, and that's not going to change with 2 minutes 20 to go. Unfortunately, Sai Manawa is having a good old-fashioned shocker right now.
Yep, it really does look like it. She hasn't been able to really connect to any turns or complete one of those bigger turns she's been doing. Maybe the nerves. I'm not sure.
She's in the blue jersey. She was a seeded surfer, so
Yeah.
she's obviously got plenty of runs on the board. This is not the kind of performance you'd expect from someone who's seeded into the round of 64 at a QS 5000. .90 seconds to go. Taina Escuedo is sitting in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.83, just sneaking over into double figures. Should be feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. Kayla Martin needs a 6.63 to jump up into the lead. Sai Manawa is still in touch. She hasn't done much in this heat, but she only needs a 4.6 to go from third to second. There's just over 1 minute remaining, so all eyes are on the battle between Kayla Martin and Sai Manawa. They are sitting right next to each other. Here goes Kayla Martin. She's got priority and she takes this one to keep Sai off it. Goes hard at the lip. That would look like a better turn. Showing a little bit more aggression. Maybe she's got some confidence knowing that, well, I've spoken a bit too soon there. So she's got 1 foot in the next round, in the round of 32, but Sai Manawa is now able to catch another wave. Here's the replay of Kayla.
This is Kayla. A really nice first turn. You really see her a bit more confident than the other wave. She goes more into the pocket and is going a little more vertical. She tries to finish it off here, but unfortunately falls right off. I'm not sure if Sai got a chance to catch a final wave. Unfortunately, I do not think so.
Well, there's no priority for Sai Manawa, so maybe she did catch a wave.
Yep.
However, the judges are rolling straight on into the next heat, so if Sai Manawa did catch a wave, I don't think it's something that they're studying too hard, which suggests that the results are going to stay as we saw them last. Taina Escuedo taking the win. She'll be joined by Kayla Martin in the next round. One more heat to go on a 25 heat marathon here at the Krui Pro. I'm going to go have a chat to Taina Escuedo. I'm going to leave Billy hanging and Giada Lagarde to wrap up the day's proceedings after this short break.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro 5000. This is the final heat of the day. In the water, we have in red Kailani Johnson, in blue Safi Vet, in white Gia Lawrenson, and in green Sarah Lesiaga. We have an Indonesian surfer, New Zealand surfer, an Australian, and a French. So in first few minutes, we have Safi Vet. Already 2 beautiful turns to start this heat off. And right behind her, Kailani Johnson. A quick up and out. And right behind her, we have Sara Lisiaga. It's looking like a little bit more action-packed heat already. The first few minutes, some waves ridden, a beautiful second turn, a little bit of whitewash on the face, but she handles it nicely and just gets stuck out the back. So this is already looking like a little bit more of a heat with movement and some more waves. We had the last heat was, quite slow and had a big lulls. Only one major set came, let's say. Savivet taking a look at her fins, making sure everything's okay. Maybe hit the reef at some point on that last one. We see a set coming through. It's looking like red might not be taking off. And our surfer in green, under priority, takes off. Just one beautiful first crack off the lip, and then sets it up for this second one. Some really nice surfing from our French surfer, Sara Lisiaga. It'll be nice to see that replay from the beach view.
Yeah, the drone angle is good, Giada. It's good to be here with you for the last heat of the day as we look, and that is Safi Vetti for her replay of her first wave. That's a good way to go about it. Up high above the lip. Show the fins to your opponents. That's pretty cool. And this is Sarah. I think her first wave, her second one looked pretty good. Dreamy conditions out there, not too many sets, but there's not a breath of wind. It's a beautiful Indonesian afternoon. You look down the coast, there's a lot of people on the beach enjoying the sunset time. And here's that second wave from our surfer from France.
That was a really nice first turn. She hit it really into the pocket and setting up nicely for that second one. Gets around the section, carves it up, and I think that was a pretty smart move out of Sarah. She got that wave under priority. She knows that there's not many waves coming through, so you gotta have those scores, you gotta have those backups. And we see Safi Vet's first wave comes in at a 6.17, so she's another one that's going to be feeling pretty comfortable in this heat already.
Yep, Gia Lorenzen's from Northern New South Wales region. We saw her brother out here yesterday, Ben, absolutely shredding. Yep.
We did. We saw Ben. He did get one of the highest wave scores from this event, and that is us on camera.
This is Gia Lagardi. I'm Billy Hangan. It's been great bringing you the broadcast today.
Yeah.
It's been great watching you surf and fantastic having you in the booth. Hope you've enjoyed it. This is the last heat of the day, a massive 25 heat marathon if you don't mind. We've loved every minute of it, and we hope you've caught some of the action during the day. We'll be wrapping things up at the end of this heat with a little post show. Look forward to that.
Yep.
And
I'm excited.
In the meantime, we have 19 minutes of action in front of us. A little bit of a sleepy start, and it is the French woman out to an early lead.
Yep, I thought that was very smart surfing from our surfer in green, Sara Lisiaga. Getting those scores up early, a 5.23 and a 4.5. We saw the last heat. Tiny Skater did pass with similar scores. So she's just making sure she has that one step into the next round.
Safi, though, that's a handy wave.
Yep.
6.17, highest score of the heat so far. It is only 7 minutes long. That's Kalana Johnson and Gia with the work to do. Early stages, though.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time left. We've seen big heat changes even in the last few seconds of heats. So, as I've said in the past, it's not over till it's over. And I'm going to pass it over to our post-heat interview with the last heat winner.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Last post-heat interview for the day down here with Taina Isquado, and run us through that heat.
That was a really fun heat. Actually, my first wave of the trip because the free surf's been hectic, but it feels like home, so I'm
Tiny.
really happy.
Did you come straight here from El Salvador?
Yes, I did.
Have you got back on Indonesian time yet, or are you still lost somewhere over in Central America?
I'm here, I'm present, and it feels good. I was kind of worried about the jet lag, but I'm here, and it feels good, yeah.
You're present. Your boards weren't for a long time. You finally got them, and then you smashed one straight off the bat. The one you were looking on just surfing then just looked pretty good.
Yeah, actually, that's my magic board, and it got smashed in El Salvador, but I managed to fix it before this trip, so thankful for that.
It's been a long day. We've seen many, many moods out here at the point. There's been slow heats. There's been heats with tons of waves. You surf Uluwatu as a home break. That's a left that's got all kinds of different moods and different sections. Did you feel pretty comfortable out there?
It really does feel like home. It feels like a small, fun day at racetracks. It felt pretty special because I love sunset surfs, and yeah, it feels like home.
All right, and you're through to the round of 32. What's it going to take to make it all the way to finals day?
Keep being happy and positive and staying strong for my dad, and he keeps me very, very positive. I don't know how he does it, but I really miss him. So, Dad, if you're watching, I love you and I miss you, and I'm very inspired by you, and thank you for giving me the gift of surfing because I feel so grateful to be here and making new friends and surfing fun waves.
Well, we're grateful to have you here with us. Congratulations on the heat win. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Beauty. All right, back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, it was a beautiful message from Taina Izquierdo, saying hello to her dad.
Yep, one of the greats of Bali, especially up at the Bukit there. He's been there for a long time. We wish him well in his challenge. He's on a bit of tough times in front of him, but looking pretty healthy in the last couple of months.
Yeah, everyone's sending him really good vibes and sending him really strong energy. So
yep, if you haven't got around it, check out Taina's socials. There'll be a link there somewhere to a GoFundMe page. I think most people who have anything to do with the Balinese community have already dipped into their pockets, but he's given a lot to Indonesian surfing. So get behind him.
Yep.
And feel the love.
Also, they recently opened their Cachos Mexican up in Bingen. So if you're ever down there in the Phuket area, close to Ulus, go ahead down, have some lunch, have some dinner. That's it's always great. Great energy, great food. Don't want to miss out.
Big wave charger too.
Yeah.
Yep. One of when an Ulus gets to that scary size, Cachos always out there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Taina did ding her magic board on an afternoon out here as we see Gia Lawrenson using her priority, taking off on this wave. She's hoping that she can get around the section. A nice first carve to set up this wave. It looks like it's going to stand up for her. That was the first maybe proper turn. Unfortunately, this wave, I think maybe she arrived a little bit too late for it, but I think it was smart to use that priority because there was big scoring potential, so she didn't let anyone else on it.
For sure, KJ was licking her lips, wanting to get amongst it, but Gia Lawrenson, a good use of priority. A little bit stuck behind. There was the scoring section there, kind of passed it by. However, a good strategic move. Also, you want to get a bit of a score onto your score line. Well done.
Good stuff from Gia Lawrenson. As we see Safi taking a look at this wave on the inside, Kailani, with with priority, taking a look, didn't want it. Safi has a 617, so she's trying to back up a 0.8, and there is that beautiful backhand hack that she has that we could watch over and over again.
Yep, the Australian making a good fist of things there. Smaller inside wave at the start. They tend to grow though. KJ's seen that. I'm not sure she'll get over. She does. She's a powerful paddler. Hopefully this thing grows for the Indonesian. Wraps it around, hoping for a bit of love on the inside. It's not looking that great, Giada.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a smaller inside wave. Maybe she'll be able to finish it off nicely so she can have a couple more extra points. Here we have it. That was actually really nice finishing for our surfer Kailani Johnson in the red. She did use her priority for that, so she wasn't gonna let it go. She paddled really hard for it, and I thought that was pretty smart surfing.
Yeah, it's only a little one, but they do offer a lot of shoulder and a lot of pocket to hit.
Yeah.
Those larger ones at this stage of the afternoon, unless you pick the absolute cherry, it's going to close out and allow you 2 hits only. Both avenues towards a big score are available. This one a little bit easier. All right, a good ending, a good finish there by Kalani Johnson.
Yeah.
All right, just under halfway through the last heat of the day. Heat 11 in the round of 64 of women. This is, yeah.
It looks like Gia caught a wave more down the line that we didn't see on the live, but here is the replay. 2 really good first turns. It's looking like, sorry, no, the wave did not stand up for her on the inside, but those 2 first turns were really nice. A big day of competition here in the Krui Pro 5000.
Yeah, it has been a big 25 heat slog. Big ups to all the ASC crew, the judges, the cameraman, the production crew, Sam and Ryan. And there's some other guy in the control booth there. What's his name? Toto and Dick are the best. Just joking, brother. Yeah, big thanks to the production crew. They've absolutely killed it. Brought you some great footage from a good, what's the time now? What are we looking at? Almost a 11-hour day.
Yep, it's been a long day. Lots of surfing.
As we tick down to the 10-minute mark, it is our surfer in green, the Frenchwoman Sarah, out in the lead, a 5.23. Let's scratch that and look at the scores that have just dropped for Sophie Vett. A 6.17. Pair that with her 5.17. She has taken the lead over Sarah. Gia and Kalani only with small scores. You would think one score is to drop in the red column for everything to be accurate. But it's blue and green out to a pretty solid lead.
I think there's a score for Gia Lawrenson still to drop as well. She caught that second one. And it's going to be a pretty decent score. So going to shake things up. This heat clearly more active than the last one. A bit more...
There we go, 3.60 for Johnson. The Indonesian moves her up into 3rd place, if not only temporarily. At the 9-minute mark, close to it, the priority scoreboard is super important. And it's the heat leader. Oh, it's the 2nd place getter with first priority. Heat leader, 2nd priority. So this could have a telling toll on the outcome of this heat. Looks like Red making a move to the inside. She has 4th priority, so nothing to lose by having a look at these little inside ones. Kalani Johnson keeping busy under priority. She is going to scratch into this one. Yes, she will. Fantastic drone shot. Wave not so fantastic. So kicking off, no harm, no foul. Get back out there, give it another crack. I'd love to see KJ staying busy under priority.
Yeah, that's I think one of the best ways to go at it, you know, just sniff around the inside, see if you can catch anything under priority that could potentially just chip away at some scores maybe, and just create less distance with that 2nd place. As we see Gia's last wave came in at a 3.6.
Yeah, 3.6. Pair that with a 3, and there she goes into 3rd place. Here is the priority holder, Sarah.
This is Sarah Lesiaga, our French surfer from Biarritz. A nice first turn, and straight into the 2nd one. Gets a little more vertical, but unfortunately falls off. Doesn't manage to ride out of that one.
She got hung up there, didn't she?
Yeah.
All right, so it is the Australian out to the lead, followed by the French woman, G. Lorenzen. in third, and Kalane Johnson down in fourth position at the moment. Look at those heat requirements. The totals are 6.13 apiece.
Yeah. Here's the replay of our surfer Sarah Lisiaga in green. A nice first turn. Unfortunately falls on this second one. She's in second place currently, but we have a replay of our surfer in white, Gia Lawrenson. 2 nice first hacks. A little bit of a smaller wave and closes out, but out the back, Kailani Johnson, a quick up and out as well, and rightly so, as that wave just seems to run out on her.
She's going to drop out of the second priority, but I can't see any other rashies in the region, so probably regain that very soon. There is Sophie on the inside, the New Zealander and the heat leader. Here's Gia Lorenzen. This is a better looking wave, a lot of speed, a lot of flow, and that is allowing her to those tail high turns like that one. Super impressive from the New South Welshman.
That was a really nice wave, actually. And just behind her, we see Safi Vet on her backhand as well. Beautiful first turn. She's going down the line to finish this one off nicely. That's an amazing second turn from our surfer, Safi Vet from New Zealand.
Yeah, Safi really throwing it to it there. Last heat of the day, the last 6 minutes. It's getting good. It's getting exciting.
It's getting exciting. Yeah, Safi, another amazing human from New Zealand, lives on the Gold Coast. This is a replay of Gia Lawrenson's. That second turn was great, and that one too. She really cracks the lip on those 2 turns. Throws a lot of water out the back. So it's going to be interesting where this goes.
Yeah, I'm really liking it. I'm really liking that one from Gia. This one, that's a cracking snap. Went a long way for 1 turn. And there's a lot of surfing for 2 turns, but that last one from Safi was an absolute beauty. 5 minutes remaining. Let's see where those scores land, and let's have a look at the priority. It sits with red right now. She's going to need a whopping score, as you've still got some totals to be decided by the judging panel. First priority sits with red. She's showing interest. She's got to go now. Already committed down the line. Let's hope this one stays open for the Indonesian. Pulls that up into the pocket, wraps it around. The drone angle doing us lots of favours. It looks absolutely dreamy. Can't really find a lip on that one. You can see by the body language she's disappointed. The wave has filled up and run out of energy. So back out there. Kai Johnson, 4 minutes and 25 remaining. Have a look at this thing. It looks good from the get-go. Then it really fills up full of water, and you can see not much on offer there, just a series of little cutbacks. I know she was pumped up for this heat, so she'll feel disappointed, but get on out there. Give it another crack. You never know what'll happen.
Yeah. Anything could happen.
Oh, look at the pack.
Everyone's desperate to get out there. Safi's last wave came in at a 6.87. That was a beautifully surfed wave by our New Zealander. As we see everyone getting ready to get out there. Only 3 minutes 30 remaining in this heat. We see a set coming out the back. Gia Lawrenson's last wave comes in at a 7.33, pushes her straight into second. She is out there with second priority. I'm sure Sarah Lisiaga is hearing that right now, knowing she needs only a 5.71. That's not a big score.
Nope.
And you see her letting this one go.
Oh, she's got the beat between teeth now, getting a lot of flow, catching a heap of waves in the back end of this heat. Gives herself a little bit of a round of applause, and why not? 7.33 is a great score. As we see Kai Johnson paddling out the back, want to have a crack herself. Oh, it's a smaller, medium-sized wave, but a lot of damage done. She really liked that last turn.
Yeah, only looking to replace a 3.60, so I think maybe it could be there.
Mungkin.
Any point counts.
Right, Red staying busy on the inside now. She is down in third priority. 2 minutes and 25. Yep, there's a lot of foot kicking going on there. That's a big sign for the priority judge that that surfer is interested. Talk us through it, G.
That was a really nice first turn from Sarah Lisiaga. Because of Gia's last wave, her requirement has increased, but that was a really nice finishing turn from our surfer in green, Sarah Lisiaga from Biarritz.
Yeah, she's feeling it and showing it. Why not with surfing like this?
A really nice first turn, really extends her body. A wrapping second turn, and I think this is going to be where most of the points come from. She really leaned into it. She's feeling it. Punches the air. And we're in a little bit of suspense.
A little bit of suspense. Where's it going? There we are. Right on. It's been a long day.
Yep. It's been a really long day. Here we see all the free surfers getting ready to get out there. You know, they're hearing that there's only 1 minute left.
Yeah, a whopping 8.13 required now from Red. That seems not impossible, but very hard, not even on the priority board. A 6.51 required from our surfer in green. We haven't seen the fist pumping claim score come through yet, but Safi Vet from New Zealand out in the lead with a really healthy scoreline. A pair of sixes, a 6.87 and a 6.17. There she goes, in and out. And Gia Lorenzen with that 7.33.
Wow, that's a nice wave coming down.
That was a beauty. That was a heat winner right there. Right, 30 seconds remaining. The pack has moved in. Very disappointing. All right, this last 25 seconds of the day, it looks like Safi Vet. She has the lead, and she has that wave. A bit of keepings off.
Yep.
Right on top of Red there. Out the back. Looks like a free surfer, to be honest.
Yeah, that's definitely a free surfer.
That's a big fine right there. All right, 5 seconds remaining in this one. We'll hear the beach announcer count it out and blow the horn. So congratulations to the South African Safi Vet and the French woman Sarah Lisiaga. I love having you in the booth. I only went to year 10. Not really good with pronunciations.
Actually, I don't think that's the updated score.
Let's have a look. We can't see one on the screen so far.
Yep, we're just waiting for maybe the last of our surfer in green.
Green, the one where she pumped the fist.
Yep, we're waiting for the fist pumper.
All right, there we go. We are waiting on scores. They came in a 5.77.
Just comes up short. She will not be moving up to second. So yes, congratulations to Safi Vet and Gia Lorenzen, both passing into the next round. And that was the last heat of the day, heat 11, round of 64. A massive day of competition. And
yep,
we've done it.
We have done it. Well, let's give it a little wrap up. It was day 3. The round of 64s were in action, and it is the day that the big dogs came to town. In the men's side of things, it really kicked off with Kais King, I reckon. We saw him the first time in action, and I haven't seen him surfing before, but I was super impressed with his act. And then he came out with that lethal backhand attack, which totally stopped the athletes area, all the conversation, and everyone was glued to that wave.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for me, Kais King kicked off the action, and then we saw Dylan in action, and also Mega Samadhi coming from under priority and squeezing out another win. Dylan Moffat, 2 8-point rides in one heat. Super happy with that. And Morgan Siblick, the CT surfer, back in action at the QS 5000. You could see this performance levels go through the roof. It was really exciting to see. Billy Stedman, another very strong campaigner, and a massive heat total. Other than that, the men's were finished off in fantastic in fantastic style. The women then came onto the scene. What was your highlights of those things?
So we had in the heat 1, we had Charlie Haitley. In the very last few seconds of that heat, she managed to get a 7 that pushed her straight up to first place. I remember interviewing her. She was very happy. She's here with her dad. She's had an incredible 2 heats, so hopefully we'll see some more of that tomorrow. It was a little bit of many lulls throughout the other ones. I think Nixie Ryan got a 7.67 in that last heat she had. That was great. She caught that first wave in the first few minutes, and then not much after that. Kira Pinkerton pretty much made her heat in the last few minutes of that. She caught her only 2 waves of the heat.